Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. For it, Chapter 113 Boros finally appeared, instantly killing the metal bat. Thanks. After finally getting rid of the alien monster, Fubuki came to Trunks and thanked him. Humph, the tornado didn't have a poisonous tongue this time, and she knew that if it wasn't for Trunks just now. I am afraid that the two of them will be more fortunate. Oh, it's just a small matter. Trunks waved his hands and laughed. Senior Trunks, what should we do now? Are we going directly into the universe spaceship? 55. At this moment, Genos came over and asked. Ha ha ha, don't make fun of Genos. You asked him for nothing. How does he know what's going on inside the spaceship? As soon as Genos' words fell, the atomic warrior said slightly mockingly. That's right, it's no child's play now. If you're not even a hero, it's better to stay away. Venerable Vest also said solemnly. Hey, we should unite now. Sexy prisoners come out and round up the game. Obviously, the S-class heroes present still feel that Trunks is not qualified to issue orders here. And Genos actually asked a person who was not a hero, which obviously made their S-class heroes look pale. Everyone, don't be impatient, the strength of the Trunks is still very strong. Besides, he was the first to discover the weakness of that monster just now, otherwise it would not be easy for us to solve it. At this time Bang Ji-yu also stood up and spoke. Although the S-class heroes present also gave Bangu some 237 face, they still disdain for Trunks. You better shut up. At this moment, Fubuki on the side was glowing with green light, and looked coldly at the S-rank heroes. There is a big plan to make a move. This makes the S-hero present still a little dreamy. After all, the scene where Fubuki caught all the shells in an instant and returned them back was still vivid in his mind. Blizzard, don't be nervous. 35. Trunks never cared what these people thought. When Fubuki heard the words, he put away his motivation. However, the tornado on the side exploded with psychic power. You guys don't babble around here, go up and play spaceships if you have the ability. Shut up if you don't have the skills, a bunch of trash, idiots. If it wasn't for the Trunks speaking out about the weirdest weakness, the few of you wouldn't be able to see it until death. The S-class heroes present were all stunned by the tornado. How often did someone dare to talk to them like this? However, looking at the menacing tornado, the S-class heroes present did not speak wisely. Otherwise, the metal bat over there is the best example. In fact, the strength of Maruzugarudo and Gloribus is not weak at all. Their biggest advantage is that their strength is not BEBD, very strong, and it is not easy for S-rank heroes to take a random blow. Moreover, they can recover and regenerate infinitely, and they can't be killed no matter how they fight. It's really hard to kill them if you don't know their weaknesses. Trunks couldn't help laughing when he looked at the poisonous tornado beside him. Such a poisonous tornado is quite cute. As if to hear his laughter, Tornado stopped his poisonous tongue and glanced at him. Humph, I'm not trying to help you. Tornado snorted proudly and turned his head to the side. Oh, of course I know. This textbook-style arrogance made Trunks a little funny, and he reached out and gave her a head-scratching kill. Tornado felt the big hand on his head, and his whole body froze immediately, and then his face turned red, and it went all the way to the root of his neck. It looks cute and tight. Damn, what are you doing? The tornado who reacted hurriedly fled, then glared at him. Forehead. Trunks shrugged a little, then turned to look at Genos and said. Genos, I don't think you need to go to the spaceship. The three alien monsters just now are the senior combatants in the spaceship. As that's so there is no powerful existence in the spaceship. No, of course there is, and this powerful being has come out. Having said this, Trunks' eyes looked into the sky. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look up at the sky. I saw a black dot falling from the sky. The black spot gradually enlarged, and everyone could see clearly this time that it was a one-eyed weirdo with pink hair. Boom. The one-eyed monster finally landed on the ground, and a big hole was directly smashed into the ground. The earth trembled, and the smoke was everywhere. Amidst the smoke, the one-eyed weirdo slowly walked out. After sizing up on the field, his eyes finally settled on Trunks. Boros said slowly, you are the strongest person on this planet. I can feel an unfathomable force. Register your name before the battle. I am the Dark Thieves, the leader of the dark matter, and the overlord of the entire universe, Boros. Trunks was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Boros, Kazlin's one-eyed, could still see his own strength. But obviously, he just saw the tip of the iceberg. Me, an interesting hero called Trunks. Trunks shrugged and introduced himself. That's right, Saitama is now a professional hero. So the title of a hero because of his interest, it would be good for him to use it. Trunks. Boros chuckled lightly and then slowly stepped forward. Just when he wanted to say something. Ah, UBD will die for me. Boom. The metal bat suddenly attacked from behind, and a stick hit Boros behind. However, what is surprising is that this stick did not make Boros have any reaction. It was as if it had hit the steel plate, not moving at all. I hate when someone sneaks up on me. Just when everyone was a little shocked, Boros slowly turned around, and then punched out. Boom. The metal bat was instantly knocked out without any reaction at all, smashing through several houses like a cannonball, and was finally buried in the rubble. Metal bat. This time, the S-class heroes present were even more shocked. It's so fast. It can be said that among them, few can clearly see how Boros shot. Everyone, it looks like we have to make a move together. Bang Gu's face turned serious, and his words were also recognized by the S-class heroes present. They all knew very well that the one-eyed monster named Boros was not comparable to the trash fish just now. In fact, as early as the very beginning, many S-class heroes left. Some go to alienate the people, and some go to observe the universe ship. Some also left City A directly. In short, there are not many S-class heroes left here. Counting only Bangu, Genos, Sexy Prisoner, Atomic Samurai, Venerable Vest, Flash, Super Alloy Black Light, Metal Bat and King. Plus Sisters Trunks and Fubuki Tornado. This is everyone present. Silver Fang is right, let me come first. The Sexy Prisoner made the first move, only to see him leap into the sky like a burst of clothes. Trunks didn't want to see this hot-eyed scene, so he turned his thoughts into fists and smashed him out. In fact, the Sexy Prisoner is still very righteous, but he can't accept the pervert, so let him stay by the side. It wasn't surprising that everyone saw the Sexy Prisoner flying upside down like a metal bat, but it became more serious. Chapter 114. All S-class heroes are destroyed, Tornado and Fubuki take action. Boros was stunned for a moment, but he didn't care too much. He looked at Trunks and said, "It seems that our battle can only be left to the end, let me deal with these trash fish first." Yes, 35. Trunks shrugged. He also did not refute the fact that these S-class heroes were called trash fish by Boros. However, just because he doesn't care doesn't mean these S-class heroes don't care. The Atomic Warrior was a proud person, how could he be so insulted? "Don't go to the end, I'll deal with you." Atomic Slash. The Atomic Warrior suddenly appeared behind Boros, and his shot was a famous stunt, Atomic Slash. Counted to the light of the knife flashing on Boros, passing by. Puff puff, cut. What universe overlord, nothing more than that. The Atomic Warrior looked disdainful. However, very good, it makes my body a little itchy. Boros. Voice suddenly sounded behind him, and the Atomic Warrior suddenly trembled with a look of disbelief. How is it possible? There is no weirdo who can chop down my atoms unscathed. With that said, the Atomic Samurai intends to strike again. However, it was too late. Boros turned around and threw a punch. The Atomic Warrior instantly followed in the footsteps of the metal bat. Let's go together, don't be careless. Seeing that all three S-rank heroes were instantly defeated, Bangu was also ready to take action. Okay, let's do it together. Mr. King, please join us. The Super Alloy Black Light looked at King beside him and was ready for battle. However, King's heartbeat was getting louder and louder at this time, and the Super Alloy Black Light thought he was ready. Little did he know that King was about to be scared to pee at this time. He is just an ordinary person who can't be an ordinary person. He is not a summoner of Saitama, how dare he go up and fight this strange person. But no one cared. At this time, except for Trunks, Fubuki and Tornado, all the S-class heroes present rushed up. The first person to approach Boros was Bangu, who saw blue water flowing in his hands. Flowing water rock-shattering fist. In an instant, countless blue fist shadows blasted out towards Boros. Oh, it's interesting. Looking at Bangu in front of him, Boros finally raised some interest. Although the human being in front of him is very weak, his boxing technique is something he has never seen before. In an instant, Boros shot in an instant, the speed was extremely fast, and all of Bangu's flowing rock-shattering fists were taken down. How is this possible? Bang Gu was shocked. You must know that so far, there is only one person who can completely catch his Liushaoyan shattering fist, and that is his older brother Bangu. In addition, there is no one who can completely take over his Liushaoyan shattering fist. Unexpectedly, this weirdo in front of him did it. But in an instant, the two fought hundreds of punches. At this time, the attacks of other heroes also arrived. Flash was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he stabbed countless swords. However, for Boros, it was simply not enough to scratch the itch, so he just ignored it. Immediately afterwards, the two muscular men, Venerable Vest and Super Alloy Black Light, rushed over, roared, and blasted countless fists. But it came fast and went fast. After Boros blocked Bangu's frontal attack, he quickly punched twice. With a scream, the two muscular men flew backwards and crashed into several houses. Bangu, please get out of the way. At this time, Genos was ready to release his ultimate move. Seeing this moment, Bang Gu withdrew from the battle circle. Boros didn't stop either. Spiral Burning Cannon. 55. I saw Genos crouch down to stabilize his body, and then open several jets on the mechanical arm. Boom. Powerful flames spewed out, and the entire street instantly turned crimson, like magma. It made everyone present feel a touch of heat. The burning lasted for nearly 10 seconds before it ended. They saw that everything in front of them had been burned down, even the concrete buildings and hard ground. This power surprised everyone. However, this move is very slow to launch, and they are not afraid. Solve it. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the flames. The flames slowly went out. Then Boros walked out of the flames unscathed. It's a nice trick, but it didn't work for me. Boros looked at Genos and praised him, and then his figure disappeared. Genos, be careful, Bang Gu hurriedly reminded. However, it was too late. In an instant, Boros came to Genos and threw a punch. Boom. Genos' chest was directly penetrated, and a large hole was punched. Genos. 35. Bang Gu was a little angry, and immediately shot again. However, at this time, Boros was no longer interested in playing with them. That's right, the battle just now was just for fun. For flowers. When Bangu attacked again with the flowing water rock-shattering fist, Boros just punched at random. In an instant, Bang Ji-yu flew out and stepped into the footsteps of the atomic warrior. Most of the heroes present have been eliminated in just a moment. The only ones who could move were Flash and King. Although Flash is capable of speed, but not powerful, it can't do any damage to Boros at all. It can only be considered scraping at most. As for King's words, he had already hid at this time, and no one cared about him. This scene made Sitch and the Hero Association very anxious. Damn, I didn't expect to gather so many heroes, and I can't even win against that alien weirdo. Is the Earth really going to be destroyed? Don't worry, Mr. Siki, we still have 2 trump cards, Tornado and Blowing Snow, maybe, 39. The man in the black suit beside him hasn't finished speaking yet. No, they are not the opponents of the one-eyed monster Boros, and now we can only find the demolition quickly. Tornado and Fubuki are so difficult to fight against Poros's men, how can they be Poros' opponent? Ziki waved his hand, feeling a little anxious. At the same time, seeing that all the S-class heroes present were defeated, Fubuki and Tornado shot together. The two worked together again to use psychic power in an attempt to control Boros. Oh, mind power, it's useless to me. Boros ignored the two people's thoughts and continued to walk towards them. Damn, sister, let's use that trick together. 99. It is good. Fubuki and Tornado looked at each other and nodded. Hell or Ashi. The two snorted at the same time, and then a tornado formed around Boros. Countless gravel, flowers, trees and even houses were gradually pulled in by the tornado. In an instant, the entire tornado turned black. If ordinary people were involved, their bodies would be torn to shreds in an instant. The black tornado is getting bigger and bigger, and everything within a 100-meter radius is involved. This scene scared Flash and King away. Yet at this moment, boom, the terrifying black tornado was suddenly torn apart violently, and Poros slowly walked out of the tornado without changing his expression. How is this possible? Tornado and Fubuki were stunned. This was the strongest trick used by the two of them. It was torn apart abruptly, and then walked out unscathed. Chapter 115 Trunks vs Poros. Both Kuishui and Longjuan were stunned, and the strongest trick, Hell Lan, that they used together was torn apart with their bare hands. It's unbelievable. Hee. You two are very good, even if you are stronger than Goryugen-shupu, but it is still useless to me. 99. Poros. Tone was very flat. When the two sisters heard it, they were a little unwilling, and they had to activate their psychic power again. Trunks' hands behind them were on their shoulders. You guys rest first, then leave it to me. 35. Looking at the tall figure in front of her, Kuishui felt an inexplicable emotion in her heart, and she nodded obediently. Tornado on the side was also in a very complicated mood at this time. Since she became a hero, she has never been protected by anyone. But today, he was protected by the man in front of him again and again. For a moment, her heart was also moved. 237. Come on. Trunks was a little surprised when he heard the sound of the tornado behind him. But he didn't care too much. It's finally our turn to fight. Boros looked at him with burning eyes, and the fighting intent in his eyes could not be concealed. Did you expect me to fight that much? Trunks shrugged and smiled. That's right. Boros nodded, then continued. I used to wreak havoc in universe, but I was too strong, and in the end no one was my opponent. 35. I was enduring the pain of being the strongest and alone, and it was at this moment that a certain fortune teller said to me. On a distant planet, there is an existence with the same strength as you, who can fight you in an evenly matched battle. I thought that prophecy was nonsense, just to let me leave temporarily, but now I'm sure, you are the opponent who can let me fight with all my strength. After listening to Boros' words, Trunks couldn't help sighing. Not only was this guy deceived, he was deceived thoroughly. That fortune teller didn't want him to leave temporarily, but to send him to die. Saitama's strength is much stronger than his. That fortune teller knew this, so he sent him to die. Fortunately, he is still complacent. If that's the case, then come on. I'd like to see how strong you are. Trunks beckoned to him. He still appreciates Poros, a very charming big booze. Ah, come on then. Poros was expressionless. Boom. With a loud bang, Boros exerted force under his feet, and the ground collapsed instantly. Immediately afterwards, his figure disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Quick, it's so fast. Not to mention Tornado and Fubuki, even after being knocked off, Bangu, who had just returned, couldn't see Boros' movements clearly. Did that weirdo retain so much power just now? Bangu's eyes widened with a look of shock on his face. He didn't think that Boros' strength would be so strong, he was just playing with them just now. At this time, this invisible speed is the true strength of the opponent. No, Trunks are probably in danger. Bang Ji-yu knew very well that even he couldn't reflect such a speed, let alone Trunks. However, the fact once again exceeded his expectations. Boom. When Boros reappeared, he was already in front of Trunks. However, his fist was firmly grasped by the Trunks and could not be stored. This scene made Bangu's eyes pop out even more. It was unbelievable that Trunks caught a punch that he couldn't even see clearly. Huh, so that's the case, is this the strength of Trunks? Bang Ji-yu breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down, and accepted this fact. At the same time, the metal bat that mocked Trunks just now, and S-class heroes such as Atomic Samurai also slowly woke up. When they saw that Boros' fist was caught by Trunks, they all opened their mouths. Hee hee, Boros, is this your strength? Trunks looked flat. Oh, you are really strong. Boom. Before Boros finished speaking, he was punched out by Trunks. I saw that his body was like a cannonball, smashing several houses and then being buried in the rubble. Hiss. Seeing this, the S-class heroes present took a deep breath. The one-eyed weirdo was knocked out in an instant, which made them unbelievable. Ha ha ha. Boros walked out of the ruins, and he was shocked, and the armor fragments fell off his body. Amazing. Simply amazing. Boros, who was knocked away, was not only not angry, but excited. Because of its strength, this armor exists to seal it, and now it's broken. It's so good. Anyone can see that Boros has been completely provoked to fight at this time. And the S-class heroes were once again shocked. It was so easy to solve them just now, and it wasn't even enough. How strong is this monster? At the same time, a powerful energy suddenly erupted from Boros. For a while, the gravel flew around, and the earth trembled. After bursting out the energy in his body, Boros' entire body turned blue-black, and even his one eye turned red. Come on. With a roar, Boros rushed over with a powerful momentum. Everything along the way was destroyed, and this scene was really shocking. Let's retreat quickly, otherwise we will be affected. Bangu blocked the flying rubble and said to the atomic warriors beside him. The others were not fools either. After a while, all of them withdrew from the fighting range of the two. Fubuki and Tornado also flew into the sky to watch the battle. Boom. In the field, Trunks and Boros finally collided. In an instant, like a missile explosion, the two powerful forces collided, and everything around them was destroyed. But that's just the beginning of the battle. The fists of the two kept colliding, and the speed was extremely fast. 1.31 second they are still in place, the next second they are kilometers away. Everything is destroyed. Too strong. This is not a battle of the same level as us just now. The sexy prisoner wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I didn't expect the strength of Trunks to be so powerful. Bang Ji-yu remembered the first time he met Trunks, it was in Z City. At that time, when a meteorite fell in the sky, I thought everyone would be doomed. Unexpectedly, Fubuki used psychic power to save everyone. Originally, he wanted to persuade the other party to become a hero, but he was rejected in the end. Now it seems that the other party just disdains to be a hero. The atomic warrior on the side was also sweating coldly on his forehead. This guy was so powerful that he had been mocking him all the time before. I am so lucky to be alive now. Chapter 116 Boros' star-breaking roaring cannon. Inside the Hero Association headquarters. Seeing that someone was able to fight against the one-eyed weirdo who instantly defeated all S-class heroes, Siki was shocked and fortunate at the same time. Thank goodness someone can stop the one-eyed weirdo. Otherwise, the whole Earth will experience a catastrophe. That person is called Trunks. He once rejected the solicitation of the Hero Association, and now I can only pray that he can defeat that one-eyed weirdo. If he can really defeat the one-eyed weirdo, the Hero Association must recruit him at all costs. Sik has bet everything on Trunks. Such a powerful strength is stronger than all S-class heroes of the Hero Association. He was even thinking about how to recruit each other in the future. And this time, the battle on the field continued. The power of Boros in the state of energy release is very strong, but it is still too weak in the eyes of Trunks. So far, he has not taken the initiative to attack, all of which are passive defenses. This is just to see the strength of Boros. It was at this moment that Trunks finally shot, and he threw a punch. Boom. With a loud bang, Boros, who was in a frantic attack, was hit by this punch. Half of his body was instantly blown into blood mist. Boros looked at his body in disbelief. At the same time, Bang Ji-yu and others not far away were also excited when they saw this scene. Brother Trunks hit Boros, great. The sexy prisoner clenched his fists and looked excited. Solve it. Genos looked at Boros, who had lost half of his body. Bangu shook his head. No, not yet, you forgot that both of Boros' subordinates can regenerate at super speed. You mean, Venerable Vest hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw that half of Boros' body had completely recovered. Trunks shook his head at this. Boros, are you finished? If that's the case, then the game is over. When Boros heard the words, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he was underestimated. Of course, it's not over. Boros suddenly roared, the energy in his whole body burst out again, and the whole city kept shaking for a while. As if there had been a big earthquake. Meteor outburst. All the energy of Boros was released at this moment. I saw his whole body flashing light, the whole body turned white. The next moment, a huge deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground, surrounded by spider web-like cracks. And Boros disappeared again and came to the front of Trunks, punching out. Boom. In an instant, all the energy exploded. The energy of this punch actually directly destroyed half of City A, forming an incomparably wide ravine where the punching style passed, which was extremely terrifying. Trunks. Fubuki in the sky couldn't help exclaiming. She was very worried, but she knew that she couldn't go down and cause trouble. Just when everyone was shocked by the power of Boros' punch. The battle isn't over yet. I saw that Boros kept attacking Trunks at a faster speed, and every punch hit him firmly. The power of the last blow was even more powerful, and it actually blasted the ground into a deep pit several hundred meters in size. Everyone who observed this side was stunned. Is this still an attack that humans can withstand? Mr. Trunks, is he all right? Under such a powerful attack? I'm afraid it's already more fortunate. No one can survive this kind of attack. Is the world really going to be destroyed? Brother Trunks must win. In the expectation of everyone, the aroused smoke finally dissipated, and everyone could see the situation in the deep pit clearly. I saw that Boros at this time was out of breath after the outbreak just now. Obviously, the battle just now had consumed him a lot. And the other side, the Trunks were still standing there intact. What? How is this possible? All the S-class heroes widened their eyes and looked in disbelief. After being attacked by such a devastating attack, it is still intact. Could it be that Trunks is also a weirdo? The strength is good. Boros, are you interested in becoming my subordinate? I can make your strength stronger. To be honest, the Trunks do appreciate Boros a lot. His talent potential is not weak at all, but because he has not broken his hand and his vision is too low, his strength has stagnated. If he can teach him well, maybe Boros can become the main force in the Power Conference in the future. When the time comes to let Boros play, it will definitely shine. It's better than having Master Roshi, Kling and Tian Shinhan on the field. They're all made up. At the Power Conference, it can be said that the 17th and 18th are all made up. No, you are the only one I want to defeat. It's not over yet. Boros still did not admit defeat, because he still had this trick. With a roar, Boros rushed up again. This time, however, Trunks wasn't standing still. The moment Boros rushed over, he punched out, and instantly half of Boros' body was beaten into blood mist again. This is still the result of his keeping his hand, otherwise it would be bad if he accidentally shattered the core of Boros. Boros looked at the disappearing lower body with a look of shock. He didn't even see the opponent's movements clearly. How could this be possible? Unleash all your energy, and I will destroy you along with this planet. After Boros recovered, he roared again and jumped into the sky. The powerful energy turned the surrounding earth into crimson magma. The entire planet seemed to be shaking, causing countless people to be terrified. Bangshing Roaring Cannon 237. 5. The energy in Boros' body turned into a beam of energy and shot down towards the Trunks. Everyone present at this moment could not help but fear in their hearts, is the earth really going to end? Although Boros' move claims to be able to destroy planets, it can only destroy some relatively small planets. Planets like the moon, on the earth, at most the level of washing the surface. However, Rao is so, and the power is terrifying enough. If this move really hit the ground, I am afraid that the whole world will be destroyed. Come on Trunks, gotta win. Damn guy, stand up to me now. If it's a big deal, I won't speak ill of you in the future. Fubuki and Tornado were silently cheering for him at this time. And this time, Trunks shook his head disdainfully, playing Ki Blast in front of him. It was too tender. When he slapped his backhand, Boros' energy wave was shot out and shot into the sky. What? Boros opened his mouth wide and his eyes were about to pop out. The move that he did not hesitate to use his lifespan to release with all his strength was slapped away at will. What are you kidding? It's not just that he can't accept it, the S-class heroes not far away are also dumbfounded. A move that seemed so mighty, but was blocked by an understatement. It's too easy, isn't it? It just gives them a feeling that I can do it. Chapter 117 Accepting Boros as a younger brother. Boros, you like fighting a lot. Trunks looked at Boros who was gasping for breath. Ah, yes, 35. If he hadn't liked fighting, Boros wouldn't have spent 20 years looking for the strong man that the fortune teller said. As that's so, Trunks nodded and continued. You always thought you were the strongest in universe, but you know that your vision is just too narrow. This world is much stronger than you, and your strength is nothing in my eyes. When Boros heard what he said, he suddenly couldn't believe it. Is there a lot better than him in this world? How could he not know? Having been in universe for many years, he has never seen such a powerful existence as Trunks. If you don't believe it, it's fine, then let you feel the real power. After speaking, Trunks took a breath. A powerful momentum instantly pressed against Boros. Boom. Under this powerful momentum, Boros couldn't help but knelt on the ground and trembled. Too strong. Boros, one-eyed, can see the energy of a person. At this time, in his eyes, the energy on Trunks was as vast and dazzling as the sun. How powerful is this? Only then did Boros realize that what Trunks said was true. At this moment, not only did he not feel afraid, but his whole body trembled with excitement. I really want to fight against such a strong man. Boros' eyes shone with fiery light. For a strong man like him, nothing is more frenetic than fighting. Eat this. Trunks threw a fairy bean over. After Boros took it, he looked at the green beans in his hand. What is this? It can restore your wounds and energy. Trunks briefly explained it. Hearing this, Boros threw it into his mouth without hesitation. The next moment, he was surprised to find that all his injuries and energy had really recovered. He looked closely at Trunks and said, I can be your subordinate temporarily, but when I defeat you, I will leave. Oh, no problem, you are welcome to challenge me. Trunks smiled and shrugged. Although Boros' talent is good, it is almost impossible to defeat him. The gap between the two is simply too great. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Trunks beckoned, and then he thought of something. By the way, park your spaceship in a place where no one is there. I understand. Boros nodded, then got in touch with the universe spaceship, and asked his subordinates to park the universe spaceship in a place where no one was there. Then the two jumped out of the pit and returned to the S-class heroes. Trunks, are you alright? Fubuki flew over immediately and cared. Hee, let you worry, don't worry, I'm fine. Trunks chuckled. Humph, who's worried? Tornado snorted arrogantly, but from the moment she came over, she could tell that she definitely cared about him. Trunks didn't break it either, just touched her green seaweed head. This action caused the tornado to run away again in anger. By the way, Trunks, Fubuki looked at Boros behind him and hesitated. Not only her, but even Bangu and Genos looked at Boros with vigilance. After this battle, Boros' strength gave everyone a new understanding. This is definitely an invincible guy. Don't be afraid, Boros has become my subordinate. Before defeating me, he will not shoot at will. Trunks explained with a smile. His explanation made Fubuki stunned for a moment. The others were also dumbfounded. They even took this one-eyed weirdo as their subordinate. They heard it right, but no one dared to object. Trunks are amazing. Fubuki ruffled his hair with a look of admiration on his face. Now that the matter has been resolved, then I am ready to leave. 55. Trunks smiled goodbye. Wait, Trunks When Fubuki heard that he was leaving, he immediately wanted to keep him. However, at this moment, not far away, Ziki from the Hero Association came over. Mr. Trunks, please stop. Oh, Trunks looked over suspiciously. Mr. Trunks, thank you for your service to humanity. Without you, the consequences would be unimaginable. 35. Ziki looked at Boros, and then bowed solemnly to thank him. No, it's just the right time. Trunks waved his hand. I want to invite you to become a special S-class hero on behalf of the Hero Association. What do you think? Don't worry, your treatment is given according to the first place in S rank, and the Hero Association will not force you to do anything. You can do heroic activities at will. Oh, isn't that just a name? Trunks looked at him in surprise. Ziki nodded and said, yes, it is similar to what you think, and if you have any requirements, our Hero Association will also experience help. 55. And such a good thing. This is something Trunks didn't expect. With a name, you can enjoy various treatments and help from the Hero Association. Where can you find this kind of thing? Although he doesn't come here often, but occasionally, it is more convenient to have an identity. Since the Hero Association is so kindly invited, then I agree. You agreed. Great. On behalf of the Hero Association, I thank you for joining. When Exik heard his promise, he was immediately overjoyed. With such a powerful combat power, although he could not be asked to do anything, everyone could be intimidated by just putting on a name. Including disobedient S-class heroes. There are many benefits here, please. Well, it's just a name. Trunks waved his hand, then looked at Fubuki. Flizzard, didn't you just say that you wanted to invite me to dinner? I just got hungry after a fight. Fubuki was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. Well, come with me. However, the entire City A was almost destroyed, and the personnel were evacuated, so it was not easy to find a restaurant. No way, Trunks can only bring everyone to Z City using instant transmission. Then they found a hotel and had a big meal. But he did not expect that after eating these foods, Boros was shocked. He had never eaten such delicious food before. Then he ate it in big mouthfuls. The speed was not slow at all. Are all universes all about the best food on Earth? Can't find a food that is higher than the Earth in the whole universe. Trunks are powerless to complain. Chapter 118. The Shira Field in the chat group. Xiaohui is the winner. After eating and drinking, seeing Fubuki's reluctant look on his face, Trunks had no choice but to stay. When he knew the next day, he wanted to blow the snow and say goodbye to the tornado. Before leaving, Fubuki asked reluctantly, Trunks don't know when you will be back. Well, it's the old rule, tell Saitama if you miss me, and he will inform me. Trunks laughed. Hearing his words, Fubuki nodded with a blushing face. Humph, who would miss you? 99. Tornado snorted proudly, then see you next time, bye. Trunks waved his hand and was about to leave with Boros, but he suddenly remembered something. Hey, the next time the tornadoes don't fly into the sky in this dress, it's easy to disappear, then bye. Trunks laughed, then slipped away with Boros. After hearing his words, Longjuan was stunned for a moment, and then his face instantly turned red. She also remembered what happened yesterday during the battle. Big pervert, Lolicon, next time I see you, I must teach you a good lesson, it's really hateful. Tornado's blushing face is a poisonous tongue. The Trunks, however, could no longer hear. Fubuki on the side was a little funny, but I didn't expect a very arrogant elder sister to be so angry but shy. After returning to the Dragon Ball world, Trunks started 250 teaching the use of Boros. Although Boros also has his own way of cultivation, the cultivation speed is too slow, so it is better to cultivate chi. Boros had just arrived in this world, and after seeing that Ramram and even Haitong had stronger energy than him, he finally believed what Trunks said. In this world, there are too many beings who are stronger than him. His combat strength is only a few thousand, and if it is less than 10,000, it is too weak here. So after learning how to use chi, Boros trained in the gravity room every moment. At $, the Trunks didn't bother him anymore. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Since Kong Na came to the house, she has become a group favorite. Bulma especially likes Xiao Kangna, no matter what she wants to do, she agrees. Recently, it is said that Xiao Kangna wants to make friends. So Bulma arranged for her to take classes at a nearby school, and there was a special person to pick her up every day. Ramram and Kuroko are also very close to Kona. Of course, Connor's favorite must be the Trunks who feed her delicious food. Come on. Kana opened her mouth. The bored Trunks took out the pastry sent by Xiaohui, and then threw it at Kong Na who was beside him. Ow. Kong Na jumped up and opened her mouth to catch the cake accurately, looking really cute. Come here, brother, there is still here. Hearing that there was still food, Kong Na jumped into his arms in an instant. Trunks was in a good mood as Kana fed her with her short legs. Then he looked inside the chat group. Super Saiyan. How are you all doing recently? 99. Little Thief Cat. Teacher, we met a very cute little girl named Abyss on the sea, and now we want to send her back to her hometown, Battleship Island. How about you come over? Nami looked at the chat group with great anticipation. Super Saiyan. Thinking about it, it's okay now, just when he's about to agree. Blood Red Chili Pepper. Brother Trunks, Tsunade-sensei is alone on a mission, it's so boring, can you come and accompany me? 55. Kushina was very unhappy with Nami at this time, because Trunks spent the most time with Nami. And her side, since Trunks helped her find her teacher, hadn't been here once. Night Attack Ace Killer. Trunks, we are taking a hot spring, do you want to come over? Good guy, Kai Tong has also learned the beauty trick, Trunks is powerless to complain. But thinking about it is really heartwarming. And when Nami and Kushina saw Kai Tong's words, they gritted their teeth, and they even resorted to beauty tricks. It's so nasty. Sha Shizi, group owner Trunks, it's the weekend here. I can accompany you all day today. Kasumi Hill Shiyu also participated. As the main palace, she can't let the little girls in the group be too arrogant. Xiaohui. That, I'll just forget it. 35. Tiansuohui originally planned to invite Trunks, because she participated in a halberd meal here. BEBD. Still, I gave up thinking about it. Trunks was a little surprised, he didn't expect Xiaohui to invite him too. Xiaofang. Trunks, didn't you promise to come over to me? And Grandpa is always talking about you. Unexpectedly, Xiaofang also came out to join in the fun. In the face of everyone's request, Trunks suddenly got into trouble. Where should he go now? Is this a Shira field? Ains or Gong? Ha 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 ha, it seems that Mr. Trunks is having a hard time deciding. Momonga immediately gloated over the misfortune after seeing the words of the chat group. However, Trunks' words made him unable to laugh immediately. Super Saiyan. Munga, you shouldn't experience this feeling. After all, you're just a skeleton. 99. As soon as these words came out, Momonga froze immediately. This is too shocking. There are two big beauties who can devote themselves at any time, but he is only talking about chickens. Who can understand this pain? Momonga slid away, out of sight. But he remembered that there is a thing called Dragon Ball in the world of Trunks, and wondered if he could help him restore his human body. Maybe it's time to ask sometime. Sha Shizi, group owner Trunks, tell me, where are you going? Blood Red Pepper. Brother Trunks, come to my side, I haven't seen you for a long time. Kushina directly acts like a spoiled child. Little Thief Cat. Teacher, come and teach me how to swim. When Trunks saw Nami's words, the corners of his mouth twitched. Does this guy still teach swimming? Looking for a reason, I don't know how to find a better one, this is obviously to seduce him with beauty. Night Attack Ace Killer. At this time, Xiaofang puffed up her cheeks when she saw these words. I was planning to find Trunks as my boyfriend. I didn't expect Trunks to be so popular. But she won't give up. Xiaofang. Trunks, come to my side, I can make you my boyfriend. Blood Red Chili Pepper. Hey, Xiaofang, you are still so young, how can you let Brother Trunks be your boyfriend? It's impossible, Xiaofang. Humph, I'm not too young, I'm 12 years old, and Trunks is only 7 years old. Little Thief Cat. You two are just little kids, unlike me who is already a mature big sister, Trunks should come to my side. After Nami finished speaking, she also specially asked Pei Kai to dress up in a beautiful little skirt, and then took a selfie and sent it to the chat group. Trunks looked at it, and although it was still a little green, it already showed a bumpy figure. Xiaofang. Humph, you are a disciple of Trunks, how can you have other ideas about the teacher? Seeing the constant noise in the chat group, Trunks felt a little helpless. But now a choice must be made to make them stop. Chapter 119 I am the gods of destruction. Super Saiyan. Don't worry everyone, I think I should go to Xiaohui first. As soon as these words came out, the girls immediately became quiet. If it goes to any of them, the others will definitely not be happy. But if I go to Tiansuohui's side, no one has any opinion. After all, in normal times, Nami and Kushina often ask Tiansuohui for food. As the so-called cannibalism is short, if they still want to continue to eat Tiansuohui's food, of course they don't dare to have an opinion. But Tiansuohui was stunned at this time. Unexpectedly, Trunks chose her, and she was very happy. Xiaohui. It's not good. Little Thief Cat. If it's Xiaohui, of course it doesn't matter. Sha Shizi, group owner, yes, it's no problem if it's Xiaohui, but if you can send some food red envelopes, that would be great. Blood Red Chili Pepper. That's right. That's right. 35. Xiaofang. Then I'll give up too, but the Trunks must come to my side first when they come back. Little Thief Cat. No, the teacher has to come to my side first. Blood Red Pepper. No, you should come to my side first. Looking at the chat group that was arguing again, Trunks suddenly had a headache. He simply quit the chat group, and then chatted with Tiansuohui privately. Super Saiyan. Xiaohui, please invite me. Xiaohui. Oh, okay. Ding. Group member Xiaohui has sent you an invitation, do you want to go? Yes. When Trunks reappeared, it was already in a blue sky. Let me see where Xiaohui is. He had long remembered Xiaohui's anger, so he found her location in an instant. But before going to Xiaohui again, he had to get an identity. You must know that Togetsu Academy does not welcome outsiders, let alone outsiders who don't know how to cook. So, he went directly to the office of the Commander-in-Chief of Togetsu Academy. At this time, in the office, there was a gray-haired, but very energetic old man. Seeing him, Trunks' eyes lit up. This guy seems to be the Commander-in-Chief of Togetsu Academy, Nakiri Senziman. This is the Taishan Beidou in the chef world of the Spirit of Halberd. Also one of the figures standing at the top of the chef. Exactly who the Trunks were looking for. Looking at Nakiri Senziman, Trunks rolled his eyes and suddenly had a good idea. I saw him come behind Nakiri Senziman in an instant, and then grabbed his shoulder. Instant transmission. The next moment, the two came to universe. At this moment, Nakiri Senziman reacted. He looked around and was immediately horrified. I saw that there was already a vast universe of stars around. And not far from him, there is an azure planet. What the hell is going on? Where is this place? Rao as Nakiri Senziman experienced strong winds and waves, but this is the first time I have seen this situation. Obviously, I was still dealing with things in the office just now, but I didn't expect to come to the universe starry sky in a blink of an eye. If he wasn't still awake, he would suspect that he was dreaming. Cough. Seeing Nakiri Senziman still in shock, Trunks reminded him with a light cough. Who? Nakiri Senziman heard the voice behind him and turned around immediately. However, the person in front of him shocked him again. Because at this time Trunks are in Super Saiyan God state. He exudes red arrogance, coupled with red hair and pupils, giving people a very shocking feeling. Nakiri Senziman. Trunks spoke first. I'm Nakiri Senziman, may I ask you? This one in front of them doesn't look like ordinary people, not to mention they are still in the universe starry sky. So Nakiri Senziman had to be careful. Where there is life, there is death, and where there is death, there is life. I am the gods of destruction in this universe. 39. Gods of Destruction. Nakiri Senziman was shocked. Although it was the first time he heard the title of Gods of Destruction, he did not doubt it. After all, the two of them are still in the universe at this time. If it weren't for another layer of mask around him, I'm afraid he would have been exposed to the vacuum and died. Lord Gods of Destruction, may I do anything for you? Nakiri Senziman bowed respectfully and asked. Well, it was originally here to destroy this planet. Saying that, Trunks pointed to the blue planet beside him. Well, Lord Gods of Destruction, is that planet? Nakiri Senziman looked at the blue planet beside him and felt a little familiar. For flowers, isn't this your planet? Trunks shrugged and laughed. What? Nakiri Senziman was taken aback for a moment, and then his complexion changed drastically. Because just now, Lord Gods of Destruction actually said that he would destroy this planet. That, Lord Gods of Destruction, can you please not destroy this planet? 55. At this time, Nakiri Senziman was already sweating on his forehead. He had a feeling that if the Gods of Destruction really didn't agree, the planet would disappear. Well, it is said that the food on this planet is very good. If it can satisfy me, I will not destroy the planet. Trunks finally spoke out about his purpose. At this time, he was still snickering in his heart, as long as he fooled the Commander-in-Chief of Togetsu Academy. 0. So are you worried about not being able to eat delicious food? And this is the top chef in the chef world, how delicious will his dishes be? Thinking of this made his mouth water. Don't worry, Lord Gods of Destruction, I will definitely be able to cook to your satisfaction. Nakiri Senziman looked very serious, nothing made him more confident than cooking. He believed that he could conquer the stomach of the Lord Gods of Destruction before him. Very good, but if it doesn't break it, it's not easy to cross, so be it. With that said, Trunks looked at the momentary Death Star aside. The size of this Death Star is no less than that of the Earth, and it is even bigger. Immediately afterwards, he raised a hand, condensed a spiral bullet in his hand, and then shot it out. After a few seconds, there was a dazzling light on that Death Star, because in the universe, no sound could be heard. Only cracks could be seen on the surface of the Death Star, and then the cracks expanded. The entire Death Star exploded like a watermelon. Trunks watched with interest the fireworks after the planet exploded. The fireworks after the explosion of the planet are really endless. Ah, that's right. At this time, Nakiri Senziman was more certain of the identity of Trunks' Gods of Destruction. The power to destroy the planet at will is really terrifying. He has been immersed in cooking all his life, and now he has finally opened up a new world. In front of these gods, even the most top chefs may turn into universe dust at some point. Chapter 120 Jixingliao, Tiansuohui and Mead Mei's Food Halberd. Okay, I'll take you back first. With that said, Trunks grabbed his shoulders and started an instant transmission. The next moment, the two returned to the chief teacher's office again. Seeing the familiar office, Nakiri Senziman was relieved. Trunks, on the other hand, sat unceremoniously in the position that belonged to the commander-in-chief. Nakiri Senziman did not dare to have the slightest opinion. Lord Gods of Destruction, do you want me to cook for you now? 95. Well, Not necessary now, come back when I want to eat it. Trunks thought for a while, and couldn't keep Xiaohui waiting for a long time, so he was going to go to her side first. Food, you can eat it anytime. By the way, don't call me gods of destruction here, just call me Trunks. 99. And arrange a pass for Totsuki Academy so that I can move freely in the academy. Trunks made several demands in a row. 250, no problem, Lord Trunks. Nakiri Senziman nodded in agreement. Well, there's nothing else for the time being. By the way, among the 92nd phase of Jixingliao, Tiansuohui is my person, remember to take care of it, but don't be too obvious. Clear. When Nakiri Senziman heard this, he seemed to understand something. That's all, I'll leave first, and I'll come back to you if I have something to do. With that said, Trunks disappeared into the chief engineer's office using instant transmission. Seeing him leave, Nakiri Senziman then straightened his body and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he felt that the gods of destruction's temper was not bad, it also made him feel a lot of pressure. Shaking his head and thinking about it no more, Nakiri Senziman prepared to arrange the question of the identity of Lord Gods of Destruction. This is relatively simple, as long as a message is posted in Togetsu Academy and a position is arranged. As for taking care of the little girl named Tiansuohui, it was even easier. Nakiri Senziman, who is old and mature, is not so worried that the earth will be destroyed at this time. Because this little girl named Tiansuohui is a student of Togetsu Academy. At the same time, at the gate of Jixingliao. Hey, Xiaohui, who the hell are you waiting for? 35. A petite girl with orange hair and a bun head, Yuki Yoshino, looked at Tiansuohui curiously beside her and asked. Yes, Xiaohui probably doesn't know many people in Jixingliao. Yuki Hirosoma was also puzzled. After all, everyone has just joined Jixingliao, and they have already known each other. This, Tiansuohui was a little shy and didn't know how to explain it. Seeing this, everyone is no longer embarrassed for her. By the way, Xiaohui, why did you take over that meaty halberd? That guy is not easy to mess with. 5. At this time, Ryoko, who has long red hair on the side, asked curiously. Yes, she is a member of the Nakiri Arena faction in the academy, and she is very domineering. Yoshino Yuki also nodded. It's because of the ingredients. 35. Tiansuohui hesitated for a while, but still said it. It turned out that I brought back a lot of ingredients from the One Piece world last time, especially the elephant tuna. Trunks urged her to cook quickly. However, when she was cooking, she was seen by Meat Charm. For high-end meat, Rume can be very interested. Although it was just fish, she could see at a glance that the fish that Tiansuohui took out was very precious. Therefore, the Meat Charm challenged Tiansuohui to eat the halberd. If she wins, Tiansuohui must give her some fish. If she loses, she agrees to any condition of Tiansuohui, which is obviously very confident that she will not lose. Tiansuohui originally wanted to refuse, but the Meat Charm is very domineering, so she must agree to it. Xiaohui was not good at rejecting others, so she had no choice but to agree. So the two decided to eat the halberd. That Meat Charm is too much. After listening to Xiaohui's explanation, several people were immediately filled with righteous indignation. However, I'm very curious, Xiaohui, did you get such high-grade ingredients from there? Even the guy Rami has taken a fancy to it. Sakari Ryoko was a little curious. You must know that Rume is very arrogant, and she doesn't like ordinary ingredients at all. She only likes high-end ingredients, like 5A beef. There is no way for Tiansuohui to explain this matter. After all, they won't believe it in chat groups. Forget it. No matter what it is, Xiao Wei, you must win today's halberd. Sakari Ryoko sighed and did not continue to ask. Yes, we all believe in your strength. Coping Soma also smiled and encouraged. Speaking of which, Xiaohui has changed a lot during this period of time. She was originally the kind of person who was about to be expelled from the tail end of a crane in her class, but she didn't expect to suddenly become so powerful. Yoshino Yuki looked at Tiansuohui a little strangely. That's right, I think when Xiaohui was making cooking, he often couldn't show his strength because of nervousness, but now Xiaohui is not affected by foreign objects at all. This change is too big. Sakari Ryoko said the same thing. Hearing the words of the two, everyone in Jixingliao was also a little curious. That. Xiaohui looked nervous and didn't know how to explain it. However, at this moment, a tall figure came not far away. Yo, Xiaohui, here I come. 35. Seeing Xiaohui from a distance, Trunks smiled and raised his hand to say hello. After seeing Trunks, several people in Jixingliao were stunned for a moment. Who is this person? This is too tall. It's pretty cool too. Is he someone from Xiaohui? After seeing him, several people in Jixingliao immediately started talking. Trunks, here you come. Tiansuohui ran over with a smile. Well, I'm here. Are these your classmates? 39. Trunks smiled and touched Tiansuohui's small head, then looked at Soma Yukihira and the others. Similar to his own influence, Yukio Soma, Yoshino Yuki, Sakari Ryoko, Ibazaki Jun, Marui Zenji and Ashiki Wei. These people are the people currently in Jixingliao. Who is this guy Xiaohui from you? Yoshino Yuki looked at the two of them with a surprised look. That's right, Xiaohui, should you introduce me? Sakari Ryoko folded her arms and looked like she was watching a good show. 1.3. Seeing everyone's joking eyes, Tiansuohui's shy face suddenly turned red. My name is Trunks, I'm Xiaohui's brother, thank you for taking care of Xiaohui all the time. Trunks introduced himself with a smile. It turned out to be Xiaohui's brother. Hello Trunks, you are so handsome. Yoshino Yuki leaned over and looked at him curiously. Oh, yes, thank you for the compliment. Trunks smiled slightly. It turns out that the person Xiaohui has been waiting for is your elder brother. By the way, is he a senior in the senior year? 35. Ryoko asked curiously. I'm not a student of Togetsu Academy. Trunks smiled and shook his head. When they heard that he was not a student of Tatsuki Academy, the people in Jixing Liao were a little surprised, but they were still very enthusiastic. Not alienating him just because he's not a cook. Chapter 121 God's Tongue, Nakiri Arena. After a few chats, Shen Ryoko, who has the temperament of a gentle big sister, suggested, let's go to the academy soon. The time for Xiaohui to eat the halberd is almost here, you have to prepare well. Well, that's right, let's go. The bun-headed girl Yoshino Yuki agreed with her very much. Everyone has no objection. Afterwards, the group chatted and laughed, and walked towards Togetsu Academy. After Xiaohui and everyone's explanations, Trunks understood that she was going to eat halberds with Rume. Come on, Xiaohui, you will definitely win. Trunks smiled and gave Xiaohui a thumbs up. So, Trunks, you didn't know that Xiaohui was going to eat halberds? Yoshino Yuki asked curiously. That I didn't tell bro. Tiansuohui explained with a blushing little face. Oh, that's what it is. Yoshino Yuki nodded. Anyway, Trunks is a very gentle brother. 35. Sakari Ryoko looked at 14 and smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Her words made Trunks blushed. After all, this was the first time he came to Xiaohui's side. Soon, a group of people came to the academy. Let's go to the place where the halberd is eaten first, and when the halberd is over, I can take you, Trunks, to visit Togetsu Academy. Yoshino Yuki said very enthusiastically. Yeah, then thank you Yoshino-san. Trunks smiled and nodded. Just after they left, a red-haired girl not far away picked up the phone and called out. Hey, Fishizi, how are things going? Miss Arena, I have seen that person. Oh, is that guy any different? 99. If you want to say something different, it seems that you are only tall and handsome, and you are very young, and the rest are not clear for the time being. 35. Alright then, continue to follow that person and report to me if there is any news. I see, Miss Arena. After hanging up the phone, Shinto Fishizi breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know why Arena let herself follow the strange man, she still followed. The other side, Arena thought for a while after hanging up the phone. Not long ago, her grandfather Nakiri Senziman suddenly sent news to the Tozuki Tenji Council. It is said that a very noble person will come to visit Togetsu Academy. Let them be polite when they meet, and they must also try their best to meet each other's requirements. This is the first time Nakiri Arena has heard of such a thing. It seems that even some officials at the top do not have such treatment. Although the Tatsuki Ten Masters Council was very puzzled, everyone agreed with Nakiri Senziman's solemn explanation. Nakiri Arena was curious about this person's identity, so she asked Hishiko Nito to follow that person. Now, she is even more puzzled, because Hishiko Shinto said that the other party is a very young person. What kind of noble status would such a person have? At the same time, Trunks and the others have also arrived at their destination. Xiaohui, come on, let's go to the auditorium first. Trunks smiled and waved goodbye. The game is about to start. Tiansuohui needs to go to the backstage to prepare the ingredients, and Sakari Ryoko is with her as an assistant. As for the others, they went to the auditorium and waited to watch the halberd eating match between the two. Tiansuohui nodded, still a little nervous. After all, this is her first time eating a halberd, and her opponent is still a not weak meat charm. Don't worry, with Xiaohui's strength there is no problem at all, let's go in. 9. Trunks couldn't help laughing at her nervous look. Come on, Xiaohui, come on. Several people in Jixingliao also cheered for her. Seeing this, Xiaohui also cheered for herself. Although the heart of the chef can make her very calm when cooking, not disturbed by foreign objects. But in normal times, he still looks very nervous. Then Trunks and several people from Jixingliao came to the auditorium together. As soon as he found a place to sit down, he immediately noticed several lines of sight looking over. After seeing several people on the jury's seat, his eyes lit up. The first is Nakiri Arena, who has long golden hair and purple pupils, and a proud face, and behind her is Shinto Hizuko with red hair. Then came Krillin Genshin with long blood red hair, golden pupils, and unusually sharp canine teeth. There is also Si Yingshi, a handsome guy with short white hair. Finally, there is a girl with long purple hair and a puppet, a Kakubo Momo. Unexpectedly, all the judges for Shiji this time were all members of the UNU Shiji jury. Trunks knew in his heart that this should be because Nakiri Senziman had already done what he ordered, so these people would come forward as judges. Otherwise, with this level of halberd, no one from the UNU 10 Heroes Council would come. Soon, he also saw Nakiri Senziman and the remaining Tozuki Shiji and others in the VIP seat. Obviously these guys are here to watch too. Hey, what are you kidding? The judges over there are actually Tatsuki Shiji. At this time, several people in Jixingliao also noticed the few people on the jury, and they were all surprised. It's just a halberd eater from the first year of the higher ministry. Why are the 10 heroes of UNEU coming? Yoshino Yuki was stunned, and couldn't understand the situation at all. That's right, logically speaking, they wouldn't come here. Issei Wei was also very suspicious. Several people in Jixingliao were very puzzled, but no one knew the answer. After UNEU Shiji came to serve as the jury seat, the news spread instantly. Soon the entire stadium was filled with people. At the same time, on the stage in the middle of the competition 250 venue, a girl host in a student uniform spoke up. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. The Fuji Bureau said that this showdown is the official, GG, and the master of ceremonies is Rei Kawashima, a freshman in my high school. After the opening remarks, Kawashima Rei also mischievously gestured with a scissors hand. Let the audience all cheer enthusiastically. Trunks also knew this girl. Although she was very beautiful, she was a black-bellied character and was very jealous of her fleshy figure. After being coquettish and cute, Kawashima Rei said again, then let's enter the arena lightly. The first person to enter is the invader of meat, Ikume Mito. Oh, after the appearance of Meat Charm, it immediately attracted the attention of all the audience. There is no way, after all, the Meat Charm's dress is too hot, I can't believe that this is a 15 or 6-year-old figure. There was cheers again on the field. Then it's often Tiansuohui from Jixingliao. Hearing this name, there were also some cheers on the field, but it was much worse than before. Everyone is not very familiar with this shy girl who usually doesn't show anything. Many people haven't even heard of the name. Come on, Xiaohui, come on, you must win, come on. On the Jixingliao side, Trunks and everyone cheered Tiansuohui loudly. Chapter 122 Xiaohui vs Meat Charm, Eating Halberd begins. Now let me introduce, there are 4 judges, all of them are from the 10 heroes of UNEU, and everyone must know them. When Rei Kawashima said this, the audience cheered. After all, UNEU Shiji is very popular in the academy. And this time, the theme of eating halberds is meat, and any meat can be used as the material. If Mito Ikume wins, then Tiansuohui needs to provide Mito Ikume with cherished ingredients. And if Tiansuohui wins, then Mito Yume needs to agree to any request of the other party. When Kawashima Rei's voice fell, the audience immediately began to discuss. The theme of Shiji turned out to be meat, which is a huge advantage for Mito Yume. Yes, in this way, Tiansuohui has no chance of winning. To dare to compare meat with Meat Charm is simply too stupid. That's right, no one can beat the Meat Charmer on meat. Hey, you guy actually called her name, be careful to be taught a lesson. Haha, what are you afraid of, she can't hear it anyway. There was a lot of discussion in the field, and almost everyone was not optimistic about Tiansuohui, thinking that Rume could easily defeat her. Oops, the theme turned out to be meat, Xiaohui is completely in the other party's trick. Yoshino Yuki looked worried. That's right, it's really hard for Xiaohui to beat that guy in meat. Even Ishihui is not optimistic about Tiansuohui. The current situation is indeed very unfavorable for Xiaohui, but I believe that Xiaohui will definitely win. Trunks didn't have much to worry about. Tiansuohui made a lot of meat during the time he was a little cook for him. Saiyan is a carnivore after all. Therefore, Xiaohui's attainment in meat eating is not bad at all, and it should be no problem to win the Meat Charm. At the same time, on the ring, Mito Yume looked at Tiansuohui who was very nervous, and said with a proud look, it would be better if you gave me some ingredients earlier, it is useless if you are nervous now, and the result will be the same. I will not lose to you. Although Tiansuohui is not good at rejecting others, these rare ingredients are the stuff of Trunks. She can't give it to someone else. Then let's start. Please take the 2 sides on the cooking table, and the death battle on the tip of the tongue will start now. 35. Under the announcement of Rei Kawashima, the competition officially started. The scene erupted again with enthusiastic cheers. Immediately afterwards, Tiansuohui and Mito Yume came to the cooking table respectively. Country girl, you must have never seen such superb beef. When Mito Yume came to the cooking table, she couldn't help but want to show off her high-end ingredients. And the audience at the scene exclaimed when they saw this piece of beef. For example, A5 grade Wagyu beef is not something you can buy if you want, and the price is very expensive and most people can't afford it at all. But look at Tiansuohui again. Everyone was immediately stunned, because Tiansuohui didn't even look at Mito Yume. He didn't pay any attention to Mito Yume's actions. Tiansuohui, who has entered the state, will not be affected by foreign objects at all except for cooking. So Mito Ikume's idea of showing off was completely unsuccessful. Mito Yume saw that Tiansuohui didn't pay any attention to her intentions, and her body suddenly stiffened, a little embarrassed. Immediately, he turned around angrily and began to process his own ingredients. In the audience, appeared, Yoshino Yuki exclaimed, that's right, this is Xiaohui's state after she started cooking. She won't be disturbed by foreign objects at all. Compared with the nervous appearance before, she is completely different. Aizwei couldn't help but sigh, and only he understood what it meant. It can be said that this is the chef's dream state. In this state, not only will not be disturbed by foreign objects, but the chef can exert his greatest strength. The resulting dishes can be called perfect. It is precisely because of this that Tiansuohui's grades climbed all the way from the back of the crane to the front of the class. It's really amazing. 35. The other people at the side were also very impressed. And it's not just them. Even the 4 people on the jury were surprised when they saw Tiansuohui's actions. Is this girl named Tiansuohui the student who needs to be taken care of, as my grandfather said? It's not ordinary. 35. Nakiri Arena thought to herself. Si Yingshi, Krillin Renton and Akakubo Momo on the side were also very surprised. They didn't expect Tiansuohui to be able to do this. Looks like it's a winner. At this time, Nakiri Senziman, who was in the VIP area, had already made a judgment in his heart. While one party uses top quality ingredients, the other party uses just general ingredients. But in the end the victor must be the girl. Nakiri Senziman's gaze turned to Tiansuohui. The game continues. Both of them showed their knife skills in handling ingredients, and the smooth operation made people dazzling. After a while, a burst of fragrance overflowed, so that the audience couldn't help but sniff the fragrance in the air. Trunks was also a little greedy. He thought about it and suddenly had an idea. I'll leave for a while, he said to the few people in Jixingliao beside him, and then he left. Everyone in Jixingliao suddenly looked at each other, not knowing what he was going to do. And Trunks has come to the VIP area at this time. Hey, old man, quickly arrange a seat for the judges, I want to try their dishes. Trunks instructed Nakiri Senziman unceremoniously. Nakiri Senziman was shocked when he saw him suddenly appearing beside him, and immediately bowed and said, yes, okay, Lord Trunks, I'll deal with it now. Quote, go. Trunks waved his hand, then sat in the VIP seat watching the game below and waited. After Nakiri Senziman went out, he returned shortly after. Lord Trunks, please follow him, he will take you to the jury. Nakiri Senziman said respectfully. Very good. 35. Trunks nodded, then followed behind the man. Soon the two came to the jury's seat, and at this time there was an extra seat. Lord Trunks, please sit here. 35. The young man who led the way also respectfully invited him to the jury. Trunks nodded and sat up unceremoniously. Next to him is Nakiri Arena. At this time, the four people on the jury's seat all looked at him in surprise. Yo, hello. Trunks smiled and raised his hand in greeting. Hello. Nakiri Arena and Si Yingshi, Krillin with Lee's Renton, and Akakubo Momo looked at each other, but still greeted him. The audience at the scene was also a little surprised when they saw a stranger sitting on the jury's seat. Who is this person? He was able to sit on the jury with Tatsuki Shiji, and the few people in Jixingliao were even more shocked. Unexpectedly, Trunks just said that he would leave for a while, but he ran to the judge's seat. It's unbelievable that someone who doesn't know how to cook can sit on the jury. Okay, it's time. Ding. As the bell rang, Kawashima Rei announced the end of the game. Tiansuohui and Mito Yume stopped their movements at the same time. The dishes for both of them are also ready. Kawashima Rei once again announced. Then we will enter the review process. Let's start with Mito classmates first. Mito Yume smiled confidently, and then her dishes were brought to the judge's table, one for each person. Secret yakiniku made of A5 grade Wagyu beef. Mito Ikume reported the name of his cooking. Chapter 123 Xiaohui's Great Victory, Let Rami Be the Little Cook. Opening the lid of the dish, an extremely rich aroma was inhaled into the belly. In an instant, there is an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The whole plate of beef is arranged in the shape of flowers, which looks beautiful and beautiful. Of course, Trunks is not a professional judge, he only needs to be responsible for eating. Pick up a piece of barbecue and throw it in your mouth to chew. Trunks found that so-called A5 grade beef was no more than that. Because the dinosaur meat he caught before, or the dangerous kind of meat from Kaitong, or the meat from Cheetah, has made Tiansuohui try to cook delicious food. The meat quality alone is not inferior to this so-called A5 level Wagyu beef. Rami's barbecue is also very delicious, but it's really nothing. However, Trunks do not pick, and they finish it in a few big bites. At this time, Nakiri Arena and a few people next to them are still tasting it carefully. Naturally, Nakiri Arena, who was beside him, noticed this action, and a hint of contempt suddenly appeared. Just like seeing the bumpkin entering the city, he looked disgusted. After all, she is the tongue of God. There are countless people all over the country who want to invite her to taste the food, but she will not do such a devouring thing. Trunks saw her eyes too, but didn't take it seriously. After trying Mito Yume's barbecue, Nakiri Arena and the other four also gave a more pertinent evaluation of 250. Then came Tiansuohui's cooking. Tiansuohui watched nervously as her food was served. At first, she was confused when she saw the Trunks on the jury. She had no idea why the Trunks were in that position, but it made her even more nervous. Trunks was not in the cooking state, and Tiansuohui, who was nervous again, was also a little helpless. It seems that this girl's heart still needs to grow. This is a tender beef tenderloin made of ordinary beef. Tiansuohui whispered the name of his own cooking. Immediately afterwards, her dishes were brought to the judge's table. Trunks gave Tiansuohui a thumbs up, then opened the cooking lid. Suddenly, a familiar scent came. He took a deep breath, then picked up a piece and threw it into his mouth to chew. It's still a familiar taste, but since it's just normal beef, it's almost tasteless. The taste of dishes made from high-grade ingredients is naturally better. But even so, it is much more delicious than the meaty barbecue. Nakiri Arena, Beb, Krillin Renton, and Akakubo Momo all had their eyes lit up when they ate the first piece of yakiniku. Then I couldn't stop, and I kept sending it into my mouth piece by piece. Not even slower than Trunks. When the audience saw this, there was an uproar, and people with discerning eyes could see who was winning and who was losing from the expressions of the judges. It's impossible, it's just cheap beef, how can it be better than my A5 Wagyu beef? Mito Yume looked in disbelief. At this moment, Arena Nakiri didn't know what to say, after all, Yume Mito was hers. Well, in short, your cooking level is far worse than Xiaohui. Even using ordinary beef can make more delicious dishes than you. If you are not satisfied, you can give it a try. Trunks commented with a smile. How is it possible? I don't believe it, and I'm afraid you're not a chef. You have no right to comment on me. Mito Yume stared at him fiercely, not believing his words at all. After all, how can someone who is not a chef comment on others? Mito-san, please use it. At this time, Tiansuohui handed the barbecue she made to Mito Yume. She was very angry that Trunks was questioned, and even forgot the nervousness just now. Mito Yume looked at the barbecue in front of him and took it involuntarily. Smelling the strong fragrance, she subconsciously took a sip. What kind of delicacy is this? In an instant, Mito Yume was clearly in the fantasy of food and couldn't extricate herself for a long time. When she woke up, she saw that the bowl was empty. Seeing that Mito Ikume had nothing to say, Trunks on the jury's seat naturally voted Tiansuohui to win. Then Nakiri Arena and several others did the same. Passed unanimously. The victor is Tiansuohui. Kawashima announced loudly. The audience also cheered enthusiastically. Although it was not the victory of Mito Ikume that they supported, Tiansuohui's strength also left everyone speechless. After all, it was Tozuki Shiji who served as the jury member this time. Great, Xiaohui won. I knew Xiaohui would definitely win. Haha, great. In the auditorium, several people in Jixingliao were also very happy. I lost, say what you want. Mito Yume also admitted defeat frankly, and this time she was convinced that she lost. That, I don't know what to ask for. Tiansuohui regained her nervous look again. When she took Shiji, she didn't even think about what she wanted to say. Mito Yume was originally worried that the other party was going to make excessive demands, but he didn't expect that Tiansuohui didn't know what to ask. This made it a little difficult for her. After all, as a halberd bet, it must be completed. Hey, Xiaohui, why don't you let her be your assistant? At this point, Trunks made a proposal. Usually, it is very laborious for Xiaohui to handle the fish from one piece alone. Even when some big fish struggled, Xiaohui couldn't hold back at all. If Mito Ikume came to help, it would save a lot of time and effort. As that's so, 35. Tiansuohui was stunned for a moment. That's right, Mito Yume doesn't want your precious ingredients. Let her handle the ingredients for you, and give her some as a reward. Trunks suggested with a smile. Mito Yume's eyes lit up when she heard these words. In fact, considering her birth, she was not short of money at all. Just like a precious ingredient like A5 grade beef, she can take it out at will. But she had never seen Tiansuohui's ingredients, and she only proposed this halberd when she saw her heart. That, Mito-san agrees. Since it was Trunks' request, Tiansuohui of course agreed. I take the liberty to ask, did you provide the ingredients for Tianchu's classmates? At this time, Mito Yume didn't rush to agree, but looked at Trunks. That's right, how do you agree? Trunks folded his arms and laughed. The conversation between the two also made Nakiri Arena a little surprised, but it also made them more curious about his identity. I promise, it's a bet after all, and I have no reason to refuse. Mito Yume agreed without hesitation. If she was a little reluctant before, now she is very willing. Chapter 124 led Nakiri Arena, the tongue of God, cook by herself. After eating the halberd, everyone evacuated one after another. Trunks also left with Xiaohui and everyone in Jixingliao. Before leaving, he and Mito Yume talked about his future requirements in detail. That is, Tiansuohui has to help when dealing with ingredients, and when necessary, she will also ask her to prepare food together. Of course, this request is entirely for Trunks' own sake. Mito Yume didn't hesitate and agreed. After parting, Trunks also returned to the Jixingliao with everyone. Everyone chatted and laughed together, and everyone in Jixingliao also invited him to try some of their own dishes. In return, Trunks took out some ingredients from the red envelope sent by Kai Tong. As a chef, ingredients are very important. Sometimes there are too many things to eat halberd for the sake of good ingredients. As evening approaches, it's time for Trunks to say goodbye to everyone. After all, it was getting late, and there was no place for him to live here. So Xiaohui, I'll see you next time. At the gate of Jixingliao, Trunks waved goodbye to everyone. Tiansuohui nodded obediently. She was very happy that Trunks could come to see her for the first time today. Trunks, you can come and play often in the future. Yes, everyone welcomes you. Although Trunks is not a chef, the ingredients are still great. That's right, it's no wonder that Rume wants it so much. Everyone in Jixingliao is also very friendly to Trunks. Haha, then next time you come, everyone can come and give me a taste. 55. Trunks laughed. Everyone in Jixingliao knows different dishes, including sweets, juices, and game. He wanted to have a good taste. When everyone in Jixingliao heard the words, of course they agreed in succession. Then Trunks said goodbye to everyone. But he wasn't in a hurry to go back. As early as when everyone went back to Jixingliao, Trunks had already notified Nakiri Senziman. Let's take a few Yuaniya Shiji to prepare the dishes, and the ingredients are provided by him. Presumably Nakiri Senziman is already waiting for him now. It's rare to come here once, and you have to eat and go back no matter what. For Saiyan, eating, comes second. Finding Nakiri Senziman's energy, Trunks uses instant transmission. And this time, in a separate kitchen, the kitchen is very spacious and has several counters. Compared with the cooking table used in today's competition, this place is obviously more luxurious. This is the kitchen dedicated to Nakiri Senziman, and some of Nakiri Senziman and Tozuki 10 heroes have been waiting here for a long time. Commander, who are we waiting for? Si Yingshi finally couldn't help but ask. Nakiri Arena was relatively calm, just waiting quietly beside her. But she was thinking about the man she met during the day. Who is he? Could it be that person they were waiting for? Don't ask, you'll find out later. Nakiri Senziman apparently did not intend to tell them. By the way, when you treat an adult, you must respect a little bit, understand? 99. A few people were stunned when they heard it. They had never seen Nakiri Senziman treat a person with such respect. Who is this person? It was at this time. Swish, suddenly a figure appeared in front of them out of thin air. This scene shocked the 10 heroes of UNU who were present. Although this world has the existence of supernatural power, but such an ability that appears out of thin air has never been seen before. Lord Trunks, you are here. 99. Nakiri Senziman bowed and saluted. Are you all ready? Trunks looked at it, and it was enough that 6 of the 10 heroes of UNU were already present. It's all ready and ready to start. Nakiri Senziman nodded respectfully. Well, let's get started then. Trunks nodded, then came to the ingredients area on the side, and took out all kinds of precious ingredients in the red envelope. There are huge dangerous species with the appearance of tigers sent by Kaitong, and there are fish sea kings from One Piece. And some ingredients from Shido. It can be said that there are all kinds of things, and the entire food area is instantly full. Originally, Tozuki Shiji and the others were still surprised by the commander's name for Trunks. But I didn't expect Trunks to come up with so many ingredients out of thin air. Especially the huge dangerous species, which doesn't look like a creature from the earth. The 10 heroes of UNU were all stunned. For flowers, what the hell is going on here? Even the always calm Nakiri Arena is not calm anymore. This scene is completely unscientific. This one in front of you is a god, you don't need to know about the others. Now you can start preparing your own dishes. Nakiri Senziman didn't explain too much, but Rao was so shocked. Is this person in front of him a god? Did something go wrong? Nakiri Arena is going crazy, how can there be a creature like God in this world? But thinking about the scene where Trunks appeared in an instant, and then took out so many ingredients, they had to admit it. The young man in front of me, maybe, is really a god. Well, you can start preparing your own dishes. If I am satisfied, there will be rewards. Point 0. Trunks looked at everyone with a smile. UNU Shiji looked at each other, and then began to choose ingredients. Even Nakiri Senziman was preparing to select ingredients to make dishes, which surprised everyone. But thinking about this person's identity, calmed down. However, if you want to cook these ingredients, it is not so easy. Wow, the skin of this big tiger is so thick. It can't be cut at all. A burly man, often wearing a knitted hat, named Tsusuke Megashima, was holding a kitchen knife and slashing the dangerous species with force. But no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult to break through the skin of the dangerous species. This is very embarrassing, as a chef can't cut the ingredients. But everyone did not laugh at him, because they all encountered similar problems. Because these ingredients are not common species, the skin is relatively hard and difficult to handle. Trunks was also a little helpless when he saw this, and then he took out a divine sword from the red envelope of the chat group. It was the divine sword that was drawn from Thor's back last time. Now it can only be wronged as a tool for dissecting ingredients. This divine sword, let's use it for you. With that said, he threw the divine sword over. Puff. However, the divine sword fell directly into the floor. When everyone saw this, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly, as expected of a divine sword. Tsusuke Megashima walked over to grab the hilt and wanted to pull it out, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. This is embarrassing. Chapter 125 Arena wants to follow the gods. Trunks forgot that this sword is not only very sharp, but also not light, far from being able to be pulled by ordinary people. It seems that it is not easy to eat a delicious meal. Suddenly, he thought of the fruit of the spirit tree, or he would eat one for them all, so that he would have the power to process the ingredients. However, if the body's strength suddenly soars, it cannot be controlled, which is very troublesome. Trunks thought about it and decided to divide the fruit of the spirit tree into many parts, and then let them eat. Come here and eat this. That way you'll have the strength to handle the ingredients. Trunks took out a spiritual tree fruit and used psychic power to divide the fruit into thousands of parts. Then give each person present a small pellet of the fruit of the spirit tree. When Nakiri Senziman and Tatsuki Shiji heard his words, their eyes lit up. Fruits that increase strength. This is so amazing too. Afterwards, several people all ate the small particles of the spirit tree fruit. Wow, I feel like I'm getting so strong. 250. The strong-looking man, Fukushima Tsusuke, suddenly became excited, and saw that he turned around and hugged the dangerous species with one hand. Nakiri Arena clenched her fists and felt her body full of power. Miss, my strength has also become very strong. With a look of excitement on Shinto Hishiko's face, she has been drenched this time. Nakiri Senziman, who was on the side, turned red after eating the fruit of the spirit tree, as if he had become young. Thank you Trunks-sama. Nakiri Senziman respectfully thanked him. Afterwards, Yushiji and several others also thanked him. Okay, hurry up and process the ingredients. I can't wait, remember to prepare more portions. Trunks waved his hand and sat down. And Nakiri Senziman and Togetsu Shiji also began to prepare cooking. The whole room was filled with various scents for a while. After a while, Trunks finally ate his first dish, which was seafood from Nakiri Senziman, known as the Demon King of Eaters. Trunks took a bite in anticipation, and he was shocked. Sure enough, he is indeed a top figure in the food industry, and the taste of cooking food is not ordinary. Immediately afterwards, the 10 heroes of UNU also brought their own delicacies. Let the Trunks taste enough at once. In the chat group, ding, group reminder. Group member Super Saiyan has issued a group red envelope, which can be claimed by all group members. When the group red envelope appears in the chat group, it was just a few seconds before it was snapped up. Xiaofeng. Wow, it's delicious food, it's great. Xiaofeng looked at the plate of barbecued meat that came out of the red envelope, just smelling the fragrance made her drool. Huh, Xiaofeng, what are you eating? So delicious. Little Goku passed by Xiaofeng's room, but he smelled a scent that made him drool instantly, and he couldn't walk. Oh, it's food from Trunks. Xiaofeng raised the plate in her hand and explained proudly. Wow, I smell so good, can Xiaofeng eat some for me too? Little Goku said a little embarrassedly. As a grandfather, he actually asked for food from his granddaughter Xiaofeng, which will definitely shock everyone's jaws. Well, Grandpa, I only have so much, but I'll give you half of it. Xiaofeng was a little reluctant, but she still decided to give half of it to her grandfather. Wow, it's so delicious. After eating the yakiniku, Son Goku suddenly exclaimed. Aha, Xiaofeng licked her lips and nodded. It was delicious. The only regret was that there were too few, and it was gone in one bite. At the same time, the group members in the chat group immediately became lively after receiving the food. Blood red chili pepper. Brother Trunks, what are you doing? Why are you posting so much food? Little thief cat. It's great, I have delicious food again. Saitama. Ah, my share was all taken away by Helbuki. Trunks, please take care of her. 35. Sha Shizi, group owner. It's so delicious, it feels even better than Xiaohui's cooking. All kinds of information in the chat group kept scrolling, dozens of them in an instant. Trunks can't keep up. Super Saiyan. I'm still here with Xiaohui. Now I'm asking the chefs here to prepare food for me, you see. As he said that, he took a few photos, in which Nakiri Senziman and Togetsu Tatsuki were all cooking in full swing. Trunks eat fast and give red envelopes to the group, which makes them completely unable to keep up with the speed of cooking. Xiaohui. Trunks, you haven't gone back yet. The commander-in-chief actually cooks for you, this. I'm not supposed to be the commander-in-chief's cooking. 5. Tiansuohui was stunned when she saw the food in her hand. I just thought it was full of fragrance, but I didn't expect that this was actually cooked by the headmaster of Togetsu Academy, Nakiri Senziman. At this moment, Tiansuohui was very excited. A student of Tatsuki Academy, when will she be able to personally try the dishes cooked by the commander-in-chief? I am afraid she is one of the few people. Super Saiyan. Haha, Xiaohui, don't get excited. If you want to eat, I will send you some more. Little thief cat. Teacher can't be partial. I want to. Night attack ace killer. Trunks, everyone is waiting for the food. 35. King Debbie Luke. Trunks, 2 little girls, Meng Meng and Nana, are also clamoring to eat. Do you want me to send them over? Sorcerer King Ains Gong. Although I can't eat it, my subordinates like it very much. Super Saiyan. Okay, then I'll send you some more. Trunks doesn't matter, but it's hard work for Nakiri Senziman and Togetsu Tatsuki. 3 hours later, under their constant cooking, Trunks also satisfied the group members, and at the same time, they were full. After watching the rest of the cooking, Nakiri Senziman and Togetsu Tatsuki were all very tired. Trunks nodded in satisfaction. Everyone performed very well today. As a reward, this is for you. After speaking, he took out the spirit tree fruit particles just now. Don't underestimate these particles, one can increase the battle by more than 10 points. However, this is less effective for those who do not use chi. But if that's the case, it can also make them have superhuman physiques. Thank you Trunks-sama. Nakiri Senziman and Tozuki Shiji thanked them respectfully. Trunks waved his hand. No thanks, you all deserve it, and you have to behave well when I come next time. At that time, maybe I will bring you some other good things, maybe there are things like increasing life expectancy. As soon as he finished speaking, Nakiri Senziman's eyes lit up. No one wants to die, not even the one at the top of the chef world. After all, no matter how high his cooking skills are, he is only a 1.3 mortal. Okay, then it's time for me to leave too. Trunks waved his hand and disappeared in front of several people. Is this a god? Krillin Genshin looked at the disappearing Trunks, and his eyes suddenly became brighter. As a chef, she can gain wealth, power and status in this world. But that's all, it is still unavoidable to serve the rich. So what if the other party is a god? Krillin Genshin's eyes are getting brighter and brighter, and she has decided in her heart to follow in the footsteps of the gods. This is the highest honor of being a chef. Not to mention Tozuki Shiji and several others, even Nakiri Senziman had the idea of following the gods. But after thinking about it, he gave up. After all, following the gods is not something he can decide. Besides, he's old. Nakiri Senziman's eyes suddenly turned to Nakiri Arena, and he suddenly thought of something. I can't, but my granddaughter seems to be able to. Chapter 126 Auntie Meng Meng's Surprise. Back to the Dragon Ball world side. Trunks suddenly remembered that he hadn't given Xiaohui the fruit of the spirit tree. It's all because the time is so tight today that I forgot about this. In private chat, Super Saiyan. Xiaohui, get the red envelope. Trunks sent 10 pellets of spirit tree fruit over, and it wasn't that he was stingy. But if you eat the whole fruit of the spirit tree, the strength will increase too much, and it is difficult to control. It takes a lot of time to train. And there is no danger on Tiansuohui's side, there is no need to become so strong. Eating the pellets of these spirit tree fruits is enough for her to become superhuman. Xiaohui. Huh, what is this? Super Saiyan. This is the granule of the fruit of the spirit tree, which can strengthen the body and enhance the strength. There are 10 pieces in it. You eat one first, and after you have mastered the power, eat the second one. Xiaohui. Thank you Trunks. Super Saiyan. Hee, is Xiaohui not called brother? 35. Tiansuohui's face turned slightly red when he saw his words. Xiaohui. Brother, well, that's good. Remember not to eat all the particles of the spirit tree fruit at once, otherwise the power will be out of control, and I will teach you to cultivate chi when I have time. Xiaohui. Yeah, I see. Seeing Tiansuohui so well behaved, Trunks was also very relieved. End the private chat. He looked at the group chat again and found that no one was talking. So I left the chat group and planned to take a bath and rest. Unexpectedly, Meng Meng was already waiting for him in the bathroom. Looking at Meng Meng, who was wearing only a bath towel, showing her beautiful figure. Trunks suddenly twitched the corners of his mouth. What is this little girl doing? Meng Meng, you are back. Trunks, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Meng Meng smiled and narrowed his eyes, revealing his little tiger teeth, and then rushed over. Trunks had no choice but to catch her petite body, and Meng Meng just hung around his neck. Hey, Meng Meng, I'm going to take a bath, can I play with you after I take a bath? Trunks said helplessly. Meng Meng didn't answer, but smiled in his ear. Hee. Trunks, I brought you a surprise. 35. Surprise. Trunks was a little puzzled. Anyway, it's a surprise. Hurry up and take a shower. You'll find out later. After speaking, Meng Meng got off him and walked out of the bathroom. Trunks scratched his head in confusion. Never mind, I'll find out later. He simply didn't bother to guess. When he came to the hall after taking a shower, he unexpectedly found that the door of a room was unlocked. As this room unoccupied, Trunks was a little puzzled, and he knew very well the rooms of Black Hitomi, Thor, and Connor. But this room seemed to be unoccupied before. Trunks opened the door curiously and walked in. What caught my eye was the back of a girl with long golden hair and a shawl who was changing clothes and flying. Huh, is that Thor? Trunks immediately thought of Thor. After all, Thor also has blonde hair at home, but it's obviously not from the body shape, and he doesn't have a big fat tail. At this time, the blonde girl also found the person at the door. She turned her head and looked, and her face instantly turned red. Yeah, after a scream, the blonde hair of the blonde girl turned into a fist and hit Trunks. Is it the little dark? Trunks also came back to his senses at this time. It turned out that the person in front of him who was changing clothes was Xiaoan. He easily took the golden long-haired fist, and he looked embarrassed, never expecting to encounter such a thing. This is what Aunt Meng Meng said about the surprise. It was indeed a very pleasant surprise. Well, I'm sorry, it's all a misunderstanding. Trunks tried to explain, but the words felt weak. Seeing the girl's embarrassed expression, Trunks resolutely exited the room. Woo, it wasn't until he closed the door that he breathed a sigh of relief. He, Trunks is really in a hurry, I haven't introduced Xiaoan to you yet. Meng Meng appeared in the hall at some point, showing a mocking laughter, obviously she had seen the whole process just now. Trunks was suddenly speechless. After a while, everyone knew that the Trunks were back. Trunks, Lala shouted excitedly, and then threw herself into his arms. Brother Trunks, are you back? Ramram is also very happy. Well, I'm back. 35. Trunks patted Ramram's little head and smiled. At this time, Xiaoan, who had already changed his clothes, walked out. She stared at Trunks tightly, and said something like, pervert, subconsciously. Trunks shrugged helplessly. Trunks, let me introduce you, this is Xiaoan. Meng Meng introduced him with a smile. Of course the Trunks knew he was Xiaoan, but how did the two of them know each other? Hello, Xiaoan, Trunks greeted with a smile. Pervert. Xiaoan gave him a contemptuous look, then looked away. It made him a little embarrassed. By the way, Meng Meng, how did you meet? Trunks is a little curious, how did the two of them know each other? Meng Meng explained with a smile. In fact, Xiaoan is a killer. After listening to Meng Meng's explanation, he finally understood what was going on. The reason for this is because of him. Because he and Lala got engaged, this ruined many years of preparation for the universe. These universe people originally planned to become the son-in-law of King Debbie Luke, and then came to realize their ambitions. But I didn't expect to be destroyed by a human with no background or even unknown name like Trunks. As a result, some aliens paid for Golden Darkness, known as the most dangerous assassin in the universe, to come to assassinate Trunks. Yet Trunks wasn't there at all, and no one could find him. So Xiaoan found Meng Meng and Nana. If it was before, Meng Meng and Nana might not be Xiaoan's opponents. But after eating the fruit of the spirit tree, Xiaoan was no match for any of them. After Xiaoan was defeated, the employer behind the scenes even directly lifted the bounty quest. Xiaoan, who had nowhere to go, was finally brought back to the palace by Meng Meng. After some understanding, Xiaoan also knew that Xiaoan was a kind girl. In order to help her escape from the life of a killer, Meng Meng brought her to the Trunks. So this is Trunks' side. He didn't expect to meet Xiaoan in the end. It's really good. It turns out that you are the target I want to assassinate. At this time, Xiaoan also knew the identity of Trunks. When Xiaoan comes here, forget his identity as a killer. No one will force you here. Trunks smiled. Pervert. However, the answer to him was still Xiaoan's 2 words. This made him a little helpless. Chapter 127 Shy Little Dark, Sister Bra. Trunks, don't worry, let me help you get her done. At this time, Meng Meng came to his ear and said softly. Seeing her confident look, Trunks nodded. At the same time, I couldn't help but sigh. There is a sister-in-law who helps me open a harem. It's really awesome. But he thought too much. In the next few days. Bathroom door. Trunks, I helped you put the bath water in. Go take a shower. Meng Meng came to Trunks with a smile. Oh, Trunks, who had just finished practicing, was about to take a shower, but when he opened the bathroom door. Yeah, pervert. After a scream, 2 fists turned into long golden hair slammed over. Trunks could only exit the bathroom with a wry smile. Looking at the side again, I saw that Meng Meng was already snickering. Another example is this day. Trunks, come to my room. 99. Trunks, who were just about to practice for a while, was dragged into the room by Meng Meng. However, in the room, pervert. The little dark face who was changing clothes, then used 2 big golden fists to drive him out. Meng Meng laughed heartlessly again. I said, Meng Meng, is this what you said? Help me. 39. Trunks directly gave Meng Meng, who was still giggling, a slap in the face, with a serious look on his face. Don't you like Trunks? Meng Meng was not afraid at all, and even took the initiative to hang it around his neck. 99. Trunks was a little helpless. Pat. At this time, Xiaoan opened the door and walked out. After seeing Trunks, he immediately snorted and left. Didn't Trunks realize that Xiaoan is getting more and more familiar with you? That seems to be the case. Trunks thought for a while. When he saw Xiaoan a few days ago, the other party didn't want to give him another look. However, not only did he glance at him now, but even Trunks noticed that Xiaoan's face was a little red. That's right, that's it. 99. Meng Meng looked smug. This was her plan to keep the 2 of them in constant contact in their daily lives. Otherwise, with a dark and withdrawn temperament, it would be strange to take the initiative to contact Trunks. After realizing Meng Meng's good intentions, Trunks was also a little moved. He patted his chest and praised Heiko. Meng Meng has done a very good job, just tell me. What reward do you want? I will do it no matter what it is. A reward. Meng Meng was a little moved, and then she brushed her red lips with her fingers as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, he still didn't know what Meng Meng's request was, so he took the initiative. In the chat group, Super Saiyan. At Xiaofang, has Xiaofang been practicing well recently? After waiting for a while, I didn't expect that Nami would be the first to speak. Little Thief Cat. Trunks, we have already started to escort Abyss and the Millennium Dragon Club to the Dragon Cave. Would you like to come and see? Super Saiyan. Have you come this far? But without me, you should be able to solve it too. Trunks doesn't mean to go to One Piece, so it's better to let Nami go for a while. Xiaofang. No, Trunks promised to come to my side, don't think about it, Little Thief Cat. At this time, Xiaofang was a little angry. Just because it was slower to enter the chat group, I didn't expect that Trunks was almost taken away. Super Saiyan. I did promise Xiaofang's grandfather before that he would teach them Super 4 transformations. Now is the time to fulfill the promise. 5. In order to prevent the chat group from arguing again, Trunks chatted with Xiaofang privately after saying this. Super Saiyan. Xiaofang, quickly invite me. Xiaofang. I see, I'll invite you right away. Ding. Group reminder. Group member Xiaofang invites you to go to her world. Do you want to go? Yes. The next moment, Trunks appeared over a city. He just wanted to find Xiaofang's location. Unexpectedly, Xiaofang has already flown over not far away. Trunks. 35. Xiaofang. Trunks greeted with a smile. You finally came. Xiaofang looked a little excited when she came to Trunks. What's wrong? He was a little puzzled. Why is Xiaofang so excited? Nothing. Just excited to see Trunks. Haha. Xiaofang scratched her head a little embarrassedly. Trunks, come with me, I've already bought the movie tickets, let's go to the movies. 99. After speaking, Xiaofang took his hand and left. Hey, Xiaofang, aren't we going to practice? And we're going to teach your grandfather to transform into a Super 4. Don't worry, let's go to the movies now. Helpless, Trunks can only accompany Xiaofang to the movies. When he came to the cinema, he found that the girl Xiaofang was really a little devil, and even brought him to watch a love movie. Only her little brat can understand it. Patience and Xiaofang watched the movie, then they were dragged to the playground, and finally they were dragged to dinner. After a whole day, Xiaofang did not mention the matter of cultivation. Baijia. Hey, Xiaofang has had enough fun today. Didn't you say you need to practice hard? Trunks looked helplessly at Xiaofang, who was still in high spirits. Got it. Then let's start practicing tomorrow. Xiaofang also had a good time today, of course she won't keep playing. That's good. 35. Trunks nodded in satisfaction. The next day, Trunks first came to Magnum Capsules, this time looking for Vegeta. After all, one teaches and the other also teaches, so why not teach both together? When he came here, he was light coming home, and he entered it with ease. Huh, are you, Trunks? Suddenly a girl with long blue hair, very similar to Bulma when she was young, saw him. It's Bra. How are you? Trunks didn't expect to meet Bra. Really you, brother from another world? Bra came to him curiously and looked at him. You can call it that. Trunks smiled and nodded to Lise. Of course he would be happy to have such a sister. Brother Trunks, I didn't expect that Beulah really called it that way. Hee, this is a meeting gift. Trunks took out a plate of pastries from the red envelope and handed it to Bra. Thank you brother. Beulah smelled the aroma of the pastry, and couldn't wait to start eating. Right, where's Vegeta? Dad, it should be in the training room. Bra pointed to the training room not far away. Then the two walked to the training room. Looking inside, it turns out that Vegeta is exercising hard. Since the last time I dealt with the evil baby, Dad has been practicing very hard. 55. As that's so, Trunks nodded. It seems that the last baby incident let them know that the Earth is not safe, there are still unknown dangers. Now that the younger generation of Date and Son Gohan have been abandoned, they can only rely on them. Chapter 128 Vegeta's Super 4 Transformation, teaching Xiaofang and Beulah. Vegeta. Trunks turned off the gravity in the practice room and stepped inside. Vegeta was a little angry at the sudden interruption, but her eyes lit up when she saw him. Trunks. Yeah, Vegeta, I'm here to teach you and Son Goku Super 4 transformations. Trunks said with a smile. Vegeta was a little excited when she heard it. Can I be a Super Saiyan 4 too? 35. Of course, Vegeta, your Super 4 transformation should be smoother than Son Goku. Trunks smiled and nodded. As that's so, Vegeta was even more excited when she heard it. Let's go. Let's find Son Goku, and then we can practice. Trunks grabbed Vegeta and prepare for instant transmission. Wait, I'm going too. At this time, Bra, who was beside him, caught him. Trunks thought about it for a while and nodded. Alright, you can go too, then I will teach you and Xiaofang alone. 9. Great. Blair looked excited. Soon, Trunks and Vegeta and Beulah arrive at Son Goku's house. Wow 250. Trunks and Vegeta are here. Son Goku looked delighted, obviously knowing they were coming. Okay, without further ado, let's go to the spiritual time room in the Temple of Heaven. The power of transforming into a Super 4 burst is too strong, and it can only be practiced well in the spiritual time room. Everyone has no opinion. Immediately after, Trunks brought Vegeta and Bra, Son Goku brought Xiaofang to the Temple of Heaven with instant transmission. As for Son Gohan and Son Goten, it looks like they were completely abandoned. Say hello to Dend and leave him some good food. Then the group entered the spiritual time room. Trunks, how are you going to transform into Super Saiyan IV? As soon as he entered the spiritual time room, Son Goku couldn't wait to ask. Vegeta on the side folded her arms and listened intently. As for Bra and Xiaofang, who came to the spiritual time room for the first time, they looked at it curiously. Trunks didn't speak, but took out an all-purpose capsule and threw it into the open space. Boom. After a puff of smoke, a machine appeared in front of everyone, which was Bulma's Bull's light machine. What is this? Vegeta asked suspiciously. It's called the Bur's light machine, and it can turn Saiyan into a gorilla. Trunks briefly explained it. Gorilla. 35. Son Goku and Vegeta still have some doubts. That's right, the key to transforming into a Super 4 lies in the gorilla, so we need to help you grow your tail. Trunks smiled and nodded. So that's how it is. I'll come first. Vegeta spoke first. Whoa, Vegeta, you're so crafty. Son Goku on the side was a little unwilling. Humph. Vegeta snorted triumphantly. Then Vegeta will come first. Originally, Trunks was also going to help Vegeta transform first. After all, Son Goku would lose his mind if he transformed into a gorilla. It's not easy to turn him into a Super 4. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta successfully transformed into a golden gorilla under the irradiation of Boltz's light. At this point, it is very simple. After all, Vegeta of the advanced bloodline can easily stay sane after turning into a gorilla. Needless to say, Vegeta has successfully transformed into a Super 4. This makes Son Goku very envious. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it to be so simple, what a powerful force. Vegeta, who transformed into a Super 4, shouted excitedly. At this time, his strength has surpassed Kakarot, which makes him very proud. Trunks, give me a shot too. Son Goku was also in a hurry. Hee. Don't worry, it's still a little difficult for you to transform into a Super 4. Trunks folded his arms and laughed. Why? Son Goku froze for a moment. Because you can't stay awake after turning into a giant ape, it's very difficult to turn into a Super 4. So this is BEBD, heard that. Son Goku scratched his head anxiously. Hee. Don't worry, it's just a little difficult, you can still do it if you want to become a Super 4. 99. Wow, that's great, then let's get started. The Trunks didn't talk nonsense either, illuminating Son Goku with the Bull's light directly. Sure enough, after turning into a gorilla, Son Goku had a hard time keeping his sanity and started wreaking havoc. Trunks let Vegeta watch Son Goku, beat him down, and then leave them alone. Instead, he began to teach Beulah and Xiaofang. Beulah and Xiaofang are about the same age, but Beulah is a little taller than Xiaofang. Trunks looked at the two of them and said solemnly, "Okay, I'm going to start teaching you how to practice, but I have a few words to say before practicing." "Trunks, just say it. No matter what kind of cultivation I can do." Xiaofang clenched her fist tightly and her eyes were firm. Bra hesitated, but nodded anyway. "What I'm saying is, once the training starts, you can't quit, you have to train here for a year, understand?" A year. When the two heard that they would continue to practice for a year, they immediately hesitated. Xiaofang thought for a while and asked, "Will Trunks accompany us?" "Of course, I will always guide you in your cultivation." Trunks smiled and nodded. "Okay, I promise." Xiaofang agreed without hesitation. This surprised Trunks a little. "And what about you, Bra?" Beulah was a little hesitant. She didn't like training and fighting like Xiaofang did. She has similar hobbies to ordinary girls, like shopping and playing everywhere. It's really hard for her to suddenly want her to stay here for a year. Bra looked at Trunks and then at Xiaofang. After all, it was Saiyan's arrogance in her heart that she didn't want to lose to Xiaofang. "Okay, I agree too." "Very good." Trunks nodded in satisfaction. "Take this with you." Trunks took out 2 gravity bracelets and handed them to them. "Trunks, what is this?" Xiaofang was a little curious. "The style is so pretty." Bra put the gravity bracelet directly on, and found that it was quite beautiful. Xiaofang also took it with her when she heard the words. "Wow, is this a gift from Trunks?" Xiaofang looked at the bracelet very happily. Trunks laughed a little. "This is called a gravity bracelet, which is one of my inventions. It can apply gravity to itself anytime, anywhere." "Wow, that's awesome." Xiaofang and Beulah suddenly exclaimed when they heard it. "Hee, it's just a little invention." Trunks waved his hand, thinking that you won't think it's amazing after a while. "Okay, let's turn on gravity first." With that said, Trunks began to teach them how to use the gravity band. Gravity added quickly, making Xiaofang and Beulah miserable. However, this is only the beginning of training. For the next year, the two of them will undergo the diabolical training of Trunks. Chapter 129. Looking forward to fighting Beerus, an invitation from Momonga. Inside the spiritual time house. A year passed quickly. At this time, in the boundless white space, Chuan Super Saiyan Trunks is fighting Super 4 Vegeta and Super 4 Goku. Drink. Vegeta and Son Goku roared, punching and kicking furiously. Bang bang bang. The speed of the three was extremely fast, and even Xiaofang and Beulah below could barely see clearly. However, the Trunks still easily blocked the attack of the two men. Trunks are awesome. Both Beulah and Xiaofang were stunned. They didn't expect Trunks to be so powerful, blocking their attacks at the same time. After a year of training, the unsurprising Son Goku has also successfully transformed into a Super 4. The time after that is the battle between Vegeta and Son Goku. Occasionally the Trunks will also fight them. After a year of training, Xiaofang and Beulah have experienced a terrifying increase in their strength, and their normal combat power is already close to that of Son Gohan. I think it will not take long to completely surpass Son Gohan and others. Come on Trunks. 35. Come on brother. Obviously Trunks has the upper hand, but Bra and Xiaofang are still cheering him on. Seeing this, Trunks didn't want to continue playing, and practiced for another year. At this time, he has been practicing in the spiritual time room for 4 years, and he is about to be 8 years old. In other words, he was already 12 years old at this time. Of course, these are not important. The important thing is that he no longer wants to stay in the spiritual time room. Drink. Suddenly he drank lightly, and his speed suddenly increased. Bang bang. 2 punches sent Son Goku and Vegeta flying in the air. Okay, the battle is over here. Trunks returned to normal, signaling the end of the fight. Now that Son Goku and Vegeta are in the Super 4 state, they are no longer his opponents for super transformation. Then several people left the spiritual time house together. Wow, it's finally out. As soon as they came out, Bra and Xiaofang were overjoyed, and the year in the spiritual time house was simply too hard. They said they never wanted to go back for the rest of their lives. Then, it's time to part. Trunks stretched and he was ready to go back. After coming out for a year, he also misses Lala and the others very, very much. Ah, Trunks, you are going back. When they heard that he was going back, Xiaofang and Bra immediately became unhappy. Hee, don't worry, I will come again in the future. Trunks touched the heads of the 2 little girls and smiled. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Hell should be in chaos soon, and I'm afraid there will be strong enemies by then. Trunks suddenly remembered that they will experience the Super Android 17 battle in a while. However, as long as Son Goku and Vegeta don't waver, they'll have no problem defeating Super Cyborg 17. Really, I'm looking forward to it. Not only did his words not frighten Son Goku and Vegeta, but they made both of them fight. Okay, then we'll see you next time. 35. Trunks waved and laughed. Next time we're in a fight, I won't lose. Ha ha ha. Well, I won't lose either. Brother Trunks, remember to come and see me more. Do not worry. After saying goodbye to everyone, Trunks returned to the Dragon Ball world. After cultivating in the spiritual time house for another year, his strength has also improved rapidly. Next, he prepared salted fish for a while. Now he doesn't know how far his strength has reached. According to the original book, when he first met Beerus, Beerus once said that Super Saiyan God has 70% of his strength. This is complete bullshit, but it's not all deceitful. If there are no 7 floors, at least one should be at least according to the lowest. And now there are more than 3 years left before Beerus appears. Trunks is not sure how far his current Super Saiyan strength is compared to Son Goku's Super Saiyan strength in the original novel. But I think if I use the Super 4 transformation, I should be able to fight Beerus with all my strength. Of course, this is just his guess. How strong Beerus is, we still need to fight to know. Trunks is very much looking forward to this day. The next day, Trunks, who wanted to stay at home in Salted Fish, suddenly received a private chat. Ains Ergen. I need your help, Mr. Trunks. Momonga's tone is very respectful. After all, how terrifying the strength of Trunks is, he is obvious to all. For flowers, respect for the strong is also a guideline for adventures in another world. Super Saiyan. Oh, Momonga, what do you have to say? 35. Trunks did not agree immediately. After all, he is not short of points now. Of course, it wasn't that there was no shortage, but Momonga wouldn't bring him many points even if he had a mission. Might as well let other people in the group do the task. After all, he can't always complete the task alone. The Sorcerer King Ains Ergen. It's like this. Because I was betrayed by 2 members of the guild, I would like to ask Mr. Trunks for help. 39. Super Saiyan. Oh, that's how it is. Point 0. Didn't expect this to happen. Trunks did know that Shultir Bradford of the Momonga Guild would be hit by the world-class item, Allure, while gathering intelligence. As a result, Shultir left the Union and became a neutral monster. That is to say, once someone enters her attack range, she will attack without hesitation. Unexpectedly, even Albedo was caught. No wonder he would beg for him. The original book was only Shultir alone. Momonga dispatched a lot of kryptonite procs to win with difficulty. Now that there is an Albedo, Momonga certainly won't be impulsive. There is no way for him to defeat both of them at the same time. If the Union subordinates go together, he will suffer heavy losses. At this moment, the chat group posted the task. Although everyone in the chat group has a very good relationship with him, it is too domineering. Trunks deliberately gave the task to Kai Tong. After all, he can't always take the task alone. Task reward. 30,000 points in a group lottery draw. Ding. Trigger the task. The group members ask for help. Task requirements. Help the group member Ains Ergen, the Sorcerer King, to defeat the 2 betrayed members. Mission limit. Only 1 person can access the mission. Super Saiyan. Munga, why don't you let Akihito do this task? Trunks looked at the quest requirements, and this quest can be easily accomplished by Saitama and Cheetah. And Akihito can also do it easily. Chapter 130 Mission Objective, Shultir and Albedo. But Momonga frowned when he saw it. He didn't expect Trunks to refuse. Ains Ergen Sorcerer King. Actually, I have one more thing, and I want to ask Mr. Trunks for help. What? Seeing Momonga's words, Trunks was stunned for a while, and immediately understood why Momonga was looking for him. It turns out that the drunkard's intention is not the wine. Super Saiyan. No problem, the group members should help each other. Sorcerer King Ains Ergen. That's it. I want to use the Dragon Ball from Mr. Trunks. Trunks knew what he was going to do when he saw the beginning of his words. This is to ask Shenron to help him restore his body. Super Saiyan. No problem, Dragon Ball is idle anyway, come and use it. Trunks agreed without much hesitation. 250, is only a small wish after all. Ains Ergen. Thank you so much. As a reward, I would like to entrust this task to Mr. Trunks. Momonga was forced to, and he didn't have anything of value to hand over to Trunks. Even the world-class props that are very precious to him are of little use to Trunks. So I can only use my points and that as a reward. Super Saiyan. Well then, since Momonga said so, he couldn't refuse. After thinking about it, completing the task by yourself is not much different from Kai Tong completing the task. Ding. Group prompt. Do you accept the mission? Yes. Trunks didn't waste time and took over the task directly. The next moment, he had already come to a white glacier world. At a glance, all around are icebergs of stages. Who dares to break into the glacier world? Suddenly the ground trembled. Dong dong. A monster with a height of nearly 3 meters and an ice blue body holding a battle axe walked out from behind the iceberg. When Trunks saw this guy, he immediately recognized it. Isn't this Cocytus known as Glacier Ruler? One of Momonga's subordinates. In other words, this is the 5th floor of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. I didn't expect it to appear here. Trunks opens the chat group to chat with Momonga in private. Super Saiyan. Munga, I'm already on the 5th floor. However, when he was chatting privately, Cocytus had already slashed over with a battle axe. Boom. Trunks didn't turn his head, the 2 fingers gripped the axe with ease. This made Cocytus stunned, and then he became angry. The strongest form of Cocytus is that he holds weapons in all 4 hands, so he is called the strongest in weapon warfare. I saw that he took out a weapon in all 4 hands. The human in front of him can catch one of his weapons, so what about more weapons? Roar. Cocytus roared, and the other 3 weapons also chopped down. Trunks glanced at it, and then the 2 fingers holding the giant axe squeezed slightly, and Cocytus was thrown out in an instant. It hit the iceberg, causing the ground to tremble. This time, Cocytus was completely blinded, and he was instantly knocked down. Cocytus was so angry that he got up and rushed up again. However, at this moment, a figure flickered and appeared. It was Momonga's skeleton frame. Stop Cocytus. 99. Ains-sama. Cocytus was stunned for a moment when he saw the person coming, and immediately put away his weapons. To Ains-ul Gown, it had absolute loyalty. At this time in the guild hall, except for Shultir Bradford and Albedo, who had defected, all the guardians of each class had arrived. Then let me introduce it here first. After a pause, Momonga looked at several of his subordinates and continued, this is Super Saiyan God, and I specially invited him here to help us. 359. Haha, Momonga, don't be so serious. Just call me Trunks. Trunks waved his hands and laughed. Mr. Trunks, I beg your pardon. 35. Cocytus bowed and made a solemn apology. Just now, he took action against the person invited by Ains-sama without authorization. This was his fault. It doesn't matter, those who don't know are not guilty. Trunks didn't take what had just happened to his mind at all. Momonga let out a sigh of relief when he heard that. Ains-sama, did Mr. Trunks come here to deal with the betrayal of Shultir and Albedo? At this moment, the elf girl Aura asked curiously. A few days ago there was a betrayal of members in the guild, which made the entire guild members very angry. It's a pity that Ains-sama didn't let them take action at all, which made them very helpless. However, they all knew that Ains-sama was doing this to protect them. That's right, I'm here this time to solve this problem. Trunks volunteered to explain. If you leave this matter to you, Mr. Trunks, you'll be fine. Momonga certainly trusts Trunks a lot. Well, let's go now without further ado. Trunks also don't want to waste time. It is good. Momonga also nodded. Immediately afterwards, a scepter appeared in his hand, and the scepter lightly tapped, and suddenly a space channel was opened. This is the gateway to the outside world. Mr. Trunks, please come with me. Momonga said something, and then walked into the space channel. Trunks saw this and followed. Finally, Demiurge, Aura, and Mare were free. When they passed through the space passage, they came to a deep forest, surrounded by tall trees and greenery. Mr. Trunks, Shultir and Albedo are ahead. Momonga pointed forward. Oh, all right, just watch from a distance. I'll deal with them. Trunks nodded, then walked forward alone. Lord Ains, Mr. Trunks, he's all right. After all, Mare and the others have not seen the strength of Trunks, so they are still a little worried. 1.3. Don't worry, for him, it couldn't be easier. Momonga's words were very firm. This made the three of Mare feel relieved. At this time, the two of them seemed to be in a standby state, standing still. It can be seen from the surrounding stump fragments that once it enters the opponent's attack range, it will be severely attacked by the opponent. Obviously, there has been a very fierce battle here before. After the Trunks passed through the deep forest, they came to a plain area. The two were Shultir and Albedo. There is a girl wrapped in red armor, and a girl wearing black full coverage armor. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. The plains are full of stumps, broken arms and potholes. And in the center of these stumps, Chapter 131 Neutral Monsters. Shultir and Albedo's submission. After seeing Shultir and Albedo, Trunks walked over without hesitation. Are you going to start? On the hillside in the distance, Momonga, Mare, Aura, and Demiurge were watching. At the same time, after sensing the approach of Trunks, Shultir and Albedo raised their heads at the same time. Humans dare to break into my territory, damn it. Albedo hated humans the most, and regarded humans as beings like ants. She rushed over as soon as she finished speaking. The world-class prop in his hand, the Abyss of Hell, turned into a huge black axe and spear and slashed over, with astonishing power. Shultir on the other side was not slow, and the weapon in her hand was a dropper spear, which was a divine-level magic item. Powerful, and has the special effect of attacking blood-sucking. Facing the simultaneous attack of the two, the corners of Trunks' mouth rose. As soon as he stretched out a finger, he blocked Albedo's black axe blade. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out a finger again and pressed against the tip of Shultir's dropper spear, making a crisp sound. Amazing. On the hillside not far away, the three of Mare were stunned, and they were able to block Shultir and Albedo's attacks so lightly. 14. This is really unbelievable for them, to know that Shultir and Albedo's strengths are in the forefront of the guild. No one present dared to say that they could easily defeat the opponent. At this time, Trunks actually blocked the attack of the two with just one finger. This shocked the three of Mare. Shultir and Albedo were also stunned, but they did not hesitate to attack again. Trunks still just stretched out a finger and easily blocked the attack of the two. Bang bang bang. As the two continued to attack, they seemed to have discovered that he could not help him. I saw Shultir suddenly fly into the sky, and a silver-white spear condensed in her hand. Clean throwing guns. With a coquettish shout, Shultir instantly threw the spear in her hand, targeting the Trunks. This gun is added with familiarity, and most people can't avoid it. Of course, Trunks didn't want to hide either, just sticking out a finger. Boom. The fingertips and the spear tip touched together, and the powerful magic tore apart the clouds in the sky. However, this move is useless at all, and it is still easily blocked by a finger. How is this possible? Shultir was stunned for a moment. One of her most powerful skills had no effect at all. This made her a little unbelievable. Humph, let me come. Seeing that Shultir's attack was useless, Albedo on the side snorted coldly, then rushed up with the black axe. Don't look at her as a succubus, but she is known as the strongest shield and one of the NPC's best at hand-to-hand combat in the guild. I saw her jumping high, holding the black axe and spear in both hands to slash Washan Mountain. The whole person fell like a meteor and slashed towards Trunks. The power of this blow is quite good. Trunks still just stretched out a finger and tapped lightly on the blade of the axe. Boom! The earth trembled, and countless cracks appeared around it. However, such a powerful move was still easily blocked. He was fine, but Albedo was stunned by the force of the shock, causing Jen's hands to go numb. So strong. Albedo looked at the human in front of her in shock. To be able to catch her full blow, even she had to admit the strength of the man in front of her. However, she did not admit defeat, and continued to attack with her black axe and spear clenched tightly. On the other hand, Shultir was preparing to release magic. First, she released Soul of the Brave, which was one of Shultir's trump card moves. It can create an artificial object with the same value as its own armed ability, resistance, etc., which is equivalent to a clone. The disadvantage is that it lacks the ability to activate magic and some special skills. At the same time, she activated the Summon 10th Order Monster, and the 10th Order Monster summoned was very powerful, although it was weaker for their level. However, it can also act as a restraint. After doing all this, Shultir joined the battle again. Shultir and Albedo, plus a clone, kept besieging the Trunks. At the same time, monsters in the sky and harassment from time to time. Facing such a siege, the three of Mare who were not far away could not help but sweat for him. If they are allowed to play, I am afraid they will lose in an instant. However, the Trunks at this time can be said to be easy and can't be easier. 35. After Trunks blocked Albedo and Shultir's attacks again, he couldn't help yawning. However, this action immediately made the two even more angry. Okay, the game can be over. Trunks didn't want to keep playing, so it was better to fix it sooner. Seeing him slap him casually, Albedo and Shultir were sent flying in an instant. And Shultir's clone also disappeared. At the same time, with a flick of the Trunks, several 10th Order monsters in the sky exploded instantly. In an instant, the situation in the field reversed. Shultir and Albedo fell to the ground with serious injuries, but both of them had healing magic, and they stood up again soon. The two rushed over again. Trunks showed no mercy and knocked the two away again. Now the two were even more embarrassed. But they still struggled to get up. Hey, you two have already lost, do you want to continue fighting? Trunks have some headaches, do they really want to kill them? Then bring Momonga back to life. It's a pity that he can't do such a tricky thing. Just when he was in a dilemma, he didn't expect Shultir and Albedo to come to him and kneel respectfully on one knee. What are you doing? Trunks looked at them with a bewildered expression. My Cheetah Bradford is willing to submit to you and serve you as your master, and I swear by my soul that I will never betray you. Shultir raised her head and looked at Trunks with fiery eyes, and then swore an oath. At the same time as this 250. Albedo also swore the same oath as Shultir. My Albedo is willing to submit to you and serve you as lord, and I swear by my soul that I will never betray you. After the two of them made their vows, a beam of light flew from their bodies into Trunks' body. Immediately after that, he could feel Shultir and Albedo's thoughts. The Trunks then understood why the two of them swore allegiance. It turned out that it was because he was completely defeated that the two who were originally neutral chose to surrender. Trunks is a little speechless. How should he explain to Momonga now? He directly subdued the two generals in his guild. Looking at the two still respectfully kneeling on one knee, Trunks said helplessly, you guys get up first. Yes, master. Shultir and Albedo agreed and stood up. Stop calling me master, just call me Trunks. Then the three of them walked towards Momonga together. Trunks looked at Shultir and Albedo behind him and said helplessly, they seem to have recognized me as the master. I don't know if this is resolved. 99. As soon as these words came out, the three of Mare were shocked. Yes, Lord Trunks. All right, Mr. Trunks, is it resolved? Trunks nodded helplessly when he heard the title. Mare and Aura looked at him excitedly. Chapter 132 Harem Plus 2, Ask Shenron for help. One had to know that Shultir and Albedo were the mainstays of the guild, so how could they recognize others as masters? This will greatly weaken the strength of the guild, and there is a very deep bond between the partners in the guild, how can they be handed over to others? Mare, Aura, and Demiurge all turned their attention to Ain-sama. Yeah, I have already understood the matter, but this is something I knew before, so there is no need to be surprised. Momonga's answer surprised everyone. Trunks didn't expect Momonga to know that there would be such a result. He remembered that in the original book, he seemed to have killed Shultir directly before resurrecting him. On the other hand, Mare and the others were surprised that Ain-sama knew about such a result for a long time. Why was that? I had already guessed that Shultir and Albedo were in a neutral state before. As long as they were defeated with great power, they would have a chance to gain their allegiance. In addition to this, you can directly destroy them and then revive them, but it is very difficult to do so, and the gold coins spent are not a small amount. It is definitely easier for the latter to let the other party admit defeat and take the initiative to surrender and directly kill the other party. But Momonga couldn't do either of these options. Moreover, in order to revive Shultir in the original book, most of the guild's gold coins were spent. If two people are to be resurrected now, gold coins are simply not enough. All flying squirrels are arranged this way. The three of Mare lowered their heads when they heard it, and obviously knew that this was indeed the case. Haha, Ain-sama, although I can no longer serve you, I still respect you very much. 35. Although Shultier recognized Momonga's identity, she couldn't remember what happened before. Ain-sama, it is a pity that I cannot continue to serve you, but I have found a new master. 99. Albedo looked at Trunks with fiery eyes. I hope you will have a better life with Mr. Trunks. 95. Momonga's eyes were a little reluctant. After all, he was a guild companion who had been with him for so long. Ding. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan for completing the task, getting 30,000 points in a group lottery draw. At this time, Trunks also received a task completion notification from the chat group. Although not many, mosquito legs are also neat. And the biggest gain this time is not the points in group lottery opportunities, but the 2 loyal subordinates behind him. Okay, now that the mission is complete, Momonga, come with me to my side. I think you can use Dragon Ball to restore your human body right away. It's over, and Trunks isn't going to stay any longer. That's fine too. Momonga nodded, and then instructed Mare and the others, go back and protect the great underground tomb of Nazarick first. I have some things to do, and I will be back soon. Yes, Ain-sama. The 3 of Mare nodded respectfully, then opened the space channel and left. Immediately afterwards, Trunks returned to the Dragon Ball world with a few people. Just came back and happened to meet Meng. Dream. 35. Trunks, you're back. Meng was a little surprised, and immediately trotted over with a smile. Well, you help me arrange the 2 of them first, I have other things to do. Trunks ordered. Meng looked at Shultier and Albedo, and at Momonga's skeleton frame, and was suddenly curious. But she didn't ask much. No problem. Then please. Trunks nodded, then launched instant transmission, and disappeared with Momonga in place. After they leave, Meng looked at the 2 girls with curiosity and asked, by the way, what's your name? What's your relationship with Trunks? Shultier and Albedo were obviously not human, so Meng asked this question. My name is Shultier Bradfrin, I'm a vampire, and Lord Trunks is my master. My name is Albedo, I am a succubus, and we swear our allegiance to Lord Trunks. Meng was a little surprised when she heard the answers of the 2. Unexpectedly, these 2, one is a vampire, and the other is a succubus. It seems that Harem Paradise has increased its staff again. The other side, Trunks took out the Dragon Ball radar and scanned the location of the Dragon Ball scattered across the earth. Then use instant transmission. In just a few moments, all 7 Dragon Balls have been collected. Is this the Dragon Ball? Momonga was a little excited at this time, because he was finally going to turn back into a human. Yes, the next step is to summon Shenron. Trunks smiled and nodded. Come out, Shenron. 35. Ended with the sound of the mantra. The next moment, a golden light shot into the sky from the Dragon Ball. Shenron hovering above the sky appeared in front of the 2. Say your wishes, no matter what wishes, I can do them. Shenron's domineering responder summons. Trunks pouted. Although Shenron said it every time, there were many limits to what it could achieve. It is simply impossible for any wish to come true. Okay, tell me your wish. 35. Trunks urged Momonga, who was beside him in a daze. Okay. Momonga is about to become an ordinary human, which makes Momonga very nervous. Shenron, let me have a human body. The words fell, Shenron's eyes flashed red, and then he said, this wish is very simple. Immediately after, a red light beam shot out of Shenron's eyes, and the target was Momonga. After Momonga was hit by the red light, the light flashed away in an instant. Immediately after that, Momonga changed back to his original human appearance. Momonga took a look at himself, and suddenly became excited. It's great, I've finally changed back, and I don't need to look like that skeleton anymore. 39. He was so excited that his tears almost fell. God knows how helpless he was after he became a skeleton. Your wish has been fulfilled, then goodbye. After Shenron finished saying this, he suddenly turned into a few rays of light that shot into the distance. Momonga, congratulations on your becoming a human again. Trunks congratulated Momonga looking at the excited face. Thank you. If it weren't for you, Trunks, I'm afraid I'd only be a skeleton for the rest of my life. Momonga looked grateful. Haha, this is what I should do. 99. He earned it no matter what, so Trunks was a little embarrassed. However, if I return to being human, many of my skills seem to be no longer available. Momonga suddenly frowned. Before his occupation was a skeleton magician, and now he has changed back to a human, and many magics cannot be used. Strength has been greatly weakened. However, there is no way to do this. If you are strong, you can continue to become stronger. Isn't that what the chat group does? Momonga is very optimistic. Yeah, that's right, if you need any help, just come to me. Trunks smiled and nodded. Well, that's it, then. Momonga also showed a hearty smile. Chapter 133 Buu's Deformed Ray, Become Supreme Kai. After dealing with Momonga, Trunks is back in the salted fish state. But there was one thing that troubled him. Because Shultier and Albedo always liked it was too enthusiastic, Albedo was okay to say, after all, she was a succubus. But Shultier's words, Trunks always recalled her body. Don't look at her now as a young lady and a little lowly, but her body is a real ancestor of vampires, shaped like a lamprey with long hair. Trunks shudders at the thought of her mouth full of fangs and a long tongue sticking out. But on second thought, this long tongue looks pretty good too. This is not right, very wrong. After there is a lowly vampire and a mature succubus in the family, everyone gets along relatively happily. Of course, that's because neither of them can fight. Even the strength of Ram Lem's two little Lolitas is far superior to them. After all, Ram ate the fruit of the spirit tree. In his spare time, Trunks entered the chat group, intending to use up a group lottery opportunity for the task reward. Do you want to start the group lottery? Yes. Ding. Group lottery starts. Ding. Congrats to the group member Super Saiyan, who obtained the Buu ability, Deforming Light. Description: the release of light can turn the hit person into any 250 objects. It turned out to be this move. This move can be said to be one of Buu's most eye-catching moves. Many people in the original book had this move, and even Vegeta had this move. After the average person is turned into jelly beans or chocolate, there is no way to fight back. Only those who are stronger than themselves can resist. And once the transformed object is destroyed, such as the jelly beans are crushed, then the person will surely die. That's a good move. Trunks' fingers released a pink light that hit the cleaning robot in the training room. In an instant, the robot in front of him turned into a piece of chocolate. He picked it up and saw that it was exactly the same as real chocolate. This is great, and unlike Buu who only turns people into candy, Trunks thinks more. Since this trick can change any object, it is natural to change gold at will. This is followed by swords, Dragon Ball radar, clothes, cars, and more. It can be said that what you want can be changed. Now there's one more question, since Buu is able to turn humans into real candies. Can a dead thing become a living thing? Once the dead BEBD can become living, what is the difference with the creator? Thinking of this, Trunks was very excited. I saw a pink light shot out of his hand, hitting the car that was just transformed. Make me a cat. The next moment, something magical happened. The car gradually got smaller and turned into the white kitten that Trunks imagined. Meow. The new kitten licked its paws and jumped into Trunks' arms. It turned out to be a real success. 9. Trunks looked surprised, but he didn't expect that he could actually turn dead things into living things. Touching the soft fur of the white kitten, he could feel that there was no difference between the kitten and the real cat. Suddenly he thought of a question. So does the original Kid Buu do this morphing light? Is this morphing light an ability only after absorbing the Great Supreme Kai? Gods of Destruction is in charge of destruction, while Supreme Kai is in charge of creation. Perhaps this move is the ability inherited from the Supreme Kai. Thinking of this, Trunks was very excited, but he didn't expect that he would have the ability to create all things. This is awesome. Trunks, where did this kitty come from? Nana originally wanted to play with Trunks, but she didn't expect to have a kitten in his arms. Nana's little devil tail has the ability to telepathically communicate with animals, so she likes small animals very much. The kitten is coming to my arms. Nana stretched out her hand with a smile. Meow. The kitten came to Meng Meng very well, and licked Meng Meng's little hand. It turns out that the kitten is hungry. But where is the kitten to eat? When Meng Meng's little devil tail touched the kitten, he immediately understood what the kitten wanted. Don't worry, I have something for kittens to eat here. 35. Saying that, Trunks stretched out his palm and used deformed light on the vellus hairs on his palm. The pink light flashed, and instantly a bag of cat food appeared out of thin air. Wow, Trunks, what ability is this? Nana exclaimed, like a curious kitten. Hee, it's just a small trick. Trunks' smile was a little smug. He suddenly had a whim. If you pluck out the hairs and then turn into a monkey, would you be able to make a cameo appearance as Monkey King? Amazing. Although she didn't quite understand it, Nana still felt very powerful. She reached out to take the cat food from Trunks. But it was dodged by Trunks. Nana was stunned. Cough. If Nana wants to, she must satisfy one of my requirements. Trunks coughed dryly. What's the request? Nana puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Cough. Nana has to touch my tail. Trunks whispered in Nana's ear. Nana's ears turned red when she heard his words. Don't want. Nana shook her head decisively, knowing that the tail is her sensitive part if someone touches it. Don't forget it, there seems to be no cat food at home. With that said, Trunks got up and prepared to leave. Wait, only touch. 99. No problem at all, Trunks chuckled. In fact, he has touched Lala's tail, and the reaction is very cute. I just don't know how Nana, who has always been arrogant, will react. After a long time, Nana blushed, hugged the kitten and cat food and ran away. Trunks laughed, and Nana's reaction was really funny. What? At this time, Meng Meng also came to the training room, but happened to meet Nana who blushed and ran away. Do Trunks like to touch their tails? You can touch mine too. Meng Meng smiled sweetly and came to him. At this time, another figure rushed over from the door. Trunks, you can touch my tail too. 35. The person who came was Thor, and I saw her holding her plump tail and handing it over. If it's Trunks, I can too. Unexpectedly, Shao Kangna also ran in. Shao Kangna's tail is like a ball of wool, and it can also be turned into a plug, which is quite interesting. Hi, H. At the door, Shaolin looked at him with contempt. Trunks didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this. He didn't expect that, he just wanted to make fun of Nana, but everyone found out. Now, in Xiaoyan's mind, he is sitting on the image of Hai. Chapter 134 Dragon Ball GT, Super Number 17 debuts. The months passed slowly. During this time, apart from simple daily practice, Trunks went shopping with Shiyu, or went on adventures to the world of One Piece. Otherwise, go to Chitong to perform a miracle, let the people of the Imperial City feel that God is with them, and then play with the goddesses. Or find Kushina and flirt with Tsunade by the way. All in all, the past few months have been very fulfilling. On this day, a group task was suddenly triggered in the chat group. Ding! Trigger the group task. The group members ask for help. Task requirements. Save the world where Xiaofeng lives and defeat the undead and super cyborg number 17 who have returned from hell. Task limit. There is no limit to the number of people, all group members can take tasks at will. Task reward. A total of 10 million points and 5 group lottery opportunities. The task points are allocated according to the contribution of group members. When this task appeared in the chat group immediately became lively. Sha Shizi, group owner, is there another danger on Xiaofeng's side? What's going on? King Debbie Luke. It should be dangerous. Sorcerer King Ains Gong. The reward for this quest is much higher than the last time, and it must be another formidable enemy. Little Thief Cat. By the way, isn't the teacher here? Blood Red Pepper. Xiaofeng didn't come out to speak. Super Saiyan. I'm here, I probably know what's going on. Xiaofeng. Huh, I just had an abnormality here. I didn't expect the chat group to post a task. 5. Thor. Xiaofeng, what happened? Speak up and Trunks will definitely help you. Blood Red Pepper. Yes. Yes, although Kushina always quarrels with Xiaofeng, the relationship between the two is actually very good. Xiaofeng. Actually, I'm not very clear, it should be what Trunks said about the chaos in hell. The last time they came out of the spirit time room to say goodbye, Trunks had reminded them that in a few months, hell would return to chaos. It wasn't exactly clear what happened. At this time, Xiaofeng and Son Goku can only see the passage of hell and earth in the sky. As for what happened, she really didn't know. Without waiting for everyone to ask, Trunks began to explain. Super Saiyan. That's how it happened. The scientist named Dr. Liao who made baby last time is dead, isn't he? He met Dr. Gallo who made the android in hell. This time, the connection between hell and earth is the masterpiece of these two people, and more than that. 35. Dr. Gallo created the cyborg number 17 in hell, and as long as it fuses with the number 17 in the world, it can create the super no. 17. Xiaofeng. Is super number 17 strong? How does it compare to baby? Super Saiyan. It's really strong, and it's much stronger than baby. The sorcerer King Ains Gong. No wonder there are so many quest points this time, it turns out that he is another powerful guy. Momonga is a little regretful, if it is a normal opponent, he would also like to participate in the mission. Now because of his physical recovery, his strength has been weakened too much, and he must become stronger as soon as possible. King Debbie Luke. The opponent is too strong, there is no way out. Saitama. What a pity. Super Saiyan. Haha, who said you can't participate? Sha Shizi, group owner, what the hell is going on with Trunks? 99. Super Saiyan. Haha, didn't you say that the group quests will allocate points according to their contribution, and this time there will be more than one enemy, and all the monsters will come out in the chaos of hell. You do have problems dealing with the Super 17, but it's okay to deal with some trashy fish that came out of hell to make trouble. Sha Shizi, group leader, is that so? Rem. I can help big brother too. 35. Night Attack Ace Killer. I don't know if I need to bring Main and the others here. Super Saiyan. This is not necessary. King Debbie Luke. Haha, it seems that I can move my body this time too. Saitama. I can't wait. Blood Red Pepper. I've already been promoted to Chunin, so I have to perform well this time. 35. Little Thief Cat. HMPH, my strength has grown rapidly recently, and Luffy and Zoro are no longer my opponents. Looking at Kushina and Nami who were gearing up for their efforts, Trunks couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Their strengths were not bad in their own world, but wanting to participate in this task is still too far away. Ask for flowers. Super Saiyan. Kushina, you and Nami, don't go. You guys are not strong enough to participate in this mission. Kushina and Nami were a little unhappy when they saw this, thanks to their eagerness to show off. Little Thief Cat. It's all my fault, teacher, for not giving me the fruit of the spirit tree, even my sister has eaten it. 35. Blood Red Pepper. That's right, if Brother Trunks gives me a spirit tree fruit, Konoha Village and Uchiha Madara will all be beaten down. 35. Seeing the two complaining, Trunks was immediately speechless. Super Saiyan. If you want to become stronger, you still need to rely on yourself. After all, the fruit of the spiritual tree is a foreign object, and it cannot be used as a dependency. Point 0. Without experiencing how to thrive, Trunks didn't want Kushina and Nami to rely too much on the fruit of the spirit tree, resulting in stagnant strength. Therefore, there is no rush to give them the fruit of the spiritual tree. King Debbie Luke. That's right, only by working hard to cultivate yourself as your own strength. Xiaofeng. That's right, I practiced with Trunks in the spiritual time room for a year. Blood Red Pepper. Okay, I see. Little Thief Cat. Then I won't participate in this mission, but Trunks, you have to open the live broadcast. 35. Super Saiyan. No problem, since you two were so good, I'll send you a red envelope. Trunks sent 2 exclusive red packets in the chat group. These 2 red envelopes are particles of spiritual tree fruit, and each red envelope is full of 10 pieces. The 2 red envelopes were instantly received by Kushina and Nami. Super Saiyan. This is the granule of the fruit of the spirit tree. You can eat one each time, and eat one after you completely control the power. Although it can't make you reach the sky in one step, it can make you a lot of improvement. Nami and Kushina knew the fruit of the spirit tree very well. After seeing the particles of the fruit of the spirit tree in the red envelope, they were a little excited. Little thief cat. Teacher, don't worry. I know. Blood red chili pepper. Thank you, Brother Trunks. Super Saiyan. Okay, we've lost a lot of time now, let's take the quest quickly. Chapter 135 The Great War Begins, Vegeta vs No. 17. After a while, except for Kushina, Nami, Kasumi Hill and Xiaohui. Everyone else took up the task. Even Xiaofang is no exception. Trunks didn't expect to be able to take their own tasks, but it seems that there's no rule that they can't take tasks in the chat group. Immediately afterwards, everyone came to the Dragon Ball GT side. Is this the world you call Trunks? Where are the enemies? As soon as they came out, Estes and the others looked around curiously, and when they looked up, they discovered the abnormality in the sky. That's right, Trunks brought Estes and Boros, who like to fight, too. Of course, Shultier and Albedo did not fall either. As for Mengmeng, Haitong, and Shaoan, they didn't like fighting, so they didn't bring them here. I can't wait to fight. Boros, 250, is also full of fighting spirit. During this period of cultivation, his strength has grown rapidly, and he has eaten the fruit of the spirit tree. Now he also has 10 million combat power. This improvement is not a big one. And it's just the norm. Don't forget that Boros also has this meteor burst state, which can burst out the whole body strength. Just like Saiyan's transformation, it can instantly increase Boros' combat power dozens of times. Don't worry everyone, Trunks didn't forget to promise Nami and the others that they would open the live broadcast room. Ding! Group reminder. Group member Super Saiyan has started the live broadcast, and all group members can go to watch it. Sha Shizi, group owner, great, Brother Trunks has started the live broadcast, let's go and see. Little thief cat. Yeah. I can't wait. Blood red pepper. I'm going first. Xiaohui. I'll go take a look too. After a while, the remaining 4 people in the chat group all entered the live broadcast room. And after Trunks opened the live room, they ignored it. Then took a few people to use instant transmission. In just a moment, he called everyone to Xiaofang's house. It's Trunks. Son Gohan, Bulma, Kling and others were a little surprised when they saw him. Haha, excuse me. Trunks raised his hand and greeted everyone. Brother Trunks, you are finally here. Xiaofang ran over happily. Well, how is the situation now? He nodded and looked into the sky. I saw a void surrounded by clouds in the sky, and there was a constant evil spirit coming from it. Date was injured by number 17, and Grandpa had already flown into that hole. Xiaofang pointed to the hollow road in the sky. As that's so, Trunks nodded. It seems that little Goku is still led to hell by Dr. Gallo and Dr. Liao like the original. I want to hold him down with this, and then rely on Super 17 to rule the earth. That's fine, let little Goku play with Cell and Frieza in hell. Then Trunks to solve Super Cyborg 17, which can earn more quest points. By the way, let me introduce you to it. Trunks suddenly remembered that they haven't introduced the group members to everyone. In fact, Xiaofang, Son Gohan, Bulma Chi-Chi and the others have long been very curious about the identities of these people behind him. Then Trunks introduced each other to everyone. Tell everyone about the disaster that will happen next. Soon some of the evil dead in hell will be resurrected to wreak havoc in the city. There are many masters among them, such as the androids No. 13. Number 14 and number 15 created by Dr. Gallo, or the monsters controlled by Babidi, the people of the Frieza Legion, and so on. Of course, more of them were low-level monsters, like the Vegetable Man with a combat power of 1200. It was very easy for everyone to solve it. Let's do this, everyone spreads out now, wait until the evil people in hell are resurrected, and try to kill them as much as possible. Trunks looked at Saitama and they suggested. This time the disaster is so big, so many people must have died. Ken should be able to recover with Dragon Ball afterwards, but they can't stand it now either. What's more, you can also let Saitama and the others brush their points. Good. 35. Saitama and Kito nodded, then dispersed. And Son Gohan also left. Thor, Akahito, Rem and the others didn't go far, and Trunks could support them at any time. As predicted, after a while, various monsters began to appear in the city one after another, destroying the city, and countless people died as a result. The whole city was in chaos in an instant. At the same time, the battle of the people has begun. Among the group of vegetable people who only knew about destruction, Estes condensed an ice blade in his hand and rushed out extremely fast. All vegetable people were beheaded wherever they went. Ha ha ha. When he was excited, Estes even let out a loud laugh. On the other street, Kaitong held Murakami and turned into a black shadow. Everywhere Frieza went, all the soldiers under Frieza were beheaded. Thor was fighting with the Genuit team, and when she opened her mouth, a few charged energy balls spewed out, and the Genuit team was instantly wiped out. To say who was the fastest to destroy the enemy, of course, is Saitama. Saitama's strength is in the group members, only under the Trunks. I saw that he destroyed several vegetable people or monsters with every punch, without any pause at all. Even encountering Android No. 13, number 14 or number 15, it will be solved with one punch. No plans to hold back at all. Compared with Son Goten, who only knows how to pick up girls in this situation, it is completely two extremes. Son Goten is completely useless, nothing compared to his childhood. At the same time, Trunks also found that Dr. Gallo and Dr. Liao took the android number 17 and found Vegeta. He came to Vegeta with an instant transmission. How is it? Vegeta wants to help. Trunks looked at Vegeta beside him. You're here too, but I don't need help. 1.3. Vegeta wasn't surprised when she saw him, obviously she had found his anger long ago. Okay then, Trunks shrugged, then stepped aside. Trunks couldn't help laughing at the childish words of the two. Little thief cat. Let him suffer. Little thief cat. That's right, this guy was possessed by baby before, and it wasn't the Trunks who saved him. Blood red pepper. Right. I knew it. Kushina, who was watching the live broadcast, saw that Vegeta rejected Trunks, and was very upset. Nami was also very angry. Super Saiyan. Hee, you're right. If Vegeta is careless, he might suffer a big loss. 5. In the chat group. Blood red chili pepper. This Vegeta really doesn't know good people. I will definitely be beaten down by that 17th later. Chapter 136. The power of Super number 17 beats Vegeta. At the same time, the battle between Vegeta and Hell 17 also begins. The two of you come and go. Normally, Vegeta and Hell number 17 fought back and forth. It seems that the strength of this Hell number 17 is simply not comparable to that of a normal number. 17. It's no wonder that after the combination, the strength will catch up with the Super for Son Goku. Looks like this boring game can be over too. Trunks suddenly looked in the other direction, and he could feel a powerful wave of energy coming. The androids do not have chi, but they also have energy in their bodies. He could feel this energy fluctuation. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, the 17th came here. The battle between Vegeta and Hell 17 also stopped. Ha ha ha, I think Hell number 17 is almost warmed up, and now it's time to start the final plan. Not far away, when Dr. Gero saw number 17 rushing over, he immediately showed an evil smile. Ha ha ha, as long as two know. 17 fusions 14 words, the power in their bodies will cause a qualitative transformation, and then he will become the strongest android. Dr. Liao also laughed proudly. Being able to create such a fusion cannot be without his credit. Super Cyborg number 17 is a masterpiece created by their two genius scientists. Hearing the words of the two, Vegeta was not in a hurry. He wanted to see how strong the two androids number 17 would be after fusion. Number 17, hurry up and fusion. At this time, Dr. Gero shouted to the two 17s. At this time, number 17 has been controlled by number 17 of Hell, and the two slowly walked to the past. Then in a burst of dazzling light, the two finally merged into one and became the Super Cyborg number 17. Everyone in the entire city can clearly see the light released by Super 17. The light disappears. The Super Android number 17 finally appeared in front of everyone. Super 17 sneered and raised his head. Suddenly, a powerful force instantly destroyed everything around, and the ground was also blasted out of a kilometer-wide crater. Good, very strong. Not far away, Son Gohan, Saitama, and Kito were shocked when they saw this scene. It's really strong, but the Trunks will definitely be able to deal with it. Estes licked his lips with a happy look on his face. Today's battle can be said to make her kill enough. Just so I can see how strong you are, Trunks. Boros killed the last vegetable man casually, and then his eyes were fixed on the sky. At the same time, seeing that the fusion of Super Cyborg number 17 succeeded, Dr. Gero and Dr. Liao were overjoyed. Ha ha ha, the Super Cyborg number 17 I've been dreaming of is finally born, it's great. Yes, in this way, our plan to invade the Earth can also be successful. Seeing the two old men laughing arrogantly, Vegeta smiled disdainfully. Then he rushed towards Super 17. Drink. With a loud shout, Vegeta punched number 17 directly in the face. However, number 17 was unmoved by this going, not even a single step back. Simply stupid. Trunks shook his head, even rushing up with normality, this is simply an act of courting death. Super 17 is not something that Vegeta can shake from normalcy. Really, I saw that Super 17 calmly reached out and grabbed Vegeta's arm, a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he threw him out. Oob and Son Gohan on the side wanted to try, but were stopped by Vegeta. You give me back, he is my opponent. 99. Saying that, Vegeta rushed up again. But this time, he didn't dare to be careless and directly transformed into a Super 2 state. It seems that you still don't know the gap between us. Super 17 sneered. I saw that he came to Vegeta in an instant, and punched Vegeta directly in the stomach. Vegeta arched up and let out a groan. But it's not over yet. Super number 17 punched Vegeta in the face a few more times, and finally put his hands together for a dunk, and he slammed into the ground directly. Dad, Vegeta, not far away. Date, Son Gohan and the others immediately exclaimed when they saw Vegeta being blasted into the ground. Do you understand? This is the gap between us. Ha ha ha, Super 17 laughed wildly again. The ultimate flash. At this moment, a thick ki blast shot out from the ground, hitting Super number 17 in an instant. Great, it's Vegeta. Success. This scene got Son Gohan and Dante a little excited. However, after the explosion disappeared, Super 17 was still standing there unharmed. Seeing this, Trunks couldn't help shaking his head. This time Vegeta has absolutely no chance of defeating Super 17. Because Super number 17 has a characteristic, that is, it can absorb energy attacks. Vegeta's ultimate flash has been completely absorbed just now, so he will be unscathed, and the strength of Super 17 will become stronger. If Vegeta turned into a Super 4 at the beginning and did not use energy attacks, it was possible to defeat the Super 17. But now even if he turned into a Super 4, he is no longer the opponent of Super 17. And this time, seeing that Super 2 couldn't help each other, Vegeta shouted and turned into Super 4. UBD, I want to give you back the shame just now. Vegeta sneered. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Super number 17 and punched him directly in the stomach. Immediately after, several punches hit Super 17 in the face, and finally he folded his hands together for a dunk. Boom! Super number 17 is like a meteor falling into the earth, and it smashes to the ground in an instant. Let the earth keep shaking. Apparently, Vegeta used the way Super 17 hit him just now, and returned fire. However, when the smoke and dust dissipated, Super number 17 was still unscathed, but he was a little embarrassed. The entire city trembled under the battle between the two. It shocked everyone who watched the game. Rumbling. The two sides start a battle between you and me. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly and attacked again. At this time, the strength of Super number 17 was already above Vegeta, so of course such a little damage would not pose any threat to him. I saw bursts of explosions in the sky, as if the entire sky was about to be torn apart. Chapter 137 Chuan Chao Trunks, beat the Super No. 17. Ultimate Flash. The battle between the two became more and more intense. After the prince's tactics did not work, Vegeta used a unique move again. The mighty Ki Blast hit Super 17 directly. In the dazzling light, no one could clearly see the situation inside. When everything is settled, I saw that Super 17 was still standing in the sky intact, and he didn't even dodge Vegeta's Ki Blast from beginning to end. For him, Ki Blast is simply giving him energy. After digesting the power of the ultimate flash, Super number 17 roared, and a powerful energy burst out instantly. Boom! The whole earth trembled. Compared with Super No. 17, Vegeta was out of breath at this time. The battle just now had already consumed too much chi. Seeing that Super number 17 burst out with powerful energy again, Vegeta looked in disbelief. Hey, Vegeta, haven't you found out yet? At this point, Trunks finally couldn't stand it any longer. What? Vegeta froze for a moment. You didn't find that Super 17 didn't dodge the Ki Blast facing you at all, and his power became stronger because of it. ? Vegeta is not a fool either, so he understood immediately. Damn. 99. When she thought that she had sent so much energy to Super 17, Vegeta was instantly furious. Ahahaha, it's too late to find out now. 35. Super number 17 laughed out loud, and instantly came to Vegeta and started tyrannizing him. Vegeta, on the other hand, was continuously knocked into the air with a scream, and finally was knocked into the ground and exited the Super 4 state. The current Super number 17 is unstoppable. Dr. Gero laughed arrogantly when he saw that Vegeta was defeated. Yes, then my plan can start smoothly. 99. Dr. Liao showed a sinister smile. Who says no one can stop Super 17? 39. At this moment, a voice interrupted the delusions of the two. Who are you? Dr. Gero and Dr. Liao frowned at Trunks. They didn't know the man in front of them. Humph, the one who sent you back to hell. Trunks flew forward and sneered. In the chat group, Blood Red Chili Pepper. Wow, Brother Trunks is finally going to play. Great. Little Thief Cat. It's time to wait for the teacher to play. Rem. Brother is so handsome. 99. Little Thief Cat. Why are you all in the live broadcast room? Blood Red Pepper. Aren't you watching live? 39. Night Attack Ace Killer. Because we can't see their battles clearly with our strength, it's better to watch them in the live broadcast room. Xiaofeng. Yes, that's it. Sha Shizi, group leader. Even Xiaofeng, you are here. When Shiyu of Shadricho saw this, I didn't expect everyone to be in the live broadcast. At the same time, after Dr. Gero and Dr. Liao heard Trunks' words, they immediately became angry, knowing that hell is not a good place. They do not know where and how much they have suffered. Now when they hear the word hell, they are very angry. Super 17, kill him for me. The angry Dr. Liao directly gave orders to Super 17. Dr. Gero on the side was stunned for a moment, and immediately gave an order. Super 17, kill him. When Super 17 heard the order, he immediately took his eyes away from Vegeta on the ground and looked at Trunks. Trunks didn't dare to be big when he saw this. He wasn't like Vegeta who liked being beaten up and transformed. Drink. Trunks roared and turned into a super transfer state. I saw that his mixed colors exuded grass-green arrogance, his eyes had no pupils and became completely white, and even his hair had become pale green. The muscles of the whole body have skyrocketed, and the height has changed from 1.9 m to 2 meters too huge. In the chat group, Blood Red Pepper. Wow, Brother Trunks has grown so big. Sha Shizi, group leader, what kind of transformation is this? It looks amazing. 35. Little Thief Cat. The teacher has become so big and domineering, this is too handsome. Xiaohui. Trunks are so handsome. They feel safe. Thor. Drooling. 35. Night Attack Ace Killer. Slobber +1. King Debbie Luke. It's the first time I've seen this transformation of Trunks, and I don't know how strong they are. 99. Saitama. Damn, next time I have to make Trunks transform and fight me. Not to mention the group members were shocked. Vegeta, Son Gohan and others at the scene were also dumbfounded. Because the Trunks at this time are too strong in their perception. Dr. Gero and Dr. Liao were also taken aback. Quick, Super 17 kill him for me. Seeing that Super number 17 still didn't make a move, Dr. Gero hurriedly urged. Drink. Hearing the order, Super number 17 rushed over with a roar, punching out. Trunks did not dodge or evade, and directly took the punch with his body. Boom. A dull voice came, and the punch of Super number 17 slammed into his abdomen. I don't have the strength to beat people, and I still say I'm the strongest. 99. Trunks grinned and grabbed Super 17's head with his big hand. Immediately afterwards, the left fist hit his abdomen directly. Boom. 35. This punch directly caused Super number 17 to spit out the acid water. Too strong. Vegeta and Date, as well as Son Gohan Son Goten were stunned. Unexpectedly, the Super number 17, who had been tyrannizing Vegeta just now, was like a baby in the hands of Trunks, unable to fight back. Just let him knead at will. In fact, the strength of Super 17 was not strong at the beginning, far weaker than Super 4 Vegeta. Similar to Baby's strength, Super 4 should be able to beat Baby. It's just that after absorbing Vegeta's ultimate flashing power, his strength has skyrocketed, so that Vegeta is no longer his opponent to lease. But it's not enough to see in front of Trunks. Chuan Chao's transformation power and defense are too strong. It is completely free to knead the Super 17. Bang bang. It was Bang Bang's two punches again, and the direct hit Super number 17 vomited and his eyes burst out. So boring. I didn't expect this Saiyan to be a fool, and he took the initiative to send energy to Super 17. Feeling bored, Trunks threw the Super 17 out, and then his hands gathered together. What is this operation? The mighty Ki blast hit Super 17 directly. On the other hand, Dr. Gero and Dr. Liao laughed wildly. The situation just now made them think that Super number 17 was about to lose. This accident shocked everyone. They knew that Super 17 could absorb energy, yet they still actively used Ki blast. Vegeta and Son Gohan were dumbfounded. The ultimate flash. What? Chapter 138 Sending energy to Super number 17, want to self-destruct. Drink. Super number 17 roared again and again, constantly devouring the power of Trunks' ultimate flash. The whole person was stretched by the huge energy. Trunks was afraid of killing the guy, so he stopped the output of the ultimate flash. The light dissipates. I saw that after Super number 17 absorbed the powerful energy, the corners of his mouth could not control the drool, and there was a crazy smile on his face. Too strong. Too strong. Ha ha ha. Super number 17 laughed wildly, and the powerful energy exploded, setting off a burst of energy storms. In the chat group, King Debbie Luke. Hey, will Trunks be too much? Sorcerer King Ains Gong. That's right, I knew that Super 17 could absorb energy, but sent him so much energy, and now that guy has become stronger than before. 35. Saitama. Don't worry, Trunks won't do anything unsure, he just thinks that guy is too weak. The Sorcerer King Ains Gong. Well, I still can't guess what Trunks is thinking. Sha Shizi, group owner, it seems that you still don't understand Trunks at all. Blood 250 Red Pepper. That Super number 17 is also too weak, haven't you seen it? Defeating such an enemy has no sense of accomplishment at all. 39. Little Thief Cat. Yes, the teacher did this because he thought he was too weak. It seems that I get along with Trunks a lot, let alone Shiyu Kasumigauka, even Kushina and Nami know his character. What he's doing does seem a little incomprehensible, but it's all under his control. Just like now, have you had enough laughs? Seeing that Super 17 was still laughing, Trunks was a little speechless. Hearing this, Super 17 stopped laughing. He looked back at Trunks and said with disdain, it's really stupid to give me so much energy. 5. Humph. Come on, the energy is given to you, let me see how much stronger you have become, but don't let me down. Trunks sneered and hooked him. This action instantly angered Super 17. I saw his sudden burst of energy, and he came to Trunks in an instant, punching out. Boom. Trunks still didn't dodge or evade, and the power of this punch was surprisingly strong, and it blasted him hundreds of meters away. At this time, after absorbing the power of the ultimate flash, Super number 17 is no weaker than Super 4, and even surpasses Super 4 Son Goku. Ha ha ha, the strength is not bad, come on. Let's continue. Trunks felt the pain in his chest and burst out laughing. This is the real battle. Drink. 99. The two roared and collided. Because of the bigger size, Trunks' fist is also much bigger than the average person, and this punch threw out. Compared with Super number 17, it is completely crushing. Boom. In an instant, the two slammed hundreds of punches against each other. Trunks are playing more and more vigorously, so they can no longer suppress their own strength. Although Super number 17 has surpassed Super 4 Son Goku, Trunks' Chuan Super transformation can beat Super 4 Son Goku and Vegeta. At this time, Super number 17 was still a lot worse in front of him. Suddenly, Trunks roared, and the punch suddenly accelerated and directly hit Super 17's stomach. Then he put his hands together with a heavy hammer and hit him underneath. Boom. The whole city trembled from the blow. How is this possible? Dr. Gero and Liao were shocked when they saw that it was the super number 17 that was knocked out. They didn't expect to absorb such a powerful energy, and they still couldn't beat that guy. Vegeta and Son Gohan on the other side gave a sigh of relief. It seems that things are not out of control. That is BEBD at this time. Taste my shock hellbomb. The Super 17 who came out of the ground roared, and then a powerful ki blast with electric current gathered in both hands and shot at Trunks. Sneak attack. Humph. I really don't know what to say. It seems that the battle can be over. Trunks snorted disdainfully, and did not dodge in the face of this electric shock hell bullet, but just stretched out one hand to block it. Boom. Powerful energy exploded in the sky, and the dazzling light made it impossible to see what was happening inside. In the chat group, Xiaofeng. Trunks will be all right. At this time, Xiaofeng was very worried. Sha Shizi, group owner, don't worry. Trunks will be fine. Blood red chili pepper. That's right, how could that super number 17 hurt brother Trunks? Little thief cat. The teacher is invincible. Under the comfort of everyone, Xiaofeng also regained her confidence in Trunks. She believes that the strongest Trunks in her mind will not be defeated by anyone. As predicted, when the energy explosion ended, I saw an indomitable figure still standing in the sky. Trunks stood in front of everyone unharmed. Is it over? Then it's my turn. 35. He grinned and appeared in front of Super 17 in an instant, punching him hard in the face. Super 17 flew out instantly. Then Trunks just stood there and threw a punch. I saw that his fist disappeared, but instead appeared from behind Super No. 17. Super 17 was punched back again. And Trunks knocked him off with another punch. At this moment, Super number 17 was like a sandbag, being bombarded constantly. Terrible. This move comes from the changing space of Xianianbo. As long as the local space is changed, one can traverse the space and throw a punch from behind Super No. 17. Vegeta and Son Gohan, who were not far away, were dumbfounded when they saw this scene, and didn't know what was going on. And the other side, Dr. Gero and Dr. Liao saw that Super 17 was still no match for Trunks, and their hopes were completely extinguished. Dr. Liao shouted fiercely in his heart, Super number 17 start the self-destruction program. I want to blow up everyone here in the earth. Since my goal can no longer be achieved, then destroy it. What? Dr. Liao, you? Dr. Gero's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Dr. Liao to be so decisive, but he didn't want to die. Because of the reasons that have been tried once, if he dies again, he will completely disappear from this world. Thinking of this, Dr. Gero loudly ordered, Super 17, don't listen to him, take us out of here, I will definitely be able to make you stronger. Chapter 139. The task is completed and 9 million points are obtained. Ha ha ha. After Dr. Liao heard Dr. Gero's words, he burst out laughing. Dr. Liao, what are you laughing at? Dr. Gero was a little annoyed. Haha, you idiot, I thought you found out long ago. When I made Hell 17, I had already changed him to follow me alone, orders. Dr. Liao looked at Dr. Gero with disdain. What, you've been? Dr. Gero looked in disbelief. Perhaps the two of them are better at inventing Dr. Gero, but when it comes to conspiracy and tricks, it is obvious that Dr. Liao is more skilled. After all, it's the guy who made baby, so what if you're not mean? Ha ha ha, now everyone die with me. Dr. Liao still doesn't care about life or death, he wants to destroy this place. You must know that Super number 17 has more powerful energy than Super 4 Son Goku. If these energies explode, let alone the entire Earth, I am afraid that the entire galaxy will be destroyed. This is no joke. Damn, that guy is so mean. Seeing Dr. Liao's despicable behavior, Xiaofeng's teeth itched with hatred. Trunks, stop playing, get rid of him quickly. Vegeta also became anxious. In the chat group, Sha Shizi, group leader, I feel like I'm playing a big game, can Trunks stop that guy's self-destruction? 99. At this moment, even Shiyu of Kasumigaoka was a little nervous. Blood red chili pepper. Brother Trunks should be able to stop it. He is so strong after all. 39. Little thief cat. The teacher will definitely be able to solve it. Thor. Yes, Trunks have always been the best. Under everyone's nervous eyes, at this time, Super number 17 has mobilized the energy of his whole body to prepare for self-destruction. Ha ha ha, funeral with me. 35. Humph, naive. Trunks snorted disdainfully, and he stopped pouring water at the critical moment. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Super 17, followed by a punch. Ha ha ha, you can't stop me anymore. 39. Super 17 laughed wildly, but the next moment, puff, Trunks' fist pierced his chest instantly. It's possible. The smile on Super 17's face disappeared, and he looked at the position of his chest, which was his energy core. Now it has been pierced. As for his energy core, it was already in the hands of Trunks. This thing seems to be working. Trunks looked at the energy core in his hand, and threw it into the red envelope and sent it to Shiyu of Kasumigaoka. He could take it out at any time if he needed it. This is completely using the red envelope as a storage space. At this time, the Super number 17 without the energy core is like without the heart. He fell straight down and died completely. The crisis of self-destruction is also lifted. At this moment, number 18, who was not far away, flew over and looked at number 17, who had fallen to the ground, with extremely complicated eyes. Why did you kill Krillin on the 17th, and what was the reason for that? Number 17 finally killed Krillin, but when facing number 18, he did not kill him. Don't be sad, number 17 was just controlled by Dr. Gero and can be resurrected using Dragon Ball. Speaking of this, Trunks suddenly sounded that the two culprits had not been solved yet. Go to hell. At this moment, Date appeared in front of the two culprits, Dr. Gero and Dr. Liao. Then a key blast blasted the two of them with no slag left. When it comes to making up the knife, it has to be a big one. Ding. Group reminder. Congratulations to group member Super Saiyan for completing this group task, rewarding 9 million points and 3 group lottery opportunities. Huh, I got so many points by myself. Trunks was a little surprised, and he took 9 tiers of the total score of the task by himself, which was too much. In the chat group, Super Saiyan. I didn't expect that I got 9 million points for this mission. I don't know how many mission points everyone got. Thor. I happen to have 150,000 points. Xiaofeng. Wow, I actually have 150,000 points. Xiaofeng did not have many points because of the fact that he was fighting. Saitama. I got 240,000 points, and there's one more chance to draw a group lottery. Debbie Luke King. I got 160,000 points, and I have a chance to draw a lottery with the group. Night Attack Ace Killer. 130,000 points. Rem. 120,000 points. Ains Ergong Sorcerer King. I only have 50,000 points. Looking at the points obtained by everyone, Trunks alone has divided 9 million points. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers. The other members of the group shared the remaining 1 million points. Among them, Saitama has obtained the most points, which is normal. After all, Saitama's strength is the strongest. The remaining 2 lottery chances were also given to Saitama and Cheetah with the highest points. What surprised him was Momonga. It's not that Momonga's points are lower, but higher. After all, Momonga's strength wasn't that strong even before he became a human, so killing a vegetable man would probably be a little troublesome. What's more, Momonga has become a human, and his strength has been greatly reduced. He didn't expect to see him for just a few months, and his strength was already so powerful. This really surprised Trunks a bit. Xiaofeng. Wow, sure enough, Saitama has the highest points among us. Point 0. Thor. I didn't expect me to get so many points. I'll give you all Trunks. Night Attack Ace Killer. Yes, mine is also for you. 35. Rem. Brother, and mine. 39. Seeing that everyone was anxious to give their points to themselves, Trunks was dumbfounded. Super Saiyan. No, you all stay by yourself. I got a full 9 million points. If you give it all to yourself, then what is the difference between completing the task by yourself? Besides, he has 9 million points in the account, and he is not short of points. When he said this, everyone stopped making noise about it. Rem. It's a pity, my sister killed a lot more monsters than I did. The same goes for Boros, Shultir, and Albedo. P.S. The data in this book has not changed much. I hope all readers will vote for flowers and monthly tickets to support, thank you. 5. Night Attack Ace Killer. Estes killed more monsters. Ramram was fighting together this time, and their fighting power was not weak at all. After all, her moves are suitable for wide area attacks, and it's still very easy to clean up the veggies in the universe of Frieza Core. Especially Ram's high-level wind magic, the lethality is very strong. Otherwise, she is probably the one with the highest points among all of them. Estes killed no less monsters than Saitama, but unfortunately she was not a member of the chat group and could not get points. After eating the fruit of the spirit tree, the power will be stronger, and killing vegetable people is almost easy. Chapter 140 The Evil Dragon Appears, 50 million points mission. After solving Super Number 17 and the 2 culprits, everyone gathered together again. What shall we do now? Goku is still trapped in hell, and the whole world is almost destroyed by the villains that appear in hell. There are also disasters such as volcanic eruptions or tsunamis in various places, and the earth is terrible now. Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Brachi are somewhat concerned about the current state of earth. Various geological disasters have occurred all over the world after the destruction by the bad guys who came out of hell. It can be said that although the entire earth has not been destroyed, it is almost the same. At this time Trunks said, "Don't worry, we can use the Dragon Ball to restore the earth, and also get Son Goku out of hell by the way. The Dragon Ball made by Den can make 2 wishes, so it is just right to say 1 wish to restore Earth and 1 wish to bring Son Goku out." However, Trunks knew that the current negative energy of Dragon Ball had exceeded the standard, and this time the 250 summon might be an evil dragon. His purpose is to see if the evil dragon will start the group mission again after it comes out. If the task can be triggered, then it will be great, and another wave of points will be credited to the account. At that time, I might be able to buy some good things in the group mall. Even if there is no task, he can satisfy his desire to fight, and the strength of the evil dragon will definitely not disappoint him. Anyway, Dragon Ball is full of cracks, and evil dragons will appear sooner or later. When everyone heard what he said, they all nodded in agreement. That's all it can do now. Then let's start looking for Dragon Ball, Xiaofeng said and ran back to the house and took out Jiro. Jiro has the Dragon Ball radar function, which is very convenient to find Dragon Ball. Trunks, why don't you go with me? Xiaofeng's eyes turned to him. Good. Trunks nodded in agreement, then looked at everyone and said, you guys wait here now, we'll be right back. After that, Trunks took Xiaofang and Zhou to use instant transmission, and found the first Dragon Ball in an instant. He took a closer look, and sure enough, cracks had appeared on the Dragon Ball. If left alone, the evil dragon will appear soon. What's the matter with you, Trunks? Seeing him staring at Dragon Ball, Xiaofang couldn't help being curious. It's okay, let's go find the next Dragon Ball. 35. Trunks smiled and shook his head, then pulled her to use instant transmission again. The speed of the two was very fast, but they had recovered all 7 Dragon Balls in half an hour. At this time, everyone gathered around Dragon Ball. Why does Dragon Ball look weird? Bulma is the person who has lifted the most Dragon Ball, and she only feels that this Dragon Ball is a bit strange. Yes, there are many cracks on the Dragon Ball, and there is an ominous feeling. Chi-Chi also felt something was wrong. Grandma, what are you talking about? How could Dragon Ball be unknown? Xiaofang did not understand. Okay, let's call Shenron out first. Xiaofang, please recite the spell. 39. Trunks looked at Xiaofang and smiled. Xiaofang nodded, then looked at the 7 Dragon Balls and shouted, come out. Shenron. 35. The voice fell, and everyone fell silent. However, the expected Shenron did not appear. Why is it different from usual? Looking at the unchanging sky, Bulma was a little puzzled. Could it be that the spell was pronounced wrong, but the Namek language should not be used? 995. Chi-Chi is also very strange. Just when everyone was a little confused, Xiaofang shouted the spell again. Come out, Shenron. After the voice fell, Dragon Ball finally changed. In the cracks of the 7 Dragon Balls, the black evil breath was continuously released. At the same time, the entire sky also turned bloody. It was clear that the sky was thousands of miles away, but thunder and lightning appeared. The whole thing looks like the end is coming. Immediately afterwards, the ground shook and the mountain shook, making people mistaken for an earthquake. Why is it completely different from usual? So what happened? Both Son Gohan and Dato's expressions changed drastically. No, there is an evil aura. Vegeta's expression became solemn, and he could feel the power of this evil aura. It was at this time. The evil breath from the 7 Dragon Balls gathered in the sky, and a huge evil dragon finally appeared. Ding! Trigger the group quest, the revival of the evil dragon. Task requirements. Destroy the evil dragon that emerged from the Dragon Ball. Mission limit. Unlimited number of people. Task reward. A total of 50 million points and 10 group lottery opportunities, and task points will be allocated according to the contribution of group members. When this task appeared, everyone in the chat group was stunned. It turned out to be a full 50 million points and 10 group lottery chances. The reward for this task is also a little too high. After a brief silence in the chat group, it suddenly became lively. Little thief cat. My god. There are 50 million points. 35. At this time, Nami's eyes have turned into money. Although points are not money, they are more precious than money. Xiaohui. If the reward for this task is so generous, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Sha Shizi, group leader, Xiao Wei is right. The enemy I encountered this time is probably stronger than Super No. 17. Blood red pepper. It seems that this mission is much more difficult than the last one. Saitama. I don't know if we can participate, but if the opponent is too strong, then forget it. King Debbie Luke. Look at what Trunks say. He should know what the evil dragon is. Super Saiyan. Don't worry, everyone, this is the evil dragon, but our enemy is not the current one, but the 7 Dragon Balls, you will know when you look at it. 5. Trunks gave a brief explanation and left the chat group. Because at this time the evil dragon finally spoke. Ha ha ha, you guys are so daring, you actually called me out. As soon as the evil dragon came out, he laughed wildly. It looks somewhat similar to Namek Shenron, with blue skin, but much smaller. Hey, is this really Shenron? This is the first time Xiaofang has met Shenron who looks like this, so she has such doubts. There's something wrong with this Shenron. 35. Bulma knew Shenron the most, such a Shenron was something she had never seen before. This is no longer Shenron, but an evil dragon. Trunks chuckled lightly and answered everyone's doubts. What, evil dragon? Everyone was stunned when they heard the name. The air outside is so sweet, I'm out again, this time I'm going to make a big fuss, haha. 1.3 The evil dragon ignored them, and laughed outrageously again. Hey, hurry up and realize our wish. Xiaofang doesn't care whether it's Shenron or an evil dragon, she just wants to restore the earth and save Grandpa. However, the evil dragon ignored her words at all, and even conjured up a cigar and lit it with a lighter. It looks so weird anyway. At this time, the evil dragon is like a naughty boy who has been locked up for a long time, very rebellious. Ha ha ha, I won't be taking orders from you humans anymore. After talking about this plan, I saw the evil dragon sucking in its mouth, and the 7 Dragon Balls were sucked directly into its mouth in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the whole body of the evil dragon exploded, divided into 7 evil dragons composed of evil spirits. Every dragon has a Dragon Ball in its mouth. Immediately afterwards, the 7 dragons took the 7 Dragon Balls and shot out in all directions, heading to all parts of the earth. Chapter 141 Rebuking the Old Supreme Kai, looking for the evil dragon. Seeing that the evil dragon disappeared with the 7 Dragon Balls, everyone present was stunned. What the hell is going on? The Dragon Ball we managed to collect. 99. With tears in her eyes, Xiaofang finally collected 7 Dragon Balls, but she didn't expect her wish to be fulfilled and flew away. What's going on? At this time, everyone was very puzzled, and had no idea why this happened. Let me explain it to you. At this time Trunks stood up and said, Trunks, do you know anything? Everyone's eyes looked over. Well, simply put, because the Dragon Ball is used too many times, the positive energy in the Dragon Ball decreases sharply, and the negative energy increases infinitely, so the negative energy such as the evil dragon is born. Monster. Trunks briefly explained it. Yeah, it's because of you guys abusing Dragon Ball that kind of monster comes out of Dragon Ball. Suddenly, a very rude voice appeared in everyone's ears. It's old Supreme Kai-sama. At this time, the voice of little Goku's 14 also appeared in everyone's ears. Apparently it was the old Supreme Kai who connected everyone's voices together. How are you, Goku? Why haven't you come back? Chi-Chi is very worried about little Goku. I'm stuck in hell and can't get out. Little Goku scratched his head a little helplessly. As Grandpa trapped in hell. What to do then? Xiaofang was also a little worried. I don't know either. You guys leave Goku alone for now. Let's settle the evil dragon first, or else the entire universe will be destroyed. The old Supreme Kai shouted again, so loud that many people present couldn't help covering their ears. Really, we can hear you talking. Don't be so loud, you old fellow has Alzheimer's. Bulma said loudly with a look of dissatisfaction. What did you say? The culprit in this matter is you, Bulma, don't you understand now? The voice of the old Supreme Kai made Bulma cover his ears again. However, his words also made Bulma very angry. How could it be my fault? The search for Dragon Ball didn't start because you invented the Dragon Ball radar. The old Supreme Kai started to ramble on and on. He was right in saying that, it all started with Dragon Ball. If you don't know Dragon Ball from the beginning, you won't use it. Of course, this statement is too one-sided. Everyone, stop arguing. Bulma, you have absolutely nothing wrong with you. 99. At this point, Trunks interrupted their quarrel. Right, not my fault at all. Seeing the Trunks supporting her so much, Bulma was touched. What are you guys talking about? The old Supreme Kai was a little upset. If there is no Dragon Ball, I am afraid that the Earth would have been destroyed long ago. 99. And the old Supreme Kai has no ability. Don't force Lai. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? Trunks snorted coldly. He had long been upset with this old Supreme Kai. Incapable of solving the problem, and shirking responsibilities aside. It's just a Supreme Kai, and there is no basic respect for the strong. It seems that Son Goku was just too polite to him as usual. When old Supreme Kai saw his cold eyes, he was a little frightened and didn't dare to say any more. He hadn't forgotten about Saiyan beating Super 17 in front of him. I think it's better to be polite to Supreme Kai. Date smiled embarrassedly. Humph. Don't bring your workplace over here. Remember, as Saiyan, we only need to respect the strong. Trunks was very disdainful of Date's words. Maybe it's because of the fact that this big boss is the president of the Master Capsule. He is more slick as a person, but he lacks Saiyan's arrogance. He's right, Dad, you really need to change. 35. Vegeta is also very dissatisfied with Dante's performance over the years, or the Trunks in front of him have more appetite for him. As an arrogant Saiyan, how can he bow his head to the weak, even if the opponent is a god? Date shrank his neck when he heard the words and did not dare to refute. Okay, don't talk nonsense, now is not the time to shirk responsibility. Trunks waved his hand, and then added, the most important thing for us is to find those scattered Dragon Balls, and then defeat the evil dragons, and the Dragon Balls should return to their original shape by then. 5. Really? Xiaofang was a little excited when she heard it. Of course. Trunks nodded. Let's go now, Vegeta said solemnly. What about us? 99. At this time, Saitama, who was beside him, asked. In your case, you can wait here or go back first, this is not something you can participate in anymore. The Nichiren Shenron in the original seems to be doing poorly, but it's not something Saitama and the others can handle. They may not be able to participate in this task. Okay, but I still want to stay and watch. Saitama nodded. Ramlin didn't want to cause him any trouble, so he took the initiative to say, brother, let's go back first. Yeah, Ramram, go back first. Trunks smiled and stroked their little heads. As for everyone else who wanted to stay and watch the game, after all, neither Estes nor Shultier could watch the game through the live broadcast. It's not too late, let me, Xiaofang and Vegeta go together. It is good, Vegeta and Xiaofang nodded. 250 inches then Bulma, they'll ask you to make arrangements. Although Trunks has instant transmission, it is not possible to solve Nichiren Shenron in a short time. So Estes and the others need to arrange a place to live. Well, no problem, leave it to me. Bulma agreed, patting her chest. At this time, she was a little envious of herself in another world, to have such an excellent son. Okay, then let's go now. Trunks took the initiative to take Xiaofang's hand, and Vegeta took the initiative to put her hand on his shoulder. Instant transmission. The next moment they disappeared in front of everyone. According to Girou's instructions, the Trunks first chose the nearest Dragon Ball. There is a Dragon Ball reaction. There is a Dragon Ball reaction. The Dragon Ball is around here. When Trunks, Xiaofang and Vegeta reappeared, Girou immediately heard a mechanical voice. Girou, where's Dragon Ball? Xiaofang asked while holding Jiro a little excitedly. You don't need to ask. Look, Trunks pointed helplessly below, and saw that the trees and rocks in front of them all turned purple. It seemed that something was constantly corroding the surroundings, and at the same time, a stench came. It stinks. What are these things? Xiaofang covered her nose with disgust. Chapter 142 Xiaofang's Spiral Bullet to solve the two-star dragons. This should be the change caused by that evil Dragon Ball. I can feel an evil force. Vegeta folded her arms and said solemnly. Trunks nodded. Yeah, that's it, let's go in. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and flew inside, followed by Vegeta and Xiaofang. Along the way, many residents living in this area fled, but the three did not pay attention. Flying high in the sky, I can't smell that stench. After a while, the three came to the center of this corrupted land, where there was also a small village. At this moment, there were constant panic sounds in the village, and a monster like a green toad was frantically destroying. That's the guy. Xiaofang's sharp eyes instantly saw the Dragon Ball on the toad monster's forehead. That guy has 2 planets on his head. Xiaofang, go ahead, remember to use that trick to make a quick decision. Trunks ordered. Let me go. Xiaofang was stunned for a moment. Yes, the strength of this 2-star dragon is not strong, but it can greatly reduce the strength of other people in this poisonous fog, so it only needs to fight quickly. 39. Okay then. Xiaofang nodded when she heard the words, and then rushed towards the bottom. Vegeta also seemed to see that this 2-star dragon was too weak and had no plans to attack. Stop it now. Seeing that Xinglong was still destroying the village, Xiaofangjiao shouted and rushed over with a flying kick. Xinglong screamed and was kicked out, knocking down several houses. What? It's as weak as Trunks said. Xiaofang felt a little proud when she saw that she kicked the Xinglong out with one kick. Damn, who in the end attacked me? 35. Xinglong climbed up from the ruins, looked around angrily, and finally set his eyes on Xiaofang. Is that you, the one who attacked me? 99. Xiaofang put her hands on her hips and said, that's right, it's me, hurry up and hand over the Dragon Ball. Xinglong pretended and said loudly, really? I didn't expect that the person who was going to duel with my Xinglong turned out to be a kid. Listen, if you challenge me, you will never go back alive. Humph, I don't think you are very strong. Stop talking big. Xiaofang looked disdainful, and this time in the sky. Trunks looked at Xiaofang and sighed helplessly, and told her to make a quick decision, but she was still fooled by Xinglong. If Xinglong was delayed like this, Xiaofang would probably not be his opponent. Humph, Kakarot's granddaughter doesn't look so good. I think it's better to leave it to me. 5. Vegeta snorted, obviously seeing Xinglong's intention to delay time. Don't worry, it's normal for children to be playful and easily distracted. Trunks shrugged helplessly, and then began to transmit voice to Xiaofang. Xiaofang, what are you doing? If you keep talking, the more poisoned you will be, the more you will not be its opponent. 35. Xiaofang was stunned for a moment, and then she remembered that she really came to destroy the Xinglong. Damn, how dare you lie to me? 99. Xiaofang glared at Xinglong, then rushed over and punched Xinglong in the stomach. Boom. The 2-star dragon was sent flying before it was too late to scream, smashing several rocks into pieces. Humph. Xiaofang snorted coldly, and then chased after him again. At this time, blood flowed from the corner of Xinglong's mouth, apparently injured. HMPH, do you think you can beat me like this? Seeing Xiaofang rushing up again, Xinglong suddenly laughed sinisterly. I won't be fooling you. Xiaofang had no intention of stopping, and rushed up again, punching out continuously. And Xinglong can only be beaten passively, which also shows that Xinglong's strength is really weak. Even Xiaofang can hang him. But it can't go on like this. If Xinglong can't be killed quickly, Xiaofang will be defeated sooner or later because of poisoning. Xiaofang uses that trick, your time is running out. At this time, the Trunks in the sky gave Xiaofang a voice transmission again. Xiaofang's heart moved when she heard the words, and then she smashed the 2-star dragon with a punch, and then gathered all the energy in her body into her hands. A constantly spinning qigong popped up in her hands. That's right, it's the spiral bullet that Trunks handed her. When I was in the Spirit Time House last time, only Xiaofang managed to learn it. In Bra's case, the talent is still a little worse. Don't look at it as just a qigong bomb, but it is more complicated and difficult to learn than Kamehameha, and its relative power is also very strong. At this time, with the continuous consumption of qi, Xiaofang also discovered the abnormality of her body. Usually it is very easy to use this move, but now after using this move, most of the qi in the body has been consumed. Apparently under the influence of poison gas. Spiral bomb. After finally condensing the spiral bomb, Xiaofangjiao snorted and threw the spiral bomb out of her hand. It looks like a small qigong bullet, but it can exert huge power. The Xinglong, who had just been sent flying, was still a little dizzy at this time, but when he looked closely, he found that a qigong projectile flew over. Operator. In the terrified cry of Xinglong, he was directly hit by the spiral bullet. Boom. The spiral bomb exploded, instantly destroying everything around it. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a huge deep pit appeared on the spot, and the 2 planets were lying in it. Great. Xiaofang flew down excitedly to pick up the 2 planets, then flew into the sky, and handed it to Trunks like a treasure. Look, I got the 2nd planet. Well done. Trunks doesn't skimp on compliments either. Hey hey hey. Hearing his praise, Xiaofang felt a little embarrassed. Humph. Vegeta on the side snorted lightly, although she was not very satisfied with Xiaofang's actions. But in the end, it would be pretty good to be able to return to the two planets. Without stopping, the three of them continued to move towards the place where the next Dragon Ball was. When the three of them appeared again, they were already in the city. It's the city, and it just happened that Liz got a little thirsty. Seeing that she was in the city, Xiaofang immediately walked towards the beverage vending machine on the side. He threw a coin, but no matter how much he pressed the drink didn't come out, and Xiaofang wanted to kick both feet in a hurry. Hey, Xiaofang, didn't you see that this beverage machine has no electricity? Trunks can't complain, don't know if the machine is good before buying something. Hey, it seems so, what should I do now? I want to drink soda. Xiaofang played a small temper. Humph, we're here to deal with Nature and Shenron, not to play. If you want to drink soda, just go back. Vegeta wasn't used to her. Don't go back. Xiaofang suddenly became stubborn when she heard it. Stop arguing, Xiaofang, this is for you. Trunks reluctantly used the deformed light, and transformed a can of soda and handed it to her. Hey, Trunks, you're so nice. Xiaofang happily took the soda. Chapter 143 Rage Shenron's Weakness, Trunks Shot. Discover Dragon Ball. Discover Dragon Ball. At this moment, Jiru kept reporting to everyone. However, a few people have not waited for inquiries. Xiaofang, who was drinking soda, suddenly exclaimed. Yeah, what is this? It's disgusting. From the vending machine, I saw a mass of red sticky stuff that kept squirming like a slime. Don't be nervous, this should be part of the evil dragon we encountered this time. Trunks explained. Rage Shenron Electric Shock Beast can be said to be a very troublesome ability for its owner. Despite its small size, it has the ability to control electricity. He created a kind of electrical slime that can absorb the electricity in the city and make his own strength stronger. And it can also release a powerful electric shock. In the original book, even Kamehameha, which is 10 times the Super 4 Son Goku, can't do anything with him. It can be seen that this guy is still very strong. If you don't know his weaknesses, it would be very troublesome to deal with him. Humph, leave that guy to me. Vegeta can't wait to get out. Trunks wanted to solve it easily by himself, but he didn't expect Vegeta to take the lead. If that's the case, then let him go first. Okay then, Trunks shrugged. At this moment, a red figure came out not far away. Humph, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Where's Son Goku? After Rage Shenron came out, he looked at the three of them, but he didn't see Son Goku. You must know that the 7 evil dragons only appear because Son Goku uses the Dragon Ball, so there is a lot of resentment towards Son Goku. Sorry, I'm afraid you won't be able to see Kakarot. Vegeta's sudden narration obviously didn't want to talk nonsense with it. Trunks and Xiaofang stepped aside when they saw this. Humph, to underestimate me, I am the strongest among the 7 evil dragons. Being so underestimated by others, Rage Shenron suddenly shouted angrily, Electrical slime, give it to me. It was at this moment that the red slime they had just discovered flew over from all directions. Vegeta was immediately stuck on the slime without noticing. The slime even wanted to fly towards Trunks and Xiaofang, but luckily Trunks released the shield. He didn't want to get stuck on that gooey thing. Phew, I'm saved. Xiaofang on the side was relieved to see that the mucus could not fly in. At this moment, a powerful electric shock was suddenly released on the mucus. Vegeta was electrocuted to the ground screaming in an instant. However, the power contained in these mucus is limited, and it will be consumed in a short time. Is that all you have for these little tricks? Vegeta got up from the ground with a gloomy face, and everyone knew that he was completely angry. Of course not, it was just a small trick just now. The mucus fusion began. Rage Shenron also seemed to sense the danger and hurriedly summoned the electrical slime scattered around the city to absorb electricity. In an instant, electrical slime flew on him from all directions. After a while, the Rage Shenron, absorbing the electrical slime, was 2 stories tall. Ha ha ha, how can you see how strong I am? Rage Shenron laughed arrogantly. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly, and then slammed a punch from her body. Surprisingly, however, the punch did not damage the Rage Shenron, but instead fell into the electrical slime wrapped in the outer layer of the Rage Shenron. Good chance, Evil Dragon Electric Shock. Rage Shenron shouted, and a powerful electric shock was released down Vegeta's arm. Vegeta screamed again from the electric shock. Immediately after, Rage Shenron slapped him and flew him out, crashing several houses. Ha ha ha, it's simply unbearable. Defeating Vegeta easily, Rage Shenron laughed arrogantly again. At the same time, in the live room, Blood Red Pepper. Wow, it will discharge, this Rage Shenron looks very strong. Little thief cat. That slime is disgusting. 99. Shashizi Group Owner. What I want to complain about is why Vegeta is always beaten. 359. Thor. Rage Shenron's strength doesn't seem to be strong, but his abilities are abnormal. At this time, far away in the western capital, everyone watched the situation on the side through the live broadcast room. Even Bulma, Chi-Chi, Son Gohan and others were listening to Saitama and Cheetah's explanation. Evil Dragon Electric Shock. At this time, Rage Shenron in the field fired an electric shock at Vegeta again, but at this moment, a powerful chi burst out. Boom. Vegeta directly transformed into Chao Si and walked out of the ruins, facing Rage Shenron's electric shock. He did not dodge at all. However, these electric shocks hit him like a tickling, without the slightest effect. Damn, do you think he'll be afraid of pretending to be? Rage Shenron was instantly furious when he saw that he didn't dodge or evade. Humph, you can try again. 35. Vegeta snorted disdainfully with her arms crossed. Evil Dragon Electric Shock. Rage Shenron did not believe in evil and used the electric shock again, but it still did not cause damage to Vegeta. It's time to deal with you. Seeing this, Vegeta didn't want to waste any more time. If she attacked with melee, she would be blocked by the slime, so she could only use energy to attack. The Ultimate Flash. In order to destroy Rage Shenron in one blow, Vegeta used his strongest attack. The Mighty Ki Blast hits Rage Shenron instantly. Rage Shenron was so frightened that he screamed, but it was all fake, and it didn't work for him at all. Be careful Vegeta, your moves won't work against it. Trunks reminded. What? Vegeta froze for a moment, and then saw her ultimate flash being bounced back. There is no time to dodge at all. Fortunately, Trunks are already ready. He instantly turned into a dark blue, and then flashed forward to block the ultimate flash that bounced back. Vegeta was relieved to see this, but the pride in his heart made him a little uncomfortable. Haha, if you don't know the weakness of this guy, it's hard to beat it, look at me. Trunks aren't going to waste time either. There is a reservoir next to the city. He used his telekinesis to directly grab 10,000 tons of fresh water, and then poured it on Rage Shenron's head. Unprepared, Rage Shenron screamed in fright. Although it is very unscientific, the thing this guy is most afraid of is water. Once it encounters water, it will cause a short circuit and break itself. As predicted, after being drenched in water, the arcs on Rage Shenron's body continued to flicker and smoke, and the electrical slime on this guy's body exploded after a while. Even the Rage Shenron body was wounded. Vegeta, get rid of it. Trunks said to Vegeta next to him. Hearing this, Vegeta didn't need to speak, but just released an afterburner with one hand, and the powerful energy instantly destroyed Rage Shenron. It's 5 planets, that's great. Xiaofeng ran to the ruins and found 5 planets. Can easily hang Son Goku, who has surpassed the Super 4. Trunks doesn't know how strong the Super Omega Shenron is, and maybe he can use his Super 4 state. It is stronger than Super 4. It's not easy. Now it's just a matter of defeating the other 5 evil dragons. Trunks shrugged helplessly. You must know that the evil dragons behind him are getting stronger and stronger, especially the boss of the evil dragons, Omega Shenron, is even more powerful. And after absorbing the other 6 Dragon Balls, he turned into a Super Omega Shenron, and his strength was even stronger. Vegeta folded her arms and returned to her former proud look. Chapter 144 The Silly Oceanus Shenron. Vegeta finally won. Okay, let's go to the next place. Put away the Dragon Ball. Trunks, don't waste time. Take Vegeta and Xiaofeng to the next Dragon Ball location using instant transmission. This time they came to a sea. Discover Dragon Ball. Discover Dragon Ball. Giru kept prompting. However, surrounded by the endless sea, they saw nothing. Giru, are you mistaken? Where is the Dragon Ball? 35. Xiaofeng swayed while holding Giru. Don't worry. Trunks and Vegeta kept looking around, feeling the anomalies around them at the same time. It was at this time. Boom. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared in the sea water below. Immediately afterwards, a waterspout shot out, targeting the 3 of them, Tranex, above. Be careful. Trunks pulled Xiaofeng away. Vegeta didn't respond slowly, and avoided the waterspout's attack. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a strange laughter that sounded somewhat heroic came from the waterspout, and then the water fell. A woman with green skin and blue hair appeared in front of everyone. Hearing this laughter, Trunks somehow thought of Tsunade. The voice of Oceanus Shenron in front of him was exactly the same as Tsunade. The two were a dub. I'm Oceanus Shenron who controls the wind and air, what about Son Goku? Oceanus Shenron revealed his abilities as soon as he came up. Humph, Kakarot is not here, I am enough. Vegeta flew forward again. For some reason, he was very upset when he heard the other party ask Kakarot. Vegeta, it's okay, I'll go to Son Goku after you've dealt with it. Oceanus Shenron's voice is very hearty and bold, which makes people feel very comfortable. Seeing that Vegeta was flying up, Trunks shrugged helplessly, and had to pull Xiaofeng back to the side. Drink. Vegeta was also ruthless, and immediately turned into a Super 4 when she came up, obviously she was going to go all out. And this time, he was more careful, after all, he suffered a loss from Rage Shenron. If he failed, he would be embarrassed by himself. Vegeta, this guy can use wine to attack, be careful. 99. Trunks reminded appropriately. 35. Vegeta nodded slightly, then rushed up. However, Oceanus Shenron was unmoved and stood still. Just when Vegeta's fist was about to hit her, it seemed to hit the wall of air and couldn't be saved. Ha! Vegeta roared, and countless fists kept blasting out. This made Oceanus Shenron's complexion suddenly change, and if it went on like this, her air wall would not be able to block the opponent's fist. Air crack. Oceanus Shenron took the initiative to attack, and instantly countless transparent air was ejected. Vegeta crossed her arms in front of her, letting the air bombs hit her. Hoo-hoo, that's really stupid. Oceanus Shenron laughed loudly when he saw that he actually chose to resist hard, and then the air-splitting air bombs were fired more intensively. At this time, Vegeta erupted again with a powerful chi, which forcibly shook the air-splitting gas bomb away. Thinking of him Prince Saiyan, he is usually the only one who uses the prince's tactics against others, but he was educated by Oceanus Shenron today. How could Vegeta endure this tone? Drink I saw that with his backhand, countless Qigong bullets slammed into the past. The two kept releasing Qigong bombs on the sea. Rumble rumble, Qigong bombs continued to explode, and even the sea was turned upside down. At the same time, Vegeta also discovered that his Qigong bombs, like his fists, couldn't get close to him at all. Oceanus Shenron has airflow protection all over his body, so he can't attack at all. Vegeta frowned, just as he was thinking about trying it out for the ultimate sparkle. Trunks not far away suddenly sent him a voice transmission. Vegeta, there is a breach above Oceanus Shenron's head. Vegeta's eyes lit up when he heard his words. Immediately after, he looked towards the top of Oceanus Shenron's head, and he saw a difference. Seeing this, Vegeta roared again and fired countless Qigong bullets. Ha ha ha, this is useless. Oceanus Shenron laughed arrogantly. However, as appropriate, Vegeta's figure suddenly appeared above her head. What? Oceanus Shenron froze for a moment. She didn't expect Vegeta to suddenly appear on top of her head. Obviously, the Qigong bullet that Vegeta released just now was just to attract her attention. Crack wind vacuum slash, katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers. Although he has seen through his weaknesses, Oceanus Shenron is not so easy to defeat. A vacuum slash, instantly forcing Vegeta back. At this time, the battle between the two officially began. And after knowing Oceanus Shenron's weakness, Vegeta kept attacking, but defeated Oceanus Shenron in just a moment. The last ultimate flash took her straight away. This time Vegeta finally won a game, although it was because of Trunks' instructions. But it also played very beautifully. Haha, I got 6 planets. 35. Xiaofang caught the 6 planets falling from the sky in time. Well, then there are only 4 Dragon Balls left. 39. Trunks took the 6 planets with a smile. Just as he was about to continue to the next place, Xiaofang's stomach suddenly growled. Xiaofang clutched the reader, looked at him pitifully and said, Trunks, let's eat something first. Since the appearance of Rinbot on the 17th in the morning, the sun is almost setting, and she hasn't eaten her lunch yet. Hearing her say this, Trunks is also a little hungry. Well then, let's take a break and eat something. 99. Trunks nodded, then took out an omnipotent capsule and threw it on the sea. Boom. After a puff of smoke, a luxury cruise ship appeared in front of the three. Ah, great. After Xiaofang saw this luxury cruise ship, she immediately fell down with excitement. Vegeta, let's go down and have a rest too. Trunks said something to Vegeta next to him. The two then landed on the boat. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Can be changed. Afterwards, everyone held a banquet at sea, and in the laughter, everyone put down their worries for the time being. Seeing that he suddenly changed so many delicacies, everyone watching the live broadcast couldn't help but want to join. Trunks has not yet tested the upper limit of this ability, and I don't know what step it can achieve. Helpless, Trunks had to go back and pick up everyone. That's the power of anamorphic light, as long as it's something you've seen or tried. Trunks caught some fish from the sea, and then used transforming light to instantly turn into dishes that were not inferior to those made by Commander Tatsuki. Chapter 145 Natron Shenron's Conspiracy. The next day, Trunks, Xiaofang and Vegeta set off again. After an instant transmission, they came to a desolate Gobi. Discover Dragon Ball. Discover Dragon Ball. After Giru came here, he immediately noticed Dragon Ball's movements. Giru, where's Dragon Ball? Xiaofang looked around curiously. Dragon Ball is down there, right down there. 99. Giru pointed to the ground. Dragon Ball should be underground. Get out of the way and let me force it out. Trunks said to Xiaofang and Vegeta. The two nodded and stepped aside. After seeing him push away, Trunks flew into the sky, and then condensed a spiral bullet in his hand and threw it towards the ground. In the chat group, Saitama. Wow, why did Trunks use the ultimate move as soon as they came up? 9. King Debbie Luke. Is this in a hurry? Ain's Ergong Sorcerer King. However, it's not wrong to have a quick decision. 267. Blood Red Pepper. What's wrong with solving it quickly? There's no need to waste time. Sha Shizi, group leader. That's right. I think the last evil dragon is the most powerful, and none of the ones I encountered before are as strong as Super No. 17. Little Thief Cat. In other words, the last one is the biggest boss. Not to mention the excitement in the chat group. At this time, when the spiral bomb was dropped, it instantly became a 100-meter-sized energy bomb. The inside of the energy bomb is constantly rotating, and it looks very solid. When the energy bomb fell on the ground was continuously destroyed to form a large circular crater. And it was still falling, and after falling for more than 10 meters, it seemed that something happened. Boom! The spiral bomb exploded directly, and rays of light shot out, even more dazzling than sunlight. The power of this move is indeed very strong, and the damage range can be controlled under the control of Trunks. Not at all worried about the destruction of the Earth. How's it going? Xiaofang stared closely at the deep pit in the ground. However, at this time, the smoke and dust in the deep pit were billowing, and it was completely unclear. The aura of evil seems to have disappeared. Could it be that this evil dragon was wiped out so easily? Vegeta frowned. No, not really. Trunks was keenly aware of a difference. He knew that the Natron Shenron in front of him was different from other evil dragons. This guy is capable of possessing other creatures and exerting great power. The blow from Trunks just now, at most, only destroyed the groundhog possessed by Natron Shenron. That's why Vegeta thinks the evil aura is gone. Sure enough, at this moment, a more powerful evil aura appeared. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled, like a 12-magnitude earthquake. Fortunately, it is in the desolate Gobi, and there are no towns around. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Sure enough, he's not dead, he's coming out. Xiaofang screamed. Boom! I saw a huge monster like a mouse appearing in front of everyone. Is this Natron Shenron? How ugly! Xiaofang looked at the mouse-like monster in front of her with disgust. Damn, who attacked me just now? As soon as he came out, Natron Shenron shouted in exasperation. He was sleeping underground just now, but unexpectedly he was attacked suddenly. It was terrified at the time. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, escaped from the possessed body in time, and then found a mouse possessed. It came out of the ground. Humph, you were quite temperamental, what's wrong with me? Trunks snorted disdainfully. It's you, damn, I'm angry. 35. Natron Shenron yelled angrily, and then he raised his foot and stomped the ground. Immediately afterwards, several key blasts shot out from the ground, targeting the three Trunks. Trunks pulled Xiaofang to dodge instantly. Such an attack is too slow to have any effect on them. Let me deal with him. Seeing that Vegeta wanted to step forward, Trunks spoke in advance. Not that he didn't want Vegeta on, but because the Natron Shenron in front of him was a cunning tight end. The original Xiaofang was deceived and was eventually possessed by Natron Shenron, and his strength became very strong. The Trunks didn't want Vegeta to be possessed carelessly, that would be troublesome. Well then, 35. Vegeta retreated after hearing the words. Trunks didn't talk nonsense when he saw this, he directly transformed into a super transformed state, and his soaring muscles and height did not affect his clothes. Because his clothes were transformed from Peikai number 5, it would be no problem to transform into a giant ape. At this time, Natron Shenron couldn't help but sweat on his forehead after seeing Trunks' transformation. Damn, just let you guys see some of my tricks. Natron Shenron suddenly slapped the ground with his claws again. Red key blasts shot out from the ground again, all targeting Trunks. Trunks didn't stand on the spot to be beaten, only to see him dodge left and right and suddenly came to the top of Natron Shenron's head. The next moment, to his astonishment, Natron Shenron used key blast on the soles of his feet. Ha ha ha, this guy is too funny, he actually hit himself. Xiaofang covered her stomach and laughed when she saw this scene. Not only her, but even everyone in the live broadcast room laughed uproariously. Blood red pepper. Haha, it's so funny. This guy actually beat himself up. Little thief cat. That's right, my stomach hurts from laughing, haha. The Sorcerer King Ains are gone. It seems that this Natron Shenron is indeed not very smart. Sha Shizi, group leader, no, if this Natron Shenron is really that weak, why did Trunks shoot it himself? Shajircho Shiyu suddenly thought of this doubt. If Natron Shenron is really so weak, let Xiaofang play and win. Why don't you do it yourself? King Debbie Luke. In this way, it seems that there is indeed a problem. At the same time, Natron Shenron, who was hit by his own key blast, appeared in front of everyone covered in injuries. It's really, damn, I didn't expect that I would be defeated by my own moves. Natron Shenron fell to the ground after speaking, followed by a burst of smoke. Natron Shenron's entire body disappeared. Then 7 planets flew towards Xiaofang. Is it still the same as in the original book? Choose the weakest Xiaofang to start, even if you can't win, you can use Xiaofang as a hostage. Trunks sneered when he saw this scene. It can be said that everything Natron Shenron does is within his grasp. It's impossible to fool him with this kind of trick. At this time, Natron Shenron gave up the possessed rat, and it was the weakest time. Xiaofang, use Chi 1.3 power wave on Dragon Ball. Trunks said using voice transmission. Xiaofang was stunned when she heard the words in her ear, but she didn't doubt Trunks' words. I saw her hands on her waist without hesitation. Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong. The mighty key blast blasted directly to the 7 planets. Natron Shenron had no idea that Xiaofang would suddenly use key blast. At this time, it was at its most vulnerable and could not stop Xiaofang's attack at all. In a terrified scream, Natron Shenron was completely silent. This guy really has a conspiracy. 99. Xiaofang only realized it later. That's right, Natron Shenron didn't die under his own trick just now, it was just his trick. It has the ability to possess other creatures. So Natron Shenron's final target is me. Xiaofang pointed to herself. That's right, Trunks nodded. Chapter 146 Nuova Shenron and Ice Shenron, the Evil Dragon Brothers. After Xiaofang knew that Natron Shenron's goal was her, she was a little scared. She was smart enough to know that once Natron Shenron possessed herself, she would definitely make the Trunks tied up and cause trouble. Thinking of this, Xiaofang immediately thanked him gratefully. Thank you, Trunks. Hee, it's just a small matter, let's go to the next place. Trunks patted her little head and smiled. Of course Xiaofang and Vegeta have no problem. At this time, the chat group also exploded. Saitama. I didn't expect this to happen, that Natron Shenron is too despicable. Sha Shizi, group leader, sure enough, I knew something was wrong, but fortunately, Trunks has already seen through everything. Blood red pepper. Brother Trunks is too powerful. If he hadn't already known about Natron Shenron's conspiracy, I'm afraid things would have gotten very troublesome. Ainzer Dong Sorcerer King. Fortunately, Natron Shenron was eliminated in the end, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The group members also felt very thrilling, but fortunately, Natron Shenron was successfully solved in the end. When the three Trunks appeared again, they had already arrived in a city that was almost covered by desert. The sun is hanging high, making it very hot here. As soon as they arrived here, the three of them felt a heat wave. Wow, what the hell is going on here? It's too hot. 35. In just a moment, Xiaofang was already sweating profusely. Discover Dragon Ball. Discover Dragon Ball. Giru also reacted at this time. Dragon Ball, where is it? Xiaofang asked curiously. However, Giru could not give a specific location at all. Don't look for it, the evil dragon is there. Trunks said and pointed to the sun in the sky. The sun, isn't the earth surrounded by evil so that the sun can't be seen? Xiaofang just remembered at this time. That sun is the evil dragon. Vegeta frowned. That's right, Trunks nodded. At this moment, the sun in the sky was getting bigger and bigger, and finally it fell directly. Boom. The ground trembled. At this time, everyone could see clearly that what appeared in front of them was a strange man with red skin and wings. Humph, I'm Nuova Shenron, and I've been waiting for you for a long time. Nuova Shenron looked at the three of them, and immediately said with a little regret, it's a pity Son Goku didn't come, otherwise it would be better. Sure enough, these evil dragons resented Son Goku a lot because of his use of Dragon Ball. Humph, we could have dealt with you without Kakarot. Seeing Nuova Shenron mentioning Kakarot in front of him again, Vegeta was upset. Let me come and see how I beat him. At this time, Xiaofang, who was beside him, wanted to challenge Nuova Shenron, but fortunately, Trunks stopped him. He rolled his eyes and said, don't make trouble, your current strength is not his opponent. Perhaps because of the elimination of Rage Shenron, this girl became inexplicably confident. But the Nuova Shenron in front of him is not a dirty fish character. Its ability to control the flame can release 6,000 degrees of high temperature. To know that the temperature of the surface of the sun is only 5,500 degrees. In the original, even the Super 4 Son Goku can only win by wisdom, and Son Goku even admits that Nuova Shenron's speed is still better than him. It can be seen that this guy's strength is very strong, even stronger than his elder brother Ice Shenron. Among the 7 evil dragons, he is the strongest existence other than Omega Shenron. Oh, Xiaofang heard him say so she had to stay obediently. Vegeta, this guy is a good opponent, he'll leave it to you. Since Vegeta wanted to go, Trunks didn't fight with him, just wait and deal with Ice Shenron. Give it to me. Vegeta nodded, a proud smile on her face. Vegeta, I know you and you are a good fighter, come on, let me see if your strength is as good as Son Goku. Nuova Shenron is still interested in Vegeta. However, hearing these words in Vegeta's ears, the taste suddenly changed. Humph, dare to underestimate me, I will make you pay the price. Vegeta sneered, and immediately turned into a Super 4. Swish, there was no unnecessary nonsense, the two instantly disappeared in place, and then collided with each other. Bang 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 bang, Nuova Shenron has a hot energy formation attached to her body. If Vegeta in the normal state punched him, he would be burned in an instant. However, after turning into a Super 4, there is no need to worry about this problem at all. Boom, suddenly Nuova Shenron punched Vegeta in the face, and Vegeta also punched him. This punch just shattered the energy layer on Nuova Shenron's body, revealing his true face. I saw that his body turned out to be golden yellow, more dazzling than the red just now. Haha, this is my true face, how am I surprised? After revealing his original appearance, Nuova Shenron suddenly laughed proudly. Humph, no matter what color you become, you are no match for me. Vegeta was unmoved at all, and her tone was still very arrogant. Humph, I'll show you my strength. Before he finished speaking, Nuova Shenron disappeared. Vegeta didn't notice for a while, and was directly punched in the stomach. Immediately after that, there were several punches, which directly knocked Vegeta out. After revealing its original appearance, Nuova Shenron no longer relies on flames to fight, but instead relies on super high speed to fight. Vegeta's strength itself is not as strong as Son Goku, and now he is even more passive. For a while, he didn't have the strength to fight back. Trunks, Vegeta Xiaofang was a little worried when she saw this. 267 inches, don't worry, there's me too. In fact, Trunks still think Vegeta can beat Nuova Shenron. After all, Son Goku can do it, Vegeta has no reason not to. The battle between the two in the sky became more and more intense. It was at this time. Behind Trunks and Xiaofang, Jianbing did not know when, and Jianbing approached them very quickly. Of course, this movement could not be concealed from Trunks. He pulled Xiaofang away instantly. As soon as they left, the place where they were fighting was frozen. Without looking, he knew who it was. Ice Shenron, also known as the Ice Dragon. Soft-spoken, but a mean guy. Unscrupulous for victory, he is able to control freezing air and create ice that cannot be melted. Once frozen, even a Super 4 Goku can't break free. This guy's frontal combat ability is slightly weaker, far inferior to Nuova Shenron. This guy's freezing is very strong, and because he likes sneak attacks, it's a bit troublesome. But now that the opponent's location is known, there is no threat to the Trunks at all. You escaped. It looks exactly like Nuova Shenron, but Ice Shenron has ice blue skin. At this time, Ice Shenron looked at Trunks with a surprised expression. He didn't expect his sneak attack to fail. Chapter 147 Xuanchao Trunks kills Ice Shenron. You were so despicable, you even attacked. Xiaofang also came back to her senses at this time, and her face suddenly became angry. He, as long as you can win, there is nothing despicable or despicable, do you think this is a joke? Ice Shenron is not only not ashamed, but rather proud. In his mind, as long as he can win, he doesn't care what means he uses. Oh, that's right, Trunks sneered. Immediately after that, he instantly transformed into Xuanchao, came to Ice Shenron in the blink of an eye, and threw a punch. Boom! The punch hit Ice Shenron's stomach firmly, causing it to bow involuntarily. This series of actions was so fast that Ice Shenron didn't react at all. He didn't expect the Trunks to sneak attack. You actually attacked. Humph, it's so funny, are you only allowed to sneak attack? Trunks sneered again and again, he just wanted to use his own way to repay his own body. What's more, he wasn't a sneak attack, he was just faster. Hateful, Ice Shenron felt the pain in his stomach and was instantly furious. However, before he could take his breath away, Trunks hit him with a knee, and then he caught up to the sky and beat him again. At this time, Ice Shenron could only keep screaming, without the slightest strength to fight back. Elder brother, Nuova Shenron not far away heard Ice Shenron's screams and couldn't help exclaiming. Humph, you dared to be distracted when you were fighting with me. Vegeta, who had been beaten all the time, took this opportunity to counterattack, and Nuova Shenron was hit several times in an instant. The speed of Nuova Shenron is really strong, but the strength is much weaker than Vegeta. After these few punches, Nuova Shenron was immediately blinded, and immediately entered Vegeta's attack time. The situation reversed in an instant. In the live room, Blood Red Pepper. Wow, it's really cool to see Brother Trunks fighting like this. 35. Since Kushina learned Tsunade's strange force boxing, she has become more and more fond of this kind of fist to meet combat. Every day she has to use the strange force to destroy something. This caused the trees on the far side of the deep forest to suffer. Even Tsunade had a headache for her. Little thief cat. That's right, the feeling of fisting to the flesh makes my blood boil. As a disciple, Nami, of course, was also led astray, and every day when she had nothing to do, she would pull Luffy over to serve him with a combination of punches. Anyway, Luffy is a rubber man, so there is no need to be afraid of being beaten. This also caused her to accidentally become a bully on the ship, and Luffy Zoro was very afraid of her. For fear of being beaten up accidentally. Come on Trunks, hit that Ice Shenron hard, I hate sneak attack guys the most. 5. Thor. Yes, I hate Ice Shenron a lot too, but Nuova Shenron feels a lot better. Xiaohui. Although the two are brothers, their personalities are completely opposite. The chat group chat is hot. At this time, Trunks also played very refreshingly. Ice Shenron was like a sandbag, constantly being beaten by him. At the same time, he can stand in the same place and use the wave of evil thoughts to change the ability of space. Just stand on the spot and throw a fist, you can beat Ice Shenron. The huge fist kept hitting Ice Shenron, making it scream again and again. Forget it, it's time to deal with you. After beating Ice Shenron, Trunks is ready to take it down. Yet at this moment, freeze light, I saw that Ice Shenron found a good angle and even shot a light from his eyes. Trunks was instantly frozen by the light. Trunks, seeing this, Xiaofang shouted anxiously. He, I was hit by my freezing light, and I couldn't break free. After beating me for so long, I will kill you with my own hands. Ice Shenron showed a cruel smile, and then his arm suddenly turned into a cannon barrel, and it could be seen that the 3-star ball was inside the cannon barrel. Powerful energies gather. Emission. Ice Shenron let out a loud roar, followed by a huge ki blast shot directly from the barrel. Boom. In an instant, the entire city was destroyed by this blow. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing left. Trunks. Xiaofang couldn't believe that Trunks was defeated like this, and tears fell unconsciously. Ha ha ha, no one can survive my trick. Ice Shenron burst into laughter when he saw this. Really? 35. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly appeared behind him. Ice Shenron's arrogant face suddenly solidified. How is this possible? Ice Shenron turned around in disbelief. Sure enough, Trunks was standing behind him unharmed. Trunks. When Xiaofang saw him appear, she was instantly overjoyed. Nothing is impossible, your strength is too weak. Ice Shenron's freezing is indeed very powerful, but the Trunks have long known that this move will certainly not be unprepared. Not to mention that he released the protective cover, even if there is no protective cover, he is confident to break free from the ice seal. Game over. Before he finished speaking, Trunks came to Ice Shenron and punched it in the stomach. Immediately after, a spiral bullet in the right hand smashed directly into the face. Ice Shenron was directly smashed into the air. Boom. The spiral bomb exploded directly on Ice Shenron's stomach, forming an extremely powerful energy storm. When the dust settled, a 3-star ball fell and was caught by the Trunks. In the chat group, Sha Shizi, group leader, Trunks are really, they scared me. The scene of Trunks being frozen and then disappearing just now really shocked everyone in the chat group. Blood Chili Peppers. Can I say I always believed in Brother Trunks? Little Thief Cat. It's really thrilling, but it's all under the control of the teacher. Night Attack Ace Killer. That's right, Trunks is just teasing Ice Shenron, playing Wang Zhao, otherwise it would have been solved long ago. Thor. Ice Shenron or something, he can't be on the table at all, he's just a sinister villain who can sneak attacks. On the other side, Nuova Shenron, who was fighting Vegeta, was shocked when he saw this. What? Brother was defeated. Nuova Shenron couldn't believe it, he didn't expect his brother to lose so fast. Is that guy called Trunks really that strong? Originally, he thought that his brother could easily solve that Saiyan, but he thought that the result was completely reversed. Humph. Seeing that Nuova Shenron was distracting him again, Vegeta acted mercilessly. Nuova Shenron fell into the underdog again in an instant. Originally, Nuova Shenron was confident to defeat Vegeta, but because of his stupor just now, Vegeta counterattacked and punched him a few times. So far, it has fallen into a disadvantage. It is too soon to be defeated. Chapter 148 Omega Shenron's Sneak Attack, Vegeta seriously injured. However, at this moment, a strange air suddenly appeared in Trunks' perception. Is that Omega Shenron? Not good, Vegeta, be careful. Trunks changed his face and shouted. Because he noticed this strange air, it appeared behind Vegeta. However, his reminder was a little late. Vegeta, who was fighting with Nuova Shenron, was blasted away by a sudden ki blast before she could scream. Vegeta. Trunks caught Vegeta with an instant transmission. Although Vegeta here has nothing to do with him, he is still a friend. Seeing Vegeta dying from serious injuries at this time, Trunks was furious in his heart. But, damn, Trunks, you're going to beat him. Vegeta held his breath and glared at Omega Shenron. Nothing made him more angry than interrupting his fight. At this time Nuova Shenron looked at Omega Shenron and asked angrily, Omega Shenron, why did you make a sneak attack? Seeing that the two were about to decide the winner, he didn't expect to be interrupted by Omega Shenron, which made him very angry. He, you two are fighting too hard, and can you win Vegeta by fighting like this? Omega Shenron crossed his arms with a look of disdain on his face. Damn, it's my own battle anyway, and I don't need your intervention. 39. Nuova Shenron waved his hands full of anger. Humph, what, do you still want to do it with me? Omega Shenron snorted coldly. Obviously if Nuova Shenron wanted to court death, he wouldn't mind shooting. And Trunks here. He took out a fairy bean and ate it for the dying Vegeta, and Vegeta recovered in an instant. Vegeta, go to Nuova Shenron, Omega Shenron to me. It is good. Vegeta clenched her fists and nodded. At this time, Omega Shenron and Nuova Shenron also noticed the situation. Oh, Vegeta, you actually recovered. Omega Shenron was in disbelief. Nuova Shenron was a little excited at this, so that their battle could continue. Omega Shenron, your opponent is me. 35. At this time, Trunks took the initiative to fly forward. Oh, what's your name? Omega Shenron folded his arms and looked at him proudly. My name is Trunks, remember that name because you will die at my hands. 5. Ha ha ha, is that so? Then let me see how strong you are. 55. Omega Shenron still had a look of disdain in his eyes, obviously ignoring him. Perhaps only Son Goku can be valued by him. After all, Omega Shenron was born out of Son Goku's overuse of Dragon Ball. Not far away, Xiaofang made a trumpet with her hands and shouted, come on, Trunks. At this moment, Son Gohan, Dat, and Estelle also came over. Because of the appearance of Omega Shenron, they couldn't bear to come to watch the battle. Xiaofang, Dad, Uncle Goten, and everyone. Xiaofang turned her head and saw that everyone was here. Well, let's watch the game, and now that Dad isn't here, we'll have to go up if we need to. Although Son Gohan has become Nobifan, he has not let go of the responsibility in his heart. If both Trunks and Vegeta lose, then he can only bite the bullet. Dad, don't worry, Brother Trunks will definitely be able to beat that guy. Xiaofang clenched her fists, she was convinced that the Trunks would win. Hey, Xiaofang, you should call him uncle. At this time, Date reminded. After all, Date and Son Gohan are the same generation, so Xiaofang should also call him uncle. But he seemed to have never heard Xiaofang call him that. Humph, Trunks is not like you, and he's only 7. 35. Xiaofang Zhao snorted and ignored him. Date could only smile bitterly when he saw this. At the same time, the battle in the sky also began. Vegeta was restored to a prosperous state by eating the fairy beans, and he did not want to take advantage of Nuova Shenron. So let him rest for a while. So the two of them watched the battle from the sidelines. Omega Shenron, come on. Before Trunks could finish speaking, the man disappeared in place. Bang 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 bang. Drink. 5. Ha. In the roar, the two slammed thousands of punches at each other in an instant, and some of the places they passed were destroyed, and the entire planet was already in danger. Damn, they're so fast, they can't see clearly at all. 5. Boros clenched his fists tightly, very unwilling. I didn't expect that with my own strength, I didn't even have the qualifications to watch the game. The same is true of Estes on the side, but she can listen to Kai Tong's explanation next to her, which is better. I think we should step back. It always feels like it will be affected. 35. Momonga's strength can be said to be the lowest here, and looking at the ground that is constantly turbulent because of the aftermath, he is really frightened. That's right, we're taking a step back and don't cause trouble for the Trunks. Thor agreed with him. Immediately, everyone backed out a distance again. Gohan, how's their fight going now? Then Bulma asked nervously. Son Gohan's eyes kept following the two fighting. It looks like the situation is evenly matched now, but it's hard to say later. Is that so? Too bad Goku isn't here, otherwise he would have won. Chi-Chi still misses Son Goku very much at this time. Haha, don't worry, Lord Supreme Kai said there is a way to get me out, but it will take some time. At this time, little Goku's voice appeared in everyone's ears. It's Goku, can you really come out? Chi-Chi was very surprised when he heard this voice. Great, Grandpa can come out. Xiaofeng also looked surprised. Goku, if it were you, you would definitely be able to defeat this Omega Shenron. 9. Bulma asked curiously. I'm afraid not. What? Little Goku's answer made everyone stunned. Yeah, I'm not sure I can beat that Omega Shenron, but I think the Trunks should be able to beat him. In fact, Son Goku has been watching the battle in Hell since the beginning of the fight against Erxing. Until Omega Shenron appeared, he knew that he was no match for Omega Shenron. Unless you can get past the Super Saiyan 4. But that's okay, he really can't beat Omega Shenron, and he can't go out right now. But he knew that the Trunks would win. Because when they were studying Super 4 in the Spirit Time House, they never saw the Super 4 transformation of Trunks. But even using Xuanchao's transformation, he could press them to fight. One can imagine how strong Trunks' real strength is. Son Goku was very much looking forward to seeing Trunks transform into Super 4 today. Chapter 149 Xuanchao transforms into a Hammer Omega Shenron, the birth of Super Omega Shenron. At this time in the sky, the battle between Trunks and Omega Shenron continued. Omega Shenron's strength is very strong, and Kamehameha, who took over the 10 times of Super 4 Son Goku in the original book, was able to escape unscathed. It can be seen that the strength of Omega Shenron is far above the Super 4 Goku. Trunks can feel that Omega Shenron's current strength is similar to his Chuanchao transformation. So now he's enjoying the fight. Ha ha ha, I saw Trunks laughing loudly, and the more he fought, the more excited he became. At the same time, his strength was also getting stronger. The feeling of this increase in strength is really cool. It didn't take long for his strength to increase to the level of crushing Omega Shenron. It can be seen that the metamorphosis of Xuanchao's blood vessels is visible. Thinking of this, he suddenly accelerated, came to Omega Shenron in an instant, and punched Omega Shenron directly in the face. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed Omega Shenron's head with his big hand, and slammed his right fist on his stomach. Bang bang, a muffled sound stunned everyone not far away. Just now they were worried about whether Trunks would be able to defeat Omega Shenron. This is too strong. 35. Date's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't expect the Trunks from another world to be so powerful. The last time he was parasitized by Baby, he didn't know the specific combat situation. And what he saw with his own eyes this time really shocked him too much. Wow, it's really strong. It seems that this crisis can be resolved. Son Gohan was also relieved to see this. What? This Omega Shenron is too weak to fight back against Trunks. Xiaofeng put her hands on her hips with a look of disdain on her face, who didn't know that she thought she defeated Omega Shenron. At this time, Vegeta and Nuova Shenron also looked shocked. Is this the true strength of Trunks? Vegeta felt the anger of Trunks at this time. It was unbelievable, it was too strong. And Nuova Shenron on the side also widened her eyes. 6 Omega Shenron was crushed and beaten, it's impossible. You must know that Omega Shenron is the most powerful existence among all the evil dragons, and at this time the strongest Omega Shenron was beaten by the Saiyan in front of him. This really made Nuova Shenron a little unbelievable. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Trunks became more and more excited, grabbed Omega Shenron's head and punched him in the stomach. Omega Shenron's eyes burst out from the beating, and he was completely powerless to resist. After another punch, Trunks let go of Omega Shenron's head. Immediately afterwards, a spiral bullet gathered in his hand and smashed it in the face. Boom! Omega Shenron was directly thrown into the sky, and then the spiral bomb that was constantly spinning on his stomach exploded instantly. Boom! A powerful explosion of energy made the entire earth tremble. The sky trembled and the earth tore apart. The dazzling light made everyone unable to open their eyes. A long time. When the explosion ended, a tattered body fell from the sky. It was Omega Shenron, and he wasn't dead yet. It's not dead yet. The corners of Trunks' mouth rose. In fact, he had already released water just now, otherwise Omega Shenron would definitely die. As for why the water is released, of course, I wanted to see the power of Super Omega Shenron who absorbed all the Dragon Balls. He wants to see if Super Omega Shenron can make him take out the Super 4 transformation. Since becoming the real Super Saiyan God, he can smash all opponents with just a pass or a deep blue. So far, there has been no opponent who let him use the Super 4 to transform, and even he himself does not know how strong his Super 4 will be. That's why he made Omega Shenron become Super Omega Shenron. Sure enough, Omega Shenron did not disappoint him. Knowing his current strength, he is definitely not the opponent of Trunks. So he hit the Dragon Ball. But the only problem now is that Nuova Shenron is still alive, and without a Dragon Ball, his strength will be greatly weakened. Then only Nuova Shenron can be killed. Omega Shenron, who was in the ruins, looked ruthless. Swish. What Vegeta and Nuova Shenron didn't expect at all was that Omega Shenron would actually appear behind them. Nova Shenron, be my strength. 35. Omega Shenron gave a wicked smile, followed by a ki blast piercing Nuova Shenron in an instant. For flowers, Omega Shenron's strength is much stronger than Nuova Shenron. Although he was injured, Nuova Shenron couldn't react at all under the sneak attack. Nuova Shenron was instantly killed. Trunks watched this scene coldly, without any change in expression. Immediately after Omega Shenron waved, all the Dragon Balls gathered towards him in an instant. Ha ha ha. Seeing Dragon Ball's hand, Omega Shenron suddenly laughed arrogantly. All these changes are very fast, so fast that everyone can't react. Damn, how dare you. Vegeta was just PD off. Omega Shenron attacked him just now, interrupting his fight with Nuova Shenron. Unexpectedly, the sneak attack on Nuova Shenron now is equivalent to interrupting the battle between the two. Vegeta was furious and was about to shoot, but it was stopped by Trunks. Stop Vegeta, you are no match for him. Although Vegeta is not reconciled, but she also knows the truth. He only snorted unwillingly and backed away. Are you ready? I don't have much patience. At this time, Trunks' eyes turned to Omega Shenron. Omega Shenron opened his mouth wide, then swallowed all the Dragon Balls in his stomach. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Omega Shenron, shocking everyone in an instant. This kind of power is too powerful. Son Gohan and Son Goten and others were shocked by this evil spirit. They had no idea that Omega Shenron could be so powerful. Omega Shenron ate the Dragon Ball. Xiaofang couldn't help exclaiming, "Humph! It seems that Omega Shenron gained the power of other evil dragons." At this time, Vegeta also came to watch the battle not far away from them. What? Omega Shenron has the power of all the evil dragons. What should I do now? Date was a little panicked. Humph! Since he chose to let Omega Shenron absorb all the power of the Dragon Ball, he is naturally confident of defeating Omega Shenron. 5. Vegeta couldn't help but snorted coldly when he looked at Date. The more he looked at Date, the less pleasing to the eye. Date didn't dare to say anything more when he saw this. Chapter 150 Trunks, Super 4 Transformation, Crushing. Ha ha ha, Omega Shenron, who swallowed all the Dragon Balls, laughed arrogantly, shocking everyone with his powerful aura. Look, this is my strength above all evil dragons. Omega Shenron roared, followed by a new change in his body. He saw 7 colored rays of light shot out from his chest, and half of the 7 Dragon Balls emerged from his body. It's like being embedded in his chest. He also had multiple black thorns on his back, elbows and knees. How? See my power. Omega Shenron opened his hands in an invincible stance. The power of the 6 evil dragons who fought with you before has all gathered on me, and now I am the strongest, ha ha ha. The strongest, humph. Let me see how powerful you are, the so-called strongest. Trunks sneered, 267, can't wait to try Omega Shenron's strength. Swish. The next moment, he appeared in front of Omega Shenron, punching him in the face. However, what surprised him was that the punch was in vain. Omega Shenron just tilted his head and easily avoided his punch. Ha ha ha, I'm no longer the me I used to be, so let you see my current strength. Omega Shenron let out a loud laugh, followed by a punch. Boom. The punch was so fast that Trunks was hit before he could even react. Not only that, but Omega Shenron kept hitting him with punch after punch. For a while, Trunks seemed to be beaten and unable to fight back. Ha ha ha, Trunks, I want to give you back everything you hit me just now. Omega Shenron laughed wildly, punching faster than punching, punching harder than punching. However, Omega Shenron's hands were suddenly caught by the Trunks. Really, is Super Omega Shenron only so much? Trunks looked up at Omega Shenron. After Omega Shenron became Super Omega Shenron, his strength increased tenfold. Indeed it has surpassed Trunks. But it's not that easy to beat him. Thanks to breaking the body limiter, and uploading Super Saiyan itself is more resistant to beating. So Omega Shenron's fist did little damage to him, and even under Omega Shenron's blow, the strength of Trunks kept skyrocketing. This is the horror of Chuan Chao Saiyan. And Omega Shenron was stunned when he saw that Trunks had the power to fight back. Immediately afterwards, Trunks pulled him over and slammed him with a headbutt. Then one kick kicked him out. To gather the power of 7 Dragon Balls is nothing more than that. Trunks dismissed. This sentence completely angered Omega Shenron. Damn. 9. With a roar, he saw his foot stomping. Immediately, a red beam of light broke from the ground and shot at the Trunks. This move is exactly Naturin Shenron's move, but it was avoided by Trunks. However, this is not over. Omega Shenron once again used a powerful move. Blast attack, freeze light, gale wind vacuum slash, whirlwind slash, evil dragon electric shock. All kinds of moves kept blasting towards the Trunks, and Omega Shenron actually used all the evil dragon moves over and over again. You must know that every evil dragon's trick is a very powerful existence. It's tricky to take out individually, let alone put together. Even Trunks couldn't dodge such a dense attack, and were directly hit by several unique moves. Brother Trunks, Xiaofang couldn't help but shouted worriedly. In the chat group, King Debbie Luke, what's going on with Trunks? It won't really be fun. The sorcerer King Ains are gone. It seems that the situation is a bit bad, that Omega Shenron is too strong after absorbing the other Dragon Balls. Thor, the situation is not good, how about we go up and help? Sha Shizi, group leader, with your strength, didn't you cause trouble in the past? Don't worry, Trunks will definitely win. Blood Red Pepper. That's right, you guys don't know much about Trunks' brother's strength, and Trunks' brother can turn into a Super 4. 55. Little Thief Cat. That's right, except for the last time I played Baby, the teacher used Super 4 transformations. After that, due to the increase in strength, most of the super transformations can be dealt with, so the teacher's strength must be more than this. Night Attack Ace Killer. That's right. Xiaofang. Is that really the case? That would be great. Everyone in the chat group also agreed with what Kushina and Nami said. In fact, with Trunks now passing super transformation, it should be possible to defeat Super Omega Shenron. After all, Omega Shenron can't do him any harm at all, and it can make his strength continue to increase. But he didn't want to be beaten all the time. He has always been the only one who beat others up, how could someone be beaten so badly? With Omega Shenron's current strength, it is enough for him to use Super 4 to transform. Have you had enough? Trunks suddenly burst out with a powerful chi, deflecting Omega Shenron's attack, and looked at him coldly. Ah, can you still stop it? Omega Shenron showed a cat-and-mouse playful look, obviously his attack just now was just playing. Humph, Omega Shenron has to admit that you are really strong now, but what? Omega Shenron asked with his arms crossed. But if you want to beat me with this strength, it's still too far away. Trunks smiled faintly. Oh, do you still have great power? This made Omega Shenron curious. Of course, with your current strength, you are qualified to see my stronger power. 99. Trunks said proudly. Ha ha ha, then I want to see how strong you are. Omega Shenron didn't believe that he had this stronger power at all, in his opinion Trunks were just dying. Come on, if you use the Super 4 to transform. How strong will it be? Vegeta was very excited when she saw this scene. Sure enough, Trunks really have more power. Xiaofeng also clenched her fists excitedly. Everyone 1.3 is very excited and looking forward to this moment. Drink operator. I saw a roar from Trunks, and the sky, the earth, the mountains and rivers trembled at this moment. Unprecedented starlight and golden arrogance as if reaching the sky appeared. Trunks finally transformed into Super Saiyan IV. At this time, the appearance of Trunks turned out to be somewhat similar to Super 4 Vegeta. The golden pupils despised the world, and the eye sockets turned red, looking like they had applied eyeshadow. Let all the strong in the universe perceive this unfathomable power. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. The mighty power even spread throughout the universe. The upper body is covered with red fluff, showing Saiyan's wildest state. The originally black hair turned red. Only the 8-pack abdominal muscles are exposed on the chest, which looks quite powerful. Chapter 151 Super 4 is too strong, playing with Super Omega Shenron. Is this the Trunks Super 4 transformation? Too strong. Feeling this huge aura like the vast universe, Vegeta couldn't help trembling all over. At this time, the strength of Trunks is unbelievably strong. In the chat group, King Debbie Luke. Too terrifying, is this the true strength of Trunks? Saitama. Sure enough, the gap between me and him is still too big. Sha Shizi, group leader, that's right. I knew that Trunks had this stronger power. Blood red chili pepper. It's amazing, Trunks is the most handsome brother like this. Little thief cat. Yeah, such a wild look is too handsome, I really want to be treated roughly. Night attack ace killer. Don't have this kind of thought, you can't stand it. Sha Shizi, group owner. Xiaohui, Rem, Thor. What the hell are you talking about? Why are you asking questions? 35. In the field, Trunk 14's clenched his fist, and an unprecedented force made him unable to resist the corners of his mouth. It's such a great feeling. Hum. Omega Shenron, I kept you waiting, come on, don't you want to see my strength? Trunks chuckled and hooked his fingers at Omega Shenron. 99. At this time, Omega Shenron was already stunned by the powerful anger of Trunks. How could he still have the indomitable appearance just now? If you don't come, I'm about to take action. Trunks laughed again. Damn it, don't underestimate me. 35. Omega Shenron was provoked, rushed over in an instant, and then punched him in the face fiercely. Boom. What? Omega Shenron's face was full of shock, because his full punch had no effect on Trunks. At most, Trunks' head was tilted. That's it. Trunks crossed his chest with his arms and sneered. The taunting effect was very good. Seeing this, Omega Shenron suddenly became furious, bursting out his whole body and punching again. However, before his fist touched the Trunks, he was sent flying by force. What? Omega Shenron bled from the corner of his mouth and looked confused. He didn't even know why he was kicked out. Oh, didn't you see it? You were punched 3 times by me just now. Trunks smiled and shrugged. Omega Shenron was still a little stunned when he heard it. He had never seen Trunks make a move, but he was indeed knocked out. No way, then let you see it again. With that said, Trunks hooked Omega Shenron again. Hateful, Omega Shenron roared and rushed up again. Sure enough, this time Trunks deliberately slowed down so that Omega Shenron could see. Bang bang bang. 2 punches and 1 kick kicked Omega Shenron out again. Although he could see the movements of Trunks, Omega Shenron couldn't react at all. Boom. Omega Shenron crashed into the rubble, sending up a lot of smoke. When the smoke dissipated, Omega Shenron was seen lying on the ground with a look of pain on his face. What? How long are you going to pretend to be dead? Trunks laughed sarcastically. Pretend to be dead. Damn it. Don't think you can be so arrogant. If you increase your strength a little, die. Omega Shenron roared angrily, and continuously released countless Qigong bombs from both hands and slammed over. However, Trunks folded his arms around his chest and did not evade at all. These Qigong bullets hit him like a tickling. Ha ha ha. What's the matter? Under such an attack, no matter how strong you are, you can't go unscathed. Omega Shenron laughed wildly and released Qigong bombs. Ah, it still has some effect, at least it makes me a little itchy. Trunks kept approaching Omega Shenron with Qigong bombs. Omega Shenron was shocked when he saw this, and shouted angrily, ah, give me to die. Suddenly, Trunks accelerated and came to Omega Shenron in an instant, and with a random punch, Omega Shenron was blasted out again. Omega Shenron hit the ground and smashed a big crater again. Ah, it's also time for you to see my unique trick. At this time, Trunks dodged to Omega Shenron and aimed at him with one hand. Omega Shenron clenched his teeth angrily, he wanted to fight back. It is a pity that he was seriously injured at this time, and he had no extra strength at all. At this moment, a powerful force condensed in the hands of Trunks and was released in an instant. Seeing this, Omega Shenron could only accept his fate and closed his eyes. Just when he was already dead, he heard a crisp sound. Boo! Omega Shenron opened his eyes and saw that Trunks' Qigong exploded like a bubble, with no attacking power at all. Ha ha ha, just kidding you, ha ha ha. Looking at Omega Shenron's funny appearance, Trunks couldn't help but burst into laughter. UBD, you are making fun of me like that. Knowing that he was being tricked, Omega Shenron rushed up angrily. Can't fight, haha. Trunks dodged left and right, and Omega Shenron couldn't touch him at all, which made Omega Shenron almost angry. Ah, enough fun, it's time for 267 to deal with you. 35. Trunks dodged out of Omega Shenron's attack range, then stretched. To be honest, I'm very disappointed in you. I thought you were strong enough, at least let me take this form and be able to fight well in the last battle, but unfortunately. Having said that, Trunks shook his head in disappointment. Seeing this, Omega Shenron's anger has reached its peak. I will not lose, all the evil dragons hurry up and give me their power. Omega Shenron roared. Immediately after, the 7 dragon balls on his chest flashed, and 7 scarlet evil forces shot out, forming a huge energy ball in the sky. As soon as this evil energy ball appeared, the surrounding earth continued to collapse. The entire sky was stained with blood. Ha ha ha, this is all the negative energy in all Dragon Ball, send me to hell. 95. Omega Shenron laughed wildly, and then shot the energy ball over. The people not far away couldn't help exclaiming when they saw this scene. It's really that the energy bomb is too huge, as if covering the sky and the sun. If it hits the earth, the whole earth will be destroyed in an instant. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. Chapter 152 Shenron, do you think you are the dragon god Sarama? Facing Omega Shenron, the negative energy ball that gathered all the Dragon Ball, Trunks couldn't help but laugh. I saw him stretch out a finger, and then a pink light shot out. Transforming light. When the deformed light came into contact with the negative energy ball, the blood-colored sky disappeared in an instant. Only the huge ball of negative energy in front of him disappeared, replaced by a piece of chocolate. Of course, this piece of chocolate is no ordinary chocolate, it still contains a huge amount of negative energy. Trunks took the chocolate and put it straight into his pocket. Maybe when it will be used. What? I gathered all the negative energy in one blow, and it turned out to be. Omega Shenron's eyes widened in horror as he watched the energy ball of his strongest blow disappear. Everyone watching the battle not far away was also stunned. Obviously, there was such a big movement in the last second, and the blood-colored energy ball seemed to destroy the world. However, in the next second, if it disappears, it disappears. What is the situation? Hey, this gift of yours is not bad, I will accept it. Trunks looked at Omega Shenron with a smile. How is this possible? Omega Shenron still couldn't believe that his strongest attack had no effect at all. Nothing is impossible, you can die. Trunks didn't bother to explain anything, his eyes became indifferent, he gathered his energy with one hand, and blasted it with an afterburner. Ah! In a scream, Omega Shenron disappeared completely. Finally wiped out, great. Xiaofang jumped up excitedly when she saw this scene. It seems to be solved. The likes of Son Gohan and Son Goten were also relieved. Now just use the Dragon Ball to restore the Earth. Bulma and Chi-Chi were also very happy. No, why haven't Trunks been transformed yet? At this time, Estes and Kai Tong did not relax their vigilance, and their eyes were still fixed on the Trunks in the sky. Hearing this, Son Gohan and the others were also taken aback. On second thought it seems so. Really, Omega Shenron, how long are you going to hide? At this time, Trunks slowly fell to the ground, staring at the ruins in front of him. He knew that Omega Shenron wasn't dead. Because Omega Shenron has already used Rage Shenron's electrical slime ability, it has been scattered all over the place beforehand. As long as these electrical slimes are gathered, then Omega Shenron can be resurrected. As predicted, as soon as he said these words, clumps of electrical slime appeared on the ground and gathered together, finally forming the appearance of Omega Shenron. But what's the use of resurrecting him now that he has lost other Dragon Ball powers? Omega Shenron was covered in bruises and gasping for breath, looking at Trunks with only fear and despair. Farewell. The Trunks were not talking nonsense, a spiral bomb was thrown at it. Boom. The spiral bomb exploded, instantly destroying everything within a radius of several kilometers, even if Omega Shenron still had electrical slime hidden in it. When the smoke cleared, the 7 Dragon Balls were already lying quietly inside. And with the death of Omega Shenron, the evil forces that envelop the earth disintegrate. The entire sky was restored to its former blue color, and the warm sunlight spread all over the earth. Brother Trunks. At this moment, all the people from Xiaofang not far away came running over. Yo. Trunks returned to normal with a smile and raised his hand to say hello. Did we finally win? Great. 35. It's finally over, now just use Dragon Ball to restore the Earth. 95. Trunks, you are too strong. Thanks to you this time. 35. That's right, Goku hasn't come back yet. If it wasn't for you, the Earth would be in danger. After everyone leaned over, there was a lot of discussion. For everyone's gratitude, Trunks also showed a faint smile. Fighting with the strong is Saiyan's hobby, not to mention this group of tasks, so he will take action this time no matter what. And because he easily defeated Baby last time, Piccolo Daimao didn't die. It also indirectly caused Piccolo to fail to help little Goku and get out of hell in time. So it's all about him. It's a pity that I thought that I would encounter an opponent who was enough to use the Super 4 transformation, but I didn't expect that it would still be the result of crushing. It's kind of boring. Vegeta, if you want to thank me, wait for Son Goku to come out and fuse with him. I want to know how strong I am now. At this time, Trunks came to Vegeta and said, "Fit, good. I also want to fight you once in person." At this time, the voice of little Goku appeared in everyone's ears again. "Kakarot you." Vegeta looked gloomy, he really didn't want to dance with Son Goku. Little Goku asked back, "Vegeta, don't you want to fight Trunks seriously once?" Vegeta clenched his fists. As the arrogant Prince Saiyan, of course he also wanted to fight Trunks seriously once. Number 7. Ha ha ha. Then it's settled, the big deal is that you can find a place where no one sees you and fit together. Trunks laughed out loud. Humph. Vegeta felt a little embarrassed when someone said something on her mind. However, while everyone was cheering, the 7 Dragon Balls lying on the ground inexplicably radiated light. Without anyone chanting a spell, a golden light shot up into the sky. This scene shocked everyone. How come? We didn't summon Shenron just now. The people present were full of doubts. Trunks also had some doubts with his arms folded over his chest. Did Shenron intend to take him away just like he took Goku in the original book? If that's the case, he wouldn't mind taking Shenron apart. There's also Namek's Dragon Ball anyway. Finally, Shenron hovering above the sky appeared in front of everyone. Unlike before, this time it was not dark. Are you really Shenron? Bulma shouted. However, Shenron seemed to have no intention of answering her question. Why do those evil dragons appear to you? Wang Zhao, do you understand? It's all because you rely too much on the Dragon Ball. Shenron's voice was vast and grand, but it was clearly meant to blame everyone. Hearing this, everyone in the GT world had a heavy look on their faces, and seemed to be thinking about Shenron's words. They did rely too much on Shenron along the way. Every time Earth is on the brink of destruction, it is Shenron's help to recover. Hey, I said Shenron, did you come out here to talk nonsense? Then Trunks folded his arms and sneered. That's right, the 7 Dragon Balls will no longer be used by you guys, and the 7 Dragon Balls will also disappear from the Earth. Shenron's eyes flashed red as he replied hungry. Then you can die. Trunks stretched out his hand without saying a word, and the spiral bullets condensed out of his hand. Hey, Trunks, what are you doing? Son Gohan and others were all shocked. They didn't expect that Trunks would attack Shenron if they disagreed. Chapter 153 Mission completed. 49 million points, Xiaofeng's road to becoming a god. Trunks, wait, don't be impulsive. At this time, Bulma also came to stop him. Trunks took back the Qigong bullet in Bulma's face. He looked at Shenron and sneered. You are just a created tool. If you think you should not be used, then I will help you. 99. Shenron even pretended it for him. It has been destroyed by Piccolo Daimao before, and I don't know where his confidence comes from pretending to be here. Even if there is no Shenron, there is Namek Palanga. Besides, Shenron was originally created for human use, and now that the evil dragon has been defeated, it even said that it would strike. How can you not make Trunks angry? There is nothing wrong with using Dragon Ball itself. If it weren't for Dragon Ball, the Earth would have been destroyed many times. Shenron felt his breath, and suddenly cold sweat fell on his forehead. Difficult. Do you still want the evil dragon to come out and do something wrong? Evil dragon. Ha ha ha. It would be great to have an evil dragon out. Of course, if it's too weak, I'm not interested at all. 35. Trunks laughed out loud, showing an incomparably domineering and unquestionable aura. This made everyone present stunned. That's right, the evil dragons have all been wiped out by Brother Trunks. 267 You want to leave as soon as you say it, how can it be so easy? 99. Although Xiaofeng doesn't quite understand the cause and effect of using Dragon Ball, she just needs to support Trunks. The weak must surrender to the strong. If this so-called Shenron is not willing to continue to be a tool, then there is no need for it to exist. It is a matter of course for the weak to submit to the strong, and this is the eternal truth that Estes believes in. That's right, saying that an evil dragon is not an evil dragon, as long as we can't defeat it, it's fine. Bulma also looked very dissatisfied. That's right, isn't Dragon Ball created for people to use? If it wasn't for Dragon Ball, Goku would have died long ago, and I'm afraid the Earth would have been destroyed by me. 5. Vegeta remembered when she first knew about Earth. At that time, Kakarot had just gone through the battle with Raditz, and finally died with Raditz. If Dragon Ball hadn't resurrected Kakarot, I'm afraid he would have completely destroyed the planet when he first came to Earth. Even if not destroyed, Earth will be sold to Frieza and become a colony star. It is precisely because Dragon Ball resurrected Son Goku that the Earth is still the same BEBD. So they have no regrets about using Dragon Ball. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were changed by Trunks. So, Shenron, what's your choice? To disappear completely and not be used by people, or to continue to be the patron saint of the Earth? Trunks folded his arms proudly. Seeing this, the cold sweat on Shenron's forehead became more and more, for fear that it would disappear completely if he was not careful. I am willing to use it for everyone. In the end, Shenron chose to compromise. After all, it didn't want to die. Hey, Trunks sneered disdainfully, just a mere Shenron, not as good as a puppy in front of Beerus. Does it think it is the dragon god Saitama? Hurry up and make a wish. Trunks said a blow to Bulma next to him, then ignored Shenron. Wow, brother Trunks, you are so powerful that even Shenron has to bow his head. 99. Xiaofang ran to him with a look of admiration and smiled. Hee, all of this is because of strength, so Xiaofang has to cheer up. Trunks touched Xiaofang's head and smiled. I see, but Trunks don't keep touching my head, I'm not a kid anymore. Xiaofang avoided his big hand and then made a face. Ha ha, Trunks couldn't help but chuckle. Soon, with Bulma's wish, the earth was restored to its original state, and the dead were resurrected. And little Goku was also brought out of hell. Of course, it wasn't Shenron who took the shot, but the king of hell himself. After all, he is also the lord of the underworld, and it is no problem to seek people in hell. Ding. Group reminder. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan for completing the group task, earning 49 million points and 8 lucky draw chances. Oh, there are so many. Trunks was a little surprised when he saw the group prompt. This time the task is for him and Xiaofang, and along the way, he also makes Xiaofang have a good performance. Unexpectedly, Xiaofang only got 1 million points and 2 lottery chances in the end. But it is normal to think about it. After all, 90% of the difficulty of this task is on the Super Omega Shenron. Compared with the Super Omega Shenron, the first few evil dragons are much simpler, and at most they are equivalent to small monsters. Super Omega Shenron is the final boss. Of course, the rewards for defeating the boss and defeating the mobs will be different. Trunks, I got 1,000,000 points. 2 more raffles, great. 35. It was the first time Xiaofang had seen so many points, and she jumped up with excitement. Hee, is there anything Xiaofang wants to buy? Trunks was a little curious. Xiaofang said excitedly, I want to buy Super Saiyan to transform. Super Saiyan transformed. Trunks looked bewildered, but thinking that Xiaofang really couldn't make any transformations, which greatly hindered her power improvement. In fact, he also very much advocates that normal strength is the kingly way, and that transforming into something is a crooked way. However, if you want to fight against the strong, transformation is necessary, and it can be regarded as a combat state. By the way, Xiaofang, how many points do you need for your Super Saiyan transformation? Trunks asked curiously. It takes 10,000 points. What, only 10,000 points? He is a little confused, is it so cheap? However, after thinking about it, he realized that Xiaofang's strength has long been able to transform into Super Saiyan, but it is just a bloodline defect. This 10,000 points is estimated to be the complement of the defect. So what about the Super 2 transformation? Trunks asked again. If you are over 2, you need 50,000 points. 39. 50,000. It's cheap. Obviously, Xiaofang's strength has been able to carry out a Super 2 transformation. Xiaofang and a few people can't transform, so it's best to walk the path of becoming a god, and then learn about Ultra Instinct. I see. Super Saiyan God wants 1,000,000. And what about Super Saiyan God? But if this 1,000,000 is spent, it is definitely worth it. Exactly 1,000,000. Trunks' eyes lit up. Xiaofang's strength was obviously much weaker than his original self. Xiaofang raised a finger. In this way, it is not weaker than Super 4 or Super Blue transformation. Originally, he needed 500,000 points to redeem Super Saiyan God, while Xiaofang needed 1,000,000. Chapter 154 Bring Xiaofang home, Bulma, Tong Bride. Trunks looked at Xiaofang and said, Xiaofang, do you want to believe me? Of course I do. Xiaofang nodded without hesitation. That's good. My suggestion is that you can buy Super Saiyan God transformation directly. Super Saiyan God. Xiaofang was a little puzzled. She didn't know she had such a transformation. Yes, that's it. 35. Trunks let out a little breath, and saw that he suddenly turned into red hair and pupils. So Trunks looks like Super Saiyan God. Xiaofang suddenly realized that she had seen the appearance of Trunks before, but she didn't know what kind of transformation it was. Only now did she realize that it was the Super Level Saiyan God. Yes, this is Super Saiyan God. As long as you become Super Saiyan God, then your strength can be greatly improved, and there are many benefits of becoming a god, such as increased lifespan, eternal youth, etc. There are so many benefits. Then I will listen to you, brother Trunks. After Xiaofang heard that she could increase her strength and lifespan, and she could stay young forever, she agreed without thinking. Wait, don't worry, use the group lottery opportunity first. Trunks stopped Xiaofang from wanting to buy Super Saiyan God right away. In case you can draw something better, such as the power of gods of destruction, or the power of angel or something. Then Super Saiyan God is completely useless. Oh, Xiaofang nodded, and then started the group lottery. However, after a while, Xiaofang's face collapsed, and Lao Gao had a small mouth. What's the matter? Did you get something good? Trunks couldn't help but laugh. At first glance, Xiaofang knew that she had not drawn anything good. After all, there are too many things in the group lottery, and they are generally ordinary items. For example, there are many types of all-purpose capsules, and it is too difficult to get a good one. One is the universal capsule. Xiaofang took out the universal capsule and threw it out. Boom. A newest type of suspension car appeared in front of everyone. Forehead. Trunks shrugged helplessly. This universal capsule is really useless. If Xiaofang wants, Bulma may give her a lot. And what about the other? The other is that Ice Shenron's move, called Freezing Light, which can freeze people, but it's completely useless. Xiaofang had seen it with her own eyes. Ice Shenron's move had no effect on Trunks, and was killed instantly. So she thinks this ability is too wasteful. Trunks was dumbfounded when he heard this. Ice Shenron couldn't even break free with this move by Super Force Son Goku. Turned out to be useless. Ice Shenron will definitely be PD when he hears it. Who told you that freezing light is useless, idiot? It's a powerful trick. Really? Xiaofang looked incredulous. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can find someone to try. 99. Trunks nodded vigorously. Xiaofang's eyes lit up, and she immediately turned her gaze to Date, who was not far away. Hey, just give it a try. Saying that, Xiaofang showed a mischievous smile, and then 2 rays of light shot out of her eyes, hitting Date's chest instantly. Wow, Date exclaimed, and was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Trunks twitched the corners of his mouth when he saw this. This girl really isn't afraid to play Dante to death. Huh, it's really frozen. Xiaofang tapped the frozen ice sculpture, and looked at it curiously. It looks like Date can't break free. 99. Of course, although Xiaofang, your strength is still weak, but relying on this move, Son Gohan is not necessarily your opponent. Trunks nodded of course. At this time, Son Gohan and the others also looked over, and they were shocked when they saw that Date was frozen into an ice sculpture. Seeing this, Xiaofang stuck out her tongue mischievously, and then led Date out. Wow, what happened just now? 9. Date, who was released, was stunned and had no idea what was going on. Cough, Brother Trunks, I still have something to ask you for advice, let's go over there. Xiaofang was a little embarrassed, then pulled Trunks and left. For the next few days, Trunks taught Xiaofang attentively. Because Xiaofang is not very good at controlling her power after redeeming Super Saiyan God. It also takes good practice. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers. It can be said that Xiaofang's strength at this time has completely surpassed Son Gohan and Date and others, and even Oob is not her opponent. After dealing with the world of Dragon Ball GT, Trunks returned home. But this time I brought back someone. Wow, Brother Trunks, is this your home? It's exactly like Bros. After Xiaofang followed Trunks to the Dragon Ball world, she kept looking around curiously. It's almost the same. Trunks is a little powerless to complain, aren't they all universal capsule companies? Of course it's almost the same. Trunks, where did you kidnap a little girl? Although mom doesn't mind you taking the girl home, this one is too small. 35. They had just returned when they met Bulma unexpectedly. Bulma's words made Trunks roll his eyes. What is another? He didn't bring much back. Mom, Xiaofang is not what you think. Trunks explained helplessly. It's young Grandma Bulma. 9. Xiaofang looked at Bulma and shouted loudly. When Bulma heard the name Grandma, her head was covered with black lines. Little girl, I'm not a grandma, you have to remember, you know. Bulma retorted with a serious look. Seeing her angry look, Xiaofang stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. It was only then that she remembered that she was not born yet in this world. Trunks introduced with some amusing. This girl is called Xiaofang, she is 39. It's the girlfriend of Trunks, please advise. 35. Xiaofang interrupted him and introduced himself. Trunks suddenly looked at Xiaofang strangely when he heard the words, what is this girl doing? However, Xiaofang just returned a naughty face. Forget it, anyway, this world is not her original world, so there is no need to explain so much. Trunks. At this time, Bulma was looking at him with a scrutiny, which seemed to mean that you can take such a small girl. But Bulma thought about it, and his trunks don't seem to be that big. Maybe even smaller than this little girl. 5. Chapter 155 Gaining the Power of Gods of Destruction, First Meeting Angel Whis. After dinner, Trunks went to the training room alone. This time, the group mission brought him a lot, and the mission to eliminate Super Number 17 earned him 9 million points and 3 lottery chances. And the task of eliminating Super Omega Shenron has even 49 million won points and 8 lottery chances. Add that to the 1.8 million points he originally had left. If his total points have come to a terrifying 59.8 million points. So many points are enough for him to buy the thing that makes him greedy in the group mall. Ultra Instinct. The price is 50 million points. Description. It does not require a little thinking of the brain, maximizes the movement speed and reaction ability, and can exert its full potential. Power of Gods of Destruction, selling for 50 million points. Description. Allows users to possess the power of Gods of Destruction. Some people said the power of Gods of Destruction was too expensive, so the price was changed. 2, 6, 7, is the two things that make him most envious at the moment. As for Angel's power or Zeno's clearing power, etc. are too expensive, far from being able to afford it now. It's hard to say which is the power of Ultra Instinct and Gods of Destruction, and the prices of the two are comparable. Trunks now can only choose one of the points. The power of Gods of Destruction is the exclusive power of Gods of Destruction. It has the property of destruction and can destroy anything. The reason why the status of Gods of Destruction will not be shaken is because of the power of Gods of Destruction. Once Gods of Destruction uses the power of destruction to fight, the strength is completely different from that of using ordinary God's chi. As for Ultra Instinct, it is more special. Talented people can easily learn it, such as Son Goku. But those without talent will never learn. This is a move that even Gods of Destruction have difficulty learning. Even the strongest Beerus in Gods of Destruction has only learned half-baked, and none of the other Gods of Destruction have learned it. But in Angel's eyes, Ultra Instinct is an ordinary move. Every angel can easily use Ultra Instinct as the norm. So which one should you choose? Both of these have greatly improved him. The one in the chat group is the perfect Ultra Instinct. If you learn this trick, you will be stronger than the Trunks Ultra 4. And if he obtains the power of Gods of Destruction, his strength can also be greatly improved. Just like he changed from Saiyan to Saiyan God, his strength will be a qualitative change. After hesitating for a long time, Trunks finally chose the power of Gods of Destruction. He also wanted Ultra Instinct, but now a Super 4 transformation is enough. After all, Ultra Instinct is nothing but a transformation. With his current strength, he can't make Ultra Instinct the norm. And if he has the power of Gods of Destruction, his normal strength will be stronger, and his supernatural power will also become stronger. After the decision, Trunks decisively spent 50 million points in the group mall to buy the power of Gods of Destruction. In an instant, the red divine energy in his body turned into the purple Gods of Destruction energy, and the powerful divine energy shook the space. Trunks came to the universe decisively with an instant transmission. A protective shield was arranged around him, which blocked the power of Gods of Destruction that he involuntarily released. However, Rao also shocked a person. Gods of Destruction World. This is where the Gods of Destruction Beerus live, and it's shaped like a large cone-shaped flower pot with a tree in it. And Beerus lives in the big tree. One can imagine how big this big tree is. At the same time there are many planets around the Gods of Destruction star. This power is the power of Gods of Destruction. Someone other than Gods of Destruction has mastered the power of Gods of Destruction. It was Whis who was speaking, and curiously, he used the scepter to search, and in an instant he found the location of Trunks. Is that the guy? What a peculiar guy. Maybe he could be a candidate for Gods of Destruction. Whis looked at Trunks through the ball of light on the scepter. Every angel is closely related to Gods of Destruction. Even if the universe is destroyed, Gods of Destruction dies, angel will not die. But angel will also be deactivated. Without that, angel wants to be deactivated. It's not much different from dying. If you want to restore your body function, you can only wait for the next Gods of Destruction to appear, but who knows when the next Gods of Destruction will appear. There is also a situation that if the universe is destroyed, then only when a new universe is born, will there be a chance to restore physical function. Just like the world itself has 18 universes, but 6 of them have been erased by Xeno. Only the current 12 universes remain. Then the erased universe's original angel will be stopped from bodily functions and enter an endless wait. That's why Whis wanted to cultivate an alternate Gods of Destruction idea. At that time, even if Beerus dies, if there are alternate Gods of Destruction, he will not need to be suspended. Just go and see this little guy. Just do it, and while Beerus is still sleeping, he has nothing to do. So Whis turned into a ray of light and flew towards the earth. At the same time, Trunks carefully felt the power of Gods of Destruction within his body. The powerful and terrifying power of Gods of Destruction made him even feel invincible. It's as if the universe can be destroyed with a wave of your hand. Is this the power of the Gods of Destruction? 35. At this time, he can feel that his current strength is 100 times stronger than before, which is a qualitative change. No wonder even the super blue Vegeta will be stunned by Beerus. The difference in strength is too big. Whis once said that if Gods of Destruction fought at full strength, the entire universe would be destroyed. That is to say, Beerus has never used the power of Gods of Destruction to fight at all, he just used the normal power of God. This also explains why Beerus, after fighting Son Goku who just became Super Saiyan God, would say that Son Goku has his 7th layer of strength. Because Beerus just used the normal aura of God. At this time, Trunks felt that his current strength was probably not weaker than Beerus. That's when he guessed. Not far away, a gorgeous colorful 1.3 light shot towards this side. When he turned his head to look, this light had already appeared in front of him. Whis. Among all angels, Whis is more gentle and generous, humble and respectful, and does not like to fight. Trunks was a little surprised, didn't expect Whis to appear in front of his eyes. Was it because of the power of Gods of Destruction? He doesn't appear to be very familiar with Whis. After all, very few people in this universe know about Gods of Destruction and Angel Whis. Who are you? It would be strange if it appeared to be very familiar. But he, like Beerus, is also a foodie. Whis introduced himself with a mild smile. Hello, my name is Whis, from the Angel family. And when Whis saw him, he was stunned for a moment, and the person in front of him turned out to be Saiyan. Chapter 156 The Whis and Beerus. Hi Whis, my name is Trunks, I can feel you are strong, can you come to a fight with me? Trunks pretended not to know Whis, and wanted to take the opportunity to invite him to fight to see if his current strength had surpassed Beerus. Of course, this is also based on the premise of knowing that Whis is a gentle and generous person, otherwise he would not foolishly attack Angel. His own strength is definitely not as strong as Angel's now. No, if the two of us fight, the universe will be destroyed. Whis decisively rejected the challenge of Trunks, and he couldn't fight with Angel's power. Because Angel must remain neutral, if he fights with Angel's power, he will disappear from the universe, which is the rule of the Grand Priest. No angel dared to violate this rule. Whis, don't rush to refuse now. We don't use all our strength, just let's see how it goes. Trunks suggested again. Whis thought about it for a while. If you don't use Angel's power, it's certainly no problem to learn from others. Okay then. Trunks got a little excited when he saw his promise. Then Mr. Whis, here I come. 14. As soon as the voice fell, Trunks attacked. He didn't use the power of gods of destruction, but just used the normal aura of God. Swish. In a split second he appeared in front of Whis, punching. However, the punch was easily dodged by Whis. Trunks didn't hesitate to punch again, hitting Whis in the stomach. Still easily dodged sideways. Is this Ultra Instinct? It's just full of dodge properties. Trunks was excited, and his fists were punching faster than ever. Drink. In this universe, Trunks roar and attack frantically. However, no matter how Keelung he was, he still couldn't touch Whis at all, which made him feel powerless. So he stopped. Yahahaha. Trunks are really strong. When Whis saw him stop, he couldn't help but chuckle. No matter how strong you are, you can't touch you, Mr. Whis. Trunks smiled bitterly. Although he knew that Whis' strength was abnormal, he didn't expect that he wouldn't even be able to touch him. This gap is really too big. Hee. Trunks, your strength is already very strong in this universe, at least I haven't seen anyone stronger than you. Really, I wonder if Mr. Whis can tell me about you. Trunks looks like a curious baby. Alright, then I'll introduce this universe to you. 35. Whis also had this intention, just took this opportunity to reveal some things about gods of destruction, and then invited him to be a gods of destruction candidate. Come with Mr. Whis. This is not the place to talk. At this time, the two were still in universe, and it was inconvenient to talk, so Trunks planned to invite him to be a guest at home. Oh, is that the planet? 99. Whis looked curiously at the blue planet beside him. Yes, Mr. Whis, please come with me. Saying that, Trunks flew to Earth, and Whis followed behind. The speed of the two was very fast, and they returned home in a moment. Telling the girls not to disturb them, Trunks took Whis to an open-air garden and sat down. Mr. Whis, please use tea. 99. This tea. Whis looked at the black tea in front of him and was a little surprised, because just smelling it made him feel unusual. He had never smelled such a fragrant black tea before. Seeing this, Trunks couldn't help snickering in his heart. This is a black tea that comes from the special characteristics of General Commander Tatsuki, and the taste is naturally unusual. Since he slipped a hand in front of the Commander-in-Chief of UNU and the 10 heroes of UNU, these people have become his faithful believers. All the requests of Trunks, they will meet all, of course, only on the food. This is the benefit of revealing the identity of the gods. Otherwise, no matter how rich you are, you may not be able to make Commander UNU and Shiji UNU serve you at the same time. And he only needs to go there from time to time to reveal the power of the gods, and then give them some spiritual tree fruits. In this way, you can gain the loyalty of the Commander-in-Chief of UNU and the 10 heroes of UNU, and it is a very cost-effective transaction. Wow, this taste. As a foodie, Whis couldn't wait to drink a sip of black tea, and then it was obvious that the aftertaste of the food was inextricable. Trunks couldn't help giggling. He knew Whis would react like this. It took a long time for Whis to regain his senses. He looked at Trunks with bright eyes and said, Mr. Trunks, how did you make this black tea? It's so delicious. 5. Hee. This is made by the chef at home. What, is this kind of food already popular on this planet? 5. Whis was a little surprised and a little excited. Do not. Trunks shook his head and smiled. It's not widespread, although the food on this planet is also very good. Food on Earth can be regarded as delicacy in the entire universe, but it must be completely different from the spirit of eating halberds. Mr. Trunks, can I have a taste? Whis is a little greedy. No problem at all. Trunks agreed with a smile, and then notified Ramram and the others to let the kitchen prepare some dishes. Of course, it's just normal food. The best is of course the last one. Before the food arrives, Whis begins by introducing him to the universe and gods of destruction Beerus. Mr. Whis, I would like to know how I am stronger or weaker than gods of destruction Beerus. Trunks finally asked the question he'd always wanted to know. Whis said with a smile, hee. Trunks' strength is a lot worse than Beerus-sama. 99. 267 inches a lot worse. Is that so? Trunks tensed for no reason, didn't expect that the gap between his own strength and Beerus was still so big. No, I haven't transformed myself yet. Whis probably doesn't know his power after his transformation. Mr. Whis, in fact, my current state is not my strongest strength. Oh, really? Whis was a little puzzled. Trunks nodded and said, yes, I can still transform. 55. Saying that, he directly transformed into a Super 4 form, and the powerful force was contained in his body, and it did not affect the surrounding. Whis was a little surprised to see him in this form. How, Mr. Whis, how does my strength compare to gods of destruction Beerus now? Trunks smiled smugly with the corners of his mouth rising. Whis' slight surprise was instantly restored, and he was still smiling. Trunks, your strength really surprised me, but compared to Beerus-sama, it's still a little bit worse. Oh, really? He could clearly detect the change in Whis' tone. That is to say, even if his current strength is a little worse than Beerus, it should be not much worse. To know that Beerus can Ultra Instinct, maybe a little bit. Thinking of this, Trunks was a little excited. Chapter 157 Whis, Teaching, Lala's new invention. That's right, Trunks, your strength is similar to that of Lord Beerus, but it's still a lot worse when it comes to fighting. Whis can tell from the battle with Trunks just now. Trunks' fighting style is biased towards power crushing, and the power of each punch is very powerful. But the ability to dodge or seize opportunities is too weak. To put it bluntly, it will not be Ultra Instinct. A fighting style like Trunks is very passive in front of those who know Ultra Instinct. I wonder if I can ask Mr. Whis. Apparently, Trunks had the idea to play Whis Ultra Instinct. Although there is a chat group, he still wants to see if his talent can learn Ultra Instinct. In case if you really learned Ultra Instinct initially, then when the time comes to buy the perfect Ultra Instinct in the group mall, it can also be cheaper. Okay, Whis agreed without much thought. Anyway, Boros hasn't woken up now, and he has nothing to do. He is just teaching Trunks, and by the way, he eats food. It would be even better if Trunks could become Gods of Destruction candidates. Excellent. Thank you Mr. Whis. Trunks was overjoyed when he saw his promise. Actually, I have a request too. I wonder if Trunks can agree. Oh, Mr. Whis please, Whis said with a smile. That's right, I want to invite you, Trunks, to be the alternate Gods of Destruction. Alternate Gods of Destruction, 35. Trunks was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that Whis would take the initiative to invite him to be the alternate Gods of Destruction. Whis smiled and nodded. That's right, the Gods of Destruction candidate position is still vacant right now, and it just so happens that you also have the power of Gods of Destruction, Trunks. In this case, it would be best to become a candidate Gods of Destruction. After hearing this, Trunks thought for a while. Becoming Gods of Destruction would be closely related to Supreme Kai's fate. As long as Supreme Kai dies, then the Gods of Destruction will die. But the alternate Gods of Destruction doesn't seem to have this limitation. Okay, I promise. Trunks thought about it and then agreed. Being an alternate Gods of Destruction didn't have much impact on him. Boros hasn't abdicated yet, and it will be at least tens of thousands of years after he abdicates. By that time, I'm afraid he would have already surpassed Grand Priest and Zeno. So the alternate Gods of Destruction is now just a name for him. Trunks, it's so nice of you to promise. Whis is also very happy. Haha, after all, this matter is also a good thing for me. Trunks smiled and waved. Soon, some robots brought the food up. Oh, these foods taste so good. Seeing the food being delivered, Whis's eyes suddenly lit up. Hee, Mr. Whis, please feel free to eat. 35. Trunks laughed. Then I'm welcome. So delicious. The first time I tasted the food of the earth, Whis was shocked. This made Trunks snicker in his heart. If he tried the food in the spirit of eating halberds, he wondered whether he would like the food of the earth. In the past, he also thought that the food on earth was good. After all, the head chef of their family was also a top chef. But since eating Xiaohui's food, I feel that the food on earth is not fragrant. Now all he eats every day is the food that Xiaohui brought over. Xiaohui has almost become his spokesperson. Every time the food cooked by the commander Yuanyu and Yuanyu Shiji will be sent to him through her hands. Of course, he definitely won't take out the food of the spirit of halberd so quickly. After all, the good things should be saved for the end. Suddenly, he noticed that Mengmeng, Ramram, Thor, and Kuroko were all peeking over here. Trunks looked at Whis and simply called everyone out to get to know each other and have a party. Whis has a gentle personality, is humble and polite, and is easy to accept. When the girls learned that Whis was now his teacher, they were all surprised. After all, they knew the power of Trunks, but they didn't expect anyone else to be his teacher. Trunks couldn't help laughing when he saw everyone was very surprised, but he didn't explain much. Because then they'll know why Whis can be his teacher. After eating all kinds of food, Whis certainly didn't mind pointing him out. So the two came to the gravity training room. This time the battle between the two will not use too much strength, so it is enough in the training room. On the other hand, Mengmeng and Estes were both fighting outside the training room. Nana asked curiously, how strong do you think Mr. Whis is? Since I can be a teacher of Trunks, my strength must be very strong. Lala surprisingly wasn't in the lab with Bulma today, but instead came to watch the battle. To be able to get such respect from Trunks, this Whis must not be easy. Estes also nodded. In the discussion of the girls, the battle between the two in the training room finally began. Mr. Whis, here I come. Before he finished speaking, Trunks had already disappeared in place. Came to Whis and punched out. However, Whis seemed to have anticipated his attack long ago and had dodged in advance. Immediately after, Trunks kept attacking, and Whis was dodging with ease, whether to block his attack with his hands. This dazzling battle made everyone unable to see it. Look at my accelerator. When everyone was a little worried that they couldn't see the battle in the field, Lala took out something like a pair of glasses as if offering a treasure. Sister, is this something you've researched during this time? Mengmeng asked curiously. That's right. Lala smiled and nodded. Then what does it do? 35. Nana is also very curious. As long as you bring accelerator, you can watch the battle. Lala smiled and explained it briefly to Wang Zhao. But apparently everyone still doesn't understand it. At this time, Bulma also came over, and she smiled. Lala's talent for invention is incredible, and this was what Lala thought of when she held the martial arts exchange conference last time. As long as you wear it, you can capture people moving at high speed and play slowly. Of course, if it is so tight, it can be called a great invention. Having said that, Bulma looked at Lala with admiration. The daughter-in-law's talent for inventing and doing practical things surprised her very much, and Bulma felt that even herself could not invent this thing. Then what's so great about hunger? Meng Meng asked curiously. Bulma explained with a slight smile. The most important thing is that as long as you bring this thing, it can speed up people's thinking. Thinking speed up. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, completely understanding the technical terms in the field of science. Chapter 158 Cultivation of Ultra Instinct, Lottery. It is like this, when it captures high-speed moving objects and slows down, it will definitely not keep up with the rhythm of the battle. And the acceleration of thinking allows you to watch 10 seconds of accelerated clips in 1 second, so that you can keep up with the rhythm of the battle, so that the battle is not over, and you are still watching the replay. The girls finally understood something when they heard Bulma's explanation. In layman's terms, it is to speed up your thinking and keep up with the two people in high-speed battles. This thing is somewhat similar to the neural connection device of Accelerated World. It's amazing. Sister, give me one. After Meng Meng heard it, she couldn't wait to ask for it. No problem, I do a lot. Lala took out her mobile phone, and then sent a large amount of accelerator to everyone. Xiaofeng also took a pair of glasses and put them on. When she looked at the battle in the field, she couldn't help but exclaim. Wow, I can really see clearly. After wearing these glasses, everyone can immediately watch the battle in the training room clearly. The fight between Trunks and Whis has slowed down in everyone's eyes. I have to say that Lala's invention is really powerful, and this thing is not just used for watching battles. It can also be used to fight. Imagine that with this glasses in battle, your thinking is far superior to the opponent. Then the opponent is like slowing down in your eyes. In this case, you can easily dodge the opponent's attack, so as to effectively counterattack. If you use it to learn, it will be more effective. It is a very powerful invention. At this time, the battle in the training room continued. The Trunks attacked frantically and continued to speed up, but Whis was like a bubble in the air, untouchable and untouchable. Okay, stop for a while. Whis stopped abruptly, and Trunks barely stopped. Mr. Whis, what's wrong? Whis waved his finger and said, this kind of fighting is totally unacceptable. Trunks, you only know how to speed up and fight with brute force, but it's too slow. Oh, what about doing the whole thing? Trunks know the key to learning Ultra Instinct is coming. You think first, and then act. In this case, the speed will be greatly limited. It takes too much time to think first, then go from the brain to the nerves, and then to the body. Whis explained with a smile. Trunks nodded. That's right. Maybe you can't feel it when your strength is low. But when the strength is strong, it is a race against time. Even if it is half a second faster, the battle can be resolved. He actually knows something about Ultra Instinct. Different from the previous fighting methods that rely on perceiving chi, it relies on various parts of the body to perform conditioned reflex movements. No need for a bit of brain thinking, maximizing movement speed and reflexes. The body and consciousness are separated, allowing all parts of oneself to go beyond instinct to perceive the danger around them. The brain no longer needs to think before acting. Simply put, it is a conditioned reflex, the subconscious reaction of the body after a technique reaches its peak. Of course, Ultra Instinct is stronger than this knee-jerk reaction. What shall we do then? Having said so much, Trunks still doesn't know exactly how to train. As long as each part of the body can judge and act on its own. Of course, it is very difficult to do this step, but if it can be done, then no matter what danger is faced, it can be easily dealt with. In short, I will take the time to give you this practice slowly. If you can learn it, then your strength should be almost the same as that of Lord Beerus. 5. Whis is still smiling. Really, I'll do it. Trunks clenched his fists, his heart pounding. Overtaking Beerus is his only goal at the moment. At this time, Whis suddenly smiled and said, isn't it time to eat? 99. Forehead. Trunks, who was still a little emotional just now, suddenly twitched the corners of his mouth. He really is a foodie. He just wanted to eat it not long after eating. But he doesn't have anything else. BEBD, the food is to eat as much as you want first. After a while, a large table was set up again, and Whis ate unceremoniously. Night. After sending Whis away, Trunks went to the training room alone. Before the light exchanged for the power of gods of destruction, he still has 11 group lottery opportunities that he has not used. If you smoke directly now, you may be able to draw something good. Ding. Group reminder. Do you want to start the group lottery? Trunks didn't say a word, just pumped 11 times in one breath. Ding. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who won a universal capsule in the lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who won Solar Flare by lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who won the Potala earrings by lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who won the Time Ring by lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who won a lottery for the Evil Mind Wave move, controlling life and death. After drawing 8 useless items in a row, Trunks was speechless. Unexpectedly, there was a flip in the end, and 3 good things were drawn. Needless to say, the first, Potara earrings, can combine 2 people, thereby enhancing their powerful strength. That's how Fusion Warrior Vegeta came about. This thing seems useless to Trunks. But what if 2 little lowly fusion of Ram Lem? 1 blue and 1 pink. Will it become a little lowly with half blue hair and half pink hair? Very interesting to think about. Trunks is going to try it sometime. Then the second item is the Ring of Time. 0. Maybe many people don't know this. It is a prop used by Supreme Kai to observe the past and future. And can travel through time. Of course, Supreme Kai can only go to the future, and if it goes to the past, it will violate the time crime. At the same time, it can also protect the wearer from the influence of historical changes. This last feature alone makes Trunks very satisfied. That is to say, if you encounter an enemy who can travel through time in the future, you are not afraid that he will travel back to the past to deal with him. However, there is another premise of using the time ring, that is, you want to wear Potala earrings. Well, he has both. It can be said that these three items made Trunks very satisfied. The original evil thought wave relies on this trick to resurrect the undead in hell and destroy it on earth. If used well, it can even have miraculous effects. This move can control the life and death of yin and yang. Can change the souls of the dead at will, resurrect all ghosts and corpses, and cause great commotion, including Frieza's Legion. After the draw, Trunks hummed the tune of Dragon Ball GT and went to take a shower. Unexpectedly, Lala was already waiting here, and he was not polite, and went directly to a Mandarin duck bath. The last item is Xie Nianbo's move, controlling life and death. Chapter 159 Mature Royal Sister Juzina. In the next time, Trunks often go to the Gods of Destruction Star to find Whis to practice with food. After all, practicing at home is always a bit inconvenient. Whis is of course welcome, which brings some fun to his boring life. And in spare time, Trunks also paid attention to the chat group. Super Saiyan. How are you guys doing lately? King Debbie Luke. Ha ha ha, I'm lucky, my strength has improved a lot recently, by the way, at Saitama U. Thanks to the last mission points and a group lottery opportunity, King Debbie Luke luckily got something that greatly improved his strength. Now the combat power has also skyrocketed a lot. Kido even felt that his strength had surpassed Saitama, don't forget that he was also a genius. In the chat group, Cheetah has always been aiming to surpass Saitama and then surpass Trunks. Saitama. I haven't improved much. Saitama's luck was average, and a group lottery opportunity obtained by the mission was a useless thing. It has absolutely no effect on his strength improvement. Blood red chili pepper. Brother Trunks, my strength has improved a lot. Master Tsunade said that my strange force fist is almost as strong as hers. 99. Kushina was very proud, although she didn't get many points. However, after she ate the spirit tree fruit pellets given by Trunks last time, her strength skyrocketed. The most obvious is that the power of the strange force fist is comparable to that of Tsunade. Moreover, Jushinai is a vortex clan, and the chakra in the body is also incomparably huge, almost comparable to the tailed beast. Tsunade has also taught Kushina a lot of other ninjutsu, but Kushina's favorite is Kushina. Super Saiyan. Looks like Kushina is working hard too. Not bad. When Kushina saw his compliment, she was instantly relieved. Blood red chili pepper. So why don't the Trunks come and test my strength for myself? Little thief cat. No, come to my side, teacher. We are about to enter the Upside Down Mountain. The adventures in the future must be more interesting. Entering Upside Down Mountain. Wouldn't that be about to meet the giant whale Rabu and Princess Weiwei? After that is the sand crocodile. It seems time flies by quickly. But Trunks didn't immediately agree. Shashizi, group owner, Trunks haven't come to my side for a long time. At this time, Shiyu of Kasumigaoka also came out and bubbling. But didn't you pay the public rations a few days ago? Trunks is a little helpless. Night attack ace killer. Everyone misses Trunks too. The people Kai Tong said were, of course, Maine, Leone, Hill, Chelsea, and Najiston. Xiaohui. That, I have a new dish, I don't know if Trunks, do you want to come and try it? Of course, if you don't have time, I can also send a red envelope. What Trunks didn't expect was that Xiaohui also started, and it seemed that everyone had led him badly. In the face of everyone's kind invitation, he was a little difficult to decide, and thought about it. Super Saiyan. Then I'd better go to Kushina first. It's true that I haven't seen Kushina for a long time. On Kushina's side, except for the mission, he has also been there once. And Nami has been there many times, so let's talk about it next time. Still need to be soaked in the rain and dew. Little thief cat. Alright then. 35. Shashizi, group leader, remember to come back quickly, you are not allowed to hook up with that Tsunade. Super Saiyan. Trunks suddenly sweated wildly, but Shiyu of Kasumigaoka completely grasped his mind. Since the last time he heard Princess Shenron transformed by Oceanus Shenron, he had the same voice as Tsunade, and he wanted to see Tsunade. Unexpectedly, it was discovered. This, blood red pepper. Very good, brother Trunks, I'll invite you now. Kushina was overjoyed and immediately sent out an invitation. Ding. Group reminder. Group member Blood Red Chili has invited you, do you want to confirm? Yes. Trunks withdrew from the chat group, and the next moment he appeared on the street of Konoha village. After a little perception, he instantly discovered Kushina's location. Instant transmission. When he appeared in front of Kushina, he was taken aback. Where is the little lowly Kushina in front of me? Instead, it is the adult version of Kushina who has a bumpy figure and is very popular. Kushina, what are you doing? The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched slightly, and he saw through Kushina's transformation technique at a glance. Brother Trunks, don't you like me like this? The mature version of Kushina's face was reddish, and she jumped into his arms and kept twisting, trying to tempt him. Trunks rolled his eyes, then gave her a head scratcher. Boom. After a burst of smoke, Jushinai suddenly changed back to the appearance of a little lowly. She held her head in her hands and looked tearful. Apparently, Seeing that the temptation of beauty failed, he turned to acting like a spoiled child. By the way, who gave these to you? For flowers. Trunks was a little helpless. He didn't expect Kushina to become so quirky after not seeing him for a while. What have you learned from this? Kushina finally put away the tricks of acting like a spoiled child, and explained, I learned it myself. Tsunade-sensei has been doing assignments all this time, so I have nothing to do. 99. Hearing this, Trunks also softened his heart. Kushina didn't have any relatives. Now she has left her hometown to come to Konoha to be a teacher, and Tsunade is often not by her side, so it is no wonder that Kushina becomes mischievous. Trunks squatted down and touched her little head. Kushina can play with me if it's okay. Really? Kushina was a little excited. In fact, she had wanted to go to Trunks for a long time. It's just that I was afraid of being blamed for not cultivating well, so I never mentioned it. Of course. Well, since I'm all here, let's stay with Kushina today. 95. Great. Kushina jumped up excitedly, and then she pulled Trunks away. The goal of the first stop was the ramen restaurant they had eaten for the first time. Trunks also left her alone. Anyway, they came to accompany her today. While eating ramen, he also asked about Konoha's current situation. But Kushina didn't know much. At present, the country of fire is the first to fight with the country of rain. And the Sanshoyu Hanzo of the rain country is almost at the peak level of the ninja world, and he has not lost in the battle with Konoha. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were also sent by Konoha to the battlefield of the land of rain. The three also lost the battle against Hanzo, but the trio's good fighting strength and never give up spirit made Hanzo feel cherished for his talents. Because of this, his life was kept, and he was given the title of 3 Endurance, which can be described as a battle to become famous. Although he failed to defeat Hanzo, Konoha's overall strength was better than Yuyan village. Moreover, Yuyan also faced 2 powerful enemies, the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth. In the end, the 2 countries signed an armistice treaty with Konoha winning, and the Konoha ninja withdrew from the battlefield. The war is over. Tsunade-sensei should be back soon. Brother Trunks, don't you want to stay and meet Tsunade-sensei? It is said that this war, there's a guy who has been pestering Tsunade-sensei. It's a guy called Shun. Kushina said a lot in one go. Oh, so did Tsunade accept it? Trunks asked with a frown. Hey, I knew you would ask this question, Brother Trunks. Kushina covered her mouth and smiled, with a sly look. Chapter 160 What to do with a drunk Tsunade. When Trunks saw Kushina's appearance, he didn't know that she brought this up on purpose. However, he does care a little about this matter. After all, he also cares a little about Tsunade. Come on little girl. Seeing his anxious look, Kushina stopped being naughty. Tsunade-sensei definitely didn't agree. Of course, and my credit, I did my best to help Brother Trunks. Kushina looked like she was taking credit. Hearing this, Trunks was also relieved. Then do you know how Tsunade treats me? Tsunade-sensei. Kushina deliberately paused for a while, and rolled her eyes, apparently thinking of something. Trunks rolled his eyes, not knowing that she was asking for a favor. A small plate of delicious food. Make a deal. 267. Successfully got the sweetness. Kushina nodded with satisfaction, and then said, Tsunade-sensei certainly likes Big Brother Trunks. I have seen Tsunade-sensei miss you several times in a daze. Is that so? Trunks was a little disbelieving. Tsunade fell in love with him after only meeting him once. This is unreasonable no matter how you look at it. Of course, I missed the point when I watched the live broadcast last time, and I was asked by Mr. Tsunade for a long time. She is so nervous about your news, she must like you. Kushina said it righteously. In fact, she didn't want to tell Trunks this, but in order for Trunks to come here often, she had to sacrifice Tsunade. Who made her just a little lowly, completely unattractive. The thing she hates the most is a sleazy cat who keeps using beauties on Trunks, it's just too hateful. After listening to her words, Trunks nodded nonchalantly. Maybe Tsunade really cares about him, but he certainly didn't reach the level of liking. After all, the last time he fought, he gave Tsunade too much shock. Tsunade probably never thought that someone could surpass her in strength. Thinking of this, Roy couldn't help showing a smile on the corner of his mouth. For the next whole day, he accompanied Kushina to play everywhere. His appearance naturally attracted the attention of Sarutobi Hizen. After what happened last time, Sarutobi Hizen was very cautious in facing this man called Vortex Trunks. Some time ago, he also investigated and found that there is no such person in the country of Vortex. This person seems to have appeared suddenly, and at the same time, this person also appeared on the night of the plan to destroy the country of Vortex. This made Hiruzen Sarutobi have to take it seriously. But doing nothing is not Sarubi Hizen's style. Come on. As soon as Sarutobi Hizen finished speaking, an Anbu came in instantly. What are your orders, Hokage-sama? Go and call Sumo in. 39. Yes. Anbu nodded in agreement and disappeared instantly. At this time, most of the fighters sent to the front line have already withdrawn, and Konoha is finally available. After a while, Hatake Tsukumo came to the Hokage office. Lord Hokage, what are your orders? Hatake Tsukumo kneeled on one knee and asked respectfully. Well, this time I want you to test someone. Understood. 35. In an instant, Hatake Tsukumo disappeared in the Hokage building. The other side, Trunks played with Kushina for a day, but Kushina was still full of energy, which made him a little helpless. That, Kushina Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Kushina. No, Brother Trunks, stay with me. How about playing with me for a few more days? Looking at Kushina, who was cute and coquettish, Trunks had no choice but to nod in agreement. At this time, it was already dark, and the two were preparing to return to the Tiansuohui family station. But he was not in a roadside tavern when he heard a familiar voice. Boss, bring me another bottle of wine. Good Tsunade-sama. After hearing these words, Trunks and Kushina looked at each other immediately. It should be the teacher inside. I didn't expect to meet you here, go in and see. 99. Trunks said and walked in first, with Kushina following behind. As predicted, as soon as he entered the tavern, he saw Tsunade in a corner drinking heavily. Just in response to that sentence, the Ruishui lamp slanted on his chest, and his eyes were half drunk with peach blossom wine. She obviously had something on her mind, and she didn't even notice when the two came to her side. Master Tsunade. Kushina let out a helpless cry. It's Kushina. Come and drink. 35. Tsunade drunkenly picked up the wine bottle and handed it over. Hey, I'm still underage, I can't drink. Kushina also had a headache when she saw Tsunade's appearance. She knew that Tsunade liked to drink and gamble, but she had never seen Tsunade drunk like this. Tsunade-sensei, look who's here. At this time, Kushina pulled Trunks to Tsunade. Tsunade looked up with drunken eyes, and when she saw Trunks, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Our Trunks. 35. Tsunade was a little unsure. Yes, it's me. Trunks smiled and nodded, then sat across from her. Long time no see, Tsunade, how are you? It's really you. 9. Tsunade had already woken up a lot by this time, and she felt a little excited when she saw Trunks. But immediately she blushed and calmed down, but her face was flushed from drinking, so she couldn't see anything. Trunks, why did you come to Konoha? Tsunade asked curiously. Well, I haven't come to see Kushina for a long time, so I came to see her. 5. As that's so, Tsunade felt a little disappointed when he heard his words. By the way, Tsunade, why are you drinking here alone? It's not okay to be so drunk. Trunks frowned. Tsunade's heart warmed when he heard the words, but when he thought about the current situation of the family, he was not happy. Suddenly she remembered what Trunks had said to her before leaving last time. 1.3. This time the war will be a disaster for the Thousand Hands. Konoha said its name is for peace. Tsunade explained the reason, then leaned in front of him and asked, Trunks, why did you say this happened? 35. It seemed that the country of Rain was about to be broken, but in the end the war was stopped. That's right, the war against the Rain country was indeed won this time, but Konoha didn't seem to get any actual benefits in the end. After all, looking at the Kiansho clan who were usually bustling, now they have become deserted, and no one can stand it. Tsunade had just attended the funeral of the clan, so he came over to drink to relieve his worries. It's not wrong to think so. Most of the battle this time, the Kiansho clan rushed to the front, which also led to the death of a very large number of the Thousand-Handed clan. But it was their Thousand-Handed family who were injured. Chapter 161 Carrying Tsunade home and teaching the 3 generations of Hokage. Looking at Tsunade who was close at hand, he smelled the slightly wine-smelling body fragrance on her body. Trunks couldn't help but sigh. The darkness of Konoha is really not something that Tsunade can understand. Behind all this is just the greed of human nature. Because of the greed for the resources of other countries, there was the Great Ninja War. Similarly, Hizen Sarutobi was too greedy for Konoha's status, was not satisfied with the status quo of the Sarutobi clan, and was suppressed by the Senju clan. Hence the destruction of the Thousand Hands clan. Sir Tsunade, your wine is here. At this time, the tavern owner came over with the wine. Come on, Trunks, come for a drink. Tsunade took a sip from the wine bottle, and then put it to his mouth. Trunks had no choice but to take a sip. Tsunade, do you remember what I promised you? No matter what you ask, I will do it. Ha ha ha, really, come and drink. Tsunade didn't know if she was really drunk, or if she didn't care about his words, she didn't seem to be taking it seriously. This makes Trunks a little helpless. In fact, if Tsunade wants to, he can change the whole Konoha now and let her be Hokage. Even directly use Shie Nienbo's ability to control life and death, to resurrect all the dead Kiansho clan. Even Senju Hasuma and Senju Tobarama can revive her and reproduce the glory of Konoha. Obviously, Tsunade did not take this condition seriously. Hearing Tsunade's heroic voice, Trunks had no choice but to take the bottle and accompany her to drink. Needless to say, his alcohol intake is like drinking water. Tsunade wasn't so powerful, and after a while he was drunk and fell asleep on Trunks' broad shoulders. On the other hand, Kushina looked a little unhappy with her arms folded over her chest. Trunks could only helplessly smile when he saw this. Then he put Tsunade on his back, and the 3 of them moved towards the Kiansho clan station together. However, at this moment, a dark figure appeared in front of the 3 of them. The person was dressed in Anbu's attire, so I couldn't see who it was. Kushina just wanted to ask, but he didn't expect the other party to slash over with a knife very fast. Hataki swordsmanship. Trunks recognized it as soon as the opponent shot. The only person who can use the Hagi swordsmanship so powerfully is probably the not yet famous Hataki Tsukumo. At present, Hataki Tsukumo has not yet obtained the title of Hataki Whiteya. The next battle between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Wind will be the time for him to become famous. But what happened to Hataki Tsukumo when he appeared in front of him? Is Hijen Sarutobi still learning? Who the hell is this guy? Kushina shouted and prepared to use the strange force fist. However, he was held back by Trunks, his psychic power was activated, and Hitaki Tsukumo suddenly stopped in front of him. Trunks, really? Why don't you let me shoot? I'm going to teach this guy a good lesson. 55. Kushina was a little angry. Don't worry, this guy is just following orders. Let's see how I teach the person who sent him here. If he wants to teach a lesson, he also teaches Sarutobi Hizen, and he still appreciates Hitaki Tsukumo. Moreover, Kushina's strength should not be exposed too early, it will bring her a lot of trouble. I want to see. Kushina was a little excited when she heard that she was going to teach the mastermind behind the scenes. You should see it too, no problem. Trunks nodded. Immediately afterwards, he used the deformed light to conjure a mirror, and the inside of the mirror was exactly what Hokage's office looked like. Deforming light can do a lot of things, but conjuring up a mirror that can monitor the distance couldn't be easier. Then he activated his psychic power and sent Hitaki Tsukumo, who was horrified, back to the Hokage office. Boom. There was a loud noise, and Sarutobi Hizen, who was processing the documents, was startled. Immediately afterwards, Hitaki Tsukumo, who he had just sent out, appeared in front of him, and he broke through the wall directly. What happened, Hokage-sama? The Hokage guards outside the door were also alarmed. Sarutobi Hizen looked at Hitaki Tsukumo, who couldn't speak, and then shouted to the outside, "It's nothing, everyone just do their jobs." He has already seen that Hitaki Tsukumo's current situation is similar to his original appearance, and he can't speak. It looks like this has been discovered. Really, in an instant, Hiruzen Sarutobi's body suddenly couldn't move. No matter how hard he struggled, he still couldn't move. Originally, he had already been vigilant, but he did not expect to be easily controlled. I said that you are immortal, how dare you do a little trick for me? Do you want to die? Saying that if you want to die is very easy. 99. Suddenly a voice appeared in Hiruzen Sarutobi's ear, which shocked him inexplicably. What kind of means is this? I don't know where the people are, and I don't know how I was recruited. Sorry, it's my fault to offend your excellency, please forgive me. People had to bow their heads under the eaves, facing this person who could kill him at any time. Sarutobi Hizen could only admit it. At this time, looking at Sarutobi Hizen in the mirror, Kushina was stunned. She didn't expect that the man behind the scenes that Trunks said was actually Hokage. At this moment, Tsunade, who was still lying on the back of Trunks, woke up in a daze. Looking at Sarutobi Hizen in the mirror in front of her, she didn't react for a while. Forget it, killing you dirty my hands, but, clap clap clap, in the mirror, Sarutobi Hizen was slapped directly in the mouth, and slapped his face continuously. This scene shocked several people. Hitaki Tsukumo's face was in disbelief, but he didn't expect that Hokage-sama would be beaten in the face without any resistance. And Tsunade was even more shocked. The third-generation Hokage, who was a heroic ninja, was slapped in the face mercilessly. If this is said, I am afraid no one will believe it. But the man in front of him did it with ease. Tsunade didn't know how he did it, but this kind of thing was really surprising. Although Sarutobi Hizen is her teacher, she doesn't know why. Seeing that Sarutobi Hizen was slapped in the face, she felt a little gloomy in her heart. After beating Sarutobi Hizuki hard, Trunks let him go. It's also that he is too lazy to care about Konoha, otherwise, he can directly kill Sarutobi Hizen, Danzo and others. It wasn't until after returning to the station that Tsunade pretended to be dazed and awake and went back to the room to sleep. Kushina lets go. 35. Of course, Trunks also noticed Tsunade's small movements, but he didn't care. Without thinking too much, Trunks and Kushina returned to the Kyansho family station with Tsunade behind his back. Tsunade and Kushina will also be implicated. I can only squeeze with Kushina. Although Tsunade woke up, he couldn't bear to get down for some reason, so he pretended to be asleep. As for Trunks, because it was too late, there was no room for him. But if he did that, Konoha would probably be finished. Chapter 162 Run Away with Tsunade, Thor brings back an Illuma. The next day, Trunks removed Kushina, who was holding him like an octopus. Get up and open the door. Unexpectedly, Tsunade just happened to stretch his body. Looking at her beautiful figure, Trunks couldn't help but feel happy. Morning. Hey, Trunks, you're awake. 55. Tsunade heard the voice and turned his head to look over, with a look of joy in his eyes. Trunks smiled and nodded. I'm sorry I didn't arrange a room for you yesterday. Tsunade was a little embarrassed when he came to him. Haha, it's okay. Trunks smiled and shook his head. By the way, do you want to go out for some activities in the morning? Tsunade seemed to have suddenly remembered something, and suddenly looked a little excited. 35. Trunks had a question mark on his face. After a while, the two came to the edge of the deep forest of death, where they had exchanged discussions last time. The ravine he punched out last time is now full of flowers and plants. The activity you're talking about means a fight. Trunks looked at Tsunade helplessly. I thought she had some activity. I didn't expect to fight with her. Yes, I lost to you last time, but I have practiced hard. This time I want to show you my strength. 267. Tsunade clenched his fists with a confident look on his face. This time, the war with the Land of Rain had made her go through a lot of hardships, and on the other hand, her strength had grown significantly. She believed that she was capable of surprising the Trunks. Seeing her full of interest, he couldn't refuse. Okay then, let me see how much you've improved over time. 99. The corners of Trunks' mouth rose and he hooked Tsunade. Tsunade didn't get angry when she saw this, she knew that she was no match for Trunks. This time, I just want to prove my strength in this battle. I am coming. Tsunade had already come to him before he could finish his words, and then the strange force fist slammed out, not holding back at all. Trunks smiled slightly when he saw this, and reached out his hand to cover it lightly. Tsunade's destructive punch was extremely powerful, but it was firmly held in his hand, and it couldn't exert any power at all. Seeing that her strange force fist was still easily caught, her eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately after that, he attacked with all his strength. The strange force fist, which was originally destructive, did not move at all when it fought. From a distance, it looks like the two are fighting. Bebd Jiraiya, who was watching all of this on a high-rise building, had a gloomy look on his face. Haha, you should give up on Jiraiya, Tsunade doesn't like you at all, even if there is no such person from the Vortex clan. Orochimaru was comforting beside him. However, this comfort made Jiraiya even more melancholy. But in fact, he also knew in his heart that Tsunade had no feelings for him at all. So he can only secretly hurt himself. At the same time, after fighting for a while, seeing that Tsunade was out of breath, Trunks clenched her fist tightly and said with a smile, "We've been playing all morning, we should go back, I'm hungry." Whoa, that's fine. Tsunade was also dripping with sweat. It looked so beautiful up close that he couldn't help but take a second glance. Trunks, what? You should let go. Oh, Trunks let go of her fist with a dry cough. Afterwards, the two returned to the Qianshu clan's residence, talking and laughing side by side. You are back. As soon as I got home, I saw Kushina waiting for them with an unhappy face. Cough. We're back. Tsunade looked at Kushina, and she always felt like she was discovered secretly dating, which made her a little embarrassed. Yeah, we're back. Let's get ready for breakfast. Trunks held Kushina's head with a big hand and ravaged it for a while. Humph. For the sake of food, I'll let you go. Kushina shook his head and got rid of his big hand. I'll have someone prepare breakfast. Tsunade was about to order to go down and prepare breakfast, but was stopped by Trunks. No, I'm ready. Saying that, he pulled Tsunade directly into the house. Then took out the food that Xiaohui sent. No one can resist the temptation of delicious food, even Tsunade. After Tsunade tried the delicious food from Togetsu Academy, he devoured it for a while, almost swallowing his tongue. For the next few days, Trunks accompanied Kushina and Tsunade. They were either dragged to gamble and drink, or they were dragged to practice duels. Until this day, Tsunade was summoned by Sarutobi Hizen again, and her rest time had come. Because the relationship between the Fire Nation and the Wind Nation is broken, the two countries are about to go to war. And the most headache for Konoha in this war is the poison of mother-in-law Chiyo. Tsunade, who has now obtained the title of Sannin, naturally wants to kill the enemy on the front line. Afterwards, Tsunade will use excellent medical ninjutsu to detoxify the toxin of Chiyo's mother-in-law, and she will be honored as a medical saint. In addition to Tsunade, Hitaki Sakuma will also make great achievements in this war and be called Hitaki White Fang. Nonetheless, but this time the war was very tragic, so tragic that Konoha had to let the young shamanin, who had just graduated from the ninja school, participate in the battle. Tsunade's younger brother Senju Roshu was also murdered at this time. And not just Tsunade's younger brother. This war that lasted for several years has completely damaged the Thousand Hands clan, and in the end only 1,000 Hands Tsunade survived. Trunks sighed. He didn't stop Tsunade, just gave her a few spiritual tree fruit pellets. As long as you eat these spiritual tree fruit particles, Tsunade's strength will be enough to control the battle situation, so that this war will end as soon as possible. After Tsunade left, Trunks also returned to the Dragon Ball world side. However, what he didn't expect was that when he came back, he saw two people fighting in the sky. One of them is Thor, and the other with a trident and a fish tail, isn't it Illuma? Ha, Trunks, you're back. At this time, Meng Meng and the others also discovered Trunks. Well, who can tell me what the hell is going on here? 35. Trunks nodded and then pouted at the sky. That's it, Thor went back to her world yesterday and brought this guy here. That's right, according to Thor, it was not annoying to be entangled, so I brought her here to fight. Thor has eaten the fruit of the spirit tree, so it stands to reason that it is very easy to defeat Illuma. Thor was so annoyed that he brought her here. Looking at the battle between the two in the sky, Trunks was suddenly speechless. The sons and daughters explained in vain. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. But what's going on with this even-handed situation now? Trunks is also clear about the ins and outs of the matter. It turns out that Thor was going to go back and have a look yesterday. But he didn't expect to be stared at by Elma, and kept pestering her to fight. Like Thor, it's also a dragon. Chapter 163 New group members, the worst elves in the Hakoba nobles. Okay, everyone is gone, there's nothing to see. Trunks knew that Thor and Elma used to be good friends, but now they are just angry because of their arrogance. Just let them deal with it. After the girls heard his words, they all went about their own business. As predicted, after a while Thor and Alma were out of breath, then stopped. Hey, are you tired from playing? Would you like to come over and have something to eat? 5. Trunks shouted to the two while eating roast whole lamb. It happened that Tiansuohui was resting today, so he called Tiansuohui as soon as he came back, come here. Of course, as an assistant, Meat May also came along. However, the meat charm at this time was a little stunned. She suddenly changed places and she didn't respond, and then two people in the sky were fighting. What's the matter? Although she still didn't understand, the movement of roasting meat in her hand did not stop. Huh, trunks are so cunning, I want to eat them too. 35. Thor saw that there was already a party going on here, and there was no time to fight with Illuma. Of course it's food first. Seeing that Thor was still panting just now, and now that the food is immediately revealed, Illuma still doesn't know what's going on. Obviously, in the fight just now, Thor was letting her. This made Illuma very unhappy, but smelling the fragrance drifting over, Illuma didn't have the heart to fight. Looking at Illuma who was greedy by the side, Trunks was a little amused. Would you like to come over for something to eat? Can I? Elma couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Of course, come and eat. If you are slow, there will be no more. Trunks handed her a roast leg of lamb. He is not lying, because there are a lot of foodies in the family. Tiansuohui and Rami are a little busy. Thanks. Illuma blushed and took the roast leg of lamb, even though she didn't want to eat food from strangers either. But there was no way, as a foodie, she couldn't extricate herself when she smelled this fragrance. Looking at the roast leg of lamb in her hand, Illuma couldn't wait to take a bite. Zizi. The roast leg of lamb is tender and crispy, and it makes a sizzling sound when you bite into it. After Elma tasted this flavor for the first time, she immediately showed a satisfied expression. Appeared. This swaying appearance of spring heart is like taking medicine, which makes it easy for people to misunderstand. Trunks looked at her strangely. Although it was delicious, there was no need to show such an expression. After all, it is also a dragon race, so can't you restrain it? It seems that this guy is really a foodie. Soon, Illuma woke up. Looking at everyone's strange eyes, she suddenly wanted to find a crack to get in. But for the sake of food, she ignored these gazes and concentrated on the barbecue in front of her. How can a roast lamb shank be enough for an adult dragon to eat? After Illuma eats it, no bones will spit. After eating, Elma looked at the roasted whole lamb on the grill again, and her saliva flowed down unconsciously. Trunks felt that as long as they used the temptation of food, they could fool Illuma 100 times. Your name is Elma, come and sit down and eat. Is it really possible? Elma was a little moved. Of course, come here. Trunks beckoned. Seeing this, Elma couldn't wait to get to Thor's side. Seeing her sitting over, Thor immediately shielded the barbecue in front of him and looked at her firmly. I won't give it to you. However, seeing Alma's drooling appearance, Thor still softened. Then I'll give you some, it won't be too much. Thor carefully distributed some to Illuma. Trunks couldn't help but laugh at this. Thor is really a knife-mouthed tofu-hearted man. Don't worry everyone, Xiaohui and Rumei are still continuing to barbecue. Everyone has a share. 35. Aha. Hearing his words, Thor and Illuma couldn't help nodding their heads. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers. And the meat charm on the side heard Trunks call her name, and suddenly blushed a little embarrassed. Happy times always pass quickly. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Elma has been completely captivated by the delicious food since she ate the barbecued meat of Tiansuohui and Mumi, so she stayed. The Trunks family has a big business, and it is no problem to raise one more dragon. Although Thor and Illuma usually quarrel, the relationship has eased a lot. This day, a prompt from the chat group alerted all the group members. Ding. Welcome to the most evil elves, join the chat group of Wanjie. Ding. Welcome Hakoba nobles to join the Wanjie chat group. Sha Shizi group owner, wow. Finally a new group member has joined. At Kuchi at Guan Yuan noble, newcomers are welcome to join. 5. Blood red pepper. It's been a long time since a newcomer joined. I don't know what the identity of the newcomer is. Little thief cat. That's right, I'm curious too. Xiaofeng. Curiosity +1. King Debbie Luke. Curiosity +1. Thor. Curiosity +1. Sha Shizi group leader, although you say so, but I don't know it very well. Let Trunks introduce it. Kasumi Hill really didn't know the roles of these two titles, and she only knew the general setting of Hakoniwa. When she first read Hakoden's novel, it was too much of a headache, so she didn't read it. Blood red pepper. Then let Brother Trunks introduce you. Super Saiyan. Okay then. Let me introduce it. Of course it is correct or not, and I am not very sure. Super Saiyan. Let's talk about the first one. The one with the title of the worst elves must be elves, but there are too many elves in novels and anime, but if the worst elves, then only you, yes, right. Tokasaki Kurumi, Chapter 164 The Worst Elf, Shizaki Kwangsan. At this moment, a girl who was teasing a cat in an unknown park was stunned when she saw the words of the chat group. My name was actually known, what the hell is going on? And what is this chat group that suddenly appeared? The girl was a little confused for a while. The girl had long black hair tied into 2 braids, which fell comfortably on her shoulders. The slender waist seems to be broken with just a little force. The waterfall-like bangs cover the left half of the amazingly beautiful face, leaving the right eye as deep as a black hole on the other side. And lips as delicate as cherry blossom petals, in such beauty. It is full of devilish charm that can capture men with just one glance. The skin is as white and smooth as 267 pearls, so that other girls can't help but feel jealous. This girl is Tokasaki Kurumi. After seeing that her name was exposed, she did not speak, but continued to watch. She wanted to know what this chat group was all about. Little thief cat. The name should be a girl, but why is it called the worst elf? Xiaohui. Elf. It's amazing, this is a race only found in novels. 99. Thor. This is not a novel. In fact, there are elves in my world. Rem. Sister Thor is a dragon after all. In fact, there are elves in the world on my side. Sha Shizi, group owner Trunks, let me introduce you in detail. 35. Blood Chili Peppers. Yes, we want to know more. Super Saiyan. Okay then. At the worst elf, Tokusaki Kurumi, if you don't come out, I will continue to talk. Seeing that Tokusaki Kurumi didn't respond, Trunks had to continue his introduction. Super Saiyan. What can I say about Tokusaki Kurumi? She is a girl with a black double ponytail and an elegant and polite personality like a young lady. Ah, I didn't expect to be praised like this, I'm embarrassed. Tokusaki Kurumi saw the words in the chat group, and he immediately smiled and was very happy. However, what happened next made her unhappy. Super Saiyan. Although Tokusaki Kurumi is a cute and polite girl like a big lady, but her heart is actually a trembling S. She is also a little black-bellied and sickly. Blood Red Pepper. Wow, it's scary, it's a sick girl. Little Thief Cat. No, shaking S is scary. Speaking of shaking S, Nami remembered the scene where Estes was killing the vegetable man last time. The queen-like laughter and cruel methods really made her shudder. Sha Shizi, group owner. So, this Tokusaki Kurumi is the girl you were very concerned about in Trunks. 35. Super Saiyan. That's right. Tokusaki Kurumi is a girl with a combination of trembling, black belly, and sickly charming, but she is very attractive. If you meet she will definitely like it. Originally, Tokusaki Kurumi was a little angry when he saw Trunks arranging himself like this. But at the end, her face turned red before she knew it. The worst elf. It's not right to say such things behind others' backs. Sha Shizi, group leader. Blood Red Chili. Thief Cat. After Tokusaki Kurumi's words came out, the group members were stunned for a moment, but they didn't expect that Tokusaki Kurumi really came out to speak. Blood Red Pepper. Sorry, we didn't mean to speak ill of you. Little Thief Cat. Cough cough, this is just to make newcomers believe in the chat group. The worst elf. I know, so can anyone explain to me what a chat group is? Sha Shizi, group owner, let me explain it. The chat group, simply put, it is something that connects all worlds. Sha Zichiyu Shiyu explained slowly. At the same time, another group member who has just joined is also following the news in the chat group. The worst elf. I understand, in a word, it is a place that can connect all worlds, let everyone chat and help each other, right? 99. Super Saiyan. Yeah, that's about it. The worst elf. That's really amazing. 39. At this moment, Tokusaki Kurumi sat on the park bench and gently stroked the cat with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The appearance of the chat group surprised her very much, but it also surprised her very much. It seems that her plan may be able to make some changes. Tokusaki Kurumi has been working on collecting time, and she wants to go back 30 years ago and kill the original elves, to wipe out the fact of the existence of elves. However, the cost of using the 12 bullets to return to 30 years ago is the power of a spirit time. If he uses it rashly, Kurumi will become weak and unable to achieve his goal even if he does not die on the spot. But the appearance of the chat group made her think otherwise. Perhaps with the magic of the chat group, she can fulfill this wish. Of course, she was not in a hurry, but planned to wait and see to find out the identities of the group members in the chat group. Ains Gong Sorcerer King. If you are a noble, I think it must be very difficult. Kasumigaoka Shiyu didn't know much about Tokusaki Kurumi, and she was still in class now. Little Thief Cat. That's right, what's the identity of the other newcomer? Blood Red Pepper. Brother Trunks, it's time for you to introduce another newcomer. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. She is going to look for it after class to see if there are any related novels or the like. King Debbie Luke. It also seems to be an amazing character. Thor. The title of Hakoniwa nobility sounds strange. Who is it? Sha Shizi, group leader 1.3. We already know about Miss Shizaki Kwamson, so what about the other newcomer? Chapter 165. The black rabbit of the noble garden of the box garden is actually a blue rabbit. Super Saiyan. The other one. It's hard to say, let me explain the setting of Hakoniwa to you first. As far as Trunks know, Hakoniwa is a world created by gods and Buddhas. It is divided into Hakoniwa City, the land of Hakoniwa World, and the third view universe where Hakoniwa is located. First, the lower outer gates of Hakoniwa City are connected by millions of kilometers. There are 980,000 kilometers from the outer gate of 2,105,380 to the boundary wall, and it is calculated that the area of Hakoniwa City is only close to the surface area of the sun. Then, Hakoniwa covers less than 1% of the entire land mass, which should be close to the surface area of a red giant star. To put it simply, the entire land area of Hakoniwa is as large as the surface area of 100 suns. Blood Red Chili Pepper. Wow, so the newcomer's world is really big. Little Thief Cat. Not only is it big, but there are also gods and Buddhas in the sky, so powerful. Thor. I probably understand something, the strength of gods and Buddhas should be very scary. Worst spirit. How terrible would it be? At this time, She-14 Sake Kurumi was also very interested in this newcomer who entered the chat group with him. King Debbie Luke. Is it scarier than me? Cheetah considers himself the overlord of the universe, a mere star-sized box garden, and he doesn't take it seriously. Blood red pepper. Yes. King Debbie Luke is the overlord of the universe. The overlord of the universe is always better than a star. Super Saiyan. It's not as good as Hakoniwa. Seeing his father-in-law come out to pretend, Trunks was suddenly speechless. Although Hakoba is only on a star, the gods and Buddhas in it are very powerful. In Little Garden, 4 digits can explode a star. Of course, this starburst only refers to ordinary planets. The 3-digit number is the galaxy level, and a full-scale shot can destroy a galaxy. The 2-digit number is the level of a single universe, and the powerhouse of this level can destroy a single universe with all their strength. As for the single-digit word, it is still unknown at present, but it is estimated that it is already at the multi-universe level. The theory of multiple universes is that the universe composed of countless universes is called multiple universes. For example, the universe in the Dragon Ball world can be called a multi-dimensional universe. Because the Dragon Ball world is far more than the 12 universes we have seen, there are many parallel universes and so on. Just a 3-digit number, and Cheetah is no match. So if Cheetah wants to pretend to be in Hakoniwa world, it's still a little short. Blood chili pepper. Brother Trunks, please explain it to us. Little thief cat. That's right, teacher, let's quickly introduce the strength of Hakoden. 35. King Debbie Luke. Trunks, just tell me, how powerful is this little garden? Super Saiyan. Okay then, let me introduce you. In fact, when it comes to the nobles of Hakoba, the first thing Trunks think of is of course Black Rabbit. But there are so many nobles in Hakoba, and he doesn't know who it is. This question still requires the nobles of Hakoba to speak up. Speaking of Cao Cao will arrive. Hakoniwa noble, aren't you from Hakoden? Why do you know so much about Hakoden? Blood red pepper. Wow, the newcomer has spoken. Little thief cat. It seems that the newcomers have been spying on the screen. Shashizi, group owner, then newcomers should already understand how chat groups exist. After all, Shiyu of Kasumigaoka had already explained Tokusaki Kurumi just now. If this Hakoba nobleman has been spying on the screen, then he should understand where the chat group is. Hakoniwa nobility. I understand a little bit, it's like a gift. If you know Hakoba so well, then you should know me. I'm a Hakoba nobleman. At this time, in a community outside the small garden, a girl who looked like 16 or 17 years old was looking very interested. The girl has red pupils and long blue hair, and the most important thing is that there is a pair of rabbits growing on the top of her head. This girl is the black rabbit of the Hakoba nobleman, the Moon Rabbit clan. Although it is a black rabbit, it has blue hair and rabbit ears, and it looks like a blue rabbit, which makes people have to complain. Black Rabbit was also a little confused when he received the invitation to the chat group. But since the community was destroyed and the Canaries were exiled, now is the hardest time for the Arcadia community. Hey Rabbit has a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that this sudden chat group can bring her some help. Super Saiyan. If you say your name, I may know some, and if you have any difficulties, you can say it, everyone in the group will help you. Hakoba noble. Really, seeing him say this, the Black Rabbit was a little excited. Super Saiyan. Of course, if you tell everything. Years. 267 blood red chili pepper. Yes, Brother Trunks is very powerful and can help you solve any problem. Little thief cat. And everyone will help. Looking at the words in the chat group, Black Rabbit was immediately moved. Since the community was destroyed, there have only been more than 100 children left in the entire community. This also leads to no source of income in the community, and can only rely on the meager income of Black Rabbit to persist. God knows how long she can hold on. Noble Hakoba. My name is Black Rabbit, and I was once a member of the Arcadia community. I can even say this name. Black Rabbit was a little surprised. It was just a flash in his mind, but he didn't expect it to be displayed in the chat group. Because the name Arcadia is the name of the community once led by the Canary. But after being destroyed by the unknown Demon King, even the name has disappeared, and it has become a nameless existence like, no name. Due to Hakoba's rules, it is impossible to say this name in Hakoba. That's why Black Rabbit was so surprised. Chapter 166 The current situation of Arcadia and the Canaries. Black Rabbit. Sure enough, it was the stupid rabbit, and Trunks reacted immediately. Isn't this the Black Rabbit of the no-name community in the original book? He also has deep memories of this stupid rabbit. Shashizi, group owner, it turned out to be a Black Rabbit. Kasumigaoka Shiyu also recognized it. Although she had seen very little about the setting of Hakoba, she still knew about Black Rabbit. Super Saiyan. That's right, that stupid rabbit. Hakoba noble. Do you all know me? Also, I'm not a dumb rabbit. Black Rabbit is very concerned about being called a stupid rabbit, and is also very curious about how people in the chat group know about her. Super Saiyan. This is a bit complicated to explain, Shiyu is up to you to explain. Shashizi, group owner, really, that's fine. Kasumigaoka Shiyu complained that Trunks threw this troublesome thing to her, but who made her the leader of the group? She had no choice but to start explaining it to Black Rabbit. Noble Hakoba. So that's how it is. Black Rabbit is relatively strong in accepting that he is a cartoon character or the like. After all, there are all kinds of gifts in Hakoniwa, and maybe someone can write their stories and write graphic novels out of Hakoden. Noble Hakoba. So, do you know who the demon lord who destroyed Arcadia was? After seeing this sentence, Trunks secretly said that sure enough. He knew that Black Rabbit would ask this question. Blood Red Pepper. We're also curious, who did it? Little Thief Cat. Quickly explain it. Sha Shizi, group owner, I really don't know this, let Trunks explain it. Super Saiyan. This, actually, I don't know much about it. Trunks has only watched anime, not novels. In the anime, there is no explanation at all about the Arcadia that was destroyed by the Demon King. Hakoba Noble. That's it. Seeing these words, Black Rabbit also sighed. In fact, even if you know it now, the common manifestation of Arcadia has no name. There are 2 or 3 big cats and kittens in the whole community, how can they take revenge? Not to mention taking back the community flag and name. Blood Red Chili Pepper. It's a pity, I didn't expect even Brother Trunks to know about it. 35. Little Thief Cat. It's normal if the teacher doesn't know. Hakoba Noble. It doesn't matter, in fact, even if I know, there is absolutely nothing I can do with my current strength. Little Thief Cat. It seems that the situation on Miss Black Rabbit is very bad. Thor. So what happened after the Arcadia community was destroyed by the Demon Lord? Now what? Xiaohui. Yes, I wonder how Miss Black Rabbit is now. Hakoniwa Nobility. Thank you for your concern, although the Arcadia community was destroyed, and even the community flag was taken away and became no name, but I believe that I will definitely take back the flag and re-establish the Arcadia community. 9. Xiaofeng. Come on, Miss Black Rabbit. Rem. Yes, we also believe that you will be able to succeed. Super Saiyan. Hee, it's good to have an idea, but I'm afraid it's hard for name to stick to it now. And your Arcadia leader Culinary, 35. Noble Hakoba. What, you still know the news about Canary-sama? Hey Rabbit was shocked when he saw his words. There is no doubt that she is very concerned about the canary. After all, the canary is the adoptive mother of the Black Rabbit and the spiritual pillar of Arcadia. Since the destruction of Arcadia, Culinary has been banished from the box court, where his life and death are unknown. The other members are also exiled and trafficked. Now there are only her and more than 100 children left in the entire no-name. Super Saiyan. Actually I don't know where the canary is, but she doesn't seem to be doing well. Trunks only knew that Culinary was exiled to the world where Izuyoi was. When exiled from Little Garden, Culinary was full of revenge. Because she couldn't bear the dream of the great alliance of class dominators, established by Arcadia, it ended in that form. So she used the poet's favor to sing a poem that changed the world, triggering a period of historical transformation in 2000. She had 500 years of Ling lifespan left, only 5 years left. In the end, due to the excessive wear and tear of the spirit itself, the body reached the limit and died. Just don't know what time the canary is in now. Hakoba Noble, can you tell me about the canary? Please. Black Rabbit now just wants to know about the canary, good news or bad news. Super Saiyan. Well, Black Rabbit, tell me what time it is now. 35. Hakoniwa Nobility. It's 2 years after Arcadia was destroyed by the Demon Lord. 2 years. At least 10 years have passed during this period. Hakoba Noble. What, how can the Canary-sama do? Super Saiyan. The time is different inside and outside the garden, and it seems that I can't judge, but I'm afraid Canary won't last long, because she will use the favor of the poet, which will cause the spirituality to dry up. Trunks frowned. It seems that the timeline is very wrong, because Canary, Wang Zhao, was exiled from Hakoniwa, but Izuyoi was brought up by one hand. This is related to the safety of the canary, and there is no room for sloppy. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. It seems that the time inside and outside Hakoniwa is not the same, so it is difficult to judge what time the canary is in. In Hakoden, the Arcadia community was only 3 years away from being destroyed by the Demon King and returning to Izuyoi's arrival. After seeing his words, the Black Rabbit was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Chapter 167 Black Rabbit's Help, Group Quest Triggered. Xiaohui. Miss Black Rabbit, don't worry, there will be a way. Little Thief Cat. Yes, at least everyone in the chat group will help. 99. Thor. If it's Trunks, it can definitely be solved. Everyone was very sympathetic after knowing the current situation of Black Rabbit, and one by one expressed their desire to help. Seeing that everyone is so enthusiastic, Black Rabbit is also a little moved. Now that no name is weak, if someone is willing to join this community that doesn't even have a name, she will definitely be very happy. If there is really a very powerful group member who can help her regain the community flag, I will be even more grateful. Hakoba Noble. Thank you everyone. But now the community I am in is at a precarious moment. I don't know if everyone is willing to help. Black Rabbit didn't want to deceive everyone, so I told everyone about her current situation. Ding. Group reminder. Trigger to go to the task, the nameless community. Task requirements. Help the members of the Hakoba Nobles, regain the flag of the community, and revive the glory of A267 Cadia. Mission limit. Unlimited number of people. Task reward. 50 million points and 10 group lottery draws. Task rewards will be allocated according to the contribution of participating group members. After the Black Rabbit introduced the current situation of the community, the group task was triggered immediately. And the quest reward this time is actually the same as the quest reward for destroying Omega Shenron. You must know that Super Omega Shenron can destroy the existence of a single universe, and it is already more than double digits in terms of destructive power. It is conceivable that the difficulty of this task is not weaker than the elimination of Super Omega Shenron. Worst elf. Ah, can someone explain to me what this quest is all about? As a newcomer who just joined the chat group, Tokisaki Kurumi didn't understand the meaning of this task. It's not just her, Black Rabbit doesn't understand it very well. Super Saiyan. Simply put, as long as a group member encounters difficulties and needs help, the chat group will issue a task, so that everyone can help. If the task is completed, the chat group will be rewarded. 5. Blood Red Pepper. That's right, the points in the chat group are very precious, you can sign in every day. Little Thief Cat. There are a lot of points for this task. It should be very difficult to think about. It seems that only the teacher can help. Rem. If it's an enemy as powerful as Omega Shenron, we'd better not cause trouble. Although the group members also wanted to participate in the task, the reward of this task really scared them all. Super Saiyan. No, you can all participate. Blood Red Chili Pepper. Huh, we can also take part in this quest. Little Thief Cat. Is what the teacher said true? Can I participate too? Xiaofeng. Looks like it's time to show off. Super Saiyan. Of course you can participate. No, it should be said that you must participate. You must know that the Black Rabbit community is in great need of talents. The more people join, the better. 99. If you want to restore Arcadia to its former glory, of course, the more people, the better. Trunks are all ready to let Main and Leone join in, especially Estes who likes to fight. The matter of playing games with other communities is left to her, and I think I will be very happy to come to Estes. There are also Arena and others in the spirit of eating halberds who can also choose a few people to join. Not to mention, it is not simple to mix a gift, or a godhead or something. To know that there are so many good things in Hakoba, even Trunks are a little jealous. It would be very cool if you could get a simulated star map, or something to play with. So the benefits of this mission are not just mission points. Everyone was very excited after seeing what Trunks said. Sha Shizi, group owner. Unfortunately, I'm still in class now, and I'm probably going to miss this task. 35. Kasumi Hill Shiyu couldn't help but sighed, except that she was led by Trunks to complete a mission last time. She has not participated in any mission yet. Super Saiyan. It doesn't matter, this mission will probably be very long, so Shiyu has time to join the mission. Sha Shizi, group leader. Is that so? Super Saiyan. Of course. 55. The worst elf. Then I don't know if I can participate. Shizaki Kwangsun has been peeking at the screen for a long time. She looked at the group mall, and the contents inside shocked her. There are all kinds of spirit crystals, and even the spirit crystals of the original spirits are sold. This surprised her greatly. She never imagined that this chat group even had these things. But the points needed to redeem these things are not cheap. So she also wanted to try to see if she could get points by completing tasks, and then redeem the thing she wanted. Super Saiyan. Of course you can, but what you need to do is probably going to be very difficult. 39. Trunks certainly knew what Tokisaki Kurumi wanted to do. Her purpose is actually to launch 12 bullets that go back 30 years to kill the original elves, thereby changing the fact that elves exist. It is very difficult to save enough time and spiritual power for the 12 bullets, not to mention defeating the primordial elves. You must know that Tokisaki Kurumi's spirit crystal was originally given by the primal elf, so how can she be the opponent of the primal elf? So this wish is almost impossible to fulfill by her own words. The worst elf. Is it really impossible to complete it? But I still want to try it. This matter is Tokisaki Kurumi's obsession, so it won't change because of Trunks' words. Super Saiyan. Actually, you can also ask the chat group for help, everyone can help. Thor. That's right, if Miss Elf needs any help, just let us know. Worst Spirit. Thank you for your kindness, but I want to try it myself. Tokisaki Kurumi is not so easy to trust others, she wants to try by herself. Therefore, the chat group did not trigger the task. Chapter 168. Coming to the Box Garden, the Water Snake God by Shueiji. Seeing that Tokisaki Kurumi refused to help, Trunks stopped persuading him. At present, the task of the Black Rabbit is more important. Super Saiyan. It's not too late, let's hurry up and accept the mission. Soon, the group members who had nothing else in their hands accepted the task. Noble Hakoba. Thank you for your help. Black Rabbit was very moved to see that everyone was willing to help. After accepting the mission, Trunks, Xiaofeng, Thor and the others soon came to the world of Hakoniwa. What caught the eye was a dense deep forest, and not far away there was this rippling lake. The sky looked very beautiful with a halo of light, but the sun could not be seen. This is because there is a large curtain in the sky. There is no way for the vampires of Hakoniwa to survive in the sun, so the gods and Buddhas will build a big curtain. Wow, is this Hakogari? The scenery is beautiful. As soon as they came here, Xiaofeng and Rem were attracted by the scenery here. Hakoniwa is indeed a beautiful place, and a place full of wonders. Trunks said with a smile. Let's find the others first. Then we'll find the Black Rabbit. We're not here to play, and we'll have a lot of time if we want to see the scenery in the future. Yeah, that's right, let's meet everyone first. Thor also nodded. Thor, Rem, and Xiaofeng who came together were all with him. As for Estes and the others, there was no hurry to let them come. Because they must be invited, and if they are not members of the group, they also need points as tolls. This toll is of course Trunks. In an instant, Trunks felt the anger of the other group members. Come on, let's find someone else. With that said, Trunks grabbed Thor's hands and used instant transmission. The next moment, the three appeared on the green path in the forest. This mushroom looks very good, it should be non-toxic. 35. As soon as Tiansuohui came to this beautiful world, she was attracted by the strange-looking mushrooms on the roadside. At this time, she is studying carefully. If this mushroom is not poisonous, it may be used to make cooking. There is no way that she is guilty of an old problem. When she encounters fresh ingredients, she wants to prepare new dishes. The Trunks who appeared behind her were a little speechless. This is really a big heart, aren't you afraid of danger around you? Xiaohui, don't look at the mushrooms, let's meet everyone first. Huh, Trunks, here you go. 35. Tiansuohui showed a gentle smile when he saw him. Well, let's go. Trunks just wanted to pull her away, but he didn't expect the ground to tremble, and the lake not far away suddenly kept surging. Who on earth dares to trespass into my territory? 39. A hoarse and majestic voice came out. Boom. The lake surged. I saw a huge snake with a huge torso over 30 feet in length swooping out of it. Wow, what is this? Xiaofeng and Rem were taken aback. A big snake. Thor was not frightened. She was just a snake, she was a dragon. I don't know if I can make snake soup. Trunks licked his lips and looked at the big white snake with interest. Of course, in fact, he also recognized that this big white snake was Bai Shuiji, the relative of the water god of Bayasha, known as Snow White. In human form, she has shiny black long hair, plump figure, and always exudes a bewitching temperament that makes people fascinated. She is a very good royal sister. This made the Trunks want to eat her even more. Hey, that big snake, do you want to play a gift game with me? A mere human, dared to take the initiative to challenge me. Well, I accept it. Bai Shuiji originally wanted to go crazy, but she didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to play a gift game with him. The gift game is a game that uses this gift to compete with each other. In addition, the structure of the boon game is very simple, that is, the winner will receive the prize provided by the game's host. Trunks and Bai Shuiji are the organizers of the gift game this time, so the prizes are provided by the two of them themselves. For flowers, Bai Shuiji asked condescendingly, then what is the prize for this gift game? A reward. Trunks thought for a while, took out a complete spirit tree fruit, and said with a smile, if you win, this spirit tree fruit will be yours. Spiritual tree fruit. Bai Shuiji took a closer look, only to feel that there was a huge power inside, and she was suddenly happy. Bai Shuiji Salai has the weakest 4-digit title, which is a shame for her. If she can get this fruit, then her strength will definitely be greatly improved. Okay, I promise. Hey, I haven't said what you have to pay if you lose. Trunks agreed when she saw that she didn't even think about it, and was immediately speechless. It seems that this Bai Shuiji is a bit silly and sweet. It's impossible for me to lose, but since it's a gift game, it won't work without a reward. I have a water sapling here, so let's use it as a reward. After speaking, Bai Shuiji took out a sapling. Trunks took a look. Isn't this the sapling that can release water in the original book? With it, you can have a steady source of water, which is very convenient. But thinking about it this way, the life of no name is really miserable. Even drinking water requires the children in the community to go to a distance to fetch water. Trunks, however, shook his head. It is just a tree that can release water. Although it is very magical, it seems a bit tasteless to him. It can make one a strong 4th digit. You must know that this spiritual tree fruit can increase the combat power by about 100,000, which is equivalent to a godhead. You must know that every godhead can cultivate a 4th digit god, and its lifespan can be greatly increased. And it doesn't have a long growth period like the godhead, but the only disadvantage is that it can't increase the user's lifespan. Its value is far less than this spiritual tree fruit. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. This is not good, it is really far from my spiritual tree fruit. Chapter 169 The Gift Game with Bai Shuiji. That's right, the fruit of the spirit tree is far stronger than your tree that can run water. Thor agreed with his hands on his hips. Bai Shuiji looked at Thor. For some reason she felt her body trembling a little, but she recovered after she looked away. It made her think it was a hallucination. This is of course not an illusion. After all, Thor is a dragon, and of course there is blood to suppress the big snake, Bai Shuiji. But now Thor has restrained his strength, so Bai Shuiji can't feel it. Bai Shuiji looked at the fruit of the spirit tree, and then at the water sapling in her hand. Thinking about it, the reward seems to be a bit unequal. But she doesn't have any other goodies either, which makes her very distressed. Seeing that Bai Shuiji didn't speak, Trunks smiled and said, hey. 267, do you still want to play the gift game? But I don't have a treasure equivalent to your spiritual tree fruit. Bai Shuiji looked downcast. It's easy. What can you do? Of course, it's better to treat you as a reward. Trunks finally spoke out about his purpose. Myself. Do you want me to be your servant? More or less. Trunks smiled and nodded. I am the water god of Lord Shiroyasha, and I cannot make such a decision. Bai Shuiji shook her head. Although she didn't think she would lose, as the water god of Shiroyasha, she could not use herself as a prize. That's it. Trunks touched his chin. Forget it. Water saplings are water saplings. It's the same. 35. Trunks shrugged and didn't bother about it anymore. Haha, you are really arrogant as a human. But I won't lose. Bai Shuiji laughed and her eyes were full of ridicule. She is a dignified snake god, how could she possibly lose to a human? Then the bounty game begins. Trunks didn't bother to say anything harsh, he folded his arms and waited for Bai Shuiji's shot. Damn human beings, if that's the case, don't blame me, this gift game will end in an instant. 39. Seeing him being so arrogant, Bai Shuiji immediately became angry. Immediately after, she controlled the water flow in the lake into a waterspout, surging towards the Trunks. Try it. Trunks was a little speechless at this. Immediately after he waved his hand, a strong wind instantly blew the violent water back. So possible. Bai Shuiji's eyes widened, she must know that she is a water god, and she is best at manipulating the flow of water. But he didn't expect his water flow to be scattered so easily. This really made her a little unbelievable. Trunks chuckled and said, "It's not impossible, do you still want to take action? If you don't take action, I will end the game. Don't be arrogant to humans. It was just a casual blow from me. You will pay the price for your arrogance." Bai Shuiji roared again. To be honest, Trunks didn't like her snake-like appearance. If Bai Shuiji could be transformed into a human body, he would be somewhat interested. Alright, let's do it. I'm still in a hurry. Trunks scratched his ears boredly. Behind Thor, Xiaofeng, Rem, and Xiaohui looked at each other, asking Trunks to deal with this big snake too much. This is totally crushing. This big snake is really unlucky, and the four girls can only mourn for her in their hearts. Roar. Bai Shuiji couldn't bear this taunt any longer, so she roared and bit her. Compared to manipulating water, the bite of Snow White's giant snake is also very terrifying. However, Trunks just raised his hand slightly, and then slapped it with a slap when Bai Shuiji was about to come over. Boom. The ground trembled. I saw that Bai Shuiji's head was actually shot into the ground. I saw her eyes glowing in circles, obviously she had fainted. At the same time, in the jungle not far away, after seeing the scene of Bai Shuiji being slapped to the ground, Hey Rabbit covered his mouth in shock. Is this person in front of him a human? It is too exaggerated to be able to defeat the snake god of water with a single slap. Black Rabbit knows this water snake god, and as a servant of Bayasha, his strength is also at the 4-digit level. But I didn't expect to be easily defeated. Who is this man? Black Rabbit has not yet realized that Trunks and the others are the members of the chat group. A stupid rabbit indeed. I'm dizzy like this. It's too weak. Trunks looked at Bai Shuiji, whose eyes were full of circles, speechlessly. He had already left his hand just now, but he didn't expect that Bai Shuiji would still faint. Immediately after, he walked over from Bai Shuiji's snake head, and picked up the trophy water sapling. The water saplings are only 1 meter high, and the trickling water flows continuously from the roots, and the water quality is clear and full of aura. Trunks took a sip, and sure enough, it tasted better than ordinary water, and it also had a sweetness. This trophy is not bad. Xiaohui will give it to you, I think it will help your cooking. Want to give it to me? Xiaohui took the water sapling and took a sip, and immediately looked happy. To know that water is very important for a chef. Whether it is used to grow vegetables, cultivate various ingredients, or cook dishes, water is inseparable. Good quality water can obviously bring greater improvement to cooking. Of course, but it seems that this thing can only be planted in the garden. If this magical water sapling is in the ordinary world, it may not be able to support it. And when he said this, Trunks' eyes were already looking in the direction of the forest. He had already found out that there was a stupid rabbit there. Sure enough, when he said that he would plant water tree seedlings in Hakoden, Black Rabbit reacted, and it turned out that several of them were people in the chat group. Chapter 170 The Black Rabbit Ears Feel Good, the second and the third. Hey, there's a bunny over there at the Trunks, do you want me to catch her? Thor also looked towards the forest, looking eager to try. Okay. Trunks smiled and nodded, feeling that it would be fun to wait. Well, look at me. Thor smiled, then disappeared in place in an instant. The Black Rabbit not far away was stunned for a moment when he saw that they were suddenly missing one person. After searching left and right, he didn't find the person who disappeared, and the Black Rabbit looked puzzled. Monster Bunny, what are you looking at? Wow, suddenly the shoulder was patted, and Hey Rabbit was so shocked that his whole body froze. RR, my name is Thor, what are you doing sneaking around here, Bunny Demon? Thor looked at the Black Rabbit curiously. The Black Rabbit retorted loudly, I'm not a rabbit demon. Well, let's catch you first. Thor ignored her words, grabbed the Black Rabbit's ears and left. Whoa, don't scratch my ears. The Black Rabbit who was caught by the rabbit's ears kept protesting, but the protest was ineffective. Thor grabbed her and flew back quickly. What about Trunks? Thor didn't see the Trunks, and it was a little strange. My eldest brother has gone to pick up other people. By the way, is this the bunny demon caught in the forest? Rem looked at the Black Rabbit curiously. And those bunny ears. The naughty Xiaofeng flew behind the Black Rabbit at some point and grabbed the rabbit's ear. Tiansuohui was also curious, but after thinking about it, he still didn't do anything. Wow, don't scratch your ears. When the rabbit ears were caught again, the Black Rabbit suddenly screamed, knowing that the rabbit ears are a very sensitive place for the Moon Rabbit clan. What are you doing? Trunks, who came back with Kai Tong instant transmission, saw this scene, and his face was stunned. Trunks is the bunny demon that Thor captured just now, so interesting. Xiaofeng still held on to the Black Rabbit's ear, and she found that the rabbit's ears were quite tactile. Really? I'll try it too. Trunks smiled when he saw this, and then came behind Black Rabbit and grabbed her other rabbit ear. Not to mention, these rabbit ears are very comfortable to touch. Wow, don't scratch the Black Rabbit ears. Black Rabbit is about to collapse at this time. Who are these people, and why do they treat her like this? Cough. Xiaofeng still don't play, she is the Black Rabbit, the initiator of this mission. Trunks coughed dryly, then let go of Black Rabbit's ears. What, is this bunny demon actually the Black Rabbit in the group? Thor, Xiaofeng, Rem and Xiaohui were all confused. Unexpectedly, the rabbit demon who was bullied so much by them turned out to be a Black Rabbit. This is simply a big oolong. In response, several people were a little embarrassed. Everyone said don't play with the Black Rabbit's ears. Black Rabbit looks like he's been played badly. Cough, you guys wait here first, I'll bring the others over. Trunks coughed dryly, then flashed decisively. Soon, he gathered almost all the group members. Is everyone here? He looked at it, except for Shiyu Kasumigaoka, who did not participate in the mission. Almost all the members of the group have already come. It seems like Miss Tokasaki Kurumi hasn't come yet. Xiaohui raised her hand and said. Trunks looked at the task of the chat group and found that Tokasaki Kurumi had indeed accepted the task. Because he didn't know Tokasaki Kurumi's breath, the Trunks didn't find her. I'm here to find out. Trunks senses the Kai around him again. Tokasaki Kurumi's power is very special, and since this area is the territory of Baishuiji, there are no other powerful guys. Soon he locked on Tokasaki Kurumi's breath. You guys wait here now, I'll bring Tokasaki Kurumi over here. 99. After speaking, Trunks disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a dark forest. The tall and dense forest blocks the sunlight, making it look a little dark. No, the darkness here is not caused by the absence of sunlight. Trunks looked at his feet as black as a shadow, and suddenly remembered that this might be Tokasaki Kurumi's City of Eating Time. Sure enough, he suddenly heard a familiar sound of sickly laughter. Hee. Walking into the forest, he soon found the figure of Tokasaki Kurumi. In front of a ferocious and terrifying wild boar, Tokasaki Kurumi was making a sickly laugh, which made Trunks feel embarrassed for him. Hey, Tokasaki Kurumi, what are you doing here? Gah! Tokasaki Kurumi's laughter stopped abruptly. She turned around and saw that someone approached her and didn't notice it. Was she too excited just now? Trunks, as the god of Saiyan, is of course unaffected by her City of Eating Time. Seeing such a second-class scene, Shizaki Kwangsun couldn't help blushing a little, and could not wait to find a crack to turn in. She pretended to be calm and said, since you know my name, you should be someone in the chat group. Seeing her like this, Trunks was overjoyed for a long time, and it was rare to see Tokasaki Kurumi like this. Could it be that the timeline of the dating war is still in her second year of 267? He remembered that Tokasaki Kurumi had a douchebag with a blindfold. Yes, my name is Trunks. Trunks came over with a smile. And Shizaki Kwangsun was a little surprised when he saw that he was not affected by his City of Eating Time at all. So you are Trunks. Hello, my name is Tokasaki Kurumi. Tokasaki Kurumi politely bowed and saluted, full of the demeanor of a young lady. Hee, don't be so polite to me. To be honest, Tokasaki Kurumi is one of his very, very favorite characters. And lips as delicate as cherry blossom petals, in such beauty. She was wearing the Kamui Phantom Sanfin that Trunks were very familiar with. The skin is as white and smooth as pearls, and it can be seen clearly even in a dimly lit environment. His long black hair was tied into two braids and fell comfortably on his shoulders. It is full of devilish charm that can capture men with just one glance. Trunks smiled and waved his hand, looking at Tokasaki Kurumi seriously. The waterfall-like bangs cover the left half of the amazingly beautiful face, leaving the right eye as deep as a black hole on the other side. The slender waist seems to be broken with just a little force. Chapter 171 Kwangsun's Curiosity and Black Rabbit's Embarrassment. While Trunks was looking at Tokasaki Kurumi also observed him. The tall figure of the other party made her have to raise her head to look at him. Looking up from the bottom, he looked bright and clean in a simple white martial arts uniform. Through the thin martial arts uniform, you can see his well-proportioned muscle lines. The handsome face is full of fortitude and confidence, and the eyes of Trunks are also very bright and deep, making people want to keep watching. Hey, Tokasaki is back to his senses 3 times. Trunks looked at Tokasaki Kurumi in a daze, and waved his hand amused. Ah, I didn't expect to be attracted by Mr. Trunks. 35. Tokasaki Kurumi closed his mouth and chuckled nonchalantly, resolving the embarrassing situation. Tokasaki Kurumi, what are you doing here? Trunks looked a little curious at the huge wild boar that was no longer struggling in front of him. This scene seemed to be sucking the time of the wild boar. Tokasaki Kurumi smiled and said, Mr. Trunks, since you know about me, you should also know about my abilities. Yeah, I know a little bit, so you're absorbing the time of the wild boar. That's right, Mr. Trunks sure knows. Tokasaki Kurumi nodded with a smile on his face. Would Mr. Trunks find it very scary? Horrible, ha ha ha. Trunks couldn't help laughing when he heard this. How could this scare him? Not to mention that he already knew the City of Eating Time. Even if he didn't know it, he was not afraid at all. Huh, Trunks think it's funny. Tokasaki Kwang's 3 eyes looked at him suspiciously. Cough, no, I don't think it's scary at all. Trunks waved his hand. Tokasaki Kurumi's eyes lit up when he heard his words. This was the first time someone said that City of Eating Time was not scary, so she couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards Trunks. Okay, let's go meet the others first. Then discuss the task. As long as you get enough points, you can also solve your business. Do you think so? Then all right. Tokisaki Kwang nodded 3 times and then took back the City of Eating Time. At this time, the big wild boar was also dying. It should be that the wild boar wanted to attack Shizaki Kwangson, so the time was absorbed. Trunks suddenly had a bold idea. I don't know if my deformed light can restore the boar's time. It looks like anamorphic rays have nothing to do with time at all. But if you think about it carefully, if you turn into a living creature, is it giving the living creature life and time in disguise? Thinking of this, Trunks doesn't want to, just try it and you'll know. Under the curious eyes of Kurumi Tokisaki, Trunks came to the huge wild boar, and his fingers suddenly shot a pink light. The pink light enveloped the wild boar, and a miracle happened. I saw the wild boar actually stood up humming. Trunks' eyes also lit up, but he didn't expect to actually save the wild boar. After the wild boar was rescued, it lay on the ground like a docile kitten, humming from time to time. Tokisaki Kurumi on the side was stunned, and the wild boar recovered. You must know that this is different from an ordinary injury, it has been absorbed by time. Hee, get out of here. 35. Trunks patted the pig's head, then turned around and came to Tokisaki Kurumi. It's time for us to go. Tokisaki Kurumi quickly grabbed my arm. Huh, oh, okay. Tokisaki Kurumi was stunned for a moment, not knowing why, but she still hugged Trunks' arm. This intimacy made Trunks a little surprised, and when he turned his head, he was immediately attracted by the snow. Cough, let's go. Trunks put his fingers between his eyebrows. Hee, Mr. Trunks is such an interesting person. Seeing his embarrassment, Shizaki Kuzan couldn't help covering his mouth and chuckling, looking at him curiously with big eyes. Instant transmission, swish. When the two appeared again, they had already returned to the place where they fought with Bai Shuiji. When Kushina and Nami saw that Trunks was hugged by a petite and cute girl, they were a little upset. Trunks, can you explain who she is? Kushina looked at the two of them with scrutiny. That's right, I didn't expect the teacher to hook up with a girl in such a short time. Quote, Nami also joined up. Everyone is a little curious who is this girl hugging Trunks. Tokisaki Kurumi took the initiative to let go of Trunks' arm and gave everyone a very elegant salute. Hello, I'm Tokisaki Kurumi. After hearing the girl's name, everyone was stunned for a moment. The girl in front of me is actually Tokisaki Kurumi. Kushina took a serious look at Tokisaki Kurumi, and said, are you that newcomer? She had to admit that she was jealous, and the girl in front of her almost completely overwhelmed her in terms of appearance, temperament, and figure. But she is not discouraged, she has not grown up yet. There is still a lot of room for growth. That's right. 39. Tokisaki Kurumi nodded with a smile. Humph. The teacher is really amazing, Wang Zhao. Nami was annoyed beside her. Cough. Since everyone knows that, let's talk about the task first. Trunks coughed dryly, then looked at Black Rabbit. Black Rabbit immediately reacted when he saw his gaze. It was as if a group of crows flew by, and when they heard the Black Rabbit, no one responded at all. Black is a little embarrassed. Trunks is powerless to complain. Everyone already knows that this is Hakoniwa, how can they react to her words? Forehead. Welcome to Hakoniwa world. Hungry. Gah, gah, gah. Black Rabbit cleared his throat, then opened his hands to everyone in a welcoming gesture. Cough cough. This stupid bunny. Chapter 172 The Gift Game with the Black Rabbit. Stupid Rabbit, please briefly introduce the key points. Trunks knew something about this stupid rabbit. Cough cough. Hey Rabbit coughed awkwardly, and then smiled again full of vitality. You must all know that you are not ordinary people. You all have powerful strength, and are called gifts in the world of Hakoniwa. Through the secret observation of Black Rabbit just now, it is clear that these people from the chat group in front of them have powerful strength. Just like that dragon, the Black Rabbit's eyes looked at Thor and the big fat tail behind her. Thinking of the feeling of being caught by the ear and flying just now, I immediately shuddered. And the gift game is a competition in which certain gifts or items are wagered against each other. The entire Hakoniwa world is a stage created for this purpose. After listening to Black Rabbit's introduction to this world, everyone was a little excited. To create such a huge world in order to play the so-called gift game, these gods and Buddhas are really busy. Where the Black Rabbit is located must have been destroyed after failing the gift game. What? Cheetah was meant to say 283 of the Acadian community. But this name seems to be blocked by the whole world even if it is said, and even I can't hear it. That's right, because the Demon King refers to the Shira god and Buddha who has the privilege of Hakoba called host authority. In case they take the initiative to provoke a gift game, no one can refuse. No Name was stripped of the flag and name because of this, so it's impossible to call that name now. 5. After speaking, the Black Rabbit lowered his head with a sad expression. It was only when Cheetah heard this that he understood, and at the same time he felt amazing. 66 feet. Huh, it's so amazing, I really can't say the name. 99. Kushina also tried it, and sure enough, she couldn't say the name. Trunks chuckled lightly. Hee. You don't have to try, the water in this Hakoniwa world is very deep, and even I can't be unscrupulous here. Although Trunks are not afraid of 2-digit powerhouses, there are single-digit powerhouses in Hakoba. Of course he couldn't be too reckless. If it is not BEBD, if it is a combination of several double digits, he is not easy to deal with. After everyone heard his words, they all restrained a little, not so swollen. At this time, Saitama on the side said, "So, if we want to help you regain the flag and name, we must continue to play the gift game, right?" That's right. Black Rabbit nodded again and again. Okay, that's fine. Saitama's idea is very simple, as long as he keeps defeating the enemies in front of him. But just listening to what I said, you should still have a lot of things you don't understand. So let's play a simple game here. Saying that, Black Rabbit took out some cards. This is obviously to test the strength of everyone. Snapped. Black Rabbit clicked his fingers, and a chapter of gambling tables fell in the sky. Immediately, she looked at everyone with provocative eyes and said, "Then who wants to try it?" Seeing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay, and it was okay to let them fight. If they were to finish the card game, I am afraid that everyone was a little worse. All come. Trunks stepped forward. What about the rules of the game? Please choose a character card among these 52 cards, but one person only has one chance. The Black Rabbit stretched out a finger and smiled. Does it work in any way? Trunks asked specifically. Of course, as long as it doesn't conflict with the rules of the game. By the way, because the Black Rabbit has referee privileges, it is impossible to violate the rules of the game in front of me. 35. Is that so? What about the stakes? Trunks folded his arms and laughed. You'll be exempt from betting, because it's your first time in Hakoba. 35. Black Rabbit waved his hand very generously with one hand on his hip. Trunks said meaningfully. So what if I win? 35 feet. That's right. If you win, I, as the Black Rabbit of the Hakoba nobleman, will grant you a request. Only once. Black Rabbit winked playfully. Looking at her appearance, she obviously didn't think she would lose. One request. Any request. Trunks chuckled. Of course. About which things are not okay. 35. Black Rabbit was seen tight, and then quickly covered his chest. Cough. Brother Trunks, you won't let go of the mere bunny. That's right, it's just been a rabbit demon all the time. Kushina and Nami are very disdainful of Black Rabbit. I can do it anytime the Trunks want. Thor's language was amazing, and everyone present couldn't help coughing. Cough. Thor, don't say such misunderstood words. Trunks gave Thor a head-on. Tolton squatted down, holding his head in his hands and squatting in defense. Don't worry, there will be no excessive demands. Well then, the contract is established. 99. Black Rabbit resumed his smile, and then conjured a palm of parchment from the air. This is the contract, which contains the relevant rules and victory conditions of this game, etc. 39. As long as both parties agree, the contract will appear. This is to mobilize the power of the center of the small garden, that is, no one can violate the rules of this game. Otherwise, they will be punished by the central little garden. Unless your strength is stronger than the entire box garden center. But this is almost impossible. Not even Trunks. You must know that the center of the small garden is created by the many gods and Buddhas of the small garden, which is equivalent to the power of all the gods and Buddhas in the whole small garden. Trunks waved his hand, checking it or not. Black Rabbit asked with a smile. There are 4 of each of these 3, for a total of 12. Won't you check the cards? Trunks put down the contract and looked at Black Rabbit. Then let's begin. 35. To be honest, this game is really too simple. Maybe it's the reason why the Black Rabbit released water. It is necessary to draw character cards from all the cards, that is to say, only the cards of the 3 suits of J, Q, and K meet the requirements. No need. Chapter 173 Black Rabbit's approval, become the leader of Arcadia. Then start choosing. Black Rabbit looked at Trunks with a smile. Trunks shrugged and took one at random. Oh, Trunks, are you sure which one you want? Black Rabbit covered her mouth and chuckled, because she knew which card was definitely not any of Jack, Queen, and King. What, can't you? Trunks asked rhetorically. Of course you can, then you can turn your cards over now. At this time, the Black Rabbit was already snickering in his heart, and it seemed that he had won this game. Everyone on the side was also nervous, and everyone looked at the card in his hand. The corners of Trunks' mouth rose, then slowly turned the cards over and threw them onto the table. I saw a king of spades appear on the table. How come? Black Rabbit covered his mouth with his hands and looked surprised. She never imagined that this card was drawn by Trunks. She clearly remembers that this card is not a character card. What is going on? Big Brother has won. Rem next to him looked at him with admiration. I knew Brother Trunks would win. Kushina also nodded. Suffice it to say that no one would think that Trunks would lose, and since he had the confidence to play the game, he would definitely win. Seeing the Black Rabbit still looking in disbelief, Trunks smiled and shook his head. Black Rabbit, open the other cards and take a look. Hey Rabbit was stunned when she heard the words, and then she opened a card at will. It's the K of Hearts. Then she opened the next card, which turned out to be another King of Spades. As we all know, only one King of Spades is correct in a deck of cards. What is going on here? Immediately after that, she turned all the cards on. Black Rabbit was stunned to find that all the cards were J, Q, and K, which means that no matter which card Trunks got, he could win the game. How can that be? Black Rabbit couldn't believe it. He was still normal when he took out the cards just now. Why have all the cards changed now? Haha. Now Black Rabbit, are you convinced? Trunks folded his arms and looked smug. This kind of game is too easy for him, just use transforming rays to change all the cards. Doing so is not against the rules at all. Just like the use of superpowers to change cards in gamblers, can this be considered cheating? Obviously it doesn't count. I lost, but how on earth did you do it? 35. Black Rabbit admitted defeat calmly, but was quite curious about the ability he used. Tokisaki Kurumi's heart moved, and she remembered the ability that Trunks used just now to revive wild boars. It's just a little trick. Trunks waved his hand without explaining. The ability to create all things is rare even in Hakoba. This ability is somewhat similar to a gift. If the gift card can be identified, I don't know what level of gift it is. Alright then. Black Rabbit knew that he didn't want to say more. Then Trunks, you can now make a request. Quote. Trunks deliberately paused, which made Black Rabbit very nervous. Can't come up with that kind of thing though, but what if it's some other excessive thing? Then Black Rabbit, take us to the current location of No Name. Is this a requirement? Black Rabbit was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Trunks to make this request that was not a request. Because taking them to the station is what is meant to be done. Trunks touched his chin and smiled. Is it too simple? Then I want Black Rabbit. Don't. Seeing his malicious smile, the Black Rabbit kept shaking his head. Let's go. When we arrive at the community station, we will discuss what to do next. 99. Trunks patted Black Rabbit on the head. 35. After the Black Rabbit reacted, it showed joy. For flowers. Then the group left the forest under her leadership. Along the way, while admiring the scenery, we listened to the Black Rabbit introducing the situation of Hakoniwa City. Soon the group came to a city gate that looked a little old. It's here. Seeing the Black Rabbit behind the city gate, he suddenly became a little excited. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is the gate to Hakoniwa City. As long as you pass it, you can enter the real Hakoniwa City. 99. Really? By the way, I still don't know who the current leader of No Name is. Then Trunks suddenly remembered this. The leader of the original No Name is called Ren Russell, a little green-haired Jungtai. Who is he now? Black Rabbit said a little embarrassedly. That, because everyone in the community is relatively weak, so there is no leader for the time being. Black Rabbit, you should be able to become the leader, right? Kai Tong on the side was a little puzzled. I'm not fit to be the leader. Black Rabbit quickly waved his hand. Because she is a member of the Moon Rabbit family, she was born able to communicate with the center of the small garden, so she has the talent of a game judge. The words of the two were recognized by everyone, and they all felt that the position of the leader should be handed over to Trunks. It was Momonga who spoke, and he looked at Trunks and said, I think Trunks will be the leader. If you want to have him lead, you should be able to grow the entire community faster, and then take back the flag. She is often invited by Shiroyasha or others as the referee of the Boon game, which is also her source of income. King Debbie Luke nodded in agreement and said, yes, no one here is more suitable than Trunks, and if there is no leader, there should be no way to play the gift game with other communities. If the Black Rabbit community leader, then the job will be lost. How can a force do without a leader? It is inconvenient to act like this. Without jobs, the community may not be able to survive. Chapter 174. Entering Hakonagari City, guard gets in the way. Heian hesitated a bit, wondering if he should hand over the position of the leader of the community. She thought about it, and there is really no suitable leader for No Name at present, and she originally wanted to wait for Jen Russell to give him the leader position when he grew up. But now it seems that the time cannot be waited. Okay, I agree to make Trunks the new leader of No Name. Black Rabbit finally agreed, and she bet everything on this man. Don't worry, leave the leader position to me temporarily. I will definitely let No Name regain the flag and name as soon as possible. Trunks raised his lips with a chuckle, and he was very confident about it. 28-3. Although it is not yet known who defeated Arcadia in the end, but the investigation will always know. Black Rabbit was a little confused when he heard the word, temporarily. As for why it is temporary. Because Trunks won't be the leader all the time, it's too troublesome to be the leader. It's okay to be interested occasionally. He has no interest in letting him be the head of a group of children here all the time. Then welcome everyone to Hakoniwa City. Passing through a city gate, the group entered the city of Hakoniwa, and the scene in front of them surprised everyone. What catches the eye is a town like a paradise. The town was full of people, everyone had a smile on their face and looked peaceful. The sun also appeared in the blue sky. Even though there is still this big curtain, the sun can be seen, which makes everyone feel very magical. Maybe the vampires in Hakoniwa are special, or maybe the sun in Hakoniwa is more powerful. In short, the vampires here cannot see the sun. Otherwise, it will be hurt by the sun's rays. This made Trunks unable to complain, but he didn't know if Shultier would have this weakness when he came here. The ordinary sun Shultier is definitely not afraid, the sun has no effect on her at all. But the sun in Hakoniwa may be uncertain. The crowd walked all the way on the lively streets and encountered many subhumans. Seeing that everyone was very interested, Black Rabbit took the initiative to explain. There are many races living in the small garden, including gods, demons, elves, orcs, humans, etc. Because this is the outermost layer of Hakoniwa City, the residents living here are mostly peaceful. It doesn't feel any different from the world where I came from. When Thor saw this, he was reminded of his original world. That world was very similar to this place, but it was far less peaceful. We also have a lot of subhumans over there. Xiaofeng is no stranger to half-orcs with cat ears, rabbits or fox ears, but obviously the half-orcs here are cuter. In particular, some orc girls are so cute that even Trunks couldn't help but take a second glance. There are indeed a lot of demi-humans in the Dragon Ball world, but they are nothing compared to this one. When everyone is talking and laughing, suddenly, a big man with golden hair and a suit on his back stood in front of them. Yohei, isn't this the Black Rabbit of the lowest community in the East District? Gerard Gaspar, what are you doing? Black Rabbit frowned as he looked at the person in front of him. Jared Gaspar's reputation in the Eastern District of Hakoniwa City was not very good, and many communities were forced to participate in the gift game, which eventually led to the dispersion of the community. There are even rumors that Jared Gaspar used despicable tactics to force others to participate in the bounty game. Black Rabbit dislikes this person very much. Ha ha ha, I'm the leader of the community, Freeze Golo, nice to meet you all. Jared Gaspar bowed in a very polite manner. Gerald Gaspar, we have nothing to do with you, get out of the way. Black Rabbit didn't want to pay attention to this person at all. Don't say that, I'm inviting everyone on behalf of Freeze Golo, this time. If you don't mind, can you please join my community with Black Rabbit? 5. Jared Gaspar looked at the Trunks with a smile on his face, and anyone could hear the threat in those words. Who is this guy Black Rabbit? How arrogant. Kushina looked at this guy with a displeased expression, and she was almost ready to fight because of her fiery temper. What the hell is going on with this guy? He's been there talking to himself. Nami folded her arms with a look of disdain on her face. Yes, do you want me to kill him? Thor also looked at the Black Rabbit. However, the words of several people did not make Jared angry, but were very happy. Because from the tone of these people in front of them, the strength should be very strong. There are not many people who are very powerful like this, but have not joined the community. How could Jared be angry with the idea of letting them join his community? It seems that you still don't understand the situation, so I'll give it to you. So 1.3 said, the community of this Black Rabbit has been forcibly pulled by the Demon Kings to play the gift game, which has been destroyed, and now it doesn't even have a name. 99. Jared looked smug, obviously, in his thoughts. Nami also threatened with a small fist. As long as the situation of the Black Rabbit community is disclosed, no one will choose to join. That's right, get out of the way, or I want you to look good. 35. However, when Jared heard their words, he still had no intention of letting go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? We will not join your community. Xiaofeng put her hands on her hips and looked unhappy. Today, however, he also encountered an exception. Chapter 175 Kimono Little Lolita White Yaksha. Hee, Black Rabbit, this guy should be the most powerful community in the Eastern District. That's when Trunks spoke up. Yeah, don't Trunks you. Black Rabbit nodded, and then her expression changed. She felt that something bad was about to happen. Trunks raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Jared and said, on behalf of the no-name community, I'm officially launching a game of betting on everything with Freeze Golo. I wonder if you dare to accept it. As soon as these words came out, the Black Rabbit's expression changed suddenly, and her bad premonition really happened. Trunks you. Black Rabbit anxiously wanted to speak, but was interrupted by a look from Trunks. At this time, Jared also recovered from his astonishment. Ha ha ha, I heard that right. You, no-name, actually launched a gift game to me. Ha ha. Jared laughed wildly. He has always wanted to fight the Black Rabbit's main intention, but he was unable to force him to play the gift game with other communities, so he never succeeded. In Hakoniwa's setting, the gift game can only be played between the community and the community after both parties agree. The devil is different, because the devil can force the community to participate in the gift game. What? Don't you dare. Trunks taunted with his arms crossed. Don't dare. Haha. No, it's better to say that it is exactly what I want. If I win, then you must all join my community, especially the Black Rabbit. Jared looked at the Black Rabbit with a bit of ill will. The Moon Rabbit, an aristocrat of the Box Garden, is a fragrant bun, and no one is not envious. It's good if you promise. I hope you can be so arrogant when the time comes. Trunks stepped forward in disdain, and then slapped him away with a backhand, and directly embedded it into the wall beside him. I've already promised not to let it go, it's just looking for a draw. Right, if this is the case, it's time to teach this guy a lesson. Kushina was relieved when she saw that he smashed Jared into the air so neatly. She had long wanted to teach this guy a lesson. There's no need to waste time with people like this. Xiaofeng said the same thing. No, you're all wrong, it's not that Trunks have to forbear, but to follow the rules of Hakoniwa. Have you forgotten what Trunks said before? The smart Tokisaki Kurumi immediately understood why the Trunks did this. Trunks was a little surprised when he looked at Kurumi, but she didn't expect that she was the first to react. That's right, if it was normal, if someone dared to be so arrogant and domineering in front of him, he would have punched him long ago. But this is the small garden, and all the rules of conduct must be followed by the rules. What's more, it is also very good to have a gift game with Freeze Golo, so that everyone can get familiar with the gift game. Second, No Name is now lacking all kinds of resources. As long as he wins this gift game, then he has everything. Although the Freeze Golo Community is the strongest community in the outer gate of 2,105,380 in the East District. It is definitely not the opponent of the Trunks. It can be said that this is a good person who came to give them experience and materials. How could Trunks just shoot just because the other party said a few arrogant words? His temperament is not so small. So it is. 35. Only then did Kushina and Nami react, and immediately became a little unhappy. They didn't understand Trunks' idea for the first time, but were spoken out by a newcomer, which was really a failure. Trunks shrugged and said with a smile, "Hee, it's almost like what Kwang-san said." This time, the main purpose of playing the gift game with Freeze Golo is to familiarize everyone with the gift game and then to get the other party's resources. 35. Is it really so? 35. Black Free is a little excited. If he can really win, then, No Name, has taken a big step forward from its rise. Of course, we will never lose with us. Nami clenched her fists and gestured. That's right, Black Rabbit just needs to believe us. Xiaohui also showed a warm smile. Thank you everyone. The excited Black Rabbit suddenly changed from a blue rabbit to a pink rabbit, which shocked everyone. This is the characteristic of the Moon Rabbit clan. The color of the hair and rabbit ears will change when they use power or get excited. The Black Rabbit has changed color. It's amazing, it turned into a pink rabbit. I really want to try the feel. Black Rabbit looked at everyone who kept approaching with bad intentions, and his hair stood on end in fright. 283. Soon, the group, led by the Black Rabbit, came to the location of the Thousand Eyes community. As for why he came here, the explanation given by Black Rabbit is as follows. Because there will be a gift game competition tomorrow, so now go to Thousand Eyes to do a gift appraisal for you. 99. Trunks are no strangers to the community's Thousand Eyes. It is a collective community composed of members with special magical eye-like gifts. Black Rabbit screamed in fright when he saw this scene. When they just came to the door of the shop with the Thousand Eyes flag. Yeah, long time no see Black Rabbit. Suddenly, an excited voice came from the shop. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. I saw a little loli with white hair and wearing a kimono rushing out excitedly, heading straight for the Black Rabbit. The well-known Shiroyasha, as the cadre of the Thousand Eyes, established her base at the outer gate 3345 of the 4-digit gates in the East District of Hakoniwa. Wow. It is also a supergiant business community that gathers all the information of the Box Garden, and consists of several communities. Chapter 176 Shiroyasha's Gift Game. At this moment, Trunks suddenly stretched out a hand, grabbed the back collar of the little white-haired loli, and lifted it up. Seeing that the white-haired little loli was caught, the Black Rabbit was relieved, and at the same time looked at Trunks gratefully and said, "Thank you, Trunks. Hey, you were so rude, put us down." At this time, the little white-haired loli in the hands of Trunks gave up, staring at him, her hands waving randomly. Instead, I want to ask, Lord Shiroyasha, why did you come to the lower floor? The Black Rabbit stared at the white-haired little loli with his hands on his hips with dissatisfaction. Fortunately, Trunks made a move this time, otherwise she would be taken advantage of again. Trunks also looked curiously at the little white-haired loli in his hand. The little loli looked very cute, compared to his own Rem and Kona. This is the so-called Hakoniwa's strongest 2-digit star, who controls the sun and the White Knight, and the White Yaksha who has 14 solar sovereignty. Such a small one. However, Trunks will not be despised because of his appearance. He can feel that Shiroyasha's strength is very special. Although her body is not very strong, she has 14 sun sovereignty, can use the power of the sun, and her strength is very powerful. In the heyday of Shiroyasha, even Trunks would not dare to say that they would definitely win. After all, he didn't know the specific abilities of Shiroyasha, and if he had not fought, he would not be able to make an effective judgment. However, he believed that as long as he used the power of gods of destruction, he would definitely be able to defeat Shiroyasha. This is a single universe-level power. In Hakoba, the power of gods of destruction can also be understood as a powerful gift, an unknown gift that is no weaker than the simulation of innovation. The difference is that one creates and the other destroys. But as Beerus put it well, creation precedes destruction. It can be seen that the power of gods of destruction is still stronger, while the simulated star creation map is strong and weak. Thinking of this, Trunks put Shiroyasha down. If you don't let it go, Shiroyasha will go into a frenzy. Hey, Black Rabbit, who is this rude guy? After being put down, Shiroyasha patted the folds on his clothes and asked. They are people from the outside. Black Rabbit briefly explained, but did not say anything about the chat group. That's it, then you come in with me first. 9. Bayasha greeted, and then the group entered the station of Thousand Eyes. In a tatami room. My name is Trunks, and I'm currently the acting leader of No Name. Trunks briefly introduced himself to Shiroyasha. This self-introduction made the Black Rabbit on the side speechless. Don't you know a name, and said nothing else. I'm Nami, the teacher's disciple. I'm Thor, the Trunks, exclusive bedwarmer. I'm the child bride of Brother Trunks, and my name is Uzumaki Kushina. The front is still relatively normal, but the back is very wrong. Trunks gave each of them a brain break, and then it stopped. After listening to everyone's introduction, Bayasha couldn't help but fell into contemplation. She could feel that the strength of these people in front of her was not simple. It seems that Black Rabbit has something to hide from her. But it doesn't matter, as long as these people really want to help Black Rabbit, she is still very happy to see them. With a click, Bayasha put away the folding fan in his hand, then looked at everyone and smiled. Then let me introduce myself again, we are the cadre of Kianyan, Bayasha. The headquarters is located at the 3345 outer gate of Sivaiman, and the Black Rabbit over there is an old acquaintance. She is a pretty girl who will help you every 3 days. Saying that, Bayasha opened the folding fan to block the lower half of his face. Is this a little embarrassing? Obviously just a little lowly, what are you talking about, a beautiful girl? Trunks was powerless to complain. But the fact that Shiroyasha has been helping, No Name, is true. It can be said that without her help, No Name would not have survived at all. Then what are you doing today, Black Rabbit? Shiroyasha looked at Black Rabbit again. That's right, I want to ask Shiroyasha-sama for one thing. 99. Oh, is that so? Of course it's fine, you promised. Black Rabbit was happy, of course, but only through our gift game. Bayasha looked at the Black Rabbit with a smile. Blessing game. Black Rabbit was stunned for a moment, and then his face became bitter. As the organizer of the 4 strongest lower-level gift games in the Eastern District, Shiroyasha is not easy to pass her game. No problem, it's just a gift game, so are we the challenger. Trunks shrugged and said nothing. Ho ho, it depends on whether you desire a challenge or a duel. Saying that, Shiroyasha took out a gift card and activated it. In the next instant, the space around the room was broken, and everyone was taken to the main game venue of Shiroyasha, a dark space. This world has an area the size of the earth, and there are rare and strange beasts in it. The Trunks acted very calmly, without the slightest panic. This made Bayasha couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This is one of our arena. For the money, we are the Demon King of the White Knight, the Star Spirit Shiroyasha of the Sun and the White Knight, and one of the Demon Kings who ravaged the small garden. So, let's ask again, do you want a challenge? Or a duel? Bayasha looked at everyone with a malicious look on his face. Trunks folded his arms around his chest and smiled. I do want to have a fair duel with you, but forget it now. Today's Shiroyasha has only 3-digit strength because of his initiative to lower his spiritual level. This level is not his opponent at all, and if you want to make No Name shine again, you still need the help of Shiroyasha, so don't make the relationship too stiff for the time being. However, according to Hakoba's rules, the defeated Demon King will become the victor's family, and maybe they will have a battle sooner or later. Chapter 177 Easy Victory, Gift of Trunks. As that's so, seeing that Trunks is so interesting, Shiroyasha immediately nodded with a smile. Then the game begins. Hearing the start of the competition, the Black Rabbit on the side couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Trunks would challenge Shiroyasha directly. In her eyes, Shiroyasha is invincible. Trunks crossed his arms and said, what is the content of the game? Bayasha put away the folding fan, then turned around and pointed to the mountain beside him. Wait, just try your hand at it. The voice fell, and a griffin flew down from the mountain. It's a big bird, who wants to go up and try it? It doesn't look very strong. I guess I can't beat it. It's just a big bird, wait and see how I clean it up. After seeing this griffin, everyone started talking. This guy is the incarnation of the King of Birds and the King of Beasts, representing the phantom beast of the gift competition. Let us test your strength, wisdom and courage with this griffin. Shiroyasha just finished speaking. A contract document for the game of boons flew down in front of Trunks, and he stretched out his hand to take a look. The condition of the boon game is to defeat the griffin in front of you. 35. Because it's a challenge game, if they lose, they don't have to pay anything. And if they win, then Shiroyasha will promise them one thing. Of course, this must not be too much. What makes Trunks a little surprised is that it is not the same as the original, perhaps because they can see that their strength is not ordinary. But this kind of challenge is too simple, he is definitely not interested. Turn to look at the crowd. Who are you coming? I'm coming, I'm coming. Kido and Saitama had no interest in this griffin, they were too weak. Momonga was about to raise his hand, but he didn't expect to be preempted by Thor. Trunks, let me do it. Watch me train this big bird into obedience. Thor raised his hand excitedly. Okay then. Trunks nodded, and Thor, as a dragon, went to deal with the same griffin, which was completely a dimensionality reduction blow. All in all, this gift challenge is not challenging at all, it is too simple. Hey, look at me. Thor excitedly charged towards the griffin. When Griffin saw Thor, it was like a great enemy. However, after Thor released a trace of dragon power, the griffin had to obediently lie down and let her ravage. The original gift game is to test people's wisdom, courage and strength. However, under the absolute power of Thor, wisdom and courage are not so important. Aiya, I didn't expect that there is such a dragon among you. Shiroyasha looked at Thor in surprise. Thor didn't show her big tail just now, she didn't even notice it, and she didn't expect that the girl in front of her was actually a dragon girl. The dragon race is very powerful in that world, and it is normal that her griffin can't win. Well, that's awesome. The Black Rabbit on the side was stunned by this scene. She didn't expect to win the game so easily. At this moment, she has a new understanding of the strength of the chat group members. Great, we won. Kushina hugged Rem next to her excitedly, and the relationship between the two was very good. Humph, if it was me, I could easily deal with that griffin. Xiaofang snorted, a little regretful that she didn't get this chance to show off. At this time, Shiroyasha put his hands on his hips and pretended to be a big BEBD man and said, "Okay. Since you guys have won, let's say your request." Trunks thought for a while, as if there were no other requests at the moment, so he turned his attention to Black Rabbit. Black Rabbit smiled knowingly, and then said to Shiroyasha, "Then, can Lord Shiroyasha help everyone identify the gift?" This time, their original purpose was to appraise the gift, and it was understandable to make this request. What? Appraisal gift? Yasha felt a headache when she heard this request, because she was not good at this. But she thought about it and found a solution. "Then leave this to you." Saying that, Shiroyasha clapped his hands lightly. Clap clap. Suddenly, a palm card appeared in front of everyone. What is this? After everyone took the small card, they were a little puzzled. This turned out to be a gift card. Others don't know it, but Black Rabbit recognized this thing at a glance, and immediately shouted a little excitedly. This is a super high-priced card that can store the embodied gift, and shows the gift name, and it can be embodied again as the user wishes. It is a gift before the super. To put it bluntly, a gift card is a card that shows the name of the gift and stores the gift that can be embodied. For example, Black Rabbit's Simulation Godhead, Fan Shi Gun, will be included in the gift card when it is not in use. When you need to fight, you can take it out at will, which is very convenient. However, this function does not have much effect on Trunks. Now they just want to know whether their abilities can be identified using Hakoniwa's gift card. Trunks used the gift card decisively. Blessing. Mind Power. Bonus. Clone Technique. The body is unknown. I have quite a few too. Look at how amazing this gift of mine is. 55. The body is unknown. After everyone tested their gifts, they also gained more or less. After seeing the information on the gift card, he found that only a few low-level superpowers and other moves were recorded. Wow, I have so many gifts. Such as Chi, changing space, controlling life and death, and the power of gods of destruction, etc. All of these abilities are revealed to be unknown. Seeing this, the corners of Trunks' mouth rose, and it seemed that Hakoniwa's gift card had no effect on him. Chapter 178 Restoring Arcadia to its former glory. It seems that everyone knows their gift. Shiroyasha looked amused at Kushina and Nami who were yelling, and then she looked at Trunks. She wondered so much what the gift of Trunks was. So Shiroyasha came to Trunks in a flash, and stood on tiptoe to look at his gift, Ka. After seeing the dense gifts on his gift card and several unknown bodies, Baisha suddenly looked confused. Shiroyasha, thank you so much, then we'll play with you next time, let's go. Trunks was amused when he looked at Shiroyasha with a dazed face. This picture doesn't look like a white knight devil. It's a cute little white-haired loli. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party would get angry, he would have wanted to pinch Shiroyasha's cute face. After appraising the gift, the group said goodbye to Shiroyasha. Next, the Black Rabbit will take them to the original address of the Arcadia community to have a look and feel the power of the Demon King for himself. Soon, everyone came to the original territory of Arcadia. This is the territory of our community. This is too shabby. Indeed, it's like hundreds of years have passed here. However, didn't Black Rabbit say that the community was destroyed only 3 years ago? Yeah, I don't know why this place is like this. What appeared in front of the crowd was the dilapidated city wall. The bricks and stones on the city wall had been severely weathered, and there were deep weeds under the city wall. This look, even if it is told to people that it has been abandoned for hundreds of years, some people believe it. However, it can be seen from this piece of city wall how huge the former Arcadia was. It was like a city. After entering from the city gate, the scenery inside is even more shocking. All the sites are desolate, and there is no vegetation at all. The entire area is as desolate as a desert, and only the remains of some destroyed buildings can be seen. No wonder the kids in the no-name community run so far to get water. Everyone was a little silent, and it was hard to imagine what happened to Arcadia in the past to turn it into such a desolate appearance. Even the Black Rabbit fell silent. Unlike everyone else, Trunks laughed. Haha, that's great, that's the challenge. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any interest in completing this task. Hearing his words, everyone was a little stunned, and then they returned to their former expressions. Yes, that's the challenge. Kushina clenched her small fist and waved it twice, agreeing with his words very much. Don't worry, Black Rabbit. With us, the community will be rebuilt soon. Thor patted the Black Rabbit on the shoulder. Yes, we'll all help. Xiaohui also smiled. Well, thanks, I trust everyone. After being caught like this, Black Rabbit was moved to tears. Trunks looked at the appearance of 1,000 miles in front of him, and suddenly had an idea. Looks like changing the community is about to start here. 35. The Black Rabbit on the side looked at him suspiciously. What are Trunks going to do? Of course it's change here, I don't want to live in such a desolate place. Trunks chuckled, then pointed his finger to the ground, and a pink light was set on the ground. In an instant, the ground that was originally like sand was instantly greened. After the green vegetation appeared, it continued to spread to the surrounding, whether it encountered buildings or flowers and trees, it all took on a new look. Wow, Brother Trunks is amazing. Kushina immediately applauded excitedly when she saw this scene. Great, in this way, the entire territory will recover. Thor actually has similar magic, but it is impossible to change the entire territory. Only Trunks. Deformed light. can achieve such a level, it can be said that this trick can be regarded as making him an almighty existence. He could even create planets with his bare hands, if he wanted to. I can't believe that Trunks would still do this trick. Tokisaki Kurumi looked at the back of Trunks, his eyes wandered, showing curiosity. Whether it was the scene of saving the wild boar or the magical scene in front of her, she was full of curiosity about the man in front of her. And to say the most excited, it was obviously the black rabbit, who saw that her hair and rabbit ears had all turned pink. This is exactly what she was excited about. How could she have imagined that she could see the entire territory regain its former glory so quickly? Sure enough, it was her luckiest thing to make Trunks the leader of the community. The greening of the entire territory was very fast, but in a few minutes, the desolate scenery that had just entered my eyes disappeared. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot ask for flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. It has become a green scene, and even the rice in the paddy field is already green. The entire territory was restored to life. Master Black Rabbit, Master Black Rabbit. At this time, a group of children came running from a distance. The leading green-haired little Jungtai is Ren Russell, and behind him is Lily, the blonde fox ears. Hey, why are you all here? Black Rabbit was a little stunned, but he didn't expect everyone to run over. Lord Black Rabbit, what the hell happened? Jen Russell and Lily discovered the change in the territory, thinking that it might be because of the Black Rabbit, so they ran over. Don't worry everyone, the territory has been saved, and you don't have to go to the distance to get water. Black Rabbit gave everyone a gentle smile. Really? Great, we are saved. Hearing the news, the little guys were very happy. Lord Black Rabbit, who are they? At this moment, Lily pulled the Black Rabbit's sleeve and looked at the Trunks with a curious expression. Black Rabbit touched Lily's head and said, he will be the leader of No Name in the future. He is also the leader who restores the territory to its original state. Hearing Black Rabbit's words, the little children like Jen Russell and Lily looked at him with admiration. Okay, let's go back first and talk about it. Trunks is also in a good mood when he sees the new territory and the young children full of vigor. Black Rabbit nodded. Then the group, led by Black Rabbit, passed through the restored city of Arcadia. The entire city of Arcadia is very gorgeous and atmospheric, and it can be imagined that its achievements are brilliant. Unfortunately, the whole city was deserted at this time. Okay, don't look at it, it will be lively here sooner or later. Trunks patted Black Rabbit on the shoulder. Black Rabbit nodded heavily and resumed his smile. Then the group came to the current location of the community, which is far from the edge of the city of Arcadia. After the original war, only this place was not destroyed. Then Trunks asked Black Rabbit to plant the water saplings. Although the whole station is no longer short of water, the water of water saplings is not comparable to ordinary water. What's more, Xiaohui also needs water from water saplings for cooking. Chapter 179 Looking for the whereabouts of the canary. After solving some trivial matters, Shiyu of the Hill of Sha also took over the task at this time. This time, the members of the chat group are not bad, and all of them have already arrived. At the same time, Trunks also brought Estes, Ram, Shultier, Albedo, and Boros. After everyone arrived, everyone came to the conference room to discuss the next action. Seeing that everyone was focusing on himself, Trunks had no choice but to speak first. Then let's discuss how No Name should rise. Shouldn't we be discussing tomorrow's bounty game with Freeze Golo? Black Rabbit looked puzzled. Don't worry about this. For a gift game of this level, just send anyone to participate. 283, Trunks waved his hand. He didn't take tomorrow's gift game to heart at all, even though Freeze Golo was known to be the strongest community in the Eastern District. But its leader, Jared, is just a trashy fish character. Even Nami and Kushina can easily defeat each other. After all, they also ate the spirit tree fruit particles, and their strength has improved rapidly recently. That's right, don't worry about it, Black Rabbit. I can easily defeat him. Kushina waved her fist with a confident look on her face. Okay, since Kushina is so confident, this task is left to you. Trunks smiled and nodded. Kushina was very excited when she heard the words. No problem, Trunks brother, just look at it, I will definitely be able to defeat that guy. Damn, I missed it again. It was a pity for Xiaofeng on the side, she actually missed the opportunity to be in the limelight again. Hee, the opponent's strength is too weak, Xiaofeng, don't join in the fun. Trunks shook his head helplessly. Besides him, Xiaofeng is the strongest here. After all, she has become Super Saiyan God. It's too bullying to use against these little scumbags. Trunks let me participate too. At this time, Nami on the side also invited to fight, and her current strength is similar to that of Kushina. After eating the spirit tree fruit pellets some time ago, their strength has also improved rapidly, and Luffy and Zoro have long been obediently beaten by him. Okay, then the two of you will fight for this mission. The other party should only be Jared, but you can't be careless. 35. Trunks agrees to Nami's request to fight. The opponent's strength is similar to the two of them, so this is a very good opportunity to experience. Clear. Kushina and Nami nodded in agreement at the same time. Then what we have to do next is to find the original community members of No Name. Trunks' eyes turned to Black Rabbit. You mean Leticia? The Black Rabbit's eyes lit up. Arcadia lost 80% of its combatants after fighting the demon lord Aztekaha 200 years ago. 3 years ago, the Demon King attacked again, and the community was destroyed. The remaining members die dead, and the exiled are exiled. Now there is only one Leticia who still has news. That's right, now we are in a time of shortage, of course we want to take Leticia back. Trunks nodded. After being attacked by the Demon King 3 years ago and being taken away, Leticia was later used as a reward in the gift game and fell into the hands of Luos, the leader of the community, Perseus. So their top priority is to get Leticia back. But, the other party has a Demon King. Black is a little worried. It seems that you, Black Rabbit, still don't know much about our strength. Let me put it this way, most of the people here have 4th digit strength, now you should understand why we are so confident. Seeing that the Black Rabbit was still timid, Trunks chose not to pretend, and went straight to the showdown. How? Hey Rabbit was dumbfounded when he heard his words. As a Hakoba nobleman, how could she not know the meaning of the 4 digits? Why is the place where they are called Hakogari Outer Gate? Because Hakoya can be divided into 7 levels, just like terraced fields. And these 7 levels are also divided into 1 digit to 7 digit. And when the 4th digit is reached, it no longer belongs to the outer door, but belongs to the upper level. The 4th digit is also the backbone of Hakoden. There's nothing to be surprised about, so Black Rabbit just has to trust us. He didn't say that he was equivalent to a 2-digit thing, but that the 4-digit number was already dumbfounded. If he said that he was in 2 digits, then the Black Rabbit would not be scared to death on the spot. Taking a deep breath, the Black Rabbit finally calmed down. I understand. Well, then this matter will be handed over to you, Black Rabbit, and everyone will help you. Trunks nodded. And what about you, Trunks? 35. Yes, if this matter is handed over to us, what about you? Everyone was puzzled. Don't forget the canary. She doesn't have much time, and my task is to find her. That's right, Trunks give themselves the task of finding the canary as soon as possible. Otherwise, the canary might die at some point. So this is all. Everyone was enlightened. Thank you, Trunks. Black Rabbit was moved. She didn't expect everyone to forget the 1.3 canary, but Trunks had already figured out what to do. But I'm afraid it will be difficult to find canaries. At this time, Shiyu of Kasumigaoka spoke, because he had consulted some information about Hakoden. So she also knew very well that the current canary was exiled to the world outside the small garden, and it was too difficult to find her. Don't worry, I've already thought of this question. Trunks explains why. Because he has the Ring of Time, this ring can let him travel to the past and the future. Just go back to the time when the canary was expelled, and it's very easy to find her. At that time, you can directly bring the canary back. Chapter 180 Time Paradox, Crazy 3, Can the Past Change? After listening to Trunks' arrangement, Black Rabbit finally felt relieved. Everyone was also very curious about his magical time ring, but no one asked aloud. It turns out that he has also mastered the ability to travel to the past and future. Tokisaki Kurumi was very surprised. She didn't expect that Trunks could go to the past and the future, but she wondered if they could go back to the past 30 years. Trunks saw her staring at him blankly, not knowing what she was thinking. The past cannot be changed, so everyone should not think that I can go back to the past and change the fact that the community is destroyed. Trunks seems to be talking to Black Rabbit, but in fact, he is also talking to Tokisaki Kurumi. Even he dare not try to change the past easily, because it is related to the time paradox. Black Rabbit had this idea in his mind. Now that the Trunks can go back in time, it might be possible to save Arcadia at that time. But after hearing his words, he gave up the idea. Tokisaki Kurumi also looked thoughtful when he heard the words. Why do you think the past can't be changed by Tran 14X? Tokisaki Kurumi still asked. This problem is a bit complicated, and actually Trunks don't understand it very well. Just like in the date battle, Tobichi Origami wanted to go back to the past to save her parents, but it caused her parents to die. Because it was she who went back to the past and accidentally hurt her parents. If she hadn't gone back in time, it wouldn't have caused this. This is the paradox of time. Since things have already happened, no matter how they change, they will still become facts. If it is forced to change, it will even become a necessary factor in the development of history. Of course, it cannot be generalized, and some worlds can indeed change the past. Well, that's really hard to say. Trunks sighed. As that's so, Tokisaki Kurumi was a little disappointed. Since things have already happened, it's useless to change anything. That's how I understand it. 5. Shiyu of Kasumigaoka gave her own opinion. Black Rabbit also comforted. That's right, so Miss Tokisaki don't think so much. Actually, it's not impossible, but Kurumi, you should leave it behind. The most important thing for us right now is to complete the group mission. Trunks looked at Tokisaki Kurumadao. I believe you. 35. Tokisaki Kwangsan nodded and stopped thinking about other things. Now that the tasks have been assigned, everyone must move. Everyone doesn't know much about this world, so they have to learn about it. Sometimes the game of bounty isn't just about winning with strength, and that's true. Because some gift games are like guessing riddles, you don't have to be strong enough to guess correctly, you have to use your brain. While learning about Hakoniwa, it is also necessary to inquire about the information about the community, Perseus. Luos is the son of Perseus and the leader of the community, Perseus. He is also a vulgar hedonist with a violent and lustful personality. If you want him to be fooled into playing the gift game, it is very simple. And what Trunks has to do is to block the forces behind him after killing Luos. Luos was the son of Perseus, the son of Zeus and Danae among the Greek gods. If they kill Luos, it is very likely that the forces behind him will retaliate. It's getting late. Most of the group members chose to go back to their own side to rest. After all, it is good to say that it disappears for a day. If it disappears for a long time, I am afraid it will be very troublesome. But Trunks, Thor, Fang, and Rem stayed. He originally planned to act immediately and go out to Hakoba to find the canary, but he didn't expect that Black Rabbit prepared a hot spring bath for everyone very warmly. The kindness was hard to resist, so Trunks had no choice but to take a dip in the hot spring before setting off. I just hope that the canary doesn't get so unlucky to die while he is in the hot spring. It's still very comfortable. 35. Trunks soaking in the hot springs with Kosho Terran Russell. On the other side of the wall, there's the hot spring pool for girls, and from time to time there are sounds of girls playing and playing. Aside from Xiaojung Terran Russell, looking at his strong and well-proportioned muscles, he couldn't help but blush and soaked his entire body in the hot spring. This made him a little speechless. You, a little Jungtai, are so blushing, you don't know what he did. Master Chief, that. Jen Russell seemed to want to say something, but was shy. Trunks was originally eavesdropping. No, he listened to the noise next door openly, and was stunned when he heard Xiao Jungtai speak. Ren, do you have anything to say? That, can Lord Chief really get Lord Canary back? Ren Lassie looked at Trunks with a hopeful expression. He had heard Black Rabbit say this just now, and he really wanted to know the answer at this time. Trunks smiled lightly. Hee. Don't worry, I will definitely bring the canary back, but you have to work hard to become stronger, you know. Lord Chief, I will become stronger. 35. When he got the answer he wanted, Ren became excited. Trunks still likes the children in the community very much. These children are innocent and cute. Even in the most difficult time of the community, they did not choose to leave. That's admirable enough. In the girls' hot spring next door, discussions began. Kushina looked at it for a week, and still felt that Thor was the biggest. Of course, Albedo and Estes were not too small, then Black Rabbit and Kurumi. At the same time, all the women are envious. Surprisingly, Kurumi didn't go back. Wow, Thor, why are you so big? Having said that, Thor also performed a performance for everyone. Ah, you mean here, because I'm a dragon, I can make it bigger or smaller at will. 35. That's a really convenient ability. Chapter 181 Rescue Leticia and Pursue the Canary. Ah, I really seem to be dreaming today. At this time, the Black Rabbit sighed. What's wrong? Seeing her sigh, everyone was a little strange. It's nothing, I just feel that all this seems a little unreal. Today, I suddenly received an invitation from the Wanjie Chat group, and then I was helped by everyone. The territory was restored to its original state by Trunks in an instant. After hearing Black Rabbit's words, several people understood what was going on. Yeah, Thor, what are you doing? 35. The Black Rabbit, who was still chattering, was suddenly attacked by Thor and exclaimed. Because of being too shy, the blue hair instantly turned into pink hair. Hey, let's come too. At this time, Xiaofeng and Kasumigao Shiyu also grabbed the ears of the Black Rabbit, and there was a playful and slapstick sound throughout the hot spring. After soaking in the hot spring, Black Rabbit prepared dinner for everyone. What Trunks didn't expect was that the cooking level of Black Rabbit was not bad. After dinner, Lord Trunks, be careful. Yes, be sure to return safely. We are all waiting for you. 35. Seeing that the worried Yang could be there, Trunks smiled and waved. Hee, everyone, don't worry. Without saying goodbye too much, after saying this, he put on the Potala earrings, and then used the time ring. The next moment, he returned to Arcadia 2 years ago. Then he watched Arcadia be destroyed with his own eyes. And it was a community called Ouroboros that destroyed Arcadia. The Ouroboros is not a single community, but an alliance of demon kings. There are many demon lords in this demon lord alliance, almost including most of the little garden forces. In other words, it is the other forces of the small garden that deal with the Canary. Canary is one of the founders of Arcadia. Under her operation, Arcadia became a supergiant alliance and became the ruler of the whole class. It has the honor of repelling dystopia and absolute evil in the final trial of humanity. Refinement. What is a whole class dominator? This power is very large in the small garden. It should be known that the garden is divided into 7 classes, and each class has a class ruler. When there is only one ruler of all classes left, then this person will become the ruler of the full class. Temporarily granted a 4-digit status, one of the sovereigns of the sun, and the right to choose the rulers of other classes. In other words, this person will rule the entire 7 classes of Hakoniwa City. And Arcadia, which Canary once created, became the ruler of the full-fledged class. As the ruler of the all-powerful class, but with the power to distribute the ruler of the class, will the other gods watch Arcadia become the biggest force in Hakoniwa? Obviously not. A canary is nothing more than a 3-digit number, how can it hold this position? That's why the many gods in Hakoniwa joined together to form the Ouroboros. This is the real reason Arcadia was destroyed. Trunks watched in silence as he watched Arcadia be destroyed until Canary was about to be exiled from the box court. Ha ha ha, Canary, you have already lost, so accept the punishment. It was a young man in white clothes who was talking, and I saw him laughing arrogantly. Humph, Ouroboros, I won't let you go. The already scarred Canary looked unwilling to look at the demon kings in front of her with cold eyes, as if she wanted to keep their appearances firmly in mind. Being stared at like this, the faces of these demon kings are not good looking, and anyone who is stared at by a 3-digit number will have trouble sleeping and eating. Canary, you have no chance, we will exile you outside the small garden, so accept the punishment. Several demon kings no longer waste time, they shot at the same time, and the powerful force tore the space. A strong pulling force came from the torn space. In an instant, Canary, Chloe Baron and Kasugave Takaki were sucked in. Trunks frowned when he saw this scene. Because the space channel that these demon kings opened to outside the small garden is not stable, and it is full of space turbulence. Under the condition that the Canary is seriously injured and consumes a lot, it is difficult to survive in the turbulent space. It is almost impossible to reach the outside of the box safely. What the hell is going on here? Is there something he's missing? These demon kings obviously wanted to make Canary die in the turbulent flow of space. At the same time, Trunks looked at another demon king not far away, only to see a blonde girl in his hand. This is Leticia. Unlike Leticia, who looked like a little loli in the original book, the current Leticia is not in the form of a little loli, so that Trunks did not recognize it immediately. Seeing that Leticia was about to be thrown into the space crack by the demon king, he finally couldn't help but take action. If she doesn't do anything, Leticia will probably be thrown out of Hakoba. This is obviously different from the original. In an instant, Trunks appeared in front of the demon king who was carrying Leticia and threw a punch. Before the demon king in front of him could react, he was blasted away with a punch. Leticia was also thrown aside. Trunks didn't care about her, but turned around and jumped into the space passage, disappearing in front of everyone in an instant. Damn, who is that person? Good money. At this time, the demon king who was sent flying came back again. I don't know, it's too fast. Just now, Trunks was moving so fast that the surrounding demon kings couldn't see it clearly. Boss, why don't you sell this chick as a commodity, and you can make some money in this way. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. In his opinion, entering that space crack is courting death, and even 3 digits may not be able to survive in it. The monster that was sent flying nodded immediately, ignoring this matter. Oh, this method is good, let's do it like this. They have no power to open the cracks in space. But now that the space crack has been closed, Leticia can't throw it in. Forget it, let him go if he wants to die. The demon king who was sent flying waved his hand and didn't care too much. Chapter 182 Canary's Kiss. At this time, Leticia was unable to resist due to her serious injury, but the appearance of Trunks was clearly remembered in her mind. As that person going to save Canary, Leticia looked at the place where the space crack disappeared, secretly guessing in her heart, and she felt relieved for some reason. At the same time, after entering the space crack, Trunks locked the Canary's position instantly. In a flash, he came to the front of Canary, and grabbed her. He took a careful look. The girl in front of her was very beautiful, she had wavy short blonde hair and was wearing a pure white gown. Below is a fuchsia camisole, and black boots with heels attached. There are a pair of symmetrical shell earrings beside the left and right earlobes, which look less than 20 years old. Are you all right? 35. Canary, who was originally depressed, suddenly felt a pair of strong hands grab her, which made her open her eyes. But at this time, she was so weak that she couldn't speak at all. Trunks frowned upon seeing this, not expecting the Canary to be hurt so badly. He doubted that without his own words, the Canary would die in the turbulent space. Immediately after, he took out a fairy bean and lowered it to the Canary's mouth. Eat this quickly, it should be able to restore your injury. It is a pity that the Canary at this time has no way to move at all, it is good that she can maintain a little consciousness. It's troublesome now, Trunks frowned. No way, just feed it with your mouth. Seeing that the Canary couldn't eat the fairy beans by himself, he had no choice but to resort to this. After a while, the Canary finally recovered. Thank you. Rao is the amazing wisdom of the Canary, and in this case, his face turned red. Although she had lived for so long, it was the first time for such a thing to be kissed. Looking at the handsome face of Trunks, Canary felt a strange feeling in her heart for a moment, which made her heart thump and beat non-stop. Are you okay? Looking at the Canary that something was wrong, Trunks was a little puzzled. I'm fine, what about them? Canary suddenly thought of Chloe Baroni, BEBD, Kasugave Takaki and others, and her complexion suddenly changed. Don't worry, they are here. Trunks pointed behind her. I saw that Chloe Baron and Kasugave Takaki were all in the protective shield released by Trunks, but at this time they were all unconscious. Thank you. Seeing how many people were still there, Canary finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, she remembered that she still didn't know who the person who saved them was in front of her. Don't know what your name is? Canary asked with some embarrassment. My name is Trunks, I came here 2 years later at the request of Black Rabbit, you should understand when I say this. What? Canary was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood something. Time travel. 99. That's right. Trunks nodded admiringly, this woman was really smart, and the other party understood the cause and effect with just one sentence. I wonder what happened to Arcadia in 2 years. Canary bit her lower lip lightly, she was still very unwilling that Arcadia was destroyed like this. It's okay to tell you. Trunks thought about it and was about to tell Canary. After you were exiled from the little garden, 2 years passed, and the once glorious Arcadia was taken away from the flag and name, and became no name, and the entire community was left with only the Black Rabbit, and there are some children. After listening to Culinary, she couldn't help tearing up a little, but she didn't expect that after they left, they would experience such a miserable life together. Thanks to Black Rabbit. 35. Wiping away her tears, Culinary couldn't help but smile. It can be said that she is most proud of saving the Black Rabbit. After calming down, Culinary asked, "So where are you going to send us now?" 995. In order not to change history, I will send you to a planet outside the small garden. 2 years later, no, more than 10 years should have passed outside the small court, and then I will come to pick you up. Trunks' words made Culinary ponder, and she nodded. There is no better way now. What's the use even if they go back now? Wouldn't it still be discovered by the Ouroboros people? Now she has no way to fight the Ouroboros at all. All right then, my stupid rabbit will thank you for taking care of it. Culinary nodded with a smile, her eyes filled with gratitude. Hee, don't worry, Trunks nodded. In the turbulent flow of this space, I don't know how long it has passed. Trunks suddenly felt a weak point in the space, used key sense for a while, and suddenly found the breath of many weak humans. This should be a planet with human life. He didn't know that the Culinary was banished to the world in the original book. Just have a look first. Trunks used instant transmission. The next moment, he and the others came to a blue sky, and below was a city full of high-rise buildings. Is this the place where the Canaries and the others were exiled in the original book? Trunks looked at the modern city in front of him and couldn't help falling into contemplation. How is it? Is it here? Culinary looked at him lost in thought and asked curiously. No matter, just here. Trunks was too lazy to think about it, he didn't know where the original Culinary was exiled. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Oh, I understand now. Then I'll leave first. Culinary looked at the man in front of her who saved them and took away her first kiss. For some reason, she felt a little reluctant. There is nothing wrong with them, they should wake up soon, and then you will wait for my next arrival in this city. 5. He then landed in the city with a few people. Trunks commanded the Culinary, it's far enough away from Hakoden, so I simply arranged them here. And many more. Chapter 183 Maid Cafe, Kasage Biao. Trunks was about to leave, but was stopped by Culinary. He turned to look at the Culinary in confusion. Culinary blushed slightly and said, actually, it's okay to not need a mouth. What? Trunks was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth twitched a little embarrassingly. Unexpectedly, this matter was discovered, as expected of Arcadia's think tank. When saving the Culinary just now, of course, it is also possible not to use fairy beams, as long as you use deformed light, it is very simple. But in the end, he chose to use fairy beams. This, can't seem to explain it. Culinary looked at her embarrassed look, and suddenly laughed. Actually, I don't hate it. After saying this, Culinary turned around in a hurry. Okay, you can leave now, I will always be here waiting for you. Seeing Canary's reaction, Trunks couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Although the girl in front of her has lived for so many years, she is just an ordinary little girl in love. Wait for me, I will definitely come to pick you up. Well, then we'll agree. Culinary playfully put her hands behind her back like a little girl. She didn't hear an answer for a long time, she turned around and found that Trunks had already left. Her heart suddenly fell, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Trunks are constantly using instant transmission. In just a moment, he had returned to Arcadia, and the people of the Ouroboros have long since disappeared. Without stopping, he used the Ring of Time again. The next moment, he returned to Arcadia 2 years later. At this time, Black Rabbit and Thor didn't even leave. After returning from time travel, it was only for a moment that Trunks felt magical. Everyone was stunned. They just saw the Trunks suddenly disappear and then reappear, with no idea what was going on. Trunks, what are you doing? Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask curiously. Aren't you ready yet? Or go tomorrow? Black Rabbit looked worried. Yes, it's not too late to go tomorrow. 5. Estes also suggested. Seeing everyone's reaction, Trunks couldn't help but laugh. Haha, what are you thinking? I have found the Culinary. Everyone suddenly realized when they heard it. So Trunks, you've come back from the past. So have you seen Lord Culinary? And Black Rabbit was excited. Don't worry, I've found where the Culinary is, and I also know who the devil is who destroyed No Name. Trunks took the initiative to say what Black Rabbit wanted to know. Really? Great. Hearing this news, Black Rabbit's excited bunny ears turned pink. So who is the enemy of No Name? And where is the Culinary? Thor asked what everyone wanted to know the most. The enemy of No Name is a community called Ouroboros. Ouroboros. Hearing the name, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Only Black Rabbit has heard this name, but she doesn't know much about this community. Specifically, the Ouroboros is a community composed of demon kings, and its power spreads throughout the entire little garden, even compared to the Thousand Eyes. Hearing this, Hey Rabbit was shocked. She didn't expect Ouroboros to be able to compare with Thousand Eyes. It must be known that the Thousand Eyes is the largest community alliance in Little Garden, covering almost the entire Little Garden. However, the Ouroboros can actually be with the Thousand Eyes, which is really unbelievable. In the face of such a behemoth, how will they, No Name, take back the flag and name. For a time, the Black Rabbit was a little confused. At this moment a large hand was placed on top of her head. Trunks touched Black Rabbit's long blue hair and smiled. Don't worry, with me, no matter how strong the Ouroboros is, we will take back the flag and name. 35. Katakana middle. Ask for flowers katakana middle. That's right, Black Rabbit doesn't have to worry at all, Trunks are very strong. Whether it's a god or a demon, we will all defeat them. Thor and Rem also encouraged Black Rabbit. Hearing everyone's words, Black Rabbit finally regained his confidence. Well, everyone is right, we will be able to succeed. 99. That's right, well, I'm going to pick up the canary now, so prepare yourself. After speaking, Trunks disappeared from everyone's face again. Use instant transmission. Soon, he came to the planet outside the small garden that was very similar to the Earth. It was night when I was in Arcadia, but when I came here, it was actually day. He had already remembered the breath of the canary, so when he came here, he discovered the canary. Sure enough, it was where they first came to this planet. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched slightly, and then a flash came to the place where the breath came. After more than 10 years of changes, the street is very different from when we first met. There are all kinds of shops all around, and the crowds are rushing, as if it has become a commercial street. Huh, where's the canary? Trunks looked around curiously, and finally settled on a coffee shop. The smell of the canary came from the coffee shop. He didn't hesitate to push the door. Welcome. As soon as he entered the door, a soft voice rang in his ears. Trunks turned his head and saw that a girl with short brown hair and a maid outfit bowed to him, and there was a kitten in his arms. Trunks was a little surprised, and why did this girl with short brown hair look so familiar? Guest, my name is Kasumi Hill. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Is this a maid cafe? Oh, by the way, what's your name? That, it's not a maid cafe, it's just for a certain circumstance, so I'm wearing a maid outfit. Although the girl was expressionless, she could see that she was a little shy. Kasumi Hill, Chapter 184 The Canary's Choice. Trunks suddenly realized that this Kasumi Hill is one of the original heroines. Moreover, she is also the daughter of Kasumi Takaki, the original leader of Arcadia, and now she seems to be in her teens. Apparently the world has been over for over a decade. Trunks sighed in his heart, he didn't expect so many years to have passed in a blink of an eye. The appearance of the canary at the beginning is still clearly visible, and I don't know what happened to the canary after more than 10 years. For a time, he had some expectations in his heart, but also a little uneasy. Please come with me, guest. 35. Kasumi Hill took him to the cafe and sat down. What do the guests want? Quote. Trunks was interrupted before he could finish speaking. 283, the 2 cups of coffee. A familiar voice came from the side, and a familiar figure came over. Canary, looking at the familiar figure in front of her, it was as if she had only seen it yesterday. The years had not left any traces on her, and she was still so beautiful. Canary looked at him with a smile. You're finally here. Well, I'm here. Trunks was still a little nervous, but after seeing the canary, all worries disappeared. For a long-lived species like the canary, more than 10 years is just a blink of an eye. Kasumi Hill, who was on the side, looked at the two with some doubts, but she didn't think much about it, and turned around to prepare coffee. After Kasumi left, Canary sat across from the Trunks. Speaking of which, the two only met once, but that time they took away something important from Canary. At this meeting, Trunks didn't know what to say. Cough. Speaking of which, I didn't expect you to open a coffee shop here, Canary. Trunks coughed dryly, then looked at the coffee shop. Found this coffee shop to be nicely decorated, but less customers, don't know why. Remember what I said when we parted. I'll be waiting for you, that's why I'm opening a coffee shop here. Canary still said with a smile on her face. So this is all. Trunks moved in his heart. He had already guessed that this was the case, but he was still a little moved to hear Canary say it. Guest, your coffee is ready. 35. At this time, Kasumi Hill came over with 2 cups of coffee and then put the coffee down. Please enjoy. After speaking, Kasumi Hill bowed politely and left. With this polite look, Trunks couldn't help nodding his head. Really some maid's taste, although it is a 3-no maid. Canary saw that he looked at Kasumi Hill, and explained, she is Takaki's daughter, and she is 12 years old this year. So it's been so long. So, Canary, are you ready? Hearing this question, Canary fell silent. Trunks, you were actually there when Arcadia was destroyed. That's right. Trunks nodded without hiding anything. Then you should know what the enemy Arcadia faces. When Arcadia was destroyed, I was really unwilling and wanted revenge, but... Canary paused here. But what? But the power of the other party is really not something we can contend with. You should have heard the name, Ouroboros, before. Its power is so great that there is no way to take revenge. 99. After so many years, Canary also wanted to understand the reason why Arcadia was destroyed. Because Arcadia is still too weak in the whole little garden, trying to control the whole little garden will bring destruction sooner or later. And the Ouroboros almost represents most of the power gods in Little Garden. Just because she wanted to compete with most of the little gardens, not to mention that Arcadia has been destroyed now, even in the heyday of Arcadia 200 years ago. Besides, the leader has no fighting spirit now, so it is almost impossible to seek revenge. Canary looked at Kasugabyo and sighed involuntarily. In the past 10 years, Kasugabe Takaki has also had his own family in this world, and even the children have grown so big. Kasugabe Takaki had long since given up his plans for revenge. Kasugabe Takaki, the leader of Arcadia, has given up, so what reason does she have to persist? Trunks couldn't help sighing when he heard this. It can be seen from the original work that the Canary and the others really wanted to return to Hakoba for revenge when they first started. However, this matter was never mentioned again, and only the Canary insisted on using the gift until the end, resulting in early death. Until Kasugabyo was summoned to Hakoba, the rest of Arcadia did not appear. This shows that they have already given up. And what about you, Canary? Would you like to come with me? Trunks now just want to know what the Canary thinks. Quote. Faced with this choice, Canary hesitated. She really wanted revenge in her heart, and then rebuild Arcadia. But in the face of the giant, Ouroboros, how should she do it? Finally, there is the special affection of the man in front of him who saved her life and stole her first kiss. It is true that if he now says that he has double-digit strength, Canary will definitely agree to go with him. She simply doesn't have the 1.3 confidence to fight it. Even Kasugabe Takaki and others will be taken away. The Canary looked a little struggling at this time. On the one hand, he wanted to take revenge and rebuild Arcadia, and on the other hand, he was afraid of the Ouroboros. Kasugabe Takaki and others have little to do with the rise of Arcadia. For a while, it really made her have that choice. Trunks also saw her hesitation, but he didn't reveal his strength. But it wasn't necessary, he just wanted to know the Canary's attitude towards him. Chapter 185. Back to 16 Nights, I'm your dad. Trunks took a sip of his coffee. Canary is indeed a woman he admires very much, but if the other party doesn't want to leave him, he won't force it. The two were so silent. It wasn't until the coffee was a little cold that Canary looked back at Trunks. I decided to go with you. Arcadia can't be destroyed like this, no matter how strong the Ouroboros is, I will make them pay the price. After getting the answer he wanted, Trunks immediately raised his mouth and smiled. A wise choice, I think Arcadia will be able to rebuild soon if you are here. Hee, Trunks, you are very confident. Seeing his confident appearance, Canary immediately covered her mouth and snickered, her big eyes curved into crescent moons, which was very beautiful. Haha, maybe it comes from confidence in strength. Trunks shrugged. Oh, so, Trunks, you are very strong. Canary was a little curious about how strong he was. After saving them last time, he moved forward in the turbulent flow of space, and finally learned that he came from the future. 14. This series of things can see the strength of the other party is very strong. But how strong it was, she didn't know. Well, you'll know. Trunks didn't explain anything. However, his appearance made Canary even more curious, and he couldn't help but want to explore the secrets of Trunks like a cat scratching his head. After Canary made her decision, her mood suddenly became much easier. So the two of them chatted happily. And this chat is one day. Until evening, a blonde little Jungtai wearing headphones came over, and was stunned when he saw Trunks. Hey, Canary, who is this guy? It's Izuyoi, 35. Canary greeted the Queen Mother when she saw Xiaojun, and when she looked at Trunks, she said, this is my adopted child, the name is Niwei Izuyoi. This is Trunks, my friend. Huh, friend. Backward Izuyoi looked at Trunks in disbelief. He had never seen this person before, how could he be Canary's friend? Trunks also looked at the retrograde Izuyoi, and the current Canary did not activate the gift of poet. That is to say, the world has not undergone a historical transition period. So, is there still so many hangs in the original work? He took a closer look and found that Reverse Izuyoi really didn't have that many hang-ups, but Reverse Izuyoi's own system was also different from ordinary people, and he was a born hero. That's why the Canaries adopted him. Adopted son. Hello, I'm your father. Quote. These words directly made Canary and Reverse Izuyoi stunned. Cough. Just kidding, haha. Trunks coughed dryly. How did he just say what was on his mind? It was really embarrassing. You guy. Reverse Izuyoi didn't like this joke. In his opinion Trunks was insulting him, so he raised his fist and hit him. From the whirring of the fist, it can be seen that Reverse Izuyoi has obviously used all his strength. If this punch is hit, at least ordinary people will be knocked out. But Trunks just raised his hand slightly to block Izuyoi's fist. Looking back at Izuyoi, seeing that his fist was blocked, he was a little surprised. But think that since the other party is Canary's friend, then naturally he is not an ordinary person. Ha, reversely Izuyoi shouted, and then hit Trunks again. He didn't believe that he couldn't hit this guy. Hey, the little guy is quite lively, did you teach this skill? Trunks was still sitting on the chair, blocking Izuyoi's fist with one hand, and asked Canary a question when he was spared. This appearance angered Reverse Izuyoi even more. However, no matter how he punched or kicked, he was blocked by Trunks without even looking. Canary did not stop watching this scene. She replied with a smile. Izuyoi has shown extraordinary strength since he was a child, so I taught him some skills. Then do you want to take him there? No, I don't think so. Hearing Trunks' suggestion, Canary immediately denied it. She didn't want Reverse Izuyoi to lose the life of an ordinary person. Okay then. Trunks shrugged and stopped persuading. Guys like Reverse Izuyoi are obviously unwilling to be ordinary, even if he doesn't have most of the hangs. But he still has the potential to become a hero, so he will definitely go to Hakoba. Hey, have you had enough? Trunks helplessly looked at Izuyoi, who was still throwing punches. Fist is not so useful. Boom. I saw that he blocked reverse Izuyoi's attack, and then punched him with a backhand. The powerful energy blew straight back to the face of the 16th 283 knight. At this time, in the eyes of reverse Izuyoi, the opponent's fist rolled towards him like a mountain with an incomparably terrifying momentum, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped his whole body. However, in the next moment, all the illusions disappeared, and there was only an ordinary fist in front of him. Remember, punching requires the belief that you will win, and punching alone is not enough, you have to learn to control the chi in your body. 99. With that said, Trunks tapped him on the shoulder. Canary, are you ready? We should go. Well, I've already explained it to the others, let's go. Canary nodded. She had already sent a letter to Kasagabe Takaki and several others, explaining the matter. Kasagabe Takaki will continue to run the coffee shop, and reverse Izuyoi will be temporarily taken care of by the death god Chloe Baron. Izuyoi, you have to take good care of yourself, I will come back when I have time. Canary made a final statement, then looked at Trunks. Trunks took Canary's hand naturally, and then the two disappeared in the coffee shop in an instant. Looking back at the two disappeared, Izuyoi felt a little disappointed. Chapter 186 Shiroyasha is not my opponent. Everyone come here. Within Arcadia, the voice of Trunks suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. It was already early morning in Hakoden, and everyone had just woken up. After hearing this voice, everyone was stunned for a moment. It's brother Trunks' voice. Kushina was a little excited when she heard this voice, but she couldn't wait to come over from Naruto World early in the morning. That's right, the Trunks are back. Thor was a little surprised, and then rushed out of the room in a flash. Hey, Thor, wait for me, Kushina shouted and followed behind. On the other side, the busy Black Rabbit was a little overjoyed when he heard this voice. Is it the voice of Trunks? Did he succeed? Thinking of this, the Black Rabbit hurried over. All of them rushed over here for a while. How is it? Are you a little excited that you haven't come back for so long? Trunks smiled at the Canary beside him. Yeah, Canary nodded with a smile. I remember that. No Name was completely destroyed, but I didn't expect it to be restored to its original state. It was you, Trunks, who did it. 5. Since he has become the leader, he naturally wants to bring some changes to the community. By the way, wait for me to introduce you to the new members. The current No Name is not weaker than the previous heyday. Trunks folded his arms and laughed. Yes, when Canary heard what he said, she suddenly became curious. In its heyday, Arcadia was very strong, otherwise it would not have allowed the various gods of Little Garden to form a Ouroboros to deal with it. However, Trunks actually said that No Name is stronger now than before, which made her very curious. Soon, Black Rabbit and everyone had gathered in the hall of the station. Lord Canary. When the Black Rabbit saw the Canary, he jumped up excitedly. Black Rabbit, thank you for your hard work. Canary hugged the Black Rabbit. It's not hard work, Lord Canary. The Black Rabbit shook her head, and the pink rabbit ears swayed a few times, showing her current mood. Is this the Canary? She's also a cute girl. Thor, who was on the side, looked at the Canary, and immediately puffed up his cheeks, with hostility in his eyes. Ah, Thor, are you jealous? Tokisaki Kurumi laughed at the side. Thor murmured and did not speak, and everyone knew that she was already jealous. After Black Rabbit confided to Canary for a while, he asked, Lord Canary, why didn't you see anyone else? They don't want to come back. 9. Canary sighed helplessly. How come? Black Rabbit did not believe that the former leaders and cadres would abandon them. Trunks shook his head and said, Black Rabbit, don't ask, they also have a life they like now, and it is enough for No Name to have us in the Canary. 39. Since the original cadres of Arcadia had all given up, of course he would not force them to come back. Arcadia is strong enough now, with him and the group members, as well as Estes, Shultir, and Albedo. The group members may not come here often, after all, everyone has their own affairs. But there are Estes and Shultir here. If there is really not enough manpower, you can also call Main and Leonai from Shatong. Or use the fruit of the spiritual tree to cultivate children in the community. In short, it is very simple for No Name to grow and develop. And in this way, the entire No Name can be said to be completely his power. At that time, it is not simple to want a gift like a simulated star map. The whole small garden will become his back garden and become the nourishment for him to become stronger. Okay then, the Black Rabbit was relieved after thinking about it, as long as the Canary can come back. Okay, then let's discuss the next move. Trunks took his seat at the head of the hall. Canary and Black Rabbit are standing aside. At this time, Trunks suddenly looked at the Black Rabbit and asked, by the way, when will the gift game with Freeze Golo start? Black Rabbit replied quickly, it's tonight. Trunks nodded, I see. Then let's all watch tonight. And then there's the Canary thing. I can't appear in the eyes of others at the moment. 35. Canary frowned. Are you worried that the Ouroboros will appear and attack here again? That's right. No, you have to take the initiative to appear in front of everyone. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched slightly. Are you the one who wants to take the initiative to draw out the Ouroboros? Canary frowned. This approach seemed too risky to her. If Ouroboros attacks No Name again as it did 2 years ago, I am afraid that tragedy will happen again. It seems that you still don't understand our current strength. Trunks chuckled and shook his head. I won't hide it from you now, let's put it this way, even in the heyday of Shiroyasha. Not necessarily my opponent. 5. As soon as these words came out, Canary and Black Rabbit were stunned. They were very clear about the heyday of Shiroyasha. That was the strongest Protoss that once controlled the total mass of the universe, the primitive star. In addition to the decadent wind, it can be said that the Demon King of the White Night is the strongest existence in the Little Garden. You must know that the 2-digit number is almost invisible in Hakoden, but they did not expect that there is a 2-digit powerhouse in front of them. No doubt, this is my true strength, so you just need to do as I say. At this time, Canary and Black Rabbit were still very shocked. Thinking of the key point, the two suddenly became happy. It seems that their wish to rebuild Arcadia will not be long before they can be realized. Later, with the establishment of the center of the small garden with money, he was endowed with the spiritual status of heavenly movement. However, when the Trunks said he could defeat Shiroyasha in his heyday, they heard it right. Understood. With the support of 2-digit powerhouses, what are they afraid of? Chapter 187. The gift game begins, the strength of Kushina and Nami. Night. The game of boon between the two communities of Freeze Golo and Na-Name is about to begin. The game field of both sides is in a deep forest. As expected, only Jared Gaspar appeared on the Freeze Golo side. On the Na-Name side, there are Kushina and Nami. The rest of the people watched the game on the mountain wall not far away. At this time, in the deep forest, Black Rabbit, as the referee, explained to Kushina and Nami. Kushina and Nami, now the boon game is about to start, you must go to the deep forest to find Jared Gaspar. Only when you get the contract document, the competition will officially start. At that time, you must defeat each other according to the requirements of the contract document, and then you will be able to win. That's it. It's very simple, just beat that guy. Kushina and Nami were already eager to try. That's right. Black Rabbit was speechless when he saw the excited expressions of the two of them. At this time, Kushina looked at Nami provocatively and said, would you like to compare and see who can defeat that guy first? 283. Compare, who is afraid of who? After Nami finished speaking, she rushed out, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kushina was stunned for a moment, and then shouted angrily, damn little thieving cat, you are lying. However, Nami ran away and disappeared, so how could she pay attention to her? Seeing this, Kushina had no choice but to follow. When Trunks saw this scene, he felt a little helpless. These two guys really liked to play and they didn't forget it at this time. In the chat group, the two of them would bicker from time to time, but the relationship between the two was still very good. In the forest, Kushina and Nami moved at full speed, and they came to a dilapidated temple after a while. And just came here, a contract document appeared in the sky. Nami took a look. You actually need to use the prescribed weapons to defeat the opponent. 99. What? And this restriction? Kushina was stunned for a moment. That's right, you have to get that weapon. Nami dropped the contract document and looked at the temple in front of her. There is no doubt that the prescribed weapon in the contract document is in this dilapidated temple. Go in and have a look, but Brother Trunks said that our strength is more than enough to deal with that orc. Kushina glanced at Nami. Then go in and see. 35. After speaking, Nami walked in first, followed by Kushina. The two walked through the dark corridor and came to the hall of the dilapidated temple. You are finally here, is it just the two of you? Jared sat at the top of the main hall and smiled contemptuously when he saw that there were only two little girls. Humph, the two of us are enough. Kushina snorted, looking very disdainful. That sword over there is the stipulated weapon in the contract, right? At this moment, Nami saw the silver cross sword stuck on the ground not far away. Haha, that's right, but I won't let you get it. Jared laughed and stood up, then he roared and started to transform. But in the blink of an eye, Jared turned into a giant tiger that has always been colorful. Kushina and Nami looked at each other's changes in surprise. Although he knew that the other party was a half-orc, he didn't expect the other party to turn into a huge tiger. The colorful giant tiger transformed by Jared stared at the two of them with blood-colored pupils, looking uneasy at first glance. How to do? Nami looked at Kushina who was beside her. What else can I do? Of course, I have to fight first. As long as I don't use that sword, it doesn't count as the opponent's loss. Kushina clenched her fists with a malicious look on her face. Your idea is BEBD, in line with me. Nami has long been disliked by this guy. The idea of both of them is to beat this guy first, and then there is no need to rush to end the game. Everyone who was observing with a magic mirror looked at each other in dismay when they saw what the two were doing. Why is this scene so familiar? Like someone fighting. Kasumi Hill and Thor all turned their attention to Trunks. What are you looking at me for? Watch the battle. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched. He didn't remember he taught two girls to be so rude. However, it is still easy to deal with the half-orc guard with the strength of the two. At this time, Canary looked at the giant tiger that Jared had transformed into, and couldn't help frowning. Can the two of them be opponents of that guy? Trunks chuckled lightly. Don't worry. Although Kushina and Nami are the weakest among us, excluding Tiansuohui and Shiyu, the other big tiger is still fine. As that's so, his words made Canary stunned for a moment, but he was relieved a lot. At the same time, in the dilapidated temple, roar, 35. Jared roared, and rushed towards Kushina and Nami with a fishy wind. Humph, look at me. Kushina took the lead in rushing up, and punched out with a small fist. Magic fist. On one side is a huge tiger, and on the other is a petite little Lori Kushina. Completely unequal body types collide together. Boom. The powerful force shattered the surrounding earth. To his astonishment, the giant tiger in front of him was kicked out by the petite Kushina. Ow, ow. Jared was beaten and wailed, and did not get up for a long time. Hey, this guy is not beaten. Kushina proudly raised her small fist and waved it a few times. Humph, I can do it too. Nami Zhao snorted. She thought she could also hit the opponent with one punch. Don't, let me play more. Kushina stopped Nami from trying to solve this guy, she hasn't had enough. Alright, I want to play too. Nami nodded, obviously not wanting to end so soon. Wow, at this moment, Jared got up from the ground and rushed towards the two of them again. Kushina and Nami looked at each other, and then they took the initiative to greet them. Jared's strength is simply not the opponent of any of them, let alone the two of them. The giant tiger that Jared transformed into was directly played by them in a mixed doubles, and the scene was once very cruel. It was not until Jared was dying that Nami took the cross sword to solve him. Chapter 188 Vampire Little Loli Lezisha. Great, we won. Seeing that Jared was killed, Black Rabbit was excited. It can be said that she was in a dazed state throughout this gift game. The strength of Kushina and Nami was completely beyond her resemblance, and they won the game so easily. It really made her feel a little weird. And the other side, Culinary was also surprised. Kushina and Nami's performance was really good, even if they didn't hit 6 digits, it was almost the same. This is not bad for the 7-digit outer door of Hakoden. And these two kids are just the weakest of what Trunks said. Culinary can feel the power of Xiaofeng, Thor and Saitama. What? At this moment, Trunks suddenly felt an unfamiliar aura appear not far away. Who is it? The Culinary on the side also felt this breath, and suddenly looked a little surprised. Trunks knew who it was by the look on her face. If nothing else, it should be the Leticia Decria who was sold as a trophy. Wait for Kushina and Nami here, Culinary and I have something to do. Trunks said something to everyone, then grabbed the Canary's little hand and disappeared. This sudden action made everyone a little curious, but they didn't care too much. Under a moonlight, little lowly Leticia with long blonde hair and a black ribbon is standing here. The direction her eyes were looking was exactly where the Trunks were just now. Is it her? But how is that possible? It was only today that Leticia learned that No Name was going to have a gift game with Frescuro, so she hurried to the outer door. Originally, I was very worried about No Name. After all, Freeze Golo is also a very powerful community in the outer door. Unexpectedly, No Name won the victory by crushing. Moreover, what Leticia didn't expect was that she saw the Demon King who had attacked and destroyed Arcadia 2 years ago. At the same time, she also saw people who had been completely unexpected. Culinary, why is she here? Wasn't the Culinary expelled from the little garden? A lot of questions ran through Leticia's mind. Canaries are very important to Leticia. Leticia used to be in the opening era of Hakoniwa, and the 12-year-old vampire princess Leticia reached the position of Dragon Knight. He led the Knight of Hakoniwa to protect the city of Hakoniwa, and successfully established a system of class ruler to protect the lower class. And obtained the 13th zodiac sign, Ophiuchus, Sun Sovereignty. However, the opposition within the vampire seeks to master the sovereignty of the magic star, Sun, that has tormented him for a long time. When Leticia was on her way to defeat the Demon King, she started a civil strife and opened the big curtain of the small garden to kill the vampire royal family with sunlight. In order to keep the class ruler system, he voluntarily bears all the charges. Hundreds of years later, under the guidance of the Culinary, he recognizes the depth of his sin of becoming a Demon King. In the end, Culinary cut Leticia from the game by fulfilling the conditions for indefinite interruption of the game. This allows Leticia to join the community of Arcadia. It can be said that the Culinary rescued Leticia with one hand, otherwise, Leticia would be hostile to the entire Hakoniwa. Just when she was thinking about the past, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind her. Leticia. Culinary looked at the petite girl in front of her with excitement. After hundreds of years of getting along, Canary's feelings for Leticia were also very deep. Culinary. Leticia's expression finally changed. As a little lowly with no 3, it is rare to have such a change in expression. Culinary, it's really you, but why are you here? Leticia looked puzzled. Hee, it's because of the Trunks. Culinary glanced at him, and then slowly recounted what happened after being sucked in by the space crack. When it was said that Trunks was traveling back in time to save her, Leticia was finally moved. The power of time is very powerful in that world. Even the 2-digit number claims to be omnipotent, but it is not very powerful in terms of time. For flowers, there aren't even a lot of 2-digit numbers that can do such a thing. But he didn't expect that the man in front of him actually mastered the power of time. Leticia suddenly remembered the scene where Trunks suddenly appeared 2 years ago, when Trunks punched the Demon King away. Originally, the Demon King planned to throw her into the crack of time and space. Is he saving himself? Thanks. What? Quote. Leticia's sudden thank you made Trunks stunned for a moment, thinking she was thankful for saving the Culinary. Hee, it's just a little effort. Trunks smiled. By the way, Leticia, what's your situation now? Then the Culinary asked suddenly. Quote. Leticia hesitated, but said it anyway. The community she is currently in is Perseus, whose leader is Luos, and her strength is not bad in the upper class. 3. Luos even has the Protoss, Alger. Don't underestimate this star spirit. Usually, Argel will turn into a golden ornament in the shape of a head, which is the strongest gift that Luos possesses. The gift with petrification ability, Gorgeous Light. When the seal is unlocked, it turns into a gray-haired woman with a harness and a capture belt, screaming constantly. The Protoss, who was originally the strongest species, has many hatred names such as Medusa and Original Demon. One of the 3 troubled children of Hakoniwa who can rival the Queen of Halloween. But in the end, due to various reasons, Alger died. Argel was integrated into the worldview of the Greek mythology group. He fell from a star spirit to a god, and was later controlled by Zeus and Danae's son Perseus. Then he was handed over to his son Luos by Perseus. Due to the immaturity of Luos's strength and ability, Alger's spirituality was overwhelmingly reduced. Now it can only barely exert the strength of the 4th digit. Chapter 189 Letitia's Worries. What is the confidence? Your strength is not bad, but this is far from the enemy's opponent, and Lord Canary, you shouldn't be here at this time. After speaking, Letitia's eyes turned to Trunks. She was able to defeat the Demon King 2 years ago and save the Canary through time. She recognized the strength of Trunks. But bringing the Canary back at this time will undoubtedly attract the attention of the Ouroboros. What if the enemy attacks the community again then? She wanted to know the plan of the man in front of her. Hee, don't worry, the current no-name is very powerful. Trunks folded his arms and chuckled, not explaining much. Leticia will know how strong they are in the future. Originally, I was going to look for the 283 opportunity to grab you from Luos. Now it seems that the opportunity has come. If you are here, I think Luos will definitely accept the gift game. Trunks are not afraid of Luos's strength, but they are afraid that the opponent should not fight. If you want to get Leticia back, you must play a gift game with Luos. Because under the rules of the Central Garden, Leticia now belongs to Luos. Even if Luos were killed, this would not change. Now that Leticia has appeared, he has a plan to force Luos to play a gift game with them. Leticia was silent for a while. The Canary on the side smiled. Don't worry, Leticia, you just need to follow his arrangements. 35. In the end, Leticia chose to trust the Canary. Trunks nodded with satisfaction and said, okay, let's go back now. 9. Leticia chose to believe them, but of course there was no objection. Then the 3 returned to Black Rabbit and the others together. After the bounty game is over, there is still a lot to deal with. For example, accepting the property resources of the Freeze Golo community, these things are enough for Black Rabbit to be busy. At this time, everyone gathered together and waited. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared beside them. Lord Canary, Leticia Senpai. After seeing Leticia, Black Rabbit was stunned for a moment, and then his face became happy. Who is this little girl Trunks? Thor and the others wondered why Trunks brought back a little loli after disappearing for a while. Trunks chuckled, let's go back and talk. 33. This big night in the wilderness is not the time to say this. Well, that's right, let's go back first. Canary nodded too. Then the group returned to Arcadia. I didn't expect this place to be restored to its original state. When Leticia saw the Arcadia station, she was a little surprised. Hee, it's all thanks to Trunks. Black Rabbit explained to Leticia what had happened these days. And Trunks here. How am I doing, brother Trunks? Yes, teacher, my performance is also very good. As soon as Kushina and Nami came back, they couldn't help asking him for credit, obviously wanting a reward. Yeah, your performance is good, but you still need to continue to practice hard. You must know that your strength is less than 6 figures in Hakoniwa, but you are only at the bottom. That's because we've only just started cultivating. Nami retorted. Exactly. Kushina also nodded. Okay, I know that you want to be rewarded. These spiritual tree fruit particles are given to you, you must cultivate well, you know. Ah, how come it's the granules of the fruit of the spirit tree again? Kushina and Nami were a little disappointed, and originally wanted a spirit tree fruit. After all, their strength is really behind everyone's back, and they also want to become stronger. You guys, isn't that satisfying? Trunks was a little helpless. His original intention was to let the 2 of them have more experience. Practice on your own, but Naihi couldn't grind it later, so he gave them spiritual tree fruit particles. After all, they have just started to cultivate. If they climb too high all of a sudden, they will have no motivation to cultivate. Because they will think that they are already invincible in their own world anyway, so what else is there to cultivate? But the fruit of the spirit tree can only increase their fighting power by 1,000,000, and they are still too weak in the eyes of Trunks. Even in Hakoba's strength, it's nothing. 4-digit powerhouses have gone to Hakoba. After eating a spirit tree fruit, the strength is only at the bottom of the 4-digit number. Like Xiaohui or Shajircho Shiyu, it doesn't matter, they are not suitable for fighting, and they don't have that talent. But unlike Nami and Kushina, Trunks has high hopes for both of them. Got it, brother Trunks, don't get angry, okay. Kushina also found the disappointment of Trunks, and shook his arm with a pitiful look. Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely practice hard. Nami on the side also reacted, and quickly hugged Trunks' arm, hurriedly assured. Well, That's right. Only then did Trunks nodded with satisfaction. The attitude of the two was still okay, and it was barely considered that they passed the test. Otherwise, the Trunks will directly give them the spirit tree fruit and leave it alone. Here, Canary, Black Rabbit, and Leticia have all finished talking. Trunks, what are we going to do next? The Black Rabbit asked curiously. How to do it? Of course, it's arrogant. First publicize the name of our community, and then Canary and I will go out for a walk tomorrow. 1.3. Ah, wouldn't this be too flamboyant? Canary was a little worried. Saitama's words were driven back by Trunks. Trunks waved his hand indifferently. Okay then, as the overlord of the galaxy, Cheetah has a lot to deal with. Because there was nothing to do today, neither Saitama nor Cheetah came over. After all, they were also very busy over there. However, if there is a need here, they will also come to help. Canary and Black Rabbit had no choice but to agree after hearing what he said. It doesn't matter, it just so happens that Saitama and Cheetah have nothing to do. We'll just wait for the Demon King to attack. If he is not there, what if there is a disaster above the dragon level? Chapter 190 Asking by Yasha for the Water Snake God. The following afternoon, Trunks and Canaries are on the street as planned. The streets of Hakoniwa City are not much different from the ordinary world. There are still many shops around, and pedestrians are constantly flowing. In the seven-figure outer door, ordinary people with low strength account for the vast majority, and their lives are very ordinary. The only difference is that there are many subspecies here, such as cat ears, fox ears and so on. The two stopped and walked along the way, and stopped to look at things they were interested in. It felt like a date. Canary is also the first time shopping like this, and the smile on her face has not disappeared from the beginning. And her undisguised shopping on the street, of course, aroused many people's ideas. Trunks had expected this to be the case, so ignored these people. Their purpose today was to tell everyone about Canary's return to Hakoniwa. This is where the Thousand Eyes reside. Is Lord Shiroyasha really here? The two walked around and came to the 14th place where the Thousand Eyes were stationed. Canary heard that Shiroyasha was here, so I wanted to thank him. Yes, let's go in. Trunks smiled and nodded. However, before they could go in, they saw a little white-haired lily hurried out, and she pulled the Canary and walked into the house. Come with me. Seeing Shiroyasha's anxious appearance, Trunks had no choice but to follow. Come to the tatami room. Bayasha looked at Canary with scrutiny eyes, and there were countless question marks in her mind at this time. Why do canaries appear in Hakoniwa? Still here with Trunks, don't you know that there is a lot of fish and dragons here, and their news might have been leaked out? Tell me, why are you here, Canary? Shiroyasha folded his arms and stared at the Canary. Canary glanced at Trunks, saw him nodding, and then slowly explained what happened. When she said that Trunks had traveled to the past to save her, Shiroyasha was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Trunks to have such a gift. No wonder the gift card couldn't detect what gift he had. The power of time is very mysterious, and there are not many such gifts in the whole small garden. She is also very happy that the Trunks rescued the Canary. After finally listening to Canary's story, Shiroyasha frowned. Trunks' approach is tantamount to fighting against the entire Hakoba, and the risk of doing so is simply too great. Accidentally, no name, will be destroyed again. There are only two kinds of people who dare to do this. One is the stunned young calf who is not afraid of tigers, and the second is very confident in his own strength. The Trunks in front of you should belong to the second category. Shiroyasha can feel the strength of Trunks is very strong. Well, it doesn't matter. In short, it's better that you can come back safely. Shiroyasha sighed. Canary said with a grateful expression. Thank you, Lord Shiroyasha, for your concern. If it wasn't for you to take care of the black rabbits and the others, I'm afraid the current community would already be. Bayasha waved his hand. Who made the black rabbit the one we like? Trunks rolled his eyes when he heard the words. What she said was very true. Don't look at the fact that Bayasha is just a little lowly, but she likes black rabbit inexplicably. Once you see a black rabbit, it's like being possessed by Shirai Kuroko, and becomes a female pervert. Black rabbit has been troubled by this for a long time. By the way, Shiroyasha, do you want a gift game? 35. Trunks suddenly thought of something. Ah, Bayasha looked puzzled. You also know that the current, no name, is very short of talents. It just so happens that I have some interest in the water snake in your family. How about it? Do you want to take it as a bet? I can give you this. 35. With that said, Trunks took out a spirit tree fruit. What is this? Both Shiroyasha and Canary looked at the red fruit in his hand curiously. Trunks explained with a smile. This can cultivate a 4-digit powerhouse, which is equivalent to a godhead. And the time required for cultivation is very short. 5. Oh, that's really precious. Shiroyasha put away the folding fan and thought for a moment. Alright then, I can give you Bai Shuiji, that guy is an idiot anyway. 55. Seeing her agree, Trunks was in a good mood. Then the content of the gift game is up to you. 35. No problem. Then, just when Bayasha was about to tell the rules of the gift game, he suddenly found that an uninvited guest was coming towards the Thousand Eyes station. What's wrong? Both the Trunks and the Canaries were a little confused. A guest is coming. 35. Bayasha frowned slightly. Who is it? Luos. Shiroyasha slowly said a name. It turned out to be him. Both Trunks and Canary were a little surprised. They didn't expect Luos to come to the door at this time. It seems that the gift game can only be played after a while. I want to see what this guy is doing here. Trunks sneered. In the original book, Luos came to Culinary to stop Shiroyasha from taking back Leticia. Knowing that Leticia was in No Name, Luos would definitely not let her leave. Besides, Luos originally planned to hold a gift game with Leticia as a reward. So it was only natural to take Leticia back. But this guy's attitude is really arrogant. But that's just right, Trunks wished he could be more arrogant. Yo, long time no see Shiroyasha, huh? Okay, Luos, these are not things you should take care of, tell me your purpose. Perhaps it was because of the support of the Greek gods behind him that he rushed to talk nonsense in front of Bayasha. Oh, let me see who this is, Culinary. The founder of the community without a name. Didn't expect to be here. 99. After all, he still has Leticia in his hands, so of course he will pay attention to No Name. Shiroyasha interrupted him directly. A young man with blonde hair but a pinch of black and a frivolous expression walked in, but he was stunned for a moment when he saw the Culinary. Since both Trunks and Canaries appeared on the street today, Shiroyasha couldn't believe that Luos didn't know about it. Chapter 191 The Boon Game with Luos. Neither the Trunks nor the Culinary spoke. Don't worry. Anyway, we all belong to the Thousand Eyes community. Luos showed a bright smile. Thousand Eyes is a super large business alliance, and Luos's community, Perseus, is a member of the alliance. Humph, I hope you don't embarrass your ancestors. Shiroyasha narrowed his eyes, obviously disliking this guy very much. Haha, you happen to be here, Culinary. Originally, I planned to hold a game to give Leticia as a reward, but before I came, I planned to sell her. Luos laughed loudly. Hearing his words, Trunks and Culinary didn't change their expressions. On the contrary, Shiroyasha's expression changed because she knew that Leticia was currently stationed in Arcadia. If the other party wants to sell Leticia, they will definitely send someone to take her back. At this point Trunks laughed, so you've sent someone to No Name, right? Oh, it's you. Luos glanced at him. I am the leader of No Name today. Oh, I see, you're right, but I just recycle what belongs to me. Luos waved his hand and looked arrogant. Is that so? But if someone trespasses into other people's territory without authorization, they deserve to die. Trunks smiled. Today's No Name is not as weak as in the original book. If the other party dares to appear in Arcadia, he is guaranteed to have no return. In the chat group, Super Saiyan, is everyone there? Soon his words were answered. Noble Hakoba, I'm here. I'm here. What's the matter with the leader? Blood Red Chili Pepper, here. Didn't Trunks go on a date? Trunks was speechless when he saw Kushina's words, but he was doing serious things, okay. Little thief cat. What's the matter, teacher? Thor. What happened? After seeing that everyone had entered the chat group, Trunks began to speak. Super Saiyan. You guys have to be careful, there may be someone from Luos going to the station soon, their purpose is Leticia. 5. Thor. What? You dare to attack our house, it's abominable, I'll come over now. Thor originally went back to find Illuma and Kana to play, but after seeing the news, he brought Illuma and Kana over to help. Although Illuma and Kona have never eaten the fruit of the spirit tree, their own strengths are also very strong. In Hakoniwa, it is between the 5th and 4th digits. Cheetah. Let me help too. Saitama. And me. For a while, everyone except the group members said they wanted to come and help. Super Saiyan. Then everyone is ready. I guess Luos's people will be here soon, and this time, let them go back and forth. 5. Thor. No problem, leave it to us. Xiaofeng. They must come and go. After the chat group arranged the task clearly, Trunks left the chat group. Looking at Luos in front of him, he couldn't help sneering in his heart. This time he was going to make Luos suffer heavy losses. Shiroyasha was still a little anxious, but seeing that neither Trunks nor Culinary seemed anxious, she felt relieved. At this time, a maid brought tea to everyone. And Luos didn't seem worried at all after hearing his words. What can I do with the current No Name? Besides, I'm just recycling what belongs to me. As he spoke, Luos wanted to move his hands even in the face of the maid who was serving the tea. I said, can you be more disciplined in other people's territory? Trunks took a sip from the teacup, and his telekinetic power was quietly activated, but Luos was instantly restrained and unable to move. Damn, do you dare to touch me? Luos's face suddenly turned hideous, and he looked at Trunks with murderous intent. What, are you only allowed to move your feet? Trunks sneered. This made Luos even more angry, he struggled but couldn't break free at all. Bayasha on the side was a little surprised. Although Luos is arrogant and domineering, his strength is still good. It is also a 4-digit powerhouse, and has many powerful gifts. Unexpectedly, Trunks could subdue Luos so easily. The Culinary was not surprised. HMPH, do you know the consequences of shooting at me? Consequences? What, do you dare to play a game of gifts with me? Trunks sneered disdainfully. Luos said angrily. What is there to dare? I must destroy your community, No Name, again. Seeing his promise, the corners of Trunks' mouth rose. Hooked. Very well, then sign the contract paper. Trunks looked at Shiroyasha. Shiroyasha instantly understood what he meant, which meant that this time the gift game would be held by her. Perseus and No Name will have a fair game of bounty. Of course, Bayasha was willing to help. With a small gesture, a contract document appeared in the air. This is a contract document. if both of you agree, the gift game will be held in 3 days. Saying that, she handed over the contract documents for the money to Luos. Trunks also let go of his grip. After recovering, Luos snorted coldly, then took the contract and looked at it. I have no opinion. Very good. He took it over and took a look. In order to ensure fairness, this time the gift game will be played in the Shiroyasha playground. Shiroyasha nodded, and then handed the contract document to Trunks. The two communities can send any number of members to the war, and the victor will get everything the other has. Shiroyasha communicated with the center of the small garden, and the contract was formally established. I'm fine too. Okay, then the contract document is established, and the gift game will officially start 3 days later. This rule is indeed very fair and does not favor any party at all. After Trunks read it, he nodded to Shiroyasha. Chapter 192 Who can refuse a Lezisha who can become a royal sister? Humph, no name. I will make you completely destroyed, but I am different from those demon kings. I will make you my slaves, especially your canary and black rabbit. These are all superb, ha ha ha. Luos put down his harsh words and laughed wildly and was about to leave. Yet at this moment, Trunks suddenly appeared in front of Luos. Have you laughed enough? Luos was shocked when he saw the Trunks who suddenly appeared, and his right hand was about to grab the skull pendant on his neck. This pendant is his gift, Protoss Alger. But before he could react, Trunks punched him in the face. It was clearly visible that Luos's face was crooked, and a few teeth fell out. Boom. The next moment, Luos shot out the door that was smashed like a cannonball. Both Bayasha and Canary looked stunned, but he didn't expect him to start without saying hello. I hate when someone speaks harshly in front of me, it makes me want to slap him. Trunks turned and shrugged. Bayasha opened the folding fan to block the lower half of her face, but she still couldn't hide the smile on her face. Obviously, she also disliked Luos very much. 300 inches you really like to cause trouble. This is the other party who caused trouble first, and I can't help it. Trunks pretended to be helpless. Luos dares to say such words in front of him, isn't that just looking for a draw? Thanks. The canary on the side looked at him with a gentle smile. She knew that Trunks must have taught him a lesson because of Luos's rude words to her just now, which made her feel inexplicable joy in her heart. This guy dares to be so arrogant and deserves to be beaten. 99. Trunks folded his arms and laughed. If it wasn't for the gift game with Luos, he would not be so polite. At this time, Luos, who was beaten out, got up in embarrassment. Originally, he was angry and wanted to rush in to take revenge. But when he thought that Shiroyasha would block, he immediately calmed down. Wait for me, I will definitely avenge this revenge. Luos looked viciously at the Thousand Eyes station, then turned and left. And here, Trunks sat down again, and he looked at Shiroyasha and said, okay, the trouble is solved, then Shiroyasha will start our gift game. 35. Hearing this, Bayasha did not worry, but asked, it is said that the stupid snake has been defeated once a few days ago, I wonder if it is you. Huh, you know about this. 99. Trunks was a little surprised. That's right, I just came across that giant snake when I first came to Hakoden, and I played with her and found that her aptitude is not bad, so I wanted to be included in the community. So that's the case, then I'll give her to you. Shiroyasha closed the folding fan and smiled. What, no boon game? 35. Trunks was a little puzzled. No, since you have defeated her, then give her to you. Shiroyasha waved his hand indifferently. She knew that the current no-name was when there was a shortage of people, so she simply gave Baishuiji to Trunks. It's so embarrassing. Then I'm welcome. Since Bayasha wanted to give it away for nothing, of course he accepted it rudely. Seeing his cheeky appearance, the canary on the side couldn't help rolling his eyes. Okay, since it's all right, let's leave first. After chatting for a while, Trunks and Canary were ready to go back. Shiroyasha didn't hold back either. At the same time, when Luos returned, he realized that the person who went to catch Leticia had not returned. What the hell is going on here? Go check it out right away. Luos was furious. Yes, this subordinate will investigate. A few subordinates who were shivering with fright rushed out. Soon there was news from several subordinates. But the news made him even more annoyed, because none of the people he sent came back from no-name alive. The other side, Trunks and Canaries also returned to the Arcadia station. How are you all? Have the Luos people dealt with it? Don't worry, I've burned them all to ashes. Thor patted his chest. Thor is a dragon family, so he won't be as merciful as Xiaofeng and the others when dealing with these things. Well done. Trunks doesn't skimp on compliments. Thank you, Trunks. Leticia knew that if Trunks hadn't reminded her today, she would be in danger and would most likely be captured. No thanks, it's all my own. 39. Trunks smiled and waved. Leticia's strength is also very strong, but since her spirituality was taken away, she can only barely display her strength in 4 figures. If it is heyday, it should be able to play a triple-digit strength. In this era of double-digit numbers, 3-digit numbers are already the top combat power. Suddenly he looked curiously at the black bow headband on Leticia's head. It is said that the function of this black bow headband is to turn her into a little loli. He remembered that when he saw Leticia 2 years ago, she was still a girl. Seeing that he was staring at the top of her head, Leticia looked up and asked, "Are you curious?" The expression of these three is really cute. Even Trunks was cute, and of course he wanted to see Leticia who looked like a girl, so he nodded. Then I'll show you. Seeing him nodding, Leticia took the initiative to untie the black bow tie on her hair. Then, in the eyes of everyone, Leticia suddenly grew up and became a young girl. Wow, it's amazing. It grew up all of a sudden. Everyone was surprised when they saw this scene. But Trunks murmured in his heart, Leticia who turned into a girl is very beautiful and cute. But why is it still flat? This is really a pity. It always feels like Trunks you're thinking something rude. Leticia's burgundy pupils stared at him, expressionlessly. Of course not, you think too much. Trunks waved his hand decisively, of course he would not admit it. Wow, Leticia-senpai is so cute. Black Rabbit hugged Leticia after watching Leticia change back. Rub tilde operator. That's right, it still looks better this way. Canary also smiled and nodded. This hairband is really amazing, can you try it for me? Thor couldn't help being curious and wanted to try it. Can. Leticia nodded and handed her the headband. When Thor put on the headband, it instantly shrank and turned into a cute little loli, which surprised everyone. Chapter 193 The gift game is about to start, Hill's request. After everyone was joking around, Trunks got down to business. In 3 days we will have a boon game with Perseus. This will be our chance to take back Leticia, so everyone needs to be prepared. In fact, with the strength of Luos, there is no need to be so careful. Even if I let Estes or Thor go, I can kill each other. However, considering that there is a group of Greek gods behind the opponent, Trunks made everyone ready. No problem, let's save Leticia this time. Thor, who turned into a little loli, raised a small fist and looked full of energy. Hee, it seems that this hunt that belongs to me is about to begin. 9. Estes also showed a happy smile. Hunting strong men has always been her hobby, but she just doesn't know if the other party is worth her shot. We'll be there to help when the time comes. Cheetah and Saitama also offered to help. Now the strength of the group members, in addition to Trunks, is also the strongest of Xiaofeng, Saitama and Kido. In addition to Thor, Kaitong and Black Rabbit, the strength of Saitama and Cheetah should be above the 4th digit at present, but it cannot reach the 3rd digit. After all, the 3rd digit can easily destroy the entire galaxy. Only Xiaofeng has reached the 3rd digit, and her strength as Super Saiyan God is much stronger than Saitama and Kido. As for the strength of Thor and Kaitong, they were all improved by the fruit of the spirit tree, and they are currently in the 4th digit. But if they want to continue to become stronger, it will be very difficult. That's why Trunks didn't let Nami and Kushina eat a spirit tree fruit. Saitama, Cheeto and Momonga went back after saying that they would come to help in 3 days. After all, they still have things to do in their own world. Trunks, on the other hand, returned to her world with Akatsuki. This time back, the main purpose is to pull a few people over to help. After a miracle was revealed over the Imperial capital, all the people of the Imperial capital were attracted to kneel, and then Trunks entered the palace. Nagiston, Maine, Chelsea, Hill, and Leonie have all been waiting here for a long time. Yo, how are you all doing? Trunks appeared in front of everyone in a flash. Humph, of course we won't be at ease without you, but we have to manage the entire empire. Maine snorted arrogantly, and the resentful eyes made him a little embarrassed. Maine is right, it was really busy before, but now that the empire is on the right track, the rest is much easier. 35. Nagiston explained with a smile. Today, she has already been restored to her arms and eyes by Trunks, and she has become more beautiful. You can train more subordinates. Don't do everything yourself. Trunks smiled while drinking the tea Chelsea brought. Trunks heard that you've been very busy recently, and even Kai Tong has been pulled over to help. How can I help you with big sister? Leona hugged him from behind, resting his head on the softness. Since becoming a young woman, Leona's figure has become more plump. Trunks nodded and smiled. Leona is right, this time I came here to ask if you would like to come over and help. The world over there is quite exciting. But there's still a lot to do here. 35. Nagiston asks a question. The empire has just stabilized, and she must not be able to walk away. That's right, there's still a lot to deal with here. 39. Everyone wants to go, but each of them has their own responsibilities in the empire, and they can't leave for a while. It doesn't matter, you can take turns to go. Trunks didn't want them to stay in the imperial capital all the time, or go out and see some other worlds occasionally. And if you go in rotation, you can also solve the problem of no one in the emperor. Hearing his words, all the girls were moved. That's fine, it seems that it's time to train some reliable people to manage the imperial capital. Nagiston sighed. She was also the busiest person in the imperial capital, and she was also the oldest. She is often worried that she will be disliked, and it seems that it is time for her to make some changes. The remaining youth cannot be wasted on the empire. Okay, if that's the case, hurry up and arrange your own affairs, we'll set off early tomorrow morning. For flowers, Trunks also do things resolutely. There are still 3 days before the gift game, so it's better to take them to see it when the time comes. Seeing this, everyone went to arrange the handover of things in their hands. Only Kai Tong and Hill stayed. Kai Tong has only one free errand because he has to go out frequently. As for Hill's words, he couldn't do anything well at all, and he was only good at being a killer. Trunks, please come with me. Hill suddenly took his hand. Is there something wrong with Hill? Trunks was a little puzzled. Follow me. 39. The cute Hill didn't explain, just dragged him away. Oh, helpless, Trunks had to follow behind. Kai Tong, on the other hand, was eating snacks on the side, ignoring them. Hill, why are you pulling me to the room? Trunks looked at it. This room should be Hill's room, because the smell in the room was the same as Hill's. I want a baby, Hill whispered in his ear. What? He was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Hill to say such a thing. I can't do anything well, and I can't help you at all here, so I thought. Hearing Hill's words, Trunks realized that this was the case. Because he couldn't help, Hill felt a little inferior. Hill doesn't need to think too much, because Hill also has his own good things. This time Hill will go to Hakoba with me. So this time would be better to take her to Hakoden. In her opinion, as long as it is needed by the Trunks, she is very happy. Trunks grabbed Hill's shoulder and laughed. But for Hill's request, he must also complete. Hill usually looks confused, and sometimes even falls flat, but what she is best at is fighting. Trunks was very happy to see her smile back. After hearing what he said, Hill nodded in agreement. Chapter 194 The game begins, the killing of Estes. The next day, Trunks took Akahito, Hill, Chelsea and Main to Hakoba. The three people were dispatched and left at once, and Najistin felt a little resentful, and now she was going to get busy again, who was much more relaxed. However, Trunks also promised to replace him after a month, which made Najistin agree to let him go. Wow, is this Hakoden? As soon as they arrived at Hakoden, Main and Chelsea kept looking around. At this time, they were on a lively street, and the children were a little surprised by the various subspecies around them. It's strange that there are people with pig heads. When Main saw a pig-headed man, she suddenly shouted. This made the pig-headed man very angry, but this pig-headed man was just an ordinary subspecies. Seeing that Trunks was so tall, he immediately, 300, counseled. Humph, what, just a coward. Main folded her arms in disdain. This pig's head doesn't look very strong. Chelsea bit the lollipop in her mouth. This is just the 7-digit outer gate of Hakoniwa, and these subspecies are just ordinary people. Trunks explained with a smile. So it is. 35. The two nodded and understood. As for Hill on the side, forget it. She was lucky if she could walk without falling flat. Natural staying is really a terrible attribute. Even if Hill eats the fruit of the spirit tree, he cannot avoid falling on the ground. A few people walked towards the Arcadia territory while strolling. As this our community, I feel the scenery is very good. As soon as they entered Arcadia, Main and Chelsea couldn't help but light up. The scenery of Arcadia is indeed very good. Of course, this is also after being restored by Trunks. Otherwise, the desolate appearance before is not good. All the way back to the station, Trunks introduced Main, Chelsea and Hill to everyone. The three of them have eaten the fruit of the spirit tree, and they are considered 4-digit powerhouses. Even though Hill is naturally dumb, he can split the asteroid with all his strength. Black Rabbit and Canary learned that there were 3 more 4-digit powerhouses joining, and they were also very welcome. At the same time, Canary was also a little curious, where did the Trunks find these people, but she didn't ask much. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. The boon game of Perseus and No Name has finally begun. Since the gift game this time was organized by Shiroyasha, it was paid attention to by the gods of the various forces of Hakoba. And the fact that Canary returned to Hakoniwa was publicized a few days ago. Therefore, the gods of the major forces of Hakoba also want to know whether this news is true. In the game field of Shiroyasha, there is no difference between this place and the outside world. And both Perseus and No Name are already in place. The rules of the game this time are also very simple, that is, only one side can survive. As the other party only so many. It feels like we don't need to do it together. At this time, on a mountaintop, Xiaofeng had already sensed the aura of the other party's place. But these breaths are too weak. Trunks chuckled. It's really weak, so let's finish it quickly. I originally thought that Luos would prepare well. Unexpectedly, like the original, there are 2 or 3 big cats and kittens in the whole community. There isn't a decent one at all. Let me come. Estes stood up. Okay, let Estes do it. Trunks nodded. Everyone has no opinion. At this time, the place where Luos was located was in a forest, and he waved a gift card in his hand. I saw a city appearing on the spot. Come in with me. Yes. The subordinates behind Luos answered in unison. Humph. If you didn't stop the unnamed guy, then you wouldn't need to exist. This sentence made one of the subordinates behind him panic a little. However, no one dared to refute. They knew about the brutality of Luos. At the same time, Trunks and the others also came to the city of Luos. In the gift game, it always feels very stupid to use such a gift of revealing traces. Looking at the huge building in front of him, Black Rabbit couldn't help but complain. Hee, they will pay for their stupidity. Estes showed a smile, and then walked to the city gate. Boom. The city gate was blasted open in an instant, and Estes walked in alone. The Trunks, on the other hand, were watching from the outside. Damn, it was an enemy attack. Quick, inform others that you must block the enemy, otherwise, you will know the consequences. After a commotion, Luas's subordinates, a group of guys wearing armor, holding shields and long hair, moved towards Estes in order to come up. Estes still smiled, and then an ice blade condensed in her hand, and then rushed over. Puff puff. What? The screams sounded, and these soldiers in armor could not stop them at all, even the shields would be split into 2 with their bodies. The scene was once very bloody, and there were stumps and broken arms everywhere. However, This is nothing but commonplace for Esters. In this kind of slaughter, she can even avoid the slightest blood on her body. Just as Estes was enjoying the killing, she suddenly felt a hint of danger, and she dodged away. But no attack was found on the spot. Humph, is it stealthy 1.3? Estes saw what was going on in an instant. Although the other party hid very well, not even a trace of breath was exposed. But this kind of invisibility is just a pediatric thing to her, and her beast-like intuition can clearly tell her the location of the enemy. I saw her figure flash, and a knife cut off the head of a soldier, and the soldier's neck suddenly spurted a lot of blood. And these blood just sprayed on the two invisible soldiers. Oops, found out. When the two soldiers saw that they were found, they turned pale and ran away. Can you run? Estes sneered, and then the ice blade in his hand inserted into the ground, and the ground froze instantly and continued to expand. In an instant, the entire battlefield was frozen. Chapter 195 Problem Child Alger. Well, that's awesome. Black Rabbit was a little shocked when he saw this scene. This should be the gift of controlling ice. It's really powerful. Canary is also amazed. Hee, not bad. Trunks smiled and nodded, but that wasn't Esteth's true power. She is just playing now. If you go all out, freezing a planet is also a breeze. And Estes has developed a trick to freeze time, Mokobotmo. Akahito, Thor, Shultir and the others of the same level have also tried, but they couldn't break free at all. As long as it is hit by this trick, then it can only be slaughtered by others. Only those who are far stronger than Estes can use strength to forcibly break free. It can be seen that this trick is great. And this time, Estes froze all the miscellaneous soldiers directly, and strode towards it. In the arena in the center of the city, Luos was sitting on the high platform, looking down. Even that group of unnamed guys, 14, can't be stopped, it's just too rubbish, it's better if they're all dead. Seeing that his subordinates had been wiped out, Luos not only did not feel distressed, but instead looked disdainful. It's your turn soon. Estes sneered and walked out from the side. At the same time, Trunks and the others also appeared in an instant. You really aren't a good guy. When your subordinates died, not only did you not get angry, but you take it for granted. It's really abominable. Nami couldn't stand this guy's attitude towards her companions. Kushina also nodded and said, it's a waste of air for such a person to live. 35. Enough. You guys with no names are just the most rubbish community. What qualifications do you have to point fingers here? Luos couldn't bear the ridicule of everyone, and finally stood up from his seat. You can play the gift game with me, this is simply an honor for you, let you experience my power. Saying that, a bunch of white wings appeared on the outside of Luos's feet, and they flew with him. Of course, it's not me that you want each other, but... Luos, who flew into the sky, laughed out loud, and at the same time pulled the skull necklace on his neck with one hand and lifted it into the sky. In an instant, a blood-colored light burst out, which was extremely dazzling. Wake up, Demon King Alger, Luos shouted loudly. Then a powerful force condensed in the sky. Rumble rumble, I saw a blood-colored thunder falling in the sky, and with a roar, the earth not only trembled. When some visions disappeared, only a gray-haired woman with a ring and a belt for capture appeared on the spot, looking like a monster. At the same time, Alger, who had just appeared, screeched. Ah, the harsh voice made everyone frown. At this moment, Alger's huge magic power gathered in his mouth. Immediately after, a red energy wave sprayed out, targeting the Trunks and their side. This red energy wave is one of Argel's gifts, the Gorgeous Light, with petrification ability. As long as it is hit, it will be petrified in an instant, a very terrifying move. Look at me. On their side of the Trunks, Thor took the lead and flew out, only to see that she was also accumulating energy in her mouth. The next moment, a giant dragon's breath spit out. The two beams of light collided in the sky in an instant. Boom. The powerful beam of energy was stalemate at this moment. Although Alger's spirit is powerful, Luos's strength cannot be brought into play at all. At this time, Alger can only play the strength of the 4-digit median. The difference between 4 digits and 3 digits is very large, and it is even 4 digits to be able to explode a star. But it's not the same level as the kind that can explode stars at will. Originally, Thor was reluctantly considered a starburst, but after eating the fruit of the spirit tree, his strength skyrocketed, and now he can easily burst into stars. At this time, the strength of the two sides was almost the same. In the end, the two energy beams disappeared into the sky at the same time. Thor gasped a little after he fell, and the consumption just now was a bit big. Sister Thor, are you alright? Rem and Ram were concerned. Well, I'm fine, this guy is a bit strong. Thor smiled and shook his head. Damn, Thor didn't use all your strength when you fought with me. Aluma on the side was very dissatisfied, the move just now was completely incomparable to the usual battle. Thankfully, she thought she was stronger than Thor. That's it, hey. Thor scratched his head a little embarrassedly. If Elma wants to catch up with Thor, it's not impossible. I have a fruit here. If you eat it, your strength should be almost the same as Thor. 5. Trunks laughed. That's right, my strength has improved so fast, that's why Trunks gave me the fruit of the spirit tree. Thor also nodded. Then I want to eat too. Just hearing about eating makes Aluma drool, not to mention improving her strength. No problem, but let's go back and talk about it. Looking at Aluma's greedy appearance, T300 Lonks felt that he could lie to her 100 times. Look at the field. I saw that Alger was a little out of breath after fighting with Thor, and obviously the consumption was not low. How is this possible? Luos in the sky looked in disbelief. Alger's ultimate move was actually blocked. Nothing is impossible. Let me deal with you. Estes couldn't help but hunt this monster when he saw Hunting Heart. I saw that she was holding the ice blade and rushed out. And Alger's arm had 2 more whips, which slapped her fiercely. Estes dodged left and right, easily dodging the whip. The whip fell to the ground, and was instantly pulled out into 2 bottomless ravines. And Estes has come to Alger's side, and cut off the ice blade in his hand. Boom. But I saw Alger blocked it with his hand. Immediately afterwards, the 2 began to fight in close quarters. Alger was a star spirit, and his body was extremely powerful. Not even Esteth's ice blade could hurt it. However, Estes' fighting style is very strange, the swordsmanship is combined with the unexpected ice, and even Alger is in a hurry. After all, Alger at this time had already fallen from a star spirit to a god spirit, so naturally he was not as powerful as before. Chapter 196 The End of the Gift Game, Get Alger. The battle between the 2 lasted for a quarter of an hour. Estes, don't drag on, let's end the fight. Trunks urged. The fight was no longer necessary now. The little man can't wait. Well then, a smile appeared at the corner of Estes' mouth. Makabatmo. The powerful frost instantly freezes the surrounding 100 meters of space. The Trunks on the side can only see an ice blue world, and they can't see what's going on inside. Canary and Black Rabbit were a little surprised when they saw this scene. At the same time, Shiroyasha, who was watching the battle, was stunned when he saw this scene. To be able to achieve this step, to freeze the space-time with the power of the ice element, is really amazing. There are countless people with ice power, but this is the first time they have developed a technique to freeze time and space. This person in front of him has done such an incredible thing, and Rao Shibayasha has to be amazed. That is the unique trick that Estes has realized. It can freeze time and space, and as long as it is hit, there is no resistance. Trunks explained it to Canary and Black Rabbit. Amazing. Black Rabbit was a little surprised. This kind of move is not something that ordinary people can use. Canary also saw the power of this trick. If another person received the gift of Estes, it would be absolutely impossible to use this trick. This trick can be said that only Estes can create it. Kushina and Nami, who had never seen this move, were also surprised. Unexpectedly, Estes, who is usually very docile in front of Trunks, turned out to be so powerful. It was at this time. Boom. With a crisp sound, the ice blue world in front of him shattered like a delicate one. Estes, Alger and Luos appeared. I saw that Alger in the field had already fallen, and his life and death were unknown. And Luos was already lying on the ground, covered with scars. In the blink of an eye, the scene changed, which surprised everyone. I didn't know what happened just now. Only now that he had recovered from God, Luos found that his body was covered with scars, and the severe pain made him scream continuously. Trunks couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth when he saw this scene. Obviously, at the moment when the time and space were frozen, Estes tortured Luos. Until now all the pain broke out in an instant, all will make Luos cry so miserably. It seems that I have discovered a new kind of torture. Estes let out a pleasant laugh as he looked at Ruaustin. Sister Estes is so scary right now. Xiaofeng was still too simple, and she shuddered when she heard Luos's scream. It's nothing but human remnants, even the most cruel means of torture is not an exaggeration. It was Albedo who said this, and she looked at Luos as if she was looking at trash. Although she recognizes Trunks as the mainstay, she still hates humans so much. When everyone heard the words, they looked at each other in dismay, but they were relieved considering her identity. Damn, what the hell did you do? Luos took out a gift card to treat himself, and then he recovered. Until now, he didn't know what just happened. And Alger was also defeated, which made him a little unbelievable. Estes, stop playing, solve him. Trunks wouldn't be boring enough to explain him. What a pity, I wanted to continue playing, but now I don't have to. Estes looked regretful, she wanted to torture more. But after hearing her words, Luaustin's complexion changed greatly. You can't kill, puff. Before Luos finished speaking, Estes beheaded him with one knife without showing any mercy. The huge head fell to the ground and was instantly frozen into ice. Boom. The next moment, the ice shattered, and Luos directly dissipated into the air. Is it over so easy? 99. Saitama on the side felt a little bored. Well, it's really simple, and we don't need so many of us at all. Cheetah was also feeling a little bored. It's a bit simple, but this is to familiarize everyone with the gift game. 35. Trunks shrugged and said, in the future, there won't be so many people in the gift game, you will play it alone, and only if there are enemies that you really can't beat, you will be together. And this time, it's not that I didn't gain anything. Everyone should have been evaluated for the task. The distribution of points for group tasks is calculated according to the task contributions of group members. As long as you participate in the gift game, the task contribution will be calculated. Everyone, since the bounty game is over, let's go out. I think Leticia Senpei will be very happy to know this news. At this time, the Black Rabbit came over. Well, then let's go out. Trunks nodded. Immediately afterwards, everyone was taken out of the game field by Shiroyasha. As soon as he came out, Bayasha sighed and said, I said you guys. Even if you win, there's no need to kill the opponent. Shiroyasha is worried about the Greek god group. It doesn't matter, if they dare to come to No Name, to make trouble, I don't mind destroying their entire god group. Trunks' eyes were full of confidence and dominance. If the other party really dares to make trouble, he doesn't mind doing so. Shiroyasha was also surprised by his aura. Okay then, Shiroyasha sighed and didn't care about this matter. The next step is to deal with the loot after the boon game. Just give these to Black Rabbit. Okay. And Trunks got a skull pendant, which was Luas's gift of Alger. If used well, this Alger may be able to play a 3-digit battle, which is a very good gift. Trunks thought for a moment, then handed it to Canary. I can't use this Canary either, so I'll give it to you. 35. Trunks saw that she was hesitant, so he took the initiative to put it on her neck. Is this really going to be given to me? 35. Looks good. This intimacy made Canary feel a little embarrassed. Of course, this thing doesn't work for me. Trunks admired the Canary's fair skin and nodded in satisfaction. Canary stared at Alger in front of her for a while. She didn't expect that Trunks would give this to herself. Chapter 197 Catch Pet by Shueiji. After saying goodbye to Shiroyasha, everyone returned to the Arcadia station. Leadisha Senpai, we have already won. As soon as he came back, Black Rabbit couldn't help but tell the good news. I already knew that. Leticia nodded and looked at Trunks. Thank you. Seeing Leticia's cute appearance, Trunks smiled and said, it's not enough to just thank you like this. Leticia looked puzzled. Trunks took Ramram out and said, let's learn to be a maid with Ramlam from today. Maid. The Black Rabbit on the side exclaimed, Leticia has always been very serious in her eyes, isn't it a joke to let her be a maid? But what made her jaw drop was that Leticia agreed. Well, I will study hard, hello. Leticia nodded, then extended her hand to Ramram. Hello. Ramram looked at each other and shook hands with her. As for the maids, they are very experienced, after all, they are the first maids around Trunks. After finishing Leticia's matter, then, No Name, is easier. Because many people saw the battle with Luos, some weak communities did not dare to come to trouble. Behind those who dare not be calm, there is already an undercurrent surging. 300 feet Ouroboros certainly wouldn't watch Canary return to Hakoniwa without moving. None of these Trunks need to worry, though, as long as there are no triple-digit shots. Even if Trunks was not there, Estes, Maine, Hill, Chelsea, Schultier, and Albedo would be enough to deal with it. To know that they are all 4-digit powerhouses, this kind of strength is not bad. If it really doesn't work, as long as Black Rabbit speaks in the chat group, Trunks and everyone can come over in an instant. So everyone is ready to meet their own world. After all, the members of the group have their own things to do. Trunks is also ready to go back and have a look. But before leaving, there is one more thing to do. Instant transmission. When he appeared again, it was already in front of a clear lake. By Shueiji. After a call, the water in the lake rolled. Immediately afterwards, a large white snake emerged from the water. You again. After seeing Trunks, Bai Shueiji's face suddenly turned bad. The last time she was slapped to the ground was her greatest shame. Haha __, that's right, it's me again. Trunks laughed out loud. Damn, don't think I'm afraid of you, I'm the servant of Lord Shiroyasha. 99. Although Bai Shueiji said she was not afraid, she lifted Bai Yasha out. That was the past, and now you have been sold to me by Bai Yasha. What? It's impossible. Bai Shueiji couldn't believe that Lord Bayasha bought her, so she hurriedly contacted Lord Bayasha. As a relative of Shiroyasha, she easily got in touch. However, the result she got stunned her, she was really sold. Haha, I'm right, come home with me quickly. Looking at the sluggish appearance of the big snake in front of him, Trunks couldn't help laughing out loud, this Snow White is too funny. But after knowing this was the truth, Bai Shueiji's huge snake head drooped down, looking downcast. Hey, it's not that hard to accept following me. Don't you want to eat this? Saying that, Trunks took out a spirit tree fruit. The fragrance of the fruit immediately attracted Bai Shueiji's attention. Is this really for me? 35. Of course. Trunks nodded without hesitation. Bai Shueiji was a little excited. She opened her mouth and was about to come over to eat the fruit. But it was pushed away by the Trunks. Damn, didn't you say you wanted to give it to me? Bai Shueiji, who was pushed away, was immediately very angry. Bebd, of course I will give it to you, but you should change back to human form first. Trunks tossed the fruit of the spirit tree in his hand and laughed. It's like turning into a human, that's fine. 35. From her tone, she could tell that she didn't like to look like a human being. But for the spirit tree fruit, she still transformed. The next moment, a naked and white guy appeared in front of Trunks. I think you'd better put your clothes on board first. 35. Trunks took a deep breath and tapped his fingers. I saw a set of white clothes and black stockings appear in front of Bai Shueiji. Yeah, Bai Shueiji froze for a moment, then screamed. After becoming a water snake god for many years, she forgot to put on clothes, and Bai Shueiji's face turned red in an instant. Cough, hurry up and put on your clothes. Trunks coughed dryly and turned around. Soon Bai Shueiji was dressed. Perhaps because of the memory in his mind, the clothes he transformed using the deformed light were exactly the ones in the original book. It is just right to wear it on Bai Shueiji, and it is very eye-catching. Sure enough, his decision was right, even if Bai Shuiji's strength is not enough, it's not bad to keep her eye catching. Bai Shuiji's fair little face was still flushed, and her large golden snake pupils stared at him very dissatisfied. This is for you. Trunks ignored her gaze and threw the spirit tree fruit at her. Bai Shuiji took the fruit and was immediately a little happy. She can feel that this fruit will definitely bring a great improvement to her strength. Don't rush to eat, come home with me first. Trunks stopped her from wanting to eat the fruit of the spirit tree now. Okay then. Bai Shuiji thought about it and agreed. Then he grabbed Shuiji's hand and used instant transmission. The next moment, the two returned to the Arcadia station. Let me introduce to you, this is Bai Shuiji, the pet I just caught. After gathering the black rabbit and the others, Trunks introduced Bai Shuiji to everyone. What pet? It's obviously a big beauty. Kushina was a little unhappy. No, you were the big snake last time. Thor recognized Bai Shuiji, although her appearance has changed, but her breath will not change. That big snake, no way, Nami and Xiaofang exclaimed, some couldn't believe it. No, aren't you a servant of Lord Shiroyasha? Why? Hey Rabbit was a little messy, she clearly remembered that Bai Shuiji was Bai Yasha's family. It was asked by Trunks last time. The canary knew this. Okay, now that everyone knows each other, then Bai Shuiji, you can find a place to eat the fruit of the spirit tree. After everyone got acquainted with each other, Trunks asked Black Rabbit to arrange a place for her. If she wanted to come to Bai Shuiji to absorb the fruit of the spirit tree, she would need to sleep for a while to digest. Chapter 198 Back to the Dragon Ball World, Whis Guidance. Return to the world of Dragon Ball. Trunks, you are finally back. He hadn't seen him for several days, and as soon as he came back, Meng Meng and Lala rushed over. Although Nana misses him very much, she is a little arrogant. There was also Xiaoan quietly watching him. As for Hei Tong, he went back with his elder sister Kai Tong, and it was time for the two sisters to get together after being separated for so long. Hesitant Meng Meng and Lala don't like fighting, so I didn't call them when I went to Hakoba this time, but brought them some gifts. Make them very happy. After playing with the girls for a day, Trunks came to Gods of Destruction with delicious food in the evening. Oh, what delicious food did the Trunks bring? Trunks had just appeared on Gods of Destruction, and Whis had already spotted him. Of course there are good things, this is food I found on another planet and it tastes very good. Saying that, he gave Whis the food he brought from Hakoniwa. The food in Hakote is still very good, after all, the ingredients are all high-quality ingredients. Even if the cooking skills of the people in Hakone are so bad, the food they make tastes very good. Of course, in terms of cooking, the spirit of eating halberd should be stronger. After Tiansuohui used the ingredients of Hakoniwa, the taste of the food he cooked was obviously better. It was a feast for Trunks, who obviously wouldn't be giving Whis a taste of that kind of food right now. Of course, the good things should be left for last. It tastes really good. After Whis tasted the food from Hakoniwa, his eyes lit up, and then he devoured it. Even Trunks was thrown aside by him. Sure enough, he is a big foodie. Trunks sighed. Ho ho, I'm sorry, these foods are too delicious. If Beerus-sama tastes this delicious food, he will definitely not want to sleep. 99. After eating the perfect meal, Whis was a little embarrassed to start the conversation. Oh, by the way, when will Beerus-sama wake up? Trunks was a little curious about this. It's hard to say, maybe a year, maybe many years. 35. I see, that's fine. Trunks shrugged helplessly. In fact, he was really looking forward to fighting Beerus. Then please give me some advice, Mr. Whis. It's fine. Whis agreed with a smile. Then the battle between the two began. Some time ago, Trunks would come to Whis to practice with some food every day. And these days, due to the incident at Hakoba, I haven't been here for several days. However, his strength has not stopped getting stronger, and it is still growing steadily. The body has broken the limiter, and the chi in the body keeps getting stronger as it passes through the Saiyan bloodline. However, when it comes to his strength, the improvement in realm will increase his strength even more. Ho ho, I haven't seen you for a few days, Trunks, your strength has become stronger. After the fight, Whis still didn't change his face. Trunks, on the other hand, was out of breath. But still can't meet Mr. Whis. Ultra Instinct is not that easy to learn. You must know that Lord Beerus has only learned half-baked. Whis chuckled. Okay then. Trunks are a little helpless. Learning Ultra Instinct is also about talent. Just like Son Goku, under the guidance of Whis, it didn't take long for him to enter the Ultra Instinct state. After that, I quickly learned the perfect Ultra Instinct. This talent is simply amazing. Maybe he should find an opponent to fight, because he remembered that Son Goku learned Ultra Instinct from the battle with Jillian. Thinking of this, a person appeared in his mind. Then, Mr. Whis, I'll go back first and see you next time. Trunks said hello and returned to Earth. Immediately afterwards, he opened the chat group to have a look, and found that it was only the chat records of Hey Rabbit and Xiaohui. Because Xiaohui's cooking has conquered everyone in Arcadia, Black Rabbit is responsive to Xiaohui's requests, and various ingredients are also generously distributed in red packets. There is also water for water saplings, these are the ingredients needed for cooking. Xiaohui's cooking skills have also become stronger under the guidance of these dishes and the Commander-in-Chief Tatsuki. But Trunks didn't come to see these, he sent a private chat to Xiaofang. Super Saiyan. Xiaofang, are you there? Katakana middle dot ask for flowers katakana middle dot. Xiaofang. Huh, is there anything wrong with Brother Trunks? Super Saiyan. Didn't Vegeta and Son Goku promise to combine and fight with me last time? Are they free now? After defeating Super Omega Shenron last time, Vegeta and Son Goku agreed to join forces to fight him. Trunks have been busy with various things since then, so it was delayed. At present, if he wants to fight with all his strength, he can only find the integrated warrior Vegeta. In the words of Vegeta, it is estimated that he is not his opponent. After all, Vegeta and Son Goku here are too weak to fight normally. Xiaofang thought for a while and said, Grandpa's words, it should be no problem to see him today. As for Vegeta, I don't know. Super Saiyan. That's it. Then I'll come and have a look first. 99. Xiaofang. Okay. Xiaofang was of course very happy to see him coming over. At the invitation of Xiaofang, Trunks came to the world of Dragon Ball GT. Trunks, you're here, would you like to go shopping with me? As soon as he came over, Xiaofang appeared in front of him and invited him with a smile. 99. Originally, Trunks didn't want to go shopping with Xiaofang, a little brat, but seeing what she was looking forward to, she had no choice but to agree. Okay then, great, Trunks, I happen to have 2 movie tickets, let's go to the movies. Xiaofang excitedly pulled him to the cinema. Just don't know how it tastes. Trunks didn't want to play with her anymore. Trunks sighed and let her pull away. He remembered that an apple on that planet was 2 or 3 meters high and very huge. When I mentioned this Xiaofang, I was a little excited, and began to talk about their adventures. After walking with Xiaofang all morning, Xiaofang still had a secret expression full of interest in the afternoon. That's right, I went to that planet with Date and Grandpa. It was so much fun on that planet. At that time, I was taken away as a queen bee. By the way, Xiaofang, I remember that when you were looking for Dragon Ball, you encountered a planet full of huge food. 35. Chapter 199 The Battle with the Wave King Vegeta. Let's go play on that planet. Trunks suggested. Yeah, Xiaofang became even more excited when she heard that she was going to play on that planet. Grab me, I'll find out where that planet is. According to Xiaofang's account, the Trunks began to search for the planet. Immediately afterwards, the two continued to use instant transmission, but in a moment they found the planet full of giant creatures. It's really that big. Looking at the huge apple hanging from the towering tree, Trunks was a little surprised. This apple is more than 1,000 caddies at least, which is too exaggerated. And it's not just apple. After Trunks and Xiaofang walked around the planet, they also found bananas, pineapples, coconuts and other fruits. And there are some other, 313, ingredients. It can be said that everything on this planet is very precious. Seeing so many apples, Trunks sent a red envelope to the chat group. Sha Shizi, group owner, Trunks, what is the red envelope you sent? Blood red chili pepper. Brother Trunks actually gave out a red envelope. I grabbed. Little thief cat. Hurry up with hands, slow with hands. Thor. No matter what the red envelope is, grab it and talk about it. Super Saiyan. There are some fruits in this red envelope, everyone can grab it, everyone has a share. 99. Saitama. So I'll try it too. The chat group became lively in an instant under the prompt of Trunks' red envelopes, and the red envelopes were also snapped up. Super Saiyan. By the way, I forgot to tell you, the fruit in this red packet is a bit big. However, his words seemed to be too late. In a world of one punch, a 3-meter-high apple suddenly appeared in Saitama's house, breaking his house in an instant. When Saitama saw Trunks' words, he suddenly wanted to cry. It's better if the house is damaged. After Nami opened the red envelope, a huge apple fell on the Mary, and the entire bow was smashed up. Luffy and Zoro were unfortunately thrown out and fell into the sea. On Xiaohui's side, after the huge apple appeared in Jixingliao, it immediately aroused everyone's onlookers. Blood red chili pepper. Wow, why didn't Brother Trunks say it earlier? Such a huge banana almost crushed me. Saitama. My house is broken. Hakoba Noble. Scared, what a big pineapple, it startled me. Black Rabbit was also taken aback by the sudden appearance of a huge banana. Fortunately, the Arcadia house is relatively large, but there is no such thing as the house being destroyed. Worst elf. What Trunks do is amazing. What should I do with such a big apple? Even Tokisaki Kurumi was a little distressed, but fortunately she still had a shadow space where she could store items. Cough. I'm sorry about that. 95. Trunks was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that there would be so many oolongs after sending a red envelope. Noble Hakoba. Trunks, what are you doing? Blood red pepper. Yeah, where did these giant fruits come from? Are they edible? 35. Thor. This apple is so sweet. While the others were still wondering, Thor and Illuma, who were foodies, and Connor had already started eating with an apple in their arms. Super Saiyan. Of course I can, I'm on a planet that's all gigantic. Speaking, Trunks also took a photo and sent it to the chat group. After seeing the photo, the group members were amazed. Blood red pepper. What a big apple tree. No wonder it produces such big apples. 99. Little thief cat. What a magical world, full of giant creatures. 35. Sha Shizi, group leader. By the way, Trunks, is there a giant bee behind you? Xiaohui. If only there was honey. When Tiansuohui saw the bees, she immediately thought of using honey as a cooking ingredient. Super Saiyan. Xiaohui wants honey, no problem. For this small request, Trunks certainly doesn't mind meeting it. Afterwards, he and Xiaofang went to the hive to steal some honey and sent it to Xiaohui, hoping that he would soon be able to eat the food cooked with honey. Chat in the chat group and eat all kinds of fruits once. The afternoon date between Trunks and Xiaofang is over. At the same time, he also notified Vegeta and Son Goku that they should go to the Tenjin Temple tomorrow. The next day, Trunks broke free from Lala and Thor's arms full of energy. After warming up and having breakfast, he headed to Dragon Ball GT. On the Temple of Heaven. Yo, you're all here. Trunks raised his hand and said hello to Son Goku and Vegeta. Knowing that he was going to fight the two, even Son Gohan, Krillin and Master Roshi came to watch. Yeah, we've also come to watch the battle. Although I haven't practiced for a long time, I'm still interested in the battle. Krillin scratched his head and smiled. Yes, for a battle like this, of course we are going to watch it. Both Son Gohan and Son Goten are also very interested in the fight. Haha, then let's go in. Little Goku can't wait to fight at this point. Although it is a combined battle, not a solo battle, but this is not bad. Then the group entered the spiritual time house. Is it going to start? Looking forward to it. Dad hasn't used fusion for a long time, and I don't know which of them can win. The strength of Trunks is also too strong, so Dad and the others have to use the combined battle. Yeah, the last time the Trunks took out Omega Shenron, they didn't play to their full potential. 5. The battle is about to start in 1.3, and there is a lot of talk between Kling and Piccolo. Then the fight begins. The two of you quickly reunite. Trunks urged as Vegeta and Son Goku both watched. Ah, let's begin then, Vegeta. 99. Son Goku also looked at Vegeta. Humph, you turn around first, Vegeta snorted, obviously not wanting to dance with Son Goku in front of everyone. When everyone heard his request, they immediately looked at each other, but they still took the initiative to turn around. Seeing this, Vegeta reluctantly nodded, and then began to fuse with Son Goku. Fusion, ha! After an awkward dance, the two shouted at the same time. Immediately after, in the dazzling light, Lang King, Vegeta appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 200 Hard against Vegeta's 10 times Kamehameha. As soon as Super 4 Vegeta appeared, his whole body was enveloped in golden arrogance, and everyone who was oppressed by the powerful aura could not lift their heads. Only Trunks and Xiaofang are exceptions. Good. So strong. 27. Kling, Piccolo and the others blocked the aura like a gust of wind with their hands, feeling the vastness of the aura like a sea of stars, and they were shocked in their hearts. Dad, that's not right, Vegeta. It doesn't seem right. No matter what, the combined Super Saiyan is really too strong. Son Gohan felt that there was something wrong with what he called. Hee, I'm neither Son Goku nor Vegeta, I'm the one to hit you. Vegeta said the classic line, then set his eyes on Trunks. He knew that his opponent was the man in front of him. Trunks felt the power of Vegeta, and his blood boiled. Vegeta only existed for about 10 minutes, so he didn't intend to waste time. Drink. With a roar, Trunks directly transformed into a Super 4 state, and his powerful arrogance was no weaker than Vegeta. And compared to Vegeta, Tran 14x is taller. Oh, your strength is not weak. Vegeta was a little surprised by the strength of the Trunks. Hee, your strength is also very good, I hope you can let me fight happily. 35. The corners of Trunks' mouth rose, and he could feel that Vegeta's strength was very, very strong, and even he was not confident that he could win. Of course, that is without using the power of destruction, this time he will only use ordinary divine aura. Really, I'm looking forward to this fight too. Vegeta also smiled. I think we should retreat a little further, otherwise it may be affected later. 5. At this point Master Roshi made a suggestion. That's right, it's better for us to step back. Krillin also agreed with Master Roshi's words very much, so the two took the lead and ran back some distance. Son Gohan and the others also stepped back a little when they saw this. And at this moment, the battle started instantly. I saw Trunks and Vegeta disappear in place in an instant. Boom. Bang bang bang. The battle started in an instant, but everyone could not see the figure of the two fighting at all, and could only hear a series of air explosions. Even Son Gohan and Xiaofang couldn't see clearly. Fortunately I have this. Xiaofang suddenly remembered the high-tech glasses that Sister Lala gave her last time, and the name was very strange called, Accelerator. After she put on her glasses, she could immediately see the battle between the two. Wow, that's awesome. Xiaofang looked at it with energy and suddenly exclaimed again and again. Son Gohan and others on the side are a little strange. Xiaofang, can you really see clearly? Well, because I wear these glasses. Xiaofang took off her glasses and introduced it. What an amazing invention, I'm afraid it's hard for even my mother to make it. Blair was a little surprised. Do you want it too? Ah, if Xiaofang has any extra, give us one too. Blair was a little moved. Xiaofang, give us one too. 35. Krillin and Master Roshi on the side also begged. Wait a minute, I'll borrow some glasses from Sister Lala. Xiaofang contacted Rem through the chat group, and then asked for some glasses from Lala, and sent everyone a pair of glasses. Wow, it's amazing to actually be able to see the Trunks fighting. 35. After putting on the glasses, Kling and Piccolo were immediately attracted by the battle between Trunks and Vegeta. Drink. Ha, I saw the two of them roar again and again, and they kept dodging and punching each other at an extremely fast speed. Bang bang bang. Hundreds more punches in a split second, followed by Trunks punching Vegeta in the face. Before he could be happy, Vegeta punched him in the stomach with a backhand. Meanwhile Trunks punched Vegeta in the chest again. After the two of them fought for a while, they didn't dodge at all and started punching each other. Is Vegeta trying to compare his physical strength? Trunks laughed immediately. If it's more than physical strength, he's not wrong. And this kind of fight to the flesh is also very cool. Bang bang. The battle continued. 5 minutes passed, and the two had fought countless rounds. Vegeta, you don't have much time to fit, so the warm-up is over, it's time to show your real strength. Trunks stopped suddenly and looked at Vegeta. Oh, it seems so, then let's fight with all our strength. Vegeta felt that half of the chi in his body had been consumed, and nodded. Not far away, Son Gohan and Date and others were shocked when they heard the words of the two. Such a fierce battle is just a warm-up. Did something go wrong? However, before they were shocked, the battle between the two began again. Drink. With a roar, I saw Vegeta dodging to the front of Trunks, punching him without hesitation. Trunks blocked with both hands, but was still knocked out. Immediately after, Vegeta caught up with another punch, and then his hands gathered together. 10 times Kamehameha. Seeing that Vegeta shot 10 times as much as Kamehameha, K313 Lin and Piccolo were shocked. The mighty ki blast hit the Trunks directly, radiating for a while, unable to see what was going on. Trunks will be all right. Seeing this, Xiaofang couldn't help but feel a little worried. At this time, Xiaofang suddenly felt that someone in the chat group at her. Thor. At Xiaofang, turn on the live stream and let's watch the Battle of Trunks. 35. Rem. That's right, I'm really worried about Big Brother. Blood Red Pepper. Brother Trunks is fighting. With whom? Show me. Sha Shizi, group leader, really, why didn't you tell us about such a thing? Hakoba Noble. Xiaofang, hurry up and open the live broadcast and let us see it. Xiaofang. Alright then. Xiaofang couldn't bear so many people watching, so she turned on the live broadcast. In an instant, all the members of the group entered the live broadcast room. And this time, accompanied by the disappearance of 10 times Kamehameha. To everyone's shock, Trunks stood there unharmed. Humph, nice blow, but it's impossible to beat me like this. 5. Trunks blocked 10 times in front of Kamehameha and still didn't change his face. In the Super 4 state, his strength is even higher than the Super 4 Vegeta. 6. Chapter 201 Defeating Vegeta, Kwangsun's Invitation. It's my turn now. Trunks watched as the corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched. Swish. I saw him disappear in place in an instant. Drink. With a roar, he punched Vegeta directly in the stomach. Vegeta didn't have time to react, and instantly bowed his body with a scream of being beaten. Immediately after, Trunks kicked Vegeta into the air with a knee, then folded his hands. 10 times Kamehameha. Ha! The Trunks' backhand was a tenfold and Kamehameha returned it. The powerful force made the entire space of the spiritual time house tremble. In the distance, Kling, Piccolo and others also dropped their jaws in shock, but they didn't expect the situation to turn over in an instant. Under the mighty Kamehameha, Vegeta appeared scarred in front of everyone. Hee, your strength is really strong. Vegeta gasped at the Trunks. Before he could continue to say anything, the fusion was lifted instantly. Son Goku looked at his hand, but he didn't expect the fusion to be released. It seems that too much gas is consumed. Vegeta gasped. After the two were released from the fusion, the injury did not recover, but this injury was completely harmless to them. Trunks also returned to normal. He stretched. It's finally a close fight, and it feels good. 99. He is still very satisfied with this battle. Although his Super 4 strength is stronger than Vegeta, he is not much stronger. If we continue to fight, it's hard to say who wins and who loses. It's a pity that Vegeta can only appear for 10 minutes, and it will take a while to reunite. This made him completely uninterested. And what made him most helpless was that he wanted to use this battle to understand Ultra Instinct, but he didn't feel the pressure at all. Trunks, do you want to fight me alone? At this time, Son Goku sent an invitation again, obviously because the battle just now was not enough. Vegeta on the side was also a little moved. Still no, I have something to leave. Trunks made an excuse to get away. He can't be bothered to fight Son Goku and Vegeta anymore, it's just a sparring for the two of them. After saying goodbye to everyone, Trunks went home. When I just came back, I planned to play with Haitong, Kong Na and the others. But he didn't expect someone in the chat group to chat with him privately. Worst elf. Mr. Trunks, I don't know if you have time, I want to invite you over. 99. It turned out to be a message from Tokasaki Kurumi, why is he inviting him over there? Trunks was a little curious. Super Saiyan. No problem, you invite me. 35. Seeing that Trunks agreed, Tokasaki Kurumi was a little happy. The worst elf. Then I'll invite you. Ding. Group reminder. The most evil elves of the group are invited to go there, are you sure? Yes. The next moment, Trunks came to a modern city. He looked left and right but didn't see Tokasaki Kurumi's person. Just as he was about to sense his chi, a dark hole suddenly opened in the wall beside him. Tokasaki Kurumi got out of it. Good afternoon, Mr. Trunks. Tokasaki Kurumi bowed gracefully and saluted. Today, she is wearing a black lolita, with long black hair in a double ponytail, very beautiful. Good afternoon. 39. Trunks also raised his hand to say hello. Then what does Kwang-san have to do with me? Can't I chat with Mr. Trunks if it's alright? 35. Tokasaki Kurumi chuckled lightly. Sure. Trunks nodded. Of course he would not refuse such a request to chat, but I am afraid that this time the chat is a drunkard's intention, not in the bar. After a while, the two came to a cafe. The two sat opposite each other and then ordered a cup of coffee. So what are you going to talk about, Kurumi? Trunks laughed lightly, stirring the coffee. Kurumi followed along with stirring the coffee, and then said, I want to ask Trunks what you think about changing the past. After all, you have already experienced such a thing. Really? He knew that Kurumi was going to ask this question. I'm actually quite skeptical about that, too. Doubt what? Kwang-san was a little curious. That's right, you also know that I know some of the future directions of your world. Just like the world of Little Garden, when I traveled back to 2 years ago, according to the development of the plot, Leticia was not kicked out of Little Garden, and the canary would not be in danger. But when I traveled through the past, it was completely different from the original plot. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid the canary would most likely die in the space crack, and so did Leticia. What does this mean? 99. Kurumi didn't understand. Trunks thought for a moment and said, it means that I have become part of history. There's nothing wrong with that. If the Trunks hadn't traveled back, the plot would have never been deviated. Even without him, Canary and Leticia would not be in danger. So the past really can't be changed. Shizaki Kuzan's expression was a little sad. It seemed that her previous thoughts were too naive. She just wanted to go back and kill the original elf Chong Gong Ling. But I never thought about whether it would be successful or not. It's not to say it can't be changed. Trunks stroked his chin and thought. Any idea? Kurumi looked at him with some surprise. Let me tell you the story of what happened in this world first. 39. Trunks knew that Kurumi had a partial too good understanding of what was going on in this world, so he told her the whole thing. Kurumi was also very curious about this matter, so he listened to Trunks' story very obediently. A long time. When Kurumi heard the whole story, he fell into silence. In other words, if you really kill the original spirit Takamiya Mio, then it means that the other spirits will disappear, right? Yes, indeed it is. Whether the others will disappear Trunks is unclear, but Toka will definitely disappear. Because Toka is completely crystallized from spirits and transformed into human beings. Moreover, the Eurasian air disaster after the birth of Mio Takamiya had a huge impact on the whole world. Indeed, hundreds of millions of people would not have died if Takamiya Mio had been eliminated. But it has become a fact. If we insist on changing, then many people in the future will disappear, which is inevitable. Chapter 202 Triggering Group Quests, Shizaki Kurumi's request. To save some people means to kill others. Knowing this result, Kurumi fell into deep thought. There is no doubt that Kurumi is a kind girl. Although she has killed more than 10,000 humans, those are just scum among humans. But she never imagined that her desire to kill Takamiya Mio all the time would invisibly hurt other people. What is she going to do? For a while, Kwang-san was a little confused. It was at this time. The chat group suddenly released group tasks. Ding. Trigger the group quest, the wish of the worst elves. Task requirements. Change the tragic history caused by the Eurasian air disaster while ensuring the continued existence of the elves. Mission limit. Only one person can access the mission. Task reward. 10 million points and 5 lottery chances. When the task appeared in the chat group became lively in an instant. Shashizi, group leader, Miss Tokasaki Kwangsan finally set off on the group quest. But why is the quest triggered now? Blood red pepper. This mission looks so complicated. Thor. Trunks, what did you do? Why did you trigger the mission? 313 Little Thief Cat, as the teacher at Shizaki Kuzan's side. Super Saiyan. Cough, I'm really on Kurumi's side, I'm just chatting with her, let's take a look at this quest first. 35. Seeing that the building was getting crooked, Trunks quickly stopped them. Otherwise, God knows if the Shira field will be triggered. Worst genie. Don't worry, Trunks and I are just dating. After sending this news, Kurumi suddenly showed a mischievous smile. This makes Trunks very helpless, don't make trouble at this time. Sure enough, after seeing the news of Kwang-san, the girls were very restless. It took a while for the chat group to calm down. Shashizi, group leader, then let's see how this group quest should be completed. 9. Xiaofeng. But we don't know what's going on with Tokasaki Kurumi. Blood red pepper. Yeah. 99. Little thief cat. I think it's better for the group owner to explain it to us. Shashizi, group owner, well then. Kasumigao Shiyu had no choice but to explain the situation on Tokasaki Kurumi's side. BEBD. Trunks are not in a hurry, this mission is different from the previous ones and does not require defeating powerful enemies. Instead, he wants to be a savior and save the Eurasian air disaster 30 years ago. You must know that this Eurasian air disaster is related to the lives and deaths of nearly 200 million people. And it can't affect people 30 years from now. In other words, you need to change history, but not completely. After the group members heard Shiyu's explanation of Shajircho, they were all a little confused. Hakoniwa Noble, it always feels very complicated. Just going back 30 years ago is not something we can do. Thor. No, there's one guy who can do it, and that's Trunks. Little thief cat. Yes, it seems that only the teacher can complete this task. Everyone knows the last time Trunks traveled through time in Hakoniwa world. In the chat group, he is the only one who can do such a thing. Looking at the information in the chat group, Tokasaki Kurumi finally set his sights on Trunks. Trunks thought about it seriously. According to Kurumi's request, it is necessary to change the history of the Great Air Disaster in Asia and Europe, and to allow the elves of the battle world to continue to exist, and to prevent Mio Takamiya from killing people because of the extraction of spirit crystals. The difficulty of this task is not ordinary. This task is very difficult. Trunks couldn't help but sigh. Is there a way for the Trunks? If you can do it, I. Speaking of this, Kwang-san's face turned slightly red. What are you? Trunks' attention was instantly drawn to what was in front of him. If you can fulfill my wish, then I can promise you any condition. Kwang-san licked his lips, giving a feeling of temptation. Even Trunks couldn't help but take a few more glances. Well, he admits he's a bit of a glutton, and he's very honest and deserves a lot of credit. Trunks said calmly. Let's talk about this after the task is completed. Let's analyze how to do this task first. 5. When Kurumi heard his words, his eyes lit up. The birth of Mio Takamiya led to the Eurasian air disaster, but Mio Takamiya is also the creator of other elves. So trying to go back to destroying her birth 30 years ago to avoid the Eurasian air disaster, this method will not work. Because this will make other elves lose the chance to be born, and obliterate the existence of these elves in disguise. Then what are we going to do? Tokisaki Kurumi hurriedly asked. Trunks said with a smile. We can't move Takamiya Mio, so we can only take action against the Eurasian air disaster and erase this SSS-level space earthquake from history. Spacequakes are a unique product of this world. Whenever the elves in the neighborhood appear in the real world, they will inadvertently cause a violent shaking of the space and cause a big explosion. Of course, there are also elves that can actively cause space earthquakes. The power of space earthquakes varies greatly. The damage range of a sea-level space earthquake is only tens of meters in diameter, while a B space earthquake can flatten everything within a kilometer in diameter. The S-class space earthquake is even more exaggerated, it can directly destroy the entire city in an instant. And the biggest space earthquake in the world is the Eurasian air disaster. It was a huge disaster that covered several countries. The destruction diameter has reached an astonishing 800 kilometers, which is equivalent to the explosion of a nuclear bomb with an equivalent of 10 billion tons. It is conceivable how terrifying it is. But doing so will still cause history to be changed and the elves to disappear. Tokisaki Kurumi still had some doubts. Hearing this, Trunks shook his head. No, what we want to do is not to change history, but to deceive history. Directly changing history will definitely make some people disappear. After all, the impact of the Eurasian air disaster was too great. For example, many people who survived the Eurasian air disaster went to live in other countries and gave birth to new families. If there was no air disaster in Europe and Asia, the fate of these people would be different. And it is completely in case that after the Eurasian air disaster has changed, what should I do if Takamiya Mio does not meet Tokisaki Kurumi because of the butterfly effect? That would cause the current Kurumi to disappear. So try to keep everything running as it should. Chapter 203 The plan begins. Kwang-san is really big. Have the Trunks found a way? Hearing his thorough analysis, Kwang-san was a little surprised. More or less, Trunks nodded. He already knew what to do, and it was something he could do. But he didn't know if doing so would make Kurumi disappear, or in other words, most of his memories would disappear. Don't you have a time ring? Trunks suddenly remembered that the ring of time is not changed by time and space. That is to say, no matter how the past changes, it will not change the person who owns the time ring. Can Trunks be specific? Tokisaki Kurumi was really curious about what he was going to do. Trunks chuckled and said, simply speaking, it is to travel through time and space, save people who died in the past due to the Eurasian air disaster, and then deceive history to ensure that the present elves continue to exist. This is probably the case. 35. Before the SSS-level space earthquake caused by the birth of Takamiya Mio, he rescued all the ordinary people within the range and pretended that these ordinary people were dead. In this way, history can continue to develop. After that, if you want to ensure that the elves continue to exist, you need to follow Chong Gong Ling. Because many girls will be sacrificed when refining spirit crystals, so they still have a mission to save these girls. It's hard to do something like this, isn't it? Kurumi frowned. It is not easy to save hundreds of millions of people in the area before the SSS-level space earthquake. She certainly couldn't do it herself. It's okay, since you've taken over the task, leave it to me. Trunks patted his chest. Thank you Trunks. Kwang-san looked at him with moving eyes. The group members should help each other. Let's go now without delay. Trunks knew that Kurumi couldn't wait, so he suggested. Kurumi nodded decisively. Then the two left the cafe and came to the park not far away. Kuzan, hold me tight, and I will take you back to 30 years ago. 35. Before Trunks could finish his words, Kurumi hugged his arm tightly. Looking down at Bai Dangdang, he couldn't help but look away. Trunks, I'm ready, let's go. Kwang-san covered his mouth with a chuckle. Okay, Trunks nodded, then activated the ring of time. When they reappeared, they found that the surroundings had changed a lot. But the only constant is the coffee shop not far away. It seems that this coffee shop is very strong. At this time, the night has fallen, and the whole city is brightly lit. Trunks looked around and said, is this the Tiangong Temple 30 years ago? No, 30 years ago this was supposed to be the northern part of Kanagawa Prefecture. Tenguji Temple was built on the wreckage of Kanagawa Prefecture. 35. Kwang-san is quite aware of this matter. In other words, the Eurasian air disaster will spread here. Trunks was a little puzzled. It's not. Kwang-san shook his head and said, the Eurasian air disaster only covered 3 countries and did not affect this place, but there will also be an S-level space earthquake on the island country in the future. An S-class spacequake can destroy a city. Further up, the SS class can destroy a country. It seems that it is not enough to solve the Eurasian air disaster. The remaining S-class space earthquakes also need to be solved. Trunks frowned, and then asked, I wonder if Kurumi, have you collected the location and time of these space earthquakes? 99. I've collected this information before. Kwang-san nodded, and then a pitch black hole appeared from the ground beside his feet, followed by another Kwang-san handing out some information. Trunks looked at this crazy 3-parter wearing a spiritual outfit with interest, and it looked no different from the 3 of them. And in this dark nightmare space, there are still a large number of Mad 3 clones. How? Are Trunks interested? Kurumi looked at him seductively with a half smile and said, if Trunks help me fulfill my wish, I can let the clones accompany you. For flowers, just a clone. Trunks had a serious look on his face, and almost wrote, oh, on his face. Rao Shikuang-san couldn't help but feel a little shy. As a joke, he then took the information and looked at it. After the Eurasian air disaster, space earthquakes of all sizes have occurred all over the world for half a year. Half a year after the Eurasian air disaster occurred in the island country, an S-level space earthquake occurred. After the space earthquake erupted, the entire northern part of Kanagawa seemed to have disappeared as a large circular crater. Trunks, what do we do next? After a while, Kwang-san finally couldn't help but came over curiously. The simplest and crudest way is that we save the 200 million people, but where to put them is a question. 5. Trunks touched his chin. Saving so many people at the same time, of course he can do it with his psychic power. But where to put so many people is a question. After all, this is an exclamation of 200 million people. Kurumi also frowned. Why don't we take these people back 30 years? I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to do. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched, and of course it was very easy for him to travel back to 30 years ago with Tokisaki Kurumi. Kurumi also realized this problem, and immediately frowned. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. But after bringing nearly 200 million people back for 30 years, not to mention that they can't do it, it's also thankless to do it. In fact, Trunks has wanted to try to create a planet for a long time, but it has never been practical. Wait, I might be able to create another Earth. First of all, food problems, work and housing problems cannot be solved in a short period of time. And more than 200 million people are suddenly thrown into modern society. Is there really no problem? It should be no problem to create a planet with his deformed light. By that time, nearly 200 million refugees will appear, and once the riots start, it will be troublesome. Chapter 204. The Birth of Mio Chonggong and the Creation of a Planet. Create a planet. Kwang-san was stunned. Can this kind of thing really be done? Trunks nodded and smiled and said, yes, we can create another planet, and then throw all the rescued people over there, so as to solve the problem of human material shortage. Put 200 million people on another Earth, and the resources are not exploited at will. Although I don't understand it very well, it should be fine to do so. Kurumi nodded in understanding. She didn't understand the ability of Trunks at all. How could she imagine what it would be like to create a planet? Trunks couldn't help but laugh at this. As long as these problems are solved, then the rest is to save the girls who died because of Mio's refining of spirit crystals. The girl who turned into a monster because of the refining of the spirit, 330, crystals will not die immediately after being taken back by the spirit crystals by Mio Takamiya. So we just need to follow behind Takamiya Mio and save these girls. Kurumi nodded when he heard the words, I just don't know if my Emperor Kiki can save these girls. I'm afraid it won't work. Don't worry, leave it to me. Using Kekati to save people is too expensive. Kwangsan will definitely not be able to hold on, so it is easier to use Trunks. With Xie Nianbo's ability to control life and death, he can be rescued even if he dies. That's all up to you, Trunks. Kurumi gave him a gentle smile. Don't worry, leave it to me. Trunks chuckled and said, it's not too late, let's get started. Mongolian border. On the endless prairie, the lawn under my feet is soft, and the air is mixed with the fragrance of green grass. This is the center of the Eurasian air disaster. At this time, Trunks and Tokisaki Kurumi stood in the sky and looked down. Come on, it should be the 3 magicians. Kurumi and Trunks looked into the distance at the same time, only to see 3 figures flying towards this side. Isaac Ray Pelham Wiscord and Elliot Baldwin Woodman, and Elaine Mira Mathers. It was these 3 people who created Takamiya Mio and caused the Eurasian air disaster. All 3 were born in the same magician village, but the village was destroyed by humans. So they intend to create elves to take revenge like humans. In Trunks' view, Chunchin is 3 neuroses. If someone kills your relatives and destroys your village, isn't it over for you to seek revenge for the person involved? If you have to take revenge on the society, is this not a neurosis? Of course, there are too many neuroses in the 2nd dimension, which is not a rare thing. Speaking of which, the one I hate the most is that Azak. 35. After seeing a man with short white hair among the 3, Trunks couldn't help frowning. What's wrong? Kwang-san was a little puzzled. Trunks chuckled lightly. Because this person is the big villain in your world, the kind who can't be washed clean. 55. From now on, he will take the 2nd elf, Honjo area, 25 years later, and then he will be tortured for up to 5 years. Centimeter by centimeter disappear. Hearing these terrifying tortures, Rao Shikuangsen was a little horrified. Under such torture, I am afraid that no one will be able to persevere. Although Honjo area had the spiritual power to recover from the injury, Rao Su also became reversed, and then Azak took away the spiritual power. It's not a pity for such a person to die, but now we can't kill him. This made Trunks a little uncomfortable. But most of the story in this world is driven by Azak. If he dies now, it may also cause major changes in the future, so Azak can't die now. Kurumi nodded knowingly. It was at this time. The three of Azak below began to act, and a strange force was gathering. Kwang San frowned and said, it's spiritual power. It seems that their elf spell is about to succeed. 99. It's nearing the tipping point. 35. Trunks nodded. This elvish technique concentrates the magic that exists in the world at one point and creates life from another world. And this life is the primordial spirit, Takamiya Mio. Of course, Takamiya Mio didn't have a name at first, and this name was given after meeting Shinji Takamiya. Looks like I'm about to get started. Trunks still need to create another Earth, or it will be too late for the next spacequake. Swish. The next moment, he brought Kurumi into universe. Without much nonsense, he pointed out, and a pink light shot out. The target was a meteorite floating in universe. In an instant, the meteorite continued to expand and grow, but it swelled to the size of the Earth in a moment. Seeing this shocking scene, Kurumi finally knew what he meant by creating an Earth. Exactly what it means. If you say create an Earth, you will create an Earth. Kurumi turned to look at Trunks' profile. She really wanted to know what else he couldn't do. The man in front of her was too mysterious. The newly created Earth was still bare, with no water and no vegetation. However, these were gradually completed under the thought of Trunks. In just a moment, the entire new Earth is not much different from the original Earth. Immediately after, Trunks created some cities, trying to be similar to the places shrouded in the Eurasian air disaster. This is relatively simple and easy to complete. Looking at the new Earth he created, Trunks is also very proud, and sure enough, he can already do this kind of thing. Trunks are amazing. Kwang San stared at him with curiosity in his eyes. I still have more magical places. 35. Okay, it's done. Let's go back first. What's wrong? Trunks looked at her amusingly. Trunks nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Tokisaki Kurumi. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. However, she saw her big eyes staring straight at him. Chapter 205 Solving the Space Earthquake. When Trunks and Kurumi are back on the prairie again, Azak's 3 elf warlocks are about to be completed. A powerful spiritual force gathers in the air, and even the atmosphere is squeezed a little heavy by the spiritual force. In an instant, the earth trembled, and even the heavens and the earth were shaking. Immediately afterwards, a black sphere appeared in the sky and continued to enlarge, just like a black hole, and everything around it would be swallowed up. The 3 of Azak instantly disappeared in place using the transfer magic. Then the black hole continues to expand. Wherever it goes, hills, grasslands, and the earth, any object that touches the black sphere will be swallowed up. Fortunately, this sphere develops horizontally like a bubble, otherwise the entire Earth will be destroyed. At this time, Trunks was also ready, and he used Xie Nianbo's move to change the space. Under the perception of his chi, he accurately transferred one human being to the new Earth above the sky. The new Earth is not far from the original Earth, and it looks like a star when looking up. At this time, wherever the spacequake went, Trunks kept moving humans. Nearly 200 million human beings need to be transferred. This is a delicate job, and even he needs to be very focused. Kurumi on the side looked at him with his eyes closed and focused, and couldn't help showing a gentle smile. With the passage of time, the space earthquake finally stopped. Trunks then stopped. Rao is because he is powerful, but it is also a bit difficult to do this kind of thing. And what he did was not perfect, there were some errors. However, compared with nearly 200 million people, some small mistakes are excusable. The darkness that engulfed the world finally dissipated, and the whole world returned to peace. No one in the disaster center could survive, but there were some injured people on the edge of the space earthquake, and these injured people saw this terrifying scene with their own eyes. From a distance, the entire central area seems to be hit by a huge meteorite, and a huge circular crater appears. Kwang San watched this scene with some shock, and it took a long time for his heart to calm down. Trunks breathed a sigh of relief, but it wasn't over. After the Eurasian air disaster, large and small space earthquakes will occur all over the world. Although the highest is only S rank, but it has to go for a trip. Thanks for your hard work. Kurumi looked at him tenderly. It's not hard. Trunks chuckled and shook his head. Let's go to the next place. Kurumi took the initiative to wrap his arms around him. The next place is in the ugly country. The space shock is S level, and it will happen in half a month. So Trunks came to ugly country directly with instant transmission. After a rest, used the time ring to come to half a month later. Immediately afterwards, he did the same, teleporting away all the humans within the space shock range again. In the next time, Trunks and Kwang San started time and space journeys again and again, resting for a few days when they were tired. This made the relationship between the two get better and better. After the two experienced dozens of space earthquakes, the time span has reached half a year. Finally, the last space earthquake appeared. It was in the island nation that it destroyed a space earthquake in the northern region of Kanagawa. After the Trunks transferred all the humans, a powerful spiritual force suddenly appeared on the edge of the space shock. I saw a 16-year-old cute girl with long silver white hair braided into 3 loose braids, wearing a straw hat and a pure white dress. It's Takamiya Mio. Her appearance also means that history is developing towards the original appearance, which means that the next elves can be born smoothly. Immediately afterwards, Trunks found out that the 2 brothers and sisters, Tatsumiya Shinji and Takamiya Shin, and Takamiya Mio met. If nothing else happens next, Mio Takamiya will be taken back by them, giving him a name and teaching Mio Takamiya some human knowledge. Thinking of this, Trunks tapped his ghostly fingers, and a pink light shot out and hit Shinji Sokia. I saw that in this pink light, Shinji Chonggong turned into a girl. And not only her appearance, but also her existence has become a girl. In Chonggong Zhen's memory, he does not have a brother, but has a sister. And even everyone who knew them changed their perceptions. Watch Trunks do it all. At the beginning, Kwang 3 was stunned for a moment, and then stared at him with a smile that was not a smile. What's wrong? Trunks did this for no apparent reason just now, and now facing Kurumi's gaze, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Nothing. 9. I thought that Kurumi would say something, but he didn't expect Kurumi to shake his head. He was a little strange, but he didn't think much of it. Well, our work will not be easy next. 35. Trunks stretched. Well, but don't be so tired next time. We can rest a little more. Kwangson covered his mouth with a chuckle. That's right. 99. 330. Anyway, you can jump in time, so there is no need to panic. Even Trunks and Kurumi even bought a house in the rebuilt Tiangong city and lived there. And it is just opposite the house of Chonggongzan and Chonggongzan. After that, Trunks and Kurumi lived here. Until a month has passed. Takamiya Mio was finally discovered by Azak. Immediately after that, he ran away under the pursuit of the people of the DEM agency led by Azak, but on the way to escape, Samaya Mana was accidentally caught. Then gradually let Shiori absorb it, and finally let Shiori live with him forever. Seeing this scene, Trunks wanted to complain a little, but it seemed that he had accidentally turned Mio Takamiya into a lily. 0. Immediately after, Takamiya Mio planned to divide his spiritual power and give it to human beings to refine the spiritual crystallization. Although Takamiya Mio used his spiritual power to heal Shinshi's wounds, his lost life could not be returned. So Takamiya Mio absorbed Shinshi's body, reborn Shiori in her womb, and gave her the power to absorb power. After experiencing great grief, Mio felt the fragility of human beings. Afterwards, under the threat of Azak, Shinji Sonomiya was accidentally shot and killed by Azak. This true love even touched him. Chapter 206 The Birth of the White Queen. And then their work begins again. Because Takamiya Mio's plan to refine spiritual crystals began. So Trunks and Kurumi can only act as followers, always following behind Mio Takamiya. Whenever Mio Takamiya uses the crystal to kill a girl, then the Trunks will save the next one and throw it on the new earth. With the strength of Trunks, Takamiya Mio couldn't find them at all. This kind of work went on for a long time. Finally, Mio Takamiya and the mad 3 little loli from the human era met. The spirit of time will be born. However, when he saw that Xiao Kuang-san, who was still a simple little loli, was being brushed around by Chonggong Mio, Trunks couldn't bear it and almost tried to teach Chonggong Ling a lesson. Fortunately, they were stopped by Kuang-san who couldn't laugh or cry. After all, this is the cause of her birth, and if she intervenes, it is likely to have an impact on the future. Trunks also sighed to calm down. Kurumi was very satisfied with his performance, which made her very happy. But then she couldn't be happier. Because the young Kwangson met her most important friend. Sonda Sahei is a simple girl with long brown hair and double twist braids. Although she is a young lady, she is unexpectedly approachable. Sonda Sahei is very enthusiastic about Xiao Kwangson and often invites her to play at home. Of course, Xiao Kwangson definitely didn't want to go to Shaha's house to play cats, that's weird. The time they spent together was the most memorable for Xiao Kwang-san. However, this warm day-to-day did not last long. Yawa, who was endowed with spiritual crystals, became a monster known as the Balrog. This spiritual crystal is exactly the one in Wuhei Qinli after the plot begins. Because it was not completely refined, Wuhei Qinli's ability will get out of control. And Mio-san, who had already turned into an elf, was fooled by Mio-samaya like a magical girl, fighting constantly for the purpose of killing the flag demon. After killing the flame demon that Sawa had turned into, Kwang-san Xiao was delighted to want to take Mio Chonggong to know Sawa, and then play cats together. But in the end, Kwang-san Xiao found out that the flaming demon she killed was her good friend Sawa. Seeing this scene, Kwang-san finally couldn't bear it any longer. Seeing Sawa who fell to the ground and lost her life, she angrily wanted to go out for revenge but was stopped by Trunks. The two people who have always had the greatest influence on Kurumi, one is Tatsumiya Mio and the other is Sawa. It was because she was tricked by Mio Takamiya that she accidentally killed her good friend Sawa, which made her determined to destroy Mio Takamiya. At this moment, Trunks was a little speechless, and he stopped himself from trying to teach Takamiya a lesson just now. Unexpectedly, it was now his turn to stop her. But seeing this scene, I am afraid no one will not be angry. Kuzan, calm down. Trunks hugged Kwangson and said, don't worry, we can revive her later. Kwangson buried his head in his arms, and tears instantly wet the front of his shirt. Seeing this, Trunks had no choice but to pat Kurumi on the back to express consolation. He understood very well that when Kwang-san saw this scene again, it was impossible not to be excited, and it would be very good not to reverse it again. Speaking of the reversal, his eyes turned to the field again. Sure enough, Xiao Kwang-san turned around. But her ability to use time ended the reversal, making her reversal a clone. Afterwards, Xiao Kwang-san abandoned his clones and chased Mio towards Chonggong. Trunks, let's go and save Sawa. After seeing the hateful Takemiya Mio leave, Kurumi couldn't wait to save Sayaka. But Trunks shook his head. Kwang-san was a little puzzled. Look, it's not over yet. 35. Trunks pointed at Sawa, who fell to the ground. In the eyes of the two of them, Sawa's body gradually disappeared. Disappeared? Where did it go? Seeing this scene, Kwang-san was stunned for a moment. Immediately, she recalled that she had never seen her body after Shaha's death, and even Shaha's parents thought that Shaha was missing. It was not until many years later that the tomb was erected. It turned out that Sawa's body disappeared like this. Kurumi looked at Trunks suspiciously and asked, "Where did Sawa go?" 55. Don't worry, look, Trunks was at a point in the void, and a pink light turned into a mirror and appeared in front of the two of them. In the mirror, Shaha is falling from a strange space, her eyes are dull, and she still doesn't understand why her best friend Kwang-san would kill her with his own hands. I'm burning. Why should I die? I don't want to die. I want to live. I don't want to be beaten to death. I don't even want to be killed by Kurumi. Sawa's words made Kurumi, who saw this scene, burst into tears. Sawa, no, I don't want to kill you. I really don't want to. Kurumi grit his teeth and shook his head, constantly denying that he wanted to kill Sayaka. Seeing this scene, Trunks was also silent, and he hugged Kurumi tightly again. At that time, Sawa had turned into a flaming demon, monster, and Kwang-san couldn't recognize the other party as Sawa at all. Kangsan, don't think about it so much, I think Leisahei will definitely forgive you after knowing the truth. Yes, Trunks, shall we save her? Kurumi looked up at him and pleaded. Anyone would be soft-hearted in this look, but the Trunks knew this wasn't the time to step in. Because Shaha is related to the future plot trend, the future White Queen is Shaha. Don't worry, we will definitely save Sahei. Trunks patted Kurumi on the back and comforted. Okay, it's not over. I saw that the inversion avatar that was abandoned by Xiao Kwangsan came to Sahei's body at some point, and said, "Vengeance. If I take revenge, I will give you all my power, I swear." You are. Sawa looked at the reversed body avatar suspiciously. The White Queen was finally born. Under a burst of intense hatred, Sawa fused the power of the Kwangsan inversion body. I hate this world that crushes us. I hate it. I hate the person who changed me. The thing that Tokisaki Kurumi abandoned. I hate Kurumi who killed me. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Hearing the words of the reversal avatar, Sawa, who was on the verge of death, did not hesitate at all, and extended her hand to the reversal avatar with the last strength of her body. Chapter 207. It's okay to hang up Chonggongling and fight. After seeing Sawa's hatred for himself, Kurumi suddenly fell into Trunks' arms and burst into tears. There is nothing more painful than killing a friend with your own hands. Trunks could only keep comforting her. Okay, let's leave first. Sayaka can only wait to go back and come to rescue. If Kwangsan wants to take revenge, after returning to the original time, I will help you with whatever revenge you want, even if it is to tie up Mio Chonggong and hang it up and beat him. Hearing his words, Kurumi finally felt much better. At the same time, she was still thinking about how to teach Takemiya Mio a lesson. This is what you said, don't be fooled. Seeing her like this, Trunks burst out laughing. Hee, don't worry, I promise to do what I say. 99. Seeing this, Kurumi nodded in satisfaction. Next, Xiao Kwangsan began to chase and kill Takemiya Mio. Facing Xiao Kwangsan's repeated questioning, Takemiya Mio never explained anything. In the end, the battle between the two began. However, the strength of Xiao Kwangsan will be the opponent of Mio Takemiya. Takemiya Mio easily defeated Xiao Kwangsan, and then threw it into the neighboring world. At this point, the matter 330 has come to an end. In order to take care of Kuzan's mood, Trunks stayed with her for a few more days. Then they started moving again. After all the spirit crystals were almost refined, the work of Trunks and Kurumi was finally completed. Then Trunks and Kurumi came to the new Earth. At first, the humans who were put into the city were riotous, but after living for a few days, they gradually calmed down. After all, there are still days to come. Of course, some people have discovered that the world is different, but these are things sooner or later. Maybe after many years, they will find the real Earth. However, with human technology, it is still impossible to cross the planet in a short period of time. Of course, none of this is something Trunks need to consider. After everything is done, they are ready to go back to the original timeline. However, before going back, Trunks must give her the time ring and the Patara earrings. The ring of time insulates the wearer from changes in history. Only in this way can Kwangsan not change due to historical changes. Of course, this is just to be on the safe side. Are you going to give this to me? 35. When Kwangsan saw Trunks handing over a ring, he was stunned, and his face turned red. How could she not know the meaning of giving the ring? But apparently she had misunderstood. If you want it, it's not impossible to give it to you. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched slightly. He really didn't want to give the ring to Kwang-san, this thing is still very useful to him. But since Kwang-san wants it, it's no big deal to give it to her. This ring can help you not be affected by the changes of history, but also can freely travel through the past and the future, so you have to use it well. By the way, and this. 35. With that said, Trunks took off the Potala earrings hanging from the earlobes. If you want to use the time ring, you must wear the Potara earrings. After Kwang-san heard it, she immediately knew that she had misunderstood, but she did not explain. Instead, he took the Potala earrings. Can Trunks bring it for me? Kurumi thought for a while and handed over the ring and earrings. Forehead. Trunks was a little speechless, but nodded anyway. Great. Seeing his promise, Kwang-san was very happy. Trunks took back the time ring and the Potara earrings BEBD, then pulled Kurumi's little hand and gently brought the time ring up. Kwang-san covered his mouth and chuckled, but he couldn't hide the happy look on his face. Then Trunks gave her the Potara earrings. Looks good. Trunks found that the 3-band uphill Terra earrings are still very beautiful. Okay, Kurumi, you can now use the power of the time ring to bring us back to the original timeline. In this case, even if there are unknown changes in history, it doesn't matter. 39. Kurumi nodded with a smile, and then activated the Ring of Time. The next moment, the two traveled through time again. Ding. Group reminder. Congratulations to Super Saiyan for completing the group task, rewarding 10 million points and 5 lucky draw chances. As soon as I came back to the chat group, there was a notification that the task was completed. But Trunks doesn't care about that. The planet I created is still there, which means we succeeded. Trunks looked up at the sky and instantly recognized the star he had created. That's great. Kurumi is also very excited. Come on, let's go to that planet first. Trunks grabbed Kurumi's hand and used instant transmission. In an instant, they came to the new Earth. After nearly 30 years of development, the place has already changed. Human nature likes infighting. Without the shackles of the state, the remaining 200 million people have finally become a country again after years of war. But none of this is about the Trunks, as long as their mission is done. Trunks, I want to go see Sawa. After seeing New Earth, Kurumi made this request unsurprisingly. It is good. Trunks nodded, although it was no longer a task, but with the current relationship between the two, this kind of thing was completely fine. How the neighborhood was born is unknown. Maybe it was born with the appearance of Miyosokia, or maybe it was born because of the 3 elf warlocks of Azak, these are no longer elegant. And the two of them aimed at the neighbors. Trunks' instant transmission can go anywhere as long as you feel the Kai. Soon he found the location of the neighbors. Trunks opened his eyes, then looked at Kurumi. Needless to say, Kurumi immediately grabbed his arm. Immediately after, the two disappeared. Chapter 208 The Battle Between Kwang-san and the White Queen, Time and Space. Neighborhood. On the streets of the city center, Trunks and Kurumi suddenly appear here. The two looked around. The commercial street should be crowded with people, but now there is no one. Where is this place? Kurumi looked at the empty street with some doubts. This is the world of elves. The world of spirits, because when the elves return to the neighboring world, they will involuntarily fall into a deep sleep, so Kurumi has no impression of this place. That's right, Trunks knew something about the neighborhood, but not much, but luckily he said it all. Neighborhood, that is, the world of elves, all living here are quasi-elves, and everyone has powerful and unique abilities. To become a quasi-genie, you will never grow old, die, and starve. But every quasi-elves here must have their own dreams, or beliefs. If there is no strong belief support, then the quasi-elves will slowly disappear in endless time. The neighborhood is also divided into 10 realms, each of which will be dominated by a powerful quasi-spirit. Although the rulers of these domains are only quasi-elves, their strength is no less than that of real elves. And where they are is the 10th realm. In the 10th realm, the goal of quasi-elves is to fight each other to become stronger. And the current ruler of the 10th realm is the former Sahei, the current Queen of White. After listening to Trunks' introduction, Kurumi suddenly fell silent. She did not expect this place to be so cruel, to let all the quasi-elves kill each other. And how many such fights did Shaha go through to become the Queen of White? Trunks, why do you know so much about this place? Kwang-san was a little puzzled. What Kurumi wants to ask is what happened here. Trunks sighed, and this matter seemed a little depressing. Crazy 3 nodded. Then let me explain this matter to you. This should be what happened after one of Kurumi's clones fell into the neighborhood. Then Trunks started talking again. This story is the biography of Kurumi. The protagonists of the story are Kurumi and the White Queen, but the Kurumi here is not the body. According to his guess, the Kurumi that appeared here should be the clone who was beaten to death by Kurumi on the rooftop of the school after the original book was attacked by Shido. For a long time, after listening to the whole story, Kwang-san suddenly fell silent. She has always used her avatar as a tool, but she did not expect such a thing to happen to her avatar. Trunks looked at the silent Kurumi and said with a smile, after listening to this story, Kurumi also knows that the avatars also have their own consciousness. So from now on, you must protect each avatar well. Kurumi was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and nodded very seriously after reacting. Before it happens, it's not too late, as long as the clone is not allowed to make fearless sacrifices now. Kurumi has already decided in his heart that he will never use the clone as a tool again. Curious 3, let's go. Trunks rubbed Kurumi's hair and smiled. Go to Sawa, then we'll leave here. Kwangsan nodded and finally showed a smile. Immediately afterwards, he pulled Kurumi's little hand and disappeared in place in an instant. When they reappeared, they were already in a certain school classroom. In the classroom, there are a group of cynical quasi-elf girls. And on the podium, the White Queen Sawa is standing there. The sudden appearance of Trunks and Kurumi in the classroom made everyone stunned. The White Queen, who had planned to announce the start of this fight, was immediately stunned. She stared at Kwang-san with a dazed look in her eyes. She didn't expect Kurumi to appear in front of her at this time. In an instant she was filled with mad hatred. Kurumi looked at Sawa in front of him, and instantly wanted to step forward and apologize to her. For flowers. But the answer to her was a bullet. Boom. The crisp sound of gunfire rang out in the classroom, and the bullet swiped Kurumi's cheek. A trace of blood ran down his cheek. Crazy 3. Trunks frowned and wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Kwang-san. Let me do it. I owe her this after all. Kurumi showed a gentle smile. Shawa. This smile made Sahei's heart tremble, but she quickly calmed down. Shaha's face was grim, and the white pistol pointed at Kwangsan. I recognized it, but I didn't expect you to appear here. 5. After I was killed by you, I came here and met the power that you abandoned. How about it? Isn't it great? Point 0. Saying that, Shaha showed a sneer. No, Yarnen. Boom. Before Kurumi had finished speaking, Sayaka fired again. This time the bullet was heading towards Kurumi's chest, which forced Kurumi to dodge. At this time, the entire classroom was in chaos. The White Queen is the ruler of the 10th realm, and these quasi-elf girls know very well how strong she is. They don't want to be accidentally hurt. In an instant, all the quasi-elf girls in the classroom ran out. Only Trunks, Kurumi, and Sayaka were left in the classroom. Bang bang bang. There were a few more gunshots, and Kurumi, who was trying so hard to explain, had to dodge. Sawa doesn't give Kurumi a chance to explain at all. Crazy Emperor. Shaha snorted and summoned the Mad Emperor Angel. Seeing this, Kurumi had no choice but to summon Angel. Emperor. Angels in the shape of 2 clocks appeared behind them, 1 time and 1 space. The battle of time and space is about to begin. Trunks stood aside and acted as a melon eater. This battle between time and space made him very interested. Chapter 209. Use a clone to solve it. Kwang Sanzan can play. Boom. With a shot from the White Queen, the battle began. The White Queen's weapons are a pistol and a saber. The moment the shot was fired, the Queen of White was possessed and rushed over. As soon as Kwang San dodged the bullet, he saw the White Queen jumped up and slashed over with a knife. She blocked the knife with her long rifle, then backed away. The White Queen stared at this. Libra bomb. Boom. There was a gunshot, and the next moment, the figure of the White Queen disappeared in front of Kurumi. Space transformation. Shadow. Kurumi was taken aback and shot himself with a pistol. 1 shot. Boom. The White Queen, who appeared behind Kurumi using space transformation, was just about to slash down, but she didn't expect Kurumi in front of her to disappear in an instant. Did time speed up? 330s. The White Queen's eyes narrowed, and then disappeared again. The White Queen is very clear about the ability of Kwang San, but the ability of Kwang San to the White Queen is not very clear. In the beginning, even Kurumi was a little bit in a hurry. The fight between the two was great. All kinds of dazzling operations made Trunks want to applaud. However, the White Queen is only a quasi-elf after all, and in terms of strength, she is not comparable to Kwang San. You must know that a mad 3-part clone of the original book can get away with the Queen of White, let alone the main body. The spiritual power of the neighboring world is very abundant, and the strength that Kwang San can exert here is far beyond the real world. But she never fought back. However, it is not the way to keep fighting like this. Kwang San has no way to attack the Queen of White at all. After all, this is her best friend Sawa. Watching the White Queen's increasingly fatal attacks, the Trunks knew it was time to stop them. Mind power activated. In an instant, the White Queen was frozen in the sky. At first glance, Kwang San knew that it was him who made the move. Trunks saw her look over and chuckled. Okay Kuzan, she can't move now, you can explain it to her. Kwangsan nodded, and then looked back at Sawa. Whether she wanted to listen or not, she began to explain. Sawa was struggling a little at first, but after Kurumi's explanation, he slowly stopped. Sarah, I'm sorry. After finally explaining, Kurumi apologized, and his mood finally relaxed a lot. However, Sawa kept her head down, making it difficult to see her expression. I know, I've always known, I was a monster then. Sorry. 35. In fact, Shaha already knew in her heart that she was killed by Kurumi because she had turned into a monster, but she couldn't believe it. No matter what, the fact that I killed you will not change. Kurumi shook his head. I really want to be with you all the time, Kurumi. Shaha raised her head, and a smile appeared on her tearful face. When Kwang San heard the words, he grabbed Sahei's shoulder a little excitedly, and said, That's okay, Sahei, we're here to pick you up. Can I still be with you? Sawa was also a little excited. Of course. Kurumi nodded without hesitation. Seeing how excited the two of them were, Trunks on the side looked a little weird. What was going on with the scene with some lilies in front of him? At this time, Kwang San finally released his quarrel with Shaha. Trunks, let's go back. It is good. Trunks didn't talk nonsense, pulled the two to use instant transmission. The next moment, the three appeared in the present world. It's finally over, so what are you going to do next, Kurumi? Now that Kurumi's wish has been fulfilled, Trunks is ready to leave. My words, want to be with Sahei, and then I also want to be with you, Trunks. Hearing Kurumi's words, Trunks was stunned for a moment, but she didn't expect her to say such a thing. Then his eyes turned to Sawa. I support Kurumi's love affair. After Sawa finished speaking, she blinked mischievously. This made Trunks bewildered. Kurumi wants to be with him and Sahei again. That's pretty cool. Trunks nodded decisively, which made Kurumi couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. 30 years later, Sahei's parents are still alive, so Kuzan plans to go back with Sahei. As for his words, don't bother. After agreeing with Kurumi to come and teach Takomiya a lesson next time, Trunks returned to the Dragon Ball world. The mission this time is not short, more than a month. As soon as he came back, he was discovered by the girls. Brother, you are finally back. Ramram, who was cleaning the room, ran over first. Yeah, my brother is back with a gift. Trunks took out some of the little dolls that he picked out when he was with Kuzan and gave them to two little Loli. Have a present. Where? Thor and Kona, who were not far away, came to him in an instant when they heard the gift. Immediately afterwards, Meng Meng and Nana, as well as Xiao and Hei Tong, all gathered around. Fortunately, Trunks prepared enough gifts, otherwise it would be embarrassing. When the chat group knew that he had returned from the mission, it immediately became lively. Sha Shizi, group leader. Trunks, you are finally back. How is the mission? Miss Kwamson's mission must be very difficult. Blood Red Pepper. That's right, how's brother Trunks doing? But it's definitely alright. Little Thief Cat. Teacher goes out, of course there is no problem. Super Saiyan. Hee, the mission has been successfully completed, everyone can rest assured. 995. Hakoba Noble. That's good. The worst elf. Thank you for your concern. In 1.3, the mission has been completed. Unexpectedly, Kwang-san was also in the chat group, and Trunks was a little surprised. At this moment, a private chat reminder suddenly came, accompanying Sahei with the clone, and then the main body comes to look for her. As expected of Kwang-san, he really knows how to play. Super Saiyan. Aren't you, Kurumi, with Sayawa? 9. Worst elf. But I also want to accompany you, Trunks. Or I'll let the clone accompany Sahei, and then. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Worst elf. Trunks, do you want me to come and accompany you? Seeing Kurumi's words, Trunks couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching. But obviously he won't be fooled by such a temptation. After all, there are so many lovely girls in the family. Seeing Kurumi's words, Trunks is a little speechless. Is this the beginning of the seduction of beauty? Chapter 210 Group Lottery, Get Flash Time. Super Saiyan. If you do this, Sawa will definitely cry. The worst elf. But people want to be with you. Otherwise, I'll let Sahei like you too. Speaking of which, Kwang-san was stunned, feeling that this was a good idea. However, when Trunks heard it, his head was full of black lines. Why does this approach feel similar to Meng Meng? At this time, the words of the chat group attracted his idea. Little Thief Cat. Teacher, we are currently going to Alabasta. We are going to fight Crocodile. Do you want to come and see? Super Saiyan. Oh, where has it been? Trunks was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that after a period of time, there would have been sand crocodiles fighting the Shichibukai. Super Saiyan. So, does Nami already know the plot? Little Thief Cat. Yes, I have asked Sister Shiyu to send One Piece's comics. Seeing Nami's name for Kasumigauka Shiyu, Trunks was a little surprised. When did the two of them become so close? Super Saiyan. So that's how it is. But since Nami knows the plot, it should be easy to defeat Sand Crocodile. Little Thief Cat. I do have a way to easily defeat the Sand Crocodile. However, is the teacher really not here? This time I met Robin. Blood Red Chili Pepper. Little Thief Cat, what secret code are you playing, and who is Robin? When Kushina saw Nami's words, she was a little upset. Little Thief Cat. Humph. Don't worry, you didn't use the Tsunade to tempt the teacher last time. Seeing the two of them, Trunks was a little dumbfounded. He was so easily seduced. Super Saiyan. You give me enough time. After seeing his words, Kushina and Nami finally stopped. Noble Hakoba. By the way, Lord Chief, a lot has happened in Arcadia during the time you left. Super Saiyan. Is that so? Arcadia is fine. Aristocrat Hakoba. No problem. With everyone's help, some demon kings were defeated when they came to find fault. After Arcadia released the news of the Canary, it was impossible for the Ouroboros not to move. However, they are only beginning to test. Let some weaker demon kings try how much strength Arcadia has today. Where would these weaker demon kings be the opponents of Estes and the others? All the demon kings who came looking for trouble were all cleaned up. Over the past month, Arcadia has developed very rapidly. Today, Arcadia is already the dominant position in the outer gate of the Eastern District. Super Saiyan. Very good, keep developing it. 35. Trunks felt that there was no need to go to Hakoniwa for now. Because Ouroboros are very good at hiding, if they don't take the initiative to come out, they won't be able to find them at all. Even if he passed, he couldn't do much, so he simply left the matter of Hakoba to Estes and the others. Saitama. Hey, Trunks, that little brat has been harassing me a lot lately, so let me tell you to come over. Witches. It should be a tornado. Super Saiyan. Did the tornado looking for me? Trunks was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this time he was not familiar with Fubuki, but Tornado instead. Super Saiyan. Okay, you tell her I'll be over in a few days. 99. Saitama. Well then, after Saitama saw the words in the chat group, he rolled his eyes and looked at the Tornado staring at him with his arms folded over his chest. Trunks said they would be here in a few days, so just hurry up and drive. Humph. Then I'll leave first, and if I find out that you lied to me, I'll give you a good look. Tornado snorted, and then walked out of the room. Saitama had a headache looking at the messy room. After a brief chat with everyone, Trunks left the chat group and came to the group lottery interface. After completing the mission of Crazy 3, there are still 5 group lottery chances. Without even thinking about it, Trunks came directly to a 5 draw. Ding! Group lottery starts. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who won a dinosaur egg by lottery. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who won a bottle of Super Divine Water by lottery. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who won a Dragon Ball by lottery. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who won the Master Roshi move by lottery, shocking palm of the nations. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who won the lottery, flash time power. Trunks have long been accustomed to these messy rewards. Dinosaur eggs are definitely useless, maybe they can be used as ingredients for Xiaohui. Super Shenshui, this thing is useless to him, and the side effect of this thing on the body is too great. If ordinary people drink it, it is no different from drinking poison, so Son Goku's luck and perseverance are better, so he can withstand it. The third lottery item is a Dragon Ball. Trunks looked at it and it was the Dragon Ball of this world. It has not been a year since Momonga used the Dragon Ball last time, so this Dragon Ball is still in stone. Can't see how many planets. The fourth lottery item is Master Roshi's ultimate move, which is Master Roshi's bottom of the box move, even Son Goku didn't teach it. The power is also good, and it can release a strong current. In general, this move is not necessary for him. As for the last 347 prize draw, Trunks was a little surprised. It turned out to be Hitter's famous move, Flash Time Gong. This move was a big hit at the power tournament, and even Vegeta and Son Goku were hit hard by this move. This move feels somewhat similar to Kurumi's one-shot time acceleration. The principle of flash time is to compress time, which is actually the opponent's time. What do you want to do in the compressed time period? But since it is a move, it also takes time to activate it. So as long as the speed is fast enough to hit before the flashing power takes effect, then the flashing power will be cracked. The original Son Goku opened the Kaioken to do just that, thereby cracking the flash. This trick is not very strong either. Who says it can grow infinitely, but it is very difficult to achieve growth. And there is a weakness of the flash time skill, that is, the freezing time only works on people whose energy is weaker than himself. If the opponent's energy is equal to or very close to himself, then he can freeze for less than 0.1 seconds. In the same way, if the opponent's energy surpasses hit, the flash time power will even appear to be ineffective. Therefore, the flash time power is not as strong as imagined, but it is better than nothing. At least I got a good one. Chapter 211 to talk about High C, it is Shiyu of Shazichiyu. The next day, Trunks are ready to go early in the morning. But this time the place to go is not Nami's side, but Kasumigao Shiyu invited him on a date. As the eldest wife, Trunks certainly has to meet her requirements. Yo, Shiyu. As soon as he came here, Shajircho Shiyu was already waiting for him with a smile. Trunks looked at Shiyu of Kasumigao, and then leaned into her ear and said softly, Shiyu, your black silk today is awesome. Yes, quote. Shajircho Shiyu couldn't help but rolled his eyes at him, but there was still some joy in his heart. Shazichiyu Shiyu's black silk is one of the best among the two-dimensional wives, and of course she is very nice. So where are you going on a date today? Today, editor Machida Yuenko gathered some of his writers and planned to hold an exchange meeting, and I was also invited. Shazichiyu Shiyu hugged his arm and smiled. So that's the case, but you're all writers, so let me get in. As soon as Trunks finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. However, Shiyu of Kasumigao nodded without hesitation. Trunks got a little weird seeing this expression. Shajircho Shiyu was a little puzzled. What's wrong? Oh, it's okay, let's go. Trunks shook his head decisively. Shajircho Shiyu was a little strange, but he didn't think about it. Soon, the two came to a quiet cafe. Teacher Sha Shizi, you're here. Machida Yuanzi and several strangers all stood up to greet Shiyu Kasumigao when they saw the arrival of Kasumigao. After all, Shiyu of Kasumigao is now the top writer of the Undying River Bunko, so it is appropriate to give such respect. There was only one girl with golden double ponytails who didn't get up to greet him. Trunks didn't even have to look to know who it was. Isn't this the Inri pair? Did she join the Undead River Library? At this time, Yingri also found the Trunks behind Shiyu Kasumigao, and her eyes lit up. At the same time, Trunks also winked at her, making Yingri a little embarrassed. Who is this from Teacher Sha Shizi? At this time, other writers also discovered Trunks standing behind Shiyu of Kasumigao. After all, he was so out of the ordinary that it was hard not to be discovered. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Kasumi Shika's boyfriend, called Trunks. Machida Yuanzi introduced it to you. Hello. Trunks smiled and raised his hand to greet everyone. Hearing this Machida Yuenko's words, the several male writers present suddenly became dejected. Several people were also shocked when they saw Shiyu of Shajircho, but they didn't expect that the other party already had a boyfriend, and several people suddenly broke their hearts. It was different for several female writers. After seeing the tall, handsome and extraordinary Trunks, their eyes lit up one by one. Isn't the handsome guy in front of you the best protagonist setting? After several people greeted each other, everyone sat down. Machida Yuanzi ordered coffee for everyone, and for this party, she personally paid for it. Trunks sits to the left of Kasumigao Kashiwa, while on his left is Machida Anko, and on the opposite side is Eri. After everyone sat down, the atmosphere froze. After all, the original writer exchange meeting, barely counting the book painter Eri Lee, is not bad. But with a handsome guy like Trunks sitting here, they really didn't know what to say. Especially the female writers, who kept staring at him. This made Shiyu of Kasumigaoka a little unhappy. Cough cough, then let's start, everyone can speak freely. Machida Yuenko coughed dryly and smiled at everyone. Excuse me, Mr. Trunks, what's your height? As soon as Machida Yuenko's words fell, one of the refreshing girls with a single ponytail stood up and looked at Trunks with hot eyes. I'm 190 centimeters. Trunks was speechless, but answered anyway. Wow, no wonder he's so tall, so handsome. The girl screamed, then sat down with the notebook to write and draw. If you don't know this, you think it's because your brain is not normal. But as her words fell, everyone's thinking became active. What kind of work is Mr. Trunks doing? Or a student? Excuse me, what kind of girl does Mr. Trunks like? Well, I seem to know this one, but do you like a shy girl? Mr. Trunks, what do you like to eat? 35. Can I see your figure, Mr. Trunks? Trunks was speechless when he heard these questions. Where is this female writer? She is a bunch of idiots. On the opposite side, Ying Riri was a little moved when she heard the last question, but she didn't speak. Enough is enough for me. 35. Shazichiyu Shiyu finally couldn't help but burst out. Under her momentum, everyone kept their mouths shut. Did I affect you? I think I should go to the side. 35. Trunks looked at Machida Yuenko helplessly. No need, originally today is to let everyone speak freely. Machida Yuanzi waved his hands. Yes, just stay here obediently. Shajircho Shiyu turned his head with a smile on his face, completely opposite to the aggressive appearance just now. Well then, 9. Okay Zhao. Trunks shrugged. It didn't matter. The atmosphere that followed was much more normal. Although several female writers still peeked at him from time to time, due to the majesty of Shiyu of the Hill of Sha, he no longer dared to be so blatant. Several people talked about writing novels, and sometimes they also talked about novels being turned into cartoons. Eri can say a few words on this topic. Trunks, however, seemed a little bored, and he wasn't interested in these topics at all. With nothing to do with his eyes, he suddenly saw the black silk of Machida Yuanzi. Trunks secretly thought to himself, this leg is not bad, it feels like Shiyu of Kasumigaoka must be on par. Thinking of this, he involuntarily put his hand on Kasumigaoka Shiyu's lap. Shajircho Shiyu, who was chatting with everyone, shuddered all over, then turned his head to give him a blank look, and continued to chat with a few people. Chapter 212 Gods of Destruction. Beerus is about to wake up. Seeing that Shiyu of Kasumigaoka ignored him, Trunks snickered in his heart. Immediately afterwards, he put his hand on Machida Yuenko's lap on the left. The two black silks feel better in the hand, now it's time to feel it. By noon, the party was finally over. Everyone also left. However, Trunks, Kasumigaoka Shiyu, Ying Lily and Machida Yuanzi did not leave, but came to the restaurant to eat. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Coming to the restaurant, Trunks finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's really hard work, Trunks, you. Machida Yuanzi covered his mouth and chuckled lightly. It's really hard for you to just sit and accompany them all morning without speaking. Shajircho Shiyu also felt a little distressed for him. Haha, it's okay, it's not boring. Trunks smiled and waved. Shajircho Shiyu couldn't help but rolled his eyes at him. Why didn't he know this guy was so bold before? On the other side, Machida Yuanzi was also a little embarrassed, and secretly asked why he didn't open his hand. Several people chatted like this. In the afternoon, Trunks accompanies Kashigaoka Shiyu for a while, and the day's date is finally over. Although it is a bit dull, 360 makes Shiyu Kasumigaoka very happy. The next day, today, Kasumigaoka Shiyu is going to school, so Trunks can't accompany her. Back to the Dragon Ball World side, Trunks is going to ask Kurumi about the lesson of Mio Takamiya and the solution to Azak. Mio Takamiya is okay to say that Azak must be killed. Super Saiyan. Kurumi, what are you going to do to solve the matter of Azak and Takamiya Mio? Kwamson answered after a while. The worst elf. This. I want to teach Tatsumiya Mio by myself, and kill Azak. Super Saiyan. You want to take revenge yourself. It's not that difficult. 33. It would be difficult for Kurumi to defeat Azak, not to mention the strongest magician Elion beside Azak. And with her current strength, she is no match for Chonggong Ling anyway. The worst elf. Hee, don't forget that chat groups can make us stronger. The reason why Kurumi said this is precisely because the chat group can make her stronger. If the points are enough, she can exchange for an initial elf's spiritual crystal, or even a complete Kabbalah tree of life. Then she will become a real god. Super Saiyan. Well then. By the way, I have the fruit of the spirit tree here, you can take it and eat it. I don't know if it can increase your spiritual power. After that, Trunks sent the spirit tree fruit red packet. In fact, He is still very much in favor of Kwang-san taking the path of becoming a god, because eating the fruit of the spirit tree only increases his strength and does not increase his lifespan. Kwang-san did not delay seeing this, and directly accepted the red envelope. Worst spirit, thank you. Super Saiyan. Hee, it's not something precious, I still have a lot here. To say it is precious, of course it is very precious, after all, one can produce a 4-digit number. But of course it's okay to give Kwang-san. End the chat with Kurumi. Trunks headed to Gods of Destruction with some food in his spare time. Mr. Whis, I'm here to interrupt again, Whis said with a smile. Ho ho, Trunks haven't been here for a long time, but I miss them very much. 5. Really, Mr. Whis is missing food, Trunks joked, and then took out a table of food, and this time, he specially brought out the barbecue prepared by Tiansuohui. As soon as it was taken out, the aroma of the grilled meat instantly covered the aroma of other delicacies. Whis, eyes lit up, this time the food looks unusual. Trunks laughed and said, of course, this barbecue is a very rare delicacy, please use it, Mr. Whis. Then I'm welcome, Whis can't wait, pick up the barbecue and eat it. After eating a meal, Whis showed an expression of unprecedented satisfaction. Then let's start today's battle. Well fed, Whis is unequivocal and ready to start teaching him. Trunks certainly wouldn't say no. Then the battle between the two began. During this time, although Trunks hadn't practiced much, their strength was still steadily improving. He is much stronger now than he was a month ago. However, against Whis, his improvement is nothing at all. The corner of Whis' shirt could not be touched even after the entire battle. Woo, 35. After stopping the fight, Trunks let out a slow breath. Mr. Whis is really strong. No matter what I do, I can't touch you. Whis turned his back to look at the distant planet and said slowly, Trunks, you've made great progress, but you haven't mastered the essence of Ultra Instinct. You have to calm yourself down so that you can understand something. Point 39. Calm down. 35. Trunks seemed to be enlightened upon hearing this. The original Son Goku once experienced this kind of training, calming himself down and reaching a state similar to the unity of heaven and man. If you want to transform into Super Saiyan, you have to get angry and violent. And Ultra Instinct is just the opposite, which is to calm yourself down. No wonder Son Goku cannot transform into Ultra Instinct in other states, and can only be used in normal state. That's what happened. Mr. Whis, then I'll take my leave. Trunks who are enlightened are ready to go back to retreat and practice. Well, go. Whis smiled and watched him leave. After Trunks left, Whis seemed to sense something, and he looked into the tree hole where Beerus was sleeping. Ho ho, is Beerus-sama going to wake up? It seems to be because the food is so fragrant. Whis then remembered that Beerus's nose is very sensitive. It was okay to say that it was just ordinary earth food before. But today's barbecue is so fragrant that even Beerus in his sleep is drooling. Chapter 213 Whis' Thoughts, Princess Wei Wei. As predicted, not long after Trunks left, Beerus slowly woke up. Oh, it seems that I have to clean up these things, otherwise it will be troublesome if Beerus-sama sees it. When Whis saw that Beerus was about to wake up, he quickly started to pack the lunchbox. Hey, Whis, are you eating delicious food without telling me? Beerus rubbed his eyes and yawned as he came over. No, it's Lord Beerus, why are you awake now? Whis had a smile on his face, showing no sign of lying. Ah, it's just that I suddenly dreamed of a lot of delicious food, so I woke up. Beerus stretched and finally woke up a little. Whis was still smiling when he heard the words, but he secretly thought that it was true. Ah, speaking of which, I also dreamed of a guy who was not weak in my dream. But I woke up at a critical moment. Beerus thought back to the dream. Oh, the guy who can make Beerus-sama care. Who is it? Whis was also a little curious. Forget it, let's go eat something first. Beerus, who couldn't think of it for a long time, decided to go to other planets to eat something. Okay then, Whis chuckled and nodded. The other side, Trunks started retreating when he got back to Earth, trying to capture the inspiration after his fight with Whis. But the night passed with no gain. Forget it, maybe I should just relax and calm myself down. Trunks let out a breath. Just go to Nami's side, if you want to come and blow the sea breeze, you should be able to do it. After the decision, he sent a private chat to Nami. Super Saiyan. Nami, where are you now? Nami was a little excited when she saw the private chat. Little thief cat. Teacher, we are sailing on the sea, the target is Alabasta, how is it, do you want to come? Super Saiyan. Yeah, it's okay, just come and have a look. 35. Little thief cat. That's great, teacher, I'll invite you right away. Ding. Group reminder. Group member Little Thief Cat invites to go there, do you want to confirm? Yes. The next moment, Trunks appeared in the blue sky, and below was the endless sea. Woo. 35. He took a deep breath, only to feel that the whole person relaxed a lot. Sure enough, coming here to relax is the right choice. In a good mood, Trunks instantly found the Merry ship not far away. On the Merry at this time. Luffy, why did the barbecue I put in the refrigerator disappear last night? Sanji glared at Luffy. Ah, what barbecue? I don't know. Luffy pretended not to know anything. This made Sanji very angry, and he didn't have to think about it to know that it must be Luffy who stole it, but he still refused to admit it. Look at Miss Nami, Luffy is stealing food again, you don't care about him. Sanji had no choice but to report Luffy to Nami. Don't be noisy, the teacher is coming over soon, I don't have time to fly. If it was normal, Nami would still be interested in beating Luffy, but now she has no such interest at all. Huh, Miss Nami, who is the teacher you're talking about? Wei Wei, who has long blue hair on the side, asked curiously. Chopper, who was not far away, also looked over curiously. The teacher is called Trunks and is also a member of the ship, and it is because of the teacher that I came out to be a pirate. Nami briefly explained. Very incompetent crew. 5. Sanji couldn't help but complain, because he hadn't seen Trunks for so long since the last time he saw him. No one knew where the Trunks went. Nami, the only one who knew where the Trunks were going, didn't tell them about it either. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers. Boom. As soon as Sanji finished speaking, he was blown away by Nami's angrily punch. Wei Wei didn't take it seriously. In the past few days on the ship, she has become a little used to the way these people on the ship get along. Then Nami, you are so strong, is it also taught by your teacher? Yes, the teacher's strength is the strongest. Nami nodded proudly. Wow, Trunks are finally coming back. Great. 35. Luffy was excited when he heard that Trunks was coming. Humph, you want to eat? Nami snorted. Sauron, who was not far away, also glanced here, thinking in his heart that that guy is coming back too. 0. Also in the expectation of the people. Sudden, a figure appeared on the deck. Yo, long time no see everyone. Trunks looked at everyone with a smile and raised his hand to say hello. Teacher, you are finally here. Nami rushed over excitedly. Haha, Nami, don't be so excited. Didn't you see it there last time? Trunks laughed out loud. Wei Wei on the side looked at Trunks curiously, in her first impression. The man in front of him is tall, handsome and very sunny. He is a handsome guy, but is he really strong? Trunks, you are finally back. Speaking of this, Luffy scratched his head a little embarrassed. Wei Wei was a little puzzled when she thought of this, but since Nami's strength was so strong, she would definitely not be weak if she wanted to be her teacher. Haha, long time no see Luffy, although I'm not on the boat, but I heard that you were often beaten. Hearing his words, Nami on the side couldn't help snickering. 5. But that's how the Straw Hat Pirates get along. At this time, Luffy also shouted happily. Trunks couldn't help laughing when he saw Luffy. Chapter 214 Nami's plan, the target is Crocodile. By the way, Nami, why haven't I seen the Liberty? Trunks asked suddenly. Last time, he handed over the command of the luxury cruise ship Freedom to Nami, but now he has not found the freedom of the ship. Hearing the words, Nami explained. I kept the Liberty because it was too conspicuous and it was easy to cause trouble. After the Trunks left, Nami and the others sailed on the Liberty, but there were too many pirates who wanted to make their ship along the way. Although the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates is not bad, they can't stand the constant harassment of the pirates. So Nami put away the Liberty, so as to avoid being attacked by many pirates. That's right, Trunks nodded. Teacher, I'm releasing the Freedom right now. Saying that, Nami took out the universal capsule of the Freedom. Great. Luffy on the side shouted excitedly when he heard the words, but he had always been craving the food on the Freedom. Wei Wei and Chopper, who got on the boat later, were a little confused. They didn't understand what Nami meant by Freedom. But then they understood. I saw Nami holding something in her hand and pressing it, and then she threw the thing in her hand towards the sea. Boom. After a puff of smoke, what shocked Wei Wei and Chopper was that a very beautiful looking ship appeared in front of them. The two rubbed their eyes in disbelief, making sure that the scene in front of them was not an illusion. And Zoro and Luffy are not surprised, although every time I see this scene, it still feels very magical. Teacher, let's go up. Nami turned around and pulled Trunks with a smile. Well, then everyone come up, let's have a banquet. Trunks nodded and said to Luffy and the others. Oh, nice. Luffy jumped up excitedly when he heard his words. Soon everyone came to the boat, and then under the preparation of a group of household robots, the banquet finally began. All kinds of food were brought out, and Luffy couldn't wait to eat. Trunks was also a bit dumbfounded. It seems that Nami's decision to put away the boat was right. Whoever has a lot of food reserves on the Liberty can't stand Luffy, the big eater. Otherwise, the food on the Freedom will probably be eaten by Luffy. This guy's stomach is no different than Saiyan's. Luffy is the real guy. Seeing Luffy like this, Nami immediately seemed to teach him a lesson. Hee, Nami, don't worry about him, you still don't know Luffy's character. Trunks smiled and waved. Don't look at Luffy, who is usually out of tune and likes to cause trouble. But when they are really serious, they are very smart, and they can often see the essence of things and solve problems. This is what Trunks appreciates a lot. Nami also dismissed the idea of teaching Luffy a lesson. That, I've been meaning to ask, what the hell is going on here? Wei Wei was still stunned at this moment. After she arrived on the Freedom, she was stunned by the various facilities on the ship. Robots that automatically cook dishes, robots that automatically bring food to the table, and robots that actively clean. It's so dreamy. Seeing her like this, Nami immediately covered her mouth and snickered, thinking that it was the same when she first came to the Freedom. Don't be so surprised, Wei Wei, you'll get used to it later. Is that so? Wei Wei nodded dumbly. By the way, you were trying to help Wei Wei, I wonder what plans you have, Nami. Trunks was a little curious about Nami's plan, because Nami had already asked for the One Piece comics from Shiyu of Kasumigaoka before. So you should know a lot about Alabasta. In the original book, They experienced various things, and finally defeated Crocodile with difficulty and prevented the destruction of Alabasta. But now with Nami's strength, then she definitely won't do it like the original. Nami nodded and showed a confident smile. Obviously she had a plan. I already have a plan, that is to find Crocodile directly, and then defeat him, so that the entire kingdom of Alabasta can be easily saved. Wei Wei, who was beside her, was stunned when she heard her words. At this time, she hadn't made up her mind to ask the Straw Hat Pirates for help, but she didn't expect that Nami already had a plan. Nami, thank you. Wei Wei's moved tears fell involuntarily. Zoro and Luffy on the side were a little unclear, so they didn't know Nami's plan. Hee, it's okay, we will definitely help Vivi to save the kingdom of Alabasta. Nami smiled brightly. Yes, we will definitely help you. Although it is not clear about Nami's plan, Luffy supports her for the first time. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp also support unconditionally. After all, Nami is the eldest sister on the ship, and she is much more reliable than the captain of Luffy. Thank you all. Wei Wei was moved to thank him. Trunks nodded in satisfaction. He didn't plan to intervene in these things from the beginning. After all, this is what the Straw Hat Pirates must experience. 1.3. It is also an experience for Nami. At this time, Nami suddenly caught Trunks and whispered in the ear, Teacher, Sister Shiyu said that you like Robin very much. How about you want me to help you? What? Trunks froze for a moment. Unexpectedly, Kasumigao Shiyu would even tell Nami about this. This was the last time on a date, Kasumigao Shiyu asked him which characters in the One Piece manga he liked the most. Trunks named Nami, Robin and Hancock without much thought. After all, as a pirate fan, there are a few who don't like these girls. This is also very normal in the eyes of Kasumi Hill Shiyu. Chapter 215. Whether or not Robin gets on board, Nami decides. Nami was very excited after hearing about this. After all, he is also one of the teacher's favorite characters. And after knowing the next plot, Nami was very concerned about Robin. Because this is one of the teacher's favorite characters. After learning about Robin's life experience, even she was very sympathetic to Robin. So this time Nami still intends to let Robin on board. Robin is your important companion in the future, Nami will definitely let her on board. Trunks chuckled. When Nami heard this, she curled her lips, obviously her own mind had been pinched by the teacher. A banquet soon ended, and they finally came to the border of the kingdom of Alabasta. This is a city built by the sea. There's a pirate ship over there. Just when they landed on the shore, everyone found that there was already a boat on the shore. It's the ship of the Baroque studio Mr. 3. 14 inches. Nami recognized it instantly, as this Mr. 3's ship. 35. Wei Wei was a little puzzled. In fact, she hadn't seen Mr. 3 when she was an agent in the Baroque studio. Luffy and Zoro were also very puzzled. That's right, I'm not going to admit it wrong, that's definitely Mr. 3's ship from Baroque Studios. Nami said firmly. But how did you know, Nami? Chopper was a little curious. Everyone came to Alabasta for the first time, and even Wei Wei didn't know other people in the Baroque studio. Why would Nami know? Luffy and Zoro looked at Nami. Forehead. Nami is at a loss for words, so it can't be said that she read the manga. Anyway, I just know. Nami, who couldn't explain clearly, didn't plan to explain, and she showed the momentum of being the eldest sister of the Straw Hat Pirates. Everyone didn't dare to say anything when they saw this. So Nami, what are you going to do? Trunks was a little curious. Now that Nami knew that the people from the Baroque studio were in this town, what the hell was she going to do? Definitely find the people at the Baroque studio and beat them. Nami clenched her small fist and said confidently. The guy who beat the Baroque studio. Why? Luffy and Zoro still don't know the relationship here. Seeing this, Nami couldn't help but sighed and explained. The boss behind the Baroque studio is the Sand Crocodile, one of the 7 seas, and this person is the real murderer who is about to destroy Alabasta. 39. In fact, Nami still has more important information to say. That is, Crocodile has no interest in the kingdom of Alabasta at all, and his ultimate goal is the ancient weapon Pluto. However, this news is not important, and she has no interest in the ancient weapon Pluto. Nami understands so well. Wei Wei was a little surprised, even she was not very clear about some things about the Baroque studio, but Nami knew so comprehensively. Nami smiled and said, this is a secret. In short, what we need to do now is to defeat Mr. 3, and then go to the Baroque studio to defeat Crocodile, so that Alabasta can return to its former appearance. Well, then follow Nami's plan. Luffy chose to support Nami without hesitation. Zoro and Sanji saw that Luffy, the captain, had spoken, and of course they would not object. Okay, then let's go. Saying that, Nami jumped off the boat. After everyone disembarked, Nami put the freedom away. This was the first gift the Trunks gave her, and of course she had to take good care of it. Look at it again, and it's amazing. Seeing that such a big ship disappeared after saying it disappeared, Wei Wei only felt amazing. The temperature in the kingdom of Alabasta is very high, and even most of the territory is already a bit of desert. Even the only remaining oasis has dried up in the past few years. Much of the entire kingdom of Alabasta has not had rain for several years. The drought caused many people to die of starvation or thirst, which was very tragic. And all of this is because Crocodile secretly used dancing powder. Dancing powder is something that is banned all over the world. It is also known as rain powder. Something once invented by a country without rain. This powder will form a mist of smoke that collects in the air and promotes the growth of clouds below the freezing point in the air, thereby forming rainfall. But once the powder is used, the neighboring countries living downwind will experience drought. Simply put, it is the robber in the rain cloud, and it is a 360 kind of existence that harms others and benefits oneself. Along the way, everyone stared at the scorching sun and entered the city. With Nami's explanation, everyone knew why it was so hot here. Ah, it's so hot. I can't take it anymore, I want to drink water. After walking into the city, Luffy couldn't stand the heat and ran away to find water to drink. Hey, Luffy, you idiot, don't run around, come back to me quickly. One who ran away without paying attention to Luffy disappeared, and Nami was immediately very angry. Hee, don't go to him, let's go to Mr. 3 first. Trunks smiled helplessly. Oh, that's the only way to go. Nami is also unable to take Luffy. Immediately afterward, the group of people started blatantly strolling on the street. However, Mr. 3 was not found, but was seen by the Navy. The Straw Hat Pirates have a bounty for everyone. What's more, Smoker and Dusky also chased after the town. It's the Straw Hat Pirates, don't run away. 35. With a loud roar from Smog, the Navy patrolling around, as well as Dusky, noticed this. Chapter 216 Shiyu's Teachings, Techniques to Please Trunks. Senior Dusky, Colonel Smog seems to have discovered the pirates. Shall we go over there? A Navy next to Dusky asked. Well, it's our duty to catch pirates, and we'll help in the past. Dusky nodded and rushed out after speaking. The Navy behind him had no choice but to follow. And the other side, in just a moment, the Trunks and the others were surrounded. Usopp was a little scared and said, what should I do, should I run away? 35. So many navies, we are not fit to fight them. Sauron also does not recommend fighting the Navy now. After all, they are not real pirates, and they will not kill the Navy. In such a situation where hands and feet are bound, it is very passive to fight. Several people looked at Nami, after all Nami was the eldest sister of the Straw Hat Pirates. 35. Nami is in trouble and can't fight, should she run away? If you run out of town, it will be very troublesome to find Mr. 3. Some indecisive Nami looked at Trunks. The Trunks were a little helpless, and they had planned to let them solve it by themselves. But he couldn't stand Nami's pleading eyes, so he had to help out reluctantly. Then Smoker came over with a cigar in his mouth. Straw Hat Pirates, I won't let you go today. However, before he could finish speaking, Trunks tapped his fingers. The next moment, I saw that all the navies stood still, and then they flew directly into the sky and flew towards the bay on the side. This scene shocked everyone in the city. Zoro, Sanji, and Vivi were also stunned. They really didn't expect Trunks to have such abilities. The last time Trunks threw Smoker directly, Zoro and Sanji didn't see it clearly, but this time they saw it clearly. Okay, solved it. Trunks clapped his hands and laughed. Teacher, where did you throw them? Nami was a little curious. Of course it was thrown into the sea, don't worry, there's no danger on the coast. 35. The teacher is amazing. Nami hugged his arm excitedly. Because of the strong sun, today's Nami was wearing a long-sleeved shirt, but she couldn't hide her beautiful figure. Usually on the boat, Nami's dress has become very conservative, which is completely different from the original. This was given to her by Shiyu of Kasumigaoka. Only in front of Trunks can she dress revealingly. This is a necessary skill to please the boys she likes. Trunks reached out and tapped on top of Nami's head, followed by a white sun hat. When Nami saw the sun hat suddenly appearing on top of her head, she immediately smiled. What? When Wei Wei and Zoro saw this scene, they were immediately stunned. This ability to create things out of thin air is incredible. Do you want Wei Wei too? Trunks saw that Wei Wei had been staring at him, and then tapped his fingers, and a pink light flashed above Wei Wei's head. Immediately afterwards, a sun hat was added on top of Wei Wei's head. Trunks chuckled. Okay, let's find Mr. 3 first. Nami nodded. Then everyone started looking for it. The whole town is not big, and soon everyone found Mr. 3 in a tavern. Mr. 3 was originally one of the senior cadres of the Baroque Work Club, formerly known as Gardino, a person with the ability to wax fruit. His ability can make anything out of wax, and he can even directly use his opponent to make a candle man. Partner with Miss Golden Week, who likes to make enemies into candle dolls. It can be said that these two people are also murderers without blinking an eye, and the number of people who died in their hands is unknown. Luffy. Nami was surprised to find that not only Mr. 3 and his partner were present, but even Luffy was in this tavern. And next it is. Nami frowned, because she recognized that the man wearing a straw hat and shirtless was Luffy's brother Ace. If she didn't know the plot, Nami would definitely have a better attitude towards him because he was very strong and Luffy's older brother. But after knowing Ace's true identity, and after being caught arrogantly chasing Blackbeard, which led to a series of adventures for the Straw Hat Pirates, Nami didn't like Ace at all. In her opinion, Ace is just a weak, arrogant guy who likes to cause trouble. Maybe her opinion is biased, but that's what she thinks. Nami, Trunks, here you go. Luffy also found them, and turned around to say hello with a smile. Haha, you are Luffy's companions. Thank you for taking care of Luffy all the way. Ace laughed and greeted everyone. Who is this guy Luffy? Usopp asked curiously. He's Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain Ace, a cocky fellow. Nami was a little disdainful to introduce to everyone. Forehead. Ace was at a loss for words. He didn't expect that these people, good kings, would be called arrogant as soon as they met, which really made him speechless. But considering that the other party was Luffy's companion, he didn't say anything. When everyone heard the name of the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard, they were a little surprised. Just kidding, this guy turned out to be the captain of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard. Usopp looked in disbelief. It doesn't look like much. Chopper looked at Ace with some doubts. Haha, don't underestimate Ace, I have never won our battle before, but… Luffy said with a smile on his face, but not necessarily now. Really, it seems that your boy's strength has improved a lot. Why don't we try it? Ace patted Luffy on the shoulder and laughed. Chapter 217 Nami's strength is comparable to that of a general. Luffy, now is not the time to be fooling around, our mission is here. Nami saw that Luffy was going to follow him and stopped him immediately. Ah, is the enemy here? Luffy looked like he didn't know what to do. Nami helped her forehead helplessly. Forget it, I can't count on you, I'll do it myself. Saying that, Nami didn't even bother to fly, and walked directly towards Mr. 3 not far away. Mr. 3 had no idea about the Straw Hat Pirates, but after Nami approached, he immediately thought of it. Isn't this the few people wanted by their boss, Crocodile? Mr. 2 quickly catch them, these people are the people the boss is looking for. At this moment, Mr. 3 shouted not far away. It turns out that there are not only Mr. 3 and his partner, but also Mr. 2. Mr. 2 is a superhuman imitating fruit ability, good at say boxing, and is a personal demon. He considers himself to be both a male and a female, and the idol he admires most is Ivankov, the revolutionist of the Say King. Its ability to imitate anyone it touches. It is also a strong family of 360 people. Your boss is Crocodile. Nami stepped forward and asked. You, how did you know? Mr. 3 was a little surprised. Even they knew only a few days ago that the boss behind the Baroque studio was actually Crocodile of Shiwahai. But he didn't expect the woman in front of him to know about it. You don't have to worry about how I know, you are all the people I have to clean up. 35. Nami is gearing up, and is already ready to make a move. This time, her mission was not for herself, nor for Wei Wei, but to let Trunks see her abilities. So she must do things beautifully. Mr. 3 are you calling me? At this time, Mr. 2 heard the call and walked over in a ballet dance. Yes, these guys are the ones the boss said. If they are caught, the boss will definitely appreciate us. Mr. 3 pointed at the people of the Straw Hat Pirates. Really? Mr. 2 looked at the Straw Hat Pirates with some surprise, and immediately smiled. Then he's fine, look at me. Mr. 2 said and rushed towards Nami. Ace on the side was ready to start. After all, these people are Luffy's crew, so he should help. But he was stopped by Luffy. Ace, Nami's strength is very strong, I'm afraid you may not be her opponent, so we should not go over. Huh, is that so? Ace was a little surprised. Haha, that's right. Luffy smiled and showed his big white teeth. As predicted, at the moment when Mr. 2 rushed over, Nami smiled disdainfully, and then she quickly appeared behind Mr. 2 and slapped Mr. 2 on the back of the head. Boom. Mr. 2 was directly slapped on the ground with a slap, and even the ground trembled, showing a spider web-like crack. This is not easy, the Trunks have some sympathy for Mr. 2. And Mr. 2 fainted directly under this blow. Mr. 2's combat effectiveness is not weak, but it is far worse than the current Nami. The remaining Mr. 3 saw that Mr. 2 was defeated in an instant, and immediately became a little scared. His strength is not as good as Mr. 2, how can he be the opponent of this woman in front of him? Immediately he wanted to run away. However, when Nami raised her hand, a Qigong bomb was fired. Boom. The entire tavern was blasted with a BEBD, big hole in an instant, and Mr. 3 was knocked unconscious. It's terrible. 39. Usopp shivered a little when he saw that Nami defeated the two in an instant. Miss Nami is so handsome. Sanji showed a look of admiration. And Ace was stunned when he saw this scene. Devil Fruit ability. 35. Seeing the scene where Nami emits a ball of light and then explodes, Ace resolutely believes that Nami is a fruit power user. No, Nami is not a capable person. Luffy shook his head and explained. And his words made Ace even more puzzled. How about teacher, I did a good job. After easily defeating the two Baroque Studio fruit power users, Nami hurriedly came to Trunks to ask for credit. Trunks laughed a little. Hee, it's not bad, but if you can defeat Crocodile, I'll give you Spirit Tree fruit particles. 99. Nami's eyes lit up when she heard it. Her strength has improved so fast mainly because of the fruit particles of the Spirit Tree. Okay, teacher, it's what you said, we'll agree. Oh, of course, Trunks chuckled. At this time, Wei Wei looked at Nami and said, what should I do with these two guys? They don't seem to be pirates, right? 55. These two are not good people, I think they will be thrown into the sea. 99. Nami didn't have a good impression of these two people, although the other party was not a vicious pirate, but they did a lot of bad things. The Baroque Studio is actually Crocodile's wealth-gathering group, doing whatever business it is, and the most important business is gambling. This can poison an unknown number of families. Zoro, Sanji and the others also had no opinion. Then it is decided. 35. Nami clapped her palms, then looked at Trunks. The teacher is going to trouble you again. Trunks was a little speechless, he also wanted to do this kind of thing. But he had no choice but to use his telekinesis to throw the two into the sea. The two who possessed the power of Devil Fruit were landlubbers in the sea, and they soon sank into the sea. What should I do with this person? It seems to be from the Baroque studio, right? The person Wei Wei was talking about was Mr. Three's partner Miss Golden Week. This is a little girl with a red sun hat and looks like a small human race. This, Nami couldn't help frowning when she looked at the little girl. There are not many descriptions of this little girl in the comics, and she does not know whether the little girl in front of her is good or bad. Of course, it's not all bad guys in Baroque Studios. Chapter 218 Trunks watching a play, Nami beats Ace. The Miss Golden Week in front of her is called Marianu. She is not a power person, but she has the ability to control the emotions of others through the paint of the palette. Working for a Baroque studio is nothing but survival. Nami, let her drive this little human. Teacher, you won't soften your heart just because the other party is a girl. Nami looked suspicious. Snapped. Trunks knocked on Nami's little head, and he couldn't help laughing and crying. What are you thinking? Are you, teacher, am I like that? She's just working for the Baroque studio, and she's not capable. Nami gave a painful cry, holding her head and squatting in defense. So this is all. Wei Wei nodded. Then go away. Seeing that pretending to be pitiful was useless to Trunks, Nami stood up and waved to Miss Golden Week, motioning her to leave. Miss Golden Week saw this and ran away. Then we need to go to the headquarters of the Baroque studio, as long as we deal with Crocodile. Really? Luffy, as the captain, did nothing. As Nami said that, she couldn't help but started to count down Luffy. Haha, Luffy looks like your members are very interesting. Ace burst out laughing at this. Humph, and you, are you chasing the whereabouts of Blackbeard? Seeing Ace laughing, Nami immediately pointed the finger at him. How do you know? Ace was a little puzzled. Originally, he had been chasing the trail of the Blackbeard pirates to come here. No one should know this news. Humph, don't ask how you know. In short, your target is Blackbeard. That's right, Blackbeard betrayed Dad, so I'm going to take him back. 5. Ace nodded in acknowledgement. Nami sneered without hesitation. So you can be Blackbeard's opponent based on your strength. It's too arrogant. Do you know how serious the consequences will be if you were caught by Blackbeard? You will hurt many people died. Ace was a little silent when he heard her words, but he didn't feel that he was not Blackbeard's opponent. I'll beat Blackbeard. I believe in Ace. Luffy on the side smiled and showed his big white teeth. Really, it's just hopeless. Nami shook her head in disappointment. Originally, she wanted to avoid Ace being caught, and then participate in the top war. After all, too many people died for Ace in the war, and it completely disturbed the whole sea. But I didn't expect Ace to be so stubborn. Zoro, Sanji and the others on the side were a little puzzled when they saw this. They didn't understand why Nami tried so hard to stop each other. They seemed to be meeting for the first time, right? In short, you are not allowed to pursue Blackbeard. Otherwise, if you are caught by Blackbeard, Luffy will definitely not ignore it. It will be too much trouble for us to rescue you at that time. Nami glared at Ace with her hands on her hips, and wanted to fight if she disagreed. However, this would excite Ace even more. Think of him as the dignified captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division, how could he not be the opponent of his own team members? To say that he is not his opponent is an insult to him. Humph, you don't have to worry about my affairs. Ace snorted and planned to leave. He was not going to continue to entangle with this woman. Now that he has seen his younger brother Luffy, he can continue to pursue Blackbeard. Hateful. Seeing this, Nami was in a hurry and punched Ace. Ace didn't dodge when he saw this. He wanted to teach this crazy woman a lesson. However, in the next moment, something that made him stunned happened. Boom. I saw that Nami's punch hit Ace directly in the face, and the visible face of Ace was slapped crookedly. Immediately after, it smashed the wall and flew outside the tavern. Luffy and Zoro twitched at the corners of their mouths. They were very familiar with this scene, and Nami usually beat people up when they disagreed. Trunks couldn't help but laugh at this. Then everyone walked out of the tavern. For flowers. And Ace also got up from the ground at this time. You guy, if you do this again, I'll be welcome. Ace dropped his backpack and looked at Nami coldly. Although the other party is a member of Luffy's pirates, since the other party is so ignorant, he has to teach the other party a lesson. Hee, come on and let me see your strength. If you can't beat me, you should get rid of the idea of chasing Blackbeard as soon as possible, so as not to lose face and be defeated by your own team members. Nami sneered with her arms crossed. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched slightly, and Nami looked a little like her own style. Ace couldn't take it any longer when she heard her taunt. 0. Damn, shut up. 35. With a loud shout, Ace rushed towards Nami. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Sanji pulled Luffy and said, Hey. Luffy, won't you stop them? Ah, don't worry. Luffy smiled and showed his big white teeth, showing no signs of worry. Smart, he already knew from Nami's words why she was looking for something. It seems that Ace is destined to be defeated by Blackbeard. But he didn't stop Ace's thoughts. After all, this is Ace's decision, and even he can't stop it. Boom. Come fast, go fast. Ace, who had just rushed over, was directly punched in the face by Nami. I saw him scream and fly upside down. What is Ace's current strength? At most, it is at the level of a lieutenant general, which is far from being a general. And Nami has the strength of a general, and she has no other weaknesses. The elementalization of the natural devil fruit has no effect in front of her at all, because Nami only needs to use chi to wrap her fist, and she can achieve the same effect as armed and domineering. At this time, Ace was a little confused. He didn't know why the other party hit him. It was obvious that the other party didn't use the armed color domineering. If you use the armed color domineering, the arm will appear pitch black, and the features are very obvious, you can see it at a glance. Chapter 219 Lessons from Ace, the Angry Warring States. Ace's strength is said to be strong and strong. He once fought Jinping, one of the Murlocs, one of the 7 Wuhei, for 5 days and 5 nights. But he will not use the domineering of the armed color and the domineering of the knowledgeable color. In fact, he has all 3 colors of domineering, but he doesn't know how to use them. This kind of drawback is too big in the new world. In the world of One Piece, maybe you can live without devil fruits. But it must not be domineering, otherwise, no matter how powerful the devil fruit is, it cannot become a real powerhouse. Fire Punch. When Ace got up from the ground, a fire fist hit him directly from a distance. Be careful. Seeing the scorching fireball, Wei Wei couldn't help exclaiming. However, in the face of this fireball, Nami just punched the air. Boom. I saw her. 360's, punch with a sonic boom, and the air in front of the fist was squeezed, instantly forming a shock wave. Ace's fire fist was directly scattered by the shock wave. Humph. Too weak. You are not my opponent at all. Nami clapped her hands with a mocking look on her face, causing Ace to burn with anger. Fire Punch. Ace used the fire fist again, and then he rushed over. Humph. Useless. Nami snorted, and saw a spiral bullet condensed in her hand. After a long period of practice, Nami finally mastered this trick. I saw that the spiral bullet was instantly thrown by her, and Ace's fire fist was torn apart by the spiral bullet. Then it exploded under Ace's feet. Boom. There was an explosion, and the whole town shook. There are many people in the town who are paying attention to the battle here. Even the navy that was thrown into the sea rushed over again, but this time Smog didn't dare to act rashly. The strength of that person is too strong, and they have no resistance at all. If you continue to rush out, you are simply courting death. So Smoker called the Admiral's office. Hey, this is Marshal Sengoku. On the other end of the phone came the voice of Admiral Sengoku. Smoker said quickly, I'm Colonel Smoker, and I'm going to report the pirate news now. Sengoku was very relaxed at first when he answered the phone, but after hearing a person's name, he immediately became restless. What did you say? The Trunks are also in the Straw Hat Pirates. Why didn't you report this last time? The voice of the Warring States was very loud, making Smog a little overwhelmed. Marshal of the Warring States period, because I didn't know the name of that person last time. It turned out that the last time in Rogue Town, Smoker just had a face-to-face with Trunks. He didn't know the name and other information of Trunks, so an unknown person was reported. How could he have imagined that the Warring States Marshal's reaction was so great? Forget it, this matter is beyond your ability to deal with it, retreat temporarily. 95. After saying this, Sengoku hung up the phone. Even he doesn't know how strong Trunks is, and the other party has the ability to come and go without a trace, so his strength is probably very strong. After all, he was knocked out by Akainu with one punch last time. If the other party wants to mess up, I am afraid it is no less than a threat to the navy by the 4 emperors. No, it was even more dangerous than the 4 emperors. However, such a dangerous person joined the pirate group, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Cap, UBD, come to my office. 35. Warring States shouted loudly, and the entire Marin Vatican was clearly visible. Many navies were not surprised when they heard it. After all, everyone knew the relationship between the Warring States Marshal and the naval hero Garp. Hey, why are you looking for me in the Warring States period? Soon Garp came to call the Marshal's office, and he still looked like he didn't care. He even kept a bag of donuts in his hand and kept tracking it. This made the Warring States even more angry. I'm too embarrassed to say why I'm looking for you. Look at what your grandson has done. Luffy, what did he do again? Garp sat down leisurely with the appearance of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Trunks, he joined the Straw Hat Pirates. The Warring States finally made the news. Hearing this, Garp's movement of eating donuts froze, and then returned to normal. Join, just join, what's the big deal, just send someone to catch it. 39. Garp looked indifferent. This can make the Warring States angry enough. To catch, what to catch? Akainu, the most powerful of the 3 generals, was all taken with one punch. Who else could catch such a pirate? Even Sengoku thought that he and Garp shot together, they may not be able to catch each other. After all, the opponent can run even if they can't fight. The ability to come and go without a trace really made him very jealous. Warring States, don't worry so much, what did the other party do? When Garp saw that Sengoku was about to explode with anger, he was not good at angering him. What else do you ask? He was the one who fought the navy in the kingdom of Alabasta. Sengoku slapped the table angrily. So are those navies dead? But no. 99. Warring States frowned. That's the end of it. So there's absolutely no need to pay attention to them. After speaking, Garp yawned and got up and left the Marshal's office. After the Warring States heard his words, the frown deepened. After a long time, he breathed a sigh of relief. I can't think of a way to deal with Trunks for the time being, so as Garp said, I can only ignore this matter for the time being. At the same time, the battle between Na 1.3 Mei and Ace is also over. Not surprisingly, Ace was directly beaten by Nami. Although he still has a lot of big moves that he hasn't used yet, he also knows very well that he is not Nami's opponent. This made Ace very angry. Angry at his weakness, he couldn't even beat a woman who had just entered the sea. Humph, how did you take it? Nami smiled proudly as she looked at Ace, who was lying on the ground with no resistance, with her hands on her hips. Humph. However, Ace just replied with a cold snort. Wow, Miss Nami is really too strong. Wei Wei looked at Nami with admiration, she never knew that Nami was so powerful. Chapter 220 Sexy Nami Online Blast Hammer Crocodile. Nami was very angry when she saw that Ace was as stinky and hard as a stone in a ditch, but after thinking about it, she felt a little boring. The other party is not her, so why bother? Forget it, I'm too lazy to take care of this. 35. Nami shook her head and looked at Vivi. Now, let's go to the Baroque studio to defeat Crocodile. Luffy, do you want to come? 35. Of course. Luffy smiled and showed his big white teeth. Then the group returned to the tavern, leaving Ace alone in the pothole. This is a very long distance from the Baroque studio base camp. If you walk there, you have to go through the desert, which takes a long time. So the teacher will ask you. Having said that, Nami looked at Trunks. She really doesn't want to go through all kinds of things in the desert to reach the base camp of Baroque Studios like in the comics. Besides, the sun is too bright in the desert, so she has to protect her skin. I didn't see Robin getting so tan because of this. Okay then. 14. Trunks nodded. In fact, he didn't want to stay in this desert. It would be better to finish Crocodile quickly. That's great, everyone come around. 35. Nami excitedly called everyone. Immediately after, Wei Wei and Luffy formed a circle under Nami's arrangement, and then Trunks launched instant transmission. The next moment, everyone came to a bustling city. Unlike the drought in other cities, the water here is very plentiful, and there is even this private pool and river. In front of them is the headquarters of the Baroque Studio, a large casino. At the same time, just after the death of Mr. 3 and Mr. 2, the news reached Crocodile in an instant. It's the Straw Hat Pirates again. Damn it, how did the other party know about Mr. 3 and Mr. 2? In a conference room, Crocodile was losing his temper. The people in the Baroque studio below were all shivering, for fear that a Crocidar who didn't pay attention to the heat would be unhappy and be fed a crocodile. Ms. On Sunday, why did the Baroque studios get the news of the Straw Hat Pirates? Crocodile did not look back. However, his words surprised Robin. Ms. Sunday was the code name of her Baroque studio. It can be seen from these words that Crocodile has obviously begun to doubt her. It is believed that she betrayed the information about the Baroque studio. But she didn't reveal any information at all. I'm not very clear about this issue. I think everyone here is suspicious. Robin's expression did not change in the slightest. She knew that she still had a role, so Crocodile would not treat her like that. Crocodile was not surprised to hear this. However, the other members present were already trembling with fear. The woman in front of her was actually trying to pull them all into the water, which was really vicious. Yet at this moment, boom, a bang came from outside, making Crocodile's complexion cold. At this time, a subordinate reported, "Boss, someone is making trouble outside, saying they are looking for you." "Looking for me? Who is it?" "I don't know, but one of them is wearing a straw hat, and he is also a devil fruit person." "Straw Hat Pirates, I didn't expect it to be delivered to your door." Crocodile sneered. He was worried that he didn't know the other party's trace just now. "But I didn't expect the other party to call the door so quickly. But the time is not right, he just got the news that the Straw Hat Pirates have just entered the kingdom of Alabasta." However, Crocodile didn't think too much about it, and he was going to find trouble with the Straw Hat Adventure group with him. On the other side, the Trunks group came to the casino. Nami immediately started to destroy it. After driving all the gamblers away, a few Chigungs bounced off, and the entire casino was almost destroyed. "Nami, can we really get Crocodile out of this destruction?" Wei Wei was a little puzzled. Why didn't she go in to look for Crocodile, instead she was doing damage here? "Humph, don't worry, Vivi, Crocodile will definitely come out." 99. Nami will no longer fall into a trap like in the comics. She believed that Crocodile would come out. Trunks nodded with satisfaction upon seeing what she was doing. It seemed that Nami was not carried away by the advantage of knowing the plot. Because if you really rush in like this, you are likely to be caught in a trap. Although ordinary traps can't trap her, it is. As predicted, but after waiting for a moment, Crocodile appeared in front of everyone. At the same time there were the cadres of the Baroque studio. It finally appeared, that Crocodile is my opponent, you can choose anyone else as your opponent. Nami didn't bother to talk nonsense so much, and charged directly towards Crocodile. When Crocodile saw a woman rushing towards him, he was very disdainful and had no intention of dodging. Obviously very confident in his elementalization. However, the last person with such confidence has been beaten 360 times. Boom. Without the slightest accident, Crocodile was directly knocked out by Nami. After smashing several walls, it fell into a pool. This really cost Lao Sha's life. For Crocodile, water itself is the nemesis of his rustling fruit, not to mention that he found that the other party has a method that can attack him. In an instant, Crocodile panicked. However, Nami did not give him a chance at all. In the pool, Crocodile's strength could not be brought into play at all. Just like that, she was knocked unconscious by Nami. At the same time, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and others also met other people in the Baroque studio. Mr. 4 has the sausage gun Lasso who eats sausage fruit, Mr. 5 has the ability to explode fruit, Mr. 1 has the ability to cut fruit and so on. The battle began in an instant. You must know that there are more than 200 inches hundreds of millions of elders, and more than 1,800 inches millions of elders, in the Baroque Studio base camp. Even the Trunks sweated for Luffy and the others. Of course, there were also people who came to trouble him, but he took care of them easily. Wei Wei stayed by his side all the time, watching Luffy and the others warily. Chapter 221 The Arrival of Gods of Destruction Beerus. The battle between Luffy and Zoro is very fierce. After all, there are too many opponents. Moreover, there are many devil fruit abilities, and some of them are a little miserable for a while. However, after Nami dealt with Crocodile, the situation suddenly turned around. Seeing that the bosses were easily defeated, how could the people in the Baroque Studio continue to work hard? The people at the Baroque Studio had just learned that Crocodile was their boss. It can be said that the people in the Baroque Studio did not have much loyalty to Crocodile at all. All the people in the Baroque Studio fled in an instant. And Luffy and Zoro still chased out. For them the battle is not over yet. It was at this moment that Robin decided to sneak away, but was stopped by Nami. Actually, I have nothing to do with the Baroque Studio. Robin pretended to be very innocent. If she hadn't known the truth, Nami would have almost been deceived. Trunks, not far away, couldn't help but complain. Her acting skills were even better than Nami, who was still a thief cat. Nami looked at her with her arms crossed and said maliciously, HMPH. I know you very well, Nico Robin, so you don't have to lie to me, I won't be fooled. 99. Seeing that Nami has said this name, Robin no longer hides it. That's it, so are you ready to catch me for the reward? Robin was not surprised at all, because all the pirates or navy who recognized her wanted to catch her to receive the reward. Being able to roam the sea for so many years without being caught, she also has some strength. Before Nami could speak, she saw several arms growing out of her body, hugging her hands and neck. If you want her to live, it's best to get out of the way. After catching Nami, Robin threatens Trunks, Luffy and others. According to her observation just now, Luffy and Zoro are indeed very strong, but what she cares most about is the Trunks who haven't moved. His strength is so invisible to Robin that anyone who approaches will be thrown out. Even the cadres of the Baroque Studio were. This made her very afraid. However, hearing her words, Trunks couldn't help laughing. Haha, what are you laughing at? Robin frowned at Trunks. Don't you care about your companion's life? However, these words made Trunks even more ironic. With Robin's current strength, it was almost a dream to defeat Nami. Not to mention him, even Luffy and Zoro are not worried at all. Hey, Nami, stop playing, Trunks said helplessly when Nami didn't struggle. Play. Hearing these words, Robin instantly turned to Nami who was caught by him. But seeing Nami with a little force, grabbed her arm and was instantly propped up and disappeared. How come? Robin couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that the person caught by her flower fruit would be able to break free in an instant. Hee, I'm playing with you, Robin, I don't want to fight you, my purpose is to invite you to join us. Nami smiled and said the purpose without any nonsense. Join you. 39. Robin was stunned for a moment, completely unexpected that the other party would say such a thing. Yes, Robin has nowhere to go now, and we can help you if you want to unravel the historical text. Nami began to persuade Robin to join the pirates, not because of Trunks, but because Nami also liked Robin, an intellectual big sister, after reading the manga. Just when Nami persuaded Robin, Crocodile, who fainted not far away, woke up at an unknown time. He opened his eyes and looked at Nami and Robin, who were chatting happily, and instantly became angry. In his opinion, it was because of Robin's betrayal that he would end up like this. Trunks saw this scene, but did not remind. It was at this moment that Crocodile suddenly burst into flames. Desert Sword. With a loud shout, Crocodile's shot was a unique move, intending to kill Robin, who betrayed him, directly. Be careful. A few people flying by the side of the road saw this accident and loudly reminded them. However, it was too late. Nami, who was trying to persuade Robin, did not expect that Crocodile would suddenly wake up. It was impossible to defend for a while. If this move hits Robin, I'm afraid it will cut her into two pieces. Trunks thought Nami could react at first, but now she seems to be a little worse. Unfortunately, he had to do it himself. In an instant, Trunks appeared in front of the two of them and waved his hand lightly. Seeing that Crocodile's sand blade was instantly scattered, leaving only a deep ravine on the ground. Quote exclamation mark quote. Trunks turned to look at the two with a smile. It's okay, I knew the teacher wouldn't hurt me. Nami smiled and showed her white teeth. Trunks shrugged helplessly. If you haven't dealt with Crocodile, you can't be careless this time. Well, teacher, don't worry. Nami nodded and rushed out again. Of the good king. Before Crocodile resisted a few times, he was directly beaten to death by Nami. And Robin was silent when Crocodile was going to kill her just now. Over the years, she has done such things a lot. Robin thought in the wrong direction, and finally nodded. Over the years, she has experienced the days of betrayal and betrayal by others. Such things are very common. Okay, I'll join you. After Nami got rid of Crocodile, she returned to Robin and smiled. But it made her feel lonely. Robin, how are you thinking about it? Join our pirate group. 39. Since he couldn't run away, Robin simply agreed. Anyway, if something went wrong, he would just run away. Chapter 222 The battle with Beerus begins. After finishing the matter of Crocodile and Robin, we only need to deal with Kosha, the leader of the rebel army in Alabasta. This matter is very simple, as long as Vivi sees Kosha and explains it clearly. Once again, Trunks can be regarded as helping people to the end, using instant transmission to take the group to the territory of the Kosha rebels. After Wei Wei explained it clearly, Kosha also realized the problem and disbanded the rebel army. Afterwards, Vivi entertained Trunks and Nami in the Alabasta Palace, and then everyone returned to the boat and set off again. On the endless sea, Trunks was lying on the beach chair on the deck, drinking juice with sunglasses, and Nami in a swimsuit beside him peeled the fruit and fed it. On the other side, Robin was in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. How can this calm him down? It seems that the idea of comprehending Ultra Instinct this time is in vain. While he was enjoying the sea vacation, Rem sent a private chat. Rem, my eldest brother, 2 strange people have come to the house, saying they want to see you, or else they will destroy the Earth. Super Saiyan. Destroy the Earth. Who is so bold as 360? Trunks just finished saying this, and suddenly thought of Beerus and Whis. Nowadays, the only person who dares to speak such nonsense is Beerus. Thinking of this, he suddenly became excited. It's finally time to fight gods of destruction Beerus. He waited a long time. Super Saiyan. Rem, don't worry, I'll be right back. 99. After saying this, Trunks left the chat group, and then approached Nami and explained to her that he was going back. Although Nami was a little reluctant, she agreed. Soon, Trunks are back on the Dragon Ball world side. As soon as he came back, Trunks felt a special divine aura. If it is not God, it is impossible to feel the breath of God. Only the same God can feel the breath of other gods. Swish. Trunks instantly appeared in a courtyard. I saw that Whis and Beerus were having a good time, and they didn't look like they were outsiders BEBD. Trunks, who the hell is this new guy, it's too rude. Seeing the Trunks appear, Bulma came over and complained. Obviously, Beerus was very arrogant when he first came. If it wasn't for knowing that Whis was the Trunks teacher, she would have let Buu kick the rude guy out. Today's Buu can be regarded as Bulma's little follower, and Bulma also likes this simple and honest guy like a child very much. Hee, Mom, don't worry, see how I will teach him a lesson, I will give you a breath. Trunks patted his chest and assured. Bulma nodded with a smile. Well, but Trunks should also be careful not to make the relationship too stiff. After all, that person is also someone your teacher knows. Don't worry, I know. After speaking, Trunks walked towards Beerus. Whoa, Trunks, you're back. Seeing him approaching, Whis greeted him with a smile. Oh, you're Super Saiyan God. Well, it's definitely the breath of God. Beerus also noticed him, and felt the breath of God. Hee, so Beerus, you came here specifically to find me. Trunks came to sit beside them. After hearing the words of Super Saiyan God, he understood the purpose of Beerus. What he didn't expect was that Beerus would wake up at this time. Originally, according to his estimate, it would take at least 2 years for Beerus to wake up. But for Beerus it doesn't seem like a few years of less sleep really make a difference. Yes, in my dream, there is a guy who claims to be Super Saiyan God who can fight with me, that person should be you. As Beerus spoke, his mouth kept stuffing food. That's right, how, Beerus, are you going to fight me? Trunks looked at Beerus defiantly. I forgot to tell you, Lord Beerus, Trunks are already candidates for gods of destruction. In theory, you can't fight. 99. Just when Beerus wanted to agree, Whis interjected. When Beerus heard his words, he immediately shouted, Hey, Whis, I'm not dead yet. Why did you find a candidate for gods of destruction? Beerus was very dissatisfied. Ah, Mr. Beerus, this is also a precaution, and our 7th universe candidate gods of destruction position has been vacant. Since there are suitable candidates, why not let Trunks become the candidate gods of destruction? Whis is still smiling at this. This leaves Beerus with nothing to do with him. So, you are so powerful. Beerus looked at Trunks with contempt. Although the other party does have the aura of God, it is still too weak for him. Trunks chuckled and said, Hee, you won't know until you've beaten your strength. 5. Ah, it seems that this battle is inevitable. Whis was a little helpless seeing this. Seeing this, Trunks also jang Lucion Guken. Beerus came here with the intention of having a fight with Super Saiyan God. Humph, don't worry about it. Lord Beerus's idea is not to destroy this planet, otherwise there will be no such food. Whis, who was still eating food below, reminded him. But even though he said that, he also paid attention to it. After all, a planet with so many delicious food, he didn't want to destroy it like this. So he didn't talk nonsense at all. After eating the last food, he flew directly into the sky. Come on then. Beerus snorted disdainfully. Chapter 223 The Mission of 100 Million Points, The Power of Beerus. The two flew into the sky and stopped when they knew they were out of the atmosphere. After all, if you fight on the Earth, maybe the aftermath will make the Earth King crack open. Lala and Thor were watching the battle through the live broadcast that Trunks just opened. Sha Shizi, group owner, Trunks started live streaming so suddenly, who are you fighting with? Blood Red Pepper. I'm doing a mission, but I didn't expect Brother Trunks to start a live broadcast. Xiaohui. Will it not affect watching the live broadcast while doing the task? Blood Red Pepper. It doesn't matter, the enemy ninja has been dealt with by me, and the task of cleaning the battlefield is left to others. 99. At this time, Kushina was in a dense forest. Just after a battle, this place has been almost destroyed by her strange force fist. And several guys from the enemy who were suspected of being Jonin were also killed by her. As for why she would go out on a mission, it was also because the battle with Sand Ninja Village had reached the white-hot stage. The ninja resources of both sides have been almost consumed, so Konoha has sent even the children who had just graduated from the ninja school to the battlefield. King Debbie Luke. This opponent of Trunks looks unusual, and he will come to fight in universe. Saitama. If you fight in the universe, won't you suffocate? Xiaofeng. Of course not, because Trunks has already become Super Saiyan God, so if you use it for God's chi, you don't need to breathe at all. 5. The benefits of being a true God are very numerous, and the common sense of being an ordinary human can no longer be applied to him. Things like surviving in the universe are not a problem at all. Just like no one would be surprised that Beerus survived in the universe. Little Thief Cat. Sure enough, I still feel that the teacher is amazing. Blood Red Pepper. You little thief cat, the teacher was with you some time ago. 35. Little Thief Cat. Humph. So what, the teacher just likes me, and doesn't like you little brat. Blood Red Chili Pepper. It's really abhorrent to say that I'm a brat. Shashizi Group Owner, you two, stop arguing, show me the live broadcast. Seeing that the two were arguing again, Shazichi Shiyu resolutely silenced both of them. The two people who were banned were unable to speak, so they had no choice but to watch the live broadcast seriously. At the same time, feeling the inexplicable energy fluctuations, Son Goku, Vegeta and others all rushed towards this side. As they have successfully transformed into Super Saiyan God, they can also feel the breath of God. Trunks. What the hell is going on here? Vegeta also flew into the air, next to Son Goku and Son Gohan. I don't know, but the other party should be a very powerful god. 99. Son Goku looked at Beerus, very curious. It seems that this time the opponent is very unusual. Vegeta looked at Beerus and felt that he had seen it somewhere, and he kept thinking about it in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled a picture. It was when he was only a few years old when a man named Gods of Destruction Beerus came to planet Vegeta. Even his father, King Vegeta, could only crawl under that figure. Look at the person in front of you again, isn't it the same person back then? In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's forehead, because the fear that Beerus brought him back then was too strong. But he soon calmed down. Because Trunks' face was always very calm, perhaps Beerus was not as strong as he thought. In the universe at this time. Humph, come on, let me see how powerful the so-called Super Saiyan God really is. Beerus put his hands behind his back and looked at Trunks contemptuously. Hee, then you can see clearly. Just as Trunks finished speaking, he didn't expect a mission prompt from the chat group. Ding, group reminder. Trigger the group quest, Gods of Destruction Beerus is coming. Task requirements. Defeat Gods of Destruction Beerus and protect the Earth from destruction. Mission limit. Unlimited number of people. Task reward. 100 million points and 20 group lottery draws. After seeing this group task, the chat group suddenly exploded. The sorcerer King Ains Gong. How dare it be a task of 100 million points. King Debbie Luke. That means the opponent's strength is very strong. Saitama. Ah, it seems that it is indeed. For flowers. Thor. It seems that we can't participate in this mission. Black Rabbit. After all, the opponent is too strong. Shashizi Group Leader. This task can only be completed by Trunks, no one else can help. Blood Chili Pepper. I believe Trunks will be able to defeat the Gods of Destruction. Little Thief Cat. Yes, the teacher is the strongest. Ignoring the chat group, Trunks quickly glanced at the group task, and then took it. The task of defeating Beerus, except for him, does not have this ability in the chat group. So this task can only be done by him. Not caring much about the chat group, Trunks focused all his attention on Beerus. Point 0. In an instant, he was already in front of Beerus, and then he punched out, extremely fast. What? Raising his hand to block the punch with ease, Beerus was a little surprised at his speed. Of course, he was just surprised. This level is still too weak for him. Trunks didn't hesitate because his fist was caught. Without the slightest pause, he directly launched a stormy attack. In the chat group, Blood Red Chili Pepper. That Catman is still a bit powerful, he was able to hold on to Brother Trunks for so long. The dignified Gods of Destruction Beerus was actually called a Catman by Kushina. If Trunks knew about it, he would definitely be dumbfounded. Shashizi Group Owner. After all, it's a task of 100 million points. Xiaohui. It looks like a hairless cat. Worst elf. I like cats very much, but this cat is not very cute. 35. King Debbie Luke. That Catman is really powerful, and in the normal state of Trunks, it seems that it is difficult for the opponent to shoot. 99. Saitama. I also want to say that the other party seems to be dodging all the time and has not shot. Xiaofeng. The other party really didn't fight back, it seems to be very strong, but Trunks hasn't transformed yet. 35. Little Thief Cat. That's right, the teacher hasn't transformed yet, otherwise, he will definitely be able to defeat that cat easily. 99. Chapter 224 Super 4 Trunks vs Beerus. When the chat group chat is hot, Vegeta and Son Goku also looked solemn, and they could all see that Beerus's strength was indeed terrifying. I don't know if Trunks can win. Drink. The battle continued, and the Trunks roared and turned into the sharpest weapons to attack continuously. Beerus dodged left and right, and if he couldn't dodge, he raised his hand to block. It seems that the Trunks have the upper hand and continue to attack, but in fact there is no way to take Beerus. Seeing that it was impossible to pose a threat to Beerus under normal use, the Trunks stopped attacking. What? Did you admit defeat? Beerus didn't take the initiative after seeing him stop. HMPH, I just finished my warm-up. Tran, 360, snorted lightly. Really? Then show me your stronger power. Beerus looked disdainful, obviously disbelieving. Then, you're good to go. Drink. Trunks let out a roar, and the powerful air instantly spread throughout the universe. As if the universe star was about to be born, all the light spots gathered on him in an instant. Super 4 Trunks officially appeared in front of everyone. So far, after he became Super Saiyan God, this form has only been seen by Xiaofeng, GT World, and Whis. This powerful force shocked everyone. Let's keep fighting. Transformed into a Super 4 Trunks bursting with confidence. He's confident, and even Beerus won't be able to beat him that easily with a half-sling Ultra Instinct. If the Beerus strength after using Ultra Instinct is 10, then the Ultra 4 Trunks is already 9.9. Although there is still a big gap between the two, it is not so easy for Beerus to defeat him. Is this all your strength? As expected of the opponent in my dream. Beerus was a little surprised when he felt his anger, but more than a little excited. As gods of destruction, of course, he also likes fighting very much, but there is no existence in this universe with the same fighting power as him. You say Whis. Whis is his teacher, and with a combat strength of 15 or more, he can easily defeat his existence. Fighting Whis is nothing but abuse. Now that there is finally a close opponent, Beerus is of course very happy. The real battle begins now. 99. Trunks' eyes were full of war. Swish. In an instant, the two disappeared in place, and in this universe, their battle has just begun. In the chat group, Blood Red Pepper. Great, Brother Trunks has finally transformed into the most powerful form. Thor. Definitely win this one. Saitama. I don't think so. Since Trunks turned into a Super 4 from the beginning, it proves that the opponent's strength must be very strong. 39. Hakoba Noble. The group owner should know something about this Beerus, right? Seeing the question of Black Rabbit, Kasumi Hill Shiyu was stunned for a while, and she really didn't know the role of Beerus. Because the world on her side only has Dragon Ball's comics, and Dragon Ball GT and Dragon Ball Super have not come out. Sha Shizi, group owner, I don't know Beerus. After her explanation, the group members also understood. Hakoba Noble. Generally speaking, the characters that appear later in the comics are more powerful. This so-called Beerus should be the strongest guy in the universe in my opinion. 35. King Debbie Luke. Yes, since the other party has the title of Gods of Destruction, he is obviously the strongest person in that universe. Night Attack Ace Killer. And what about the one called Whis? Trunks calls him teacher. The question of Kai Tong has stopped for everyone. After all, the one who can make Trunks call a teacher must be much better than him. As for the Gods of Destruction Beerus in front of him, it was obviously not enough for Trunks to be called a teacher. On the other side, Son Goku and Vegeta, who were watching the battle, were already a little numb at this time. Because both of them are too strong, and they are not on the same level at all. Vegeta looked at the Trunks in battle and said with relief, I haven't seen Trunks to practice for a while. I thought he was a little neglected, but I didn't expect his strength to keep getting stronger all the time. 5. Kakarot. Now you know the difference between the high-level bloodline and the low-level bloodline. With that said, Vegeta didn't forget to show off like Son Goku. Yeah, Trunks are really strong. Son Goku didn't mean to argue with him at all, but rather generously acknowledged the strength of Trunks. This makes Vegeta a little depressed. Vegeta felt a little bored, snorted and ignored him. And Son Gohan on the side is the most embarrassing. He was the first to transform into a Super 2 when he was 10 years old and became the strongest Saiyan. But after so many years, the strength did not advance but retreated, and fell into an embarrassing situation. Especially when he heard Vegeta and Dad's words, Son Gohan felt a little embarrassed. But no one paid him any attention. Vegeta completely despised Son Gohan. The battle in the universe continues. Bang bang bang. During the collision of countless fists and feet, the surrounding meteorites or asteroids were all shattered by the aftermath. The powerful force made the whole universe turbulent, which made Whis on the side a little helpless, for fear that the universe would be shattered accidentally. Drink. 1.3. In the roar of the two, Trunks took a punch from Beerus, and then a backhand punched Beerus in the stomach. I saw Beerus bowed from being beaten, his eyes popped, and his saliva was left behind. Immediately after, Trunks was also punched in the stomach by Beerus. The two of you come and go, and both seem to be injured. At this stage of the battle, Trunks has used his full strength, and Beerus has also used his full strength. Aside from neither side using the force of destruction, Beerus also didn't use the Ultra Instinct. Of course, it is also possible that he is not free to enter the Ultra Instinct state. Chapter 225 Universe almost destroyed, Whis shot. Fighting to this point, Trunks is also ready to come up with some tricks. Boom. After the two collided again, they both retreated. Immediately afterwards, Trunks folded his hands together, and a powerful energy gathered in his hands. 10 times Kamehameha. On the other side, Beerus was also unambiguous, condensing a purple energy ball with both hands and smashing it over. Boom. The huge energy of the two collided together, causing the entire universe to vibrate. The surrounding planets were destroyed. Even the Earth not far away was affected and began to shake. This shaking was as if a 12-magnitude earthquake had occurred. If it goes on like this, the Earth will definitely play. But fortunately, Whis took action to protect the earth, so that the earth would not be cracked. Immediately afterwards, Whis dodged and came to the two who were preparing to fight again, blocking their fists with both hands. Okay, your battle 14 can end here. If you continue to fight like this, I'm afraid the entire universe will be over. Hearing this, Trunks reacted suddenly, and then looked around. Sure enough, countless stars were destroyed by the two of them. He suddenly turned back and looked in the direction of the earth. I was relieved to see that the blue planet was still there. Thank you, Mr. Whis. Trunks also knew that Whis must have shot, otherwise, the earth must be so close to play. It was also his fault that he was so oblivious to himself in the battle that he even forgot about this matter. Ho ho, I don't want to be able to eat delicious food in the future. Whis has always been thinking about the food on the earth, and of course he will not let the earth just disappear. Trunks chuckled. Mr. Whis can come to earth anytime he wants to eat. 95. However, if the surrounding planets are destroyed, it will also affect the earth. If some planets close to the earth disappear, it will have a great impact on the magnetic field of the earth, and it is likely to affect the ecological balance and the like. This is very troublesome. That's fine. 35. Whis chuckled, then tapped his scepter a few times. In the next moment, the surroundings formed as if time had flown backwards, returning to the original appearance. Even the earth has disappeared because of the impact of earthquakes. Thank you, Mr. Whis. Trunks thanked. At the same time, I am also a little envious. This is the power of Angel, which can turn back the time of the range class. And it's so terrifying to go back in time on such a large scale. Beerus, we'll save our fight for the next time. Trunks stretched, and today's fight with Beerus finally gave him a good fight. That's the power of Super Saiyan God. I'm looking forward to the next fight with you. Beerus now also sees Trunks as his opponent, rather than his high-profile appearance at the beginning. This battle also made him very happy. Haha, me too. Then Mr. Beerus and Whis, please come to my house. Make sure you have enough food. Trunks invited with a smile. Hearing his words, both Whis and Beerus were moved. At the same time, in the chat group, after seeing the end of the battle, the group members were a little puzzled. Sha Shizi, group leader in this case, is the task of Trunks completed. Or not. 35. Blood Red Pepper. Brother Trunks should have won. King Debbie Luke. It should be a tie. Saitama. Trunks didn't beat Beerus, but the earth wasn't destroyed anyway. Little Thief Cat. Then the mission should be completed. 39. Noble Hakoba. Not sure, just ask Trunks later. Thor. Yes. After the battle, Trunks turned off the live broadcast. Back to Earth, he found that even Kling and Piccolo and others came to join in the fun. But anyway, since everyone hadn't seen each other for a long time, Trunks simply ordered to go down and prepare for a banquet. And here, Beerus came over after seeing Vegeta. Vegeta, you still know me. Master Beerus. Vegeta respectfully called an adult, which is respect for the strong. HMPH, it looks like you know me, Vegeta. Beerus smiled proudly. Lord Beerus, forgot to mention, Trunks is Vegeta's son. 35. Whis on the side reminded with a smile. Oh, Beerus was a little surprised. He didn't expect Vegeta to have a son like Trunks. Seeing Beerus's surprised look, Vegeta raised her head proudly. No one is more satisfied with Trunks than him. Not only surpassed himself, surpassed Son Goku to become the strongest Saiyan, and now even the unattainable gods of destruction Beerus 360 has surpassed. Yes, in Vegeta's eyes, Trunks has surpassed Beerus, because he knows that Trunks will still be Kaioken. As long as he uses his full strength, he believes that the Trunks will be able to defeat Beerus. If Trunks knew what Vegeta was thinking, he would definitely shake his head helplessly. Because with his current strength, even with Kaioken turned on, it is almost impossible to defeat Beerus. Beerus still has Ultra Instinct that hasn't been used yet. This move is not able to close the distance by doubling the combat power. Although Beerus only has a half-hearted Ultra Instinct, but it can make his dodge attribute full. No matter how strong the combat power of Trunks becomes, it is useless if they cannot be beaten. But after this battle, it was different. Because Trunks found out that his group mission was completed. Ding! Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan for completing the group task and getting 50 million points and 10 lucky draw chances. Perhaps because he was only tied with Beerus, the quest reward was only half of the original. Not bad though. Chapter 226 was asked when to get married, Trunks. In addition to the points obtained from completing the Crazy 3 mission, he already had a terrifying 69.8 million points. This point is enough for him to buy the perfect Ultra Instinct in the group mall. Thinking of this, he was very excited, and could not wait to go to retreat immediately. But for now, let's welcome everyone. Mr. Whis and Mr. Beerus, please feel free to enjoy the food. Make sure you have enough. With a big wave of his hand, Trunks directly let the home robots bring the delicious food. Food is served. Whis and Beerus were not polite and ate directly. Although it is just ordinary Earth food, it is also regarded as the most delicious food by Beerus. Hey, Trunks. At this time, Son Gohan and Krillin, who were not far away, were calling him from a table. Trunks walked over with a smile. What's wrong? Why didn't the girl named Xiaohui come over? Son Gohan asked quietly. Krillin and Master Roshi also pricked up their ears and listened. It seemed that they hadn't eaten Xiaohui's food for a long time, so they were a little greedy. Hee, you can't ask Xiaohui to come out now, because the two over there are also foodies. Are you sure you have robbed him? Trunks smiled and pointed to the table at Beerus and Whis. At this time, he didn't dare to let Xiaohui come over. Otherwise, around the competition for food, I am afraid that there will be another battle. When everyone heard this, they nodded their heads to show their understanding. By the way, Trunks hasn't told you yet, I've already. Son Gohan looked at Vital beside him embarrassedly. I'm already married to Vital. 5. Oh, look at my memory, I forgot about this matter. Trunks slapped his forehead, but he didn't expect to forget about it. It must be the reason for going to another world. Trunks looked apologetically at Son Gohan and Vital. Sorry, congrats to you guys, let's give this as a gift. After speaking, he took out 2 spiritual tree fruits and handed them over. Thanks. Son Gohan and Vital smiled and thanked them. What is this, Trunks? Son Gohan looked at the strange fruit in his hand. This is, Trunks was about to explain, but he didn't expect Whis at the other table behind him to see the fruit in his hand. Whis explained with a smile. This is a fruit that only gods can eat. If you eat it, you can slightly increase your strength. Oh, is that so? 5. Everyone was stunned. Hee, of course, I actually ate this fruit too. At this time, Bulma also came over and smiled. Really, no wonder I can feel a strong chi in you, Bulma. 35. Krillin suddenly realized with a slap on the forehead. But this doesn't seem like a slight increase in strength. Master Roshi also seemed to sense the chi in Bulma's body. Because Bulma doesn't practice, she doesn't hide her chi. In this case, anyone who can sense chi can detect the power in her body. Humph, so don't blame me for being beaten to death if you, a lustful old man, dare to be unruly again. Bulma threw a few fists at Master Roshi. How could Master Roshi dare to be unruly when he saw this, or his life would really be in danger? Hee, by the way, Uncle Keelan, have you asked Shenron to make a wish to increase his potential or something? Trunks was a little curious, wondering if Krillin had ever thought of asking Shenron to make a wish after nearly a year. Yes, my strength is getting stronger now. Speaking of this Keelan, I am very excited. Since making a wish in Shenron, his strength has grown wildly. Now there are tens of millions of combat power. This improvement is not a big deal. Really, congratulations. Trunks suddenly realized, no wonder that the last time he used Shenron for Momonga, he made a wish and Shenron flew away. It turned out that Krillin had made a wish before. Thank you, Trunks, if it wasn't for your reminder, I'd have given up on being a fighter. Krillin thanked him sincerely. 18th on the side also looked grateful. Haha, it's good to be able to help. Trunks smiled and waved. And me, thank you Trunks. Tien Shinhan from the other table also came over gratefully. He and Kelling made a wish together, and Shenron made their potential grow greatly. In addition to the foundation of previous cultivation, after Shenron increased their potential, their combat power increased rapidly. This improvement potential of Shenron is not like Supreme Kai, but it actually raises the upper limit of potential. In this way, they can continue on the road of martial arts. But it's a pity that Yamcha didn't make a wish like Shenron. It seems that he has no courage to become a fighter again. Haha, it doesn't matter, with you on the road of our fighters, you won't be alone. 99. If a person has no opponent goals, sooner or later there will be no motivation to become stronger. Maybe Trunks will come this far, but at least he has the Z fighters with him. Hey, Trunks. At this time, K. the Good King's Lin pulled his clothes and motioned him to bow his head. What's the matter, Uncle Krillin? Trunks leaned over curiously. Hey, Trunks, you have so many girls you like, when are you going to get married? After speaking, Krillin winked. The corners of Trunks' mouth twitched slightly. This question is really difficult to answer. It stands to reason that Lala is the fiancée who was engaged to him, but Shiyu of Kasumigaoka is his first woman. Cough, Uncle Krillin, I'm not yet 9 years old, so don't worry about it. Speaking of which, Trunks was also a little dazed, and he didn't expect nearly 2 years to pass before he knew it. However, their words seemed to be overheard by Lara and Kasumigaoka Shiyu at the other table. Trunks clearly felt several glances at him. Chapter 227 200 times Kaioken's Piccolo is a bit perverted. Cough, Trunks, when are you going to marry Lala? You have been engaged for almost 2 years. If you don't get married, I'm afraid you will have children. Cheetah stared at the Trunks with pressure. This is from the gaze of the old father looking at his son-in-law. Forehead. Trunks is a little embarrassed. That kid shouldn't be so fast. I'm a god now. It stands to reason that the chances of gods breeding offspring are very small, but what if they are hit? Maybe next time he should bring an umbrella. Cheetah was also a little speechless at his words, and looked at so many girls on the other side. He was also very envious, but unfortunately with Sai-Fei in charge at home, he didn't dare to mess around at all. Everyone laughed when they saw his embarrassed look. At this point Piccolo said, by the way, Trunks, I want to thank you too. Oh, Trunks looked at Piccolo curiously. As Kaioken breaking new ground. Piccolo laughed proudly. Haha, yes, now I can use Kaioken 200 times. Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised. You must know that when we met last time, Piccolo only used a 360 times Kaioken, and I didn't expect it to double so quickly. This strength has indeed increased a little faster. However, if you want to use Kaioken 200 times, the side effects are also great. Trunks laughed. Piccolo nodded. Yes, I only use the Kaioken 200 times for 10 seconds, otherwise my body will collapse directly. 99. Even so, it's amazing. Krillin was a little envious. Trunks chuckled and said, Uncle Kling, you can also learn Kaioken. Although it is impossible to use 200 times like Piccolo, it can also be used as a whole card at critical moments. 99. Yup. Kaylin slapped his forehead, and he was only envious, but he didn't expect to learn it himself. Kaioken is not a very powerful move, and it is no problem if you want to learn it. Tien Shinhan on the side was also a little excited when he heard the words, and now they have a direction to become stronger. After everyone chatted for a while, Trunks left. He came to the table of Lala and Thor. Brother Trunks, you are finally here, come and sit with me. Kushina saw him coming, and took the initiative to take his hand. Trunks had no choice but to follow behind her. Damn, Kushina, you are too cunning. 5. Nami, who was beside her, glared angrily when she saw this. A little bit, Kushina made a face, then pulled Trunks next to her and sat down. By the way, Trunks, have you completed your mission just now? 35. As soon as he sat down, Thor couldn't wait to ask this question. And this issue is of great concern to everyone. This, of course it's done, but what? Seeing that he hesitated for a moment, the girls were a little nervous. But the mission reward is only half of the original. What? Only half of the original? When the girls heard the words, they looked at each other in dismay. If it's only half, it should have 50 million points. Shajircho Shiyu laughed. That's right. Trunks smiled and nodded. Doesn't that mean that the teacher's strength can become stronger again? Nami adored her face. By the way, can the Trunks beat the Beerus? Estes is very interested in this question. Of course not. Trunks' words stopped abruptly, almost making people panic. How? Didn't the Trunks draw with BEBD just now? Black Rabbit was a little surprised. Looking at the confused girls, Trunks chuckled lightly. It was just that Beerus didn't use his full strength just now. But Trunks' bro didn't use his full strength either. Kushina couldn't believe it, and looked at him with big eyes full of doubts. Trunks patted Kushina's head with a smile and said, Hee, I can still use Kaioken, but if that's the case, I'm still no match for Beerus. Everyone was a little unbelievable when they heard his words. They didn't expect that Catman to have such a powerful strength. Of course, it won't be long before Beerus will be my opponent. Trunks smiled proudly. Well, we all believe in you. Ha ha ha. Trunks couldn't help laughing at this, the feeling of being trusted is still very good. By the way, Trunks, can you tell us about that Beerus and Whis? Shazichi Shiyu is a little curious about the setting of these two people. After all, there is no Dragon Ball Super in her world. Not only her, everyone is very curious. Then let me tell you about it. 55. Seeing that everyone was so interested, Trunks simply explained the origin of gods of destruction and angel. Sure enough, that Beerus is the most powerful god in this world. Kushina couldn't help but sigh. Thor smiled and said, that's right, but the most powerful is that Whis, he is Beerus's master. I wonder if there are gods of destruction and angels in our world. Xiaofeng crossed her chest with her hands and was a little curious. Hee, it should be there too. 35. Trunks nodded, but he wasn't sure. He doesn't know much about the setting of the GT world. At night, the banquet is finally over. Whis took Beerus back to Gods of Destruction, while Trunks came to the training room alone. At this time, he was a little excited, because he could comprehend the transformation of the Perfect Ultra Instinct immediately. Of course, this Perfect Ultra Instinct transformation just allows him to freely transform into a state of extreme desire anytime, anywhere. Not that Ultra Instinct is the norm. If you want to take Ultra Instinct as the normal state like Angel, I am afraid you need to keep practicing. Chapter 228 Perfect Ultra Instinct and Time Mastery. Trunks opens the chat group lottery interface. Before buying the Perfect Ultra Instinct, it is better to use up the 10 group lottery chances. Maybe you can get something good. Ding. Group lottery starts. After the lottery roulette spun for a while, the item he drew for 10 consecutive draws finally appeared. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who won an artificial human battery by lottery. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who won a treasure sword by lottery. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, who won a box of treasures by lottery. Congratulations to the group member Super Saiyan, the lottery has gained time control. Perhaps because of the 10 consecutive draws, apart from a few useless things, he actually took out the sky-defying ability of time control. Description of time control. It can accelerate or reverse the time within the range, or it can act on itself. Seeing this explanation, Trunks jumped up with excitement. Isn't this move exactly Angel's ability? Previously, Whis also used time travel to restore planets destroyed by the aftermath of the Trunks and Beerus battles. This move is really too powerful. And not only can it go back in time, it can also speed up time, and the most important thing is that it can act on itself or the enemy. It is similar to Tokusaki Kurumi's Kiki Emperor's ability. Accelerates self, then slows enemies. Or use time travel to restore damage and energy, etc. Of course, Trunks' time control is much more powerful than Angel's. But it's a lot worse than Whis, which can turn back time by up to 3 minutes. If it was him, he could only reverse the time by half a minute, which was the limit. However, this time reversal ability will also become stronger as his strength becomes stronger. And if you just speed up your own time, or slow down someone else's time, it's very easy. As long as it is not someone whose strength exceeds his strength, he can make the other party enter the state of time deceleration. How much to slow down depends on the strength of the opponent. Awesome. Trunks was a little excited, but he didn't expect to be able to draw this good thing in this lottery, which is much stronger than the last flash. With time control, what kind of flashing time is needed? After calming down, Trunks opened the group store, and Ultra Instinct was the highlight this time. Time manipulation is nothing but a surprise. Ultra Instinct. The price is 45 million points. Description. It does not require a little thinking of the brain, maximizes the movement speed and reaction ability, and can exert its full potential. After seeing the price of Ultra Instinct, Trunks was stunned. Originally, Ultra Instinct needed 50 million points, but now it only needs 45 million points. This shows that his cultivation is still effective, otherwise he will not lose 5 million points. This is really big money. Then Trunks bought Ultra Instinct without hesitation. The next moment, he entered a mysterious realm. I saw his body slowly floating in the air, and silver-white radiance gradually appeared around his body. Immediately afterwards, even his hair turned silvery white. At this time, he seemed to be integrated into the heaven and the earth, and people could not feel the slightest breath. As this Ultra Instinct, 35, Trunks slowly opened Gujing Wubo's eyes. At this moment he seemed to be unable to move anything. In the state of Ultra Instinct, he enters a state of absolute calmness, and the various parts of the body can fight back on their own without thinking. Maximize movement speed and reflexes. The separation of body and consciousness allows all parts of oneself to go beyond instinct to perceive the danger around them, and no longer needs the brain to think first and then act. This feeling is really amazing. Trunks sighed. If he was allowed to fight Beerus in a positive state, he was sure that he could easily hang Beerus. Beerus's half-hearted Ultra Instinct is completely unattractive in front of him. In this way, I don't need to go to Whis to practice, but Vegeta can let him practice in the past. Now that he has learned to perfect Ultra Instinct, he naturally does not need to continue to practice with Whis. For flowers, Vegeta has always wanted to surpass Son Goku. The last time he took a step ahead and turned into a Super 4 made him happy for a long time. But after Son Goku also turned into a Super 4, he was surpassed again. After all, Son Goku's normal combat power is still higher than Vegeta. Maybe Vegeta can go to Whis to practice earlier and let him surpass Son Goku again. Well, just do it like this, and send Vegeta over tomorrow. After all, he was his cheap dad, so of course Trunks still had to take care of him. After taking a shower and returning to the room, Lala and Thor were already asleep. Trunks lay down quietly, but he didn't expect that Lala and Thor would get entangled just after lying down. Point 0. The next day. Dad, you're training so early. Early in the morning, Trunks came to Vegeta's usual gravity training room. As expected, Vegeta was training with sweat. Trunks, what are you doing? Vegeta stopped training when he saw him. Trunks nodded and smiled. There are indeed some things, Dad. The strength that you can improve by training like you is limited, and Son Goku is also cultivating now, so you want to surpass him again. This is not acceptable. Oh, Trunks, what can you do? Vegeta suddenly looked forward to hearing what he said. That's right. Trunks nodded and continued. You should know that Whis is Beerus's teacher. 99. Vegeta nodded. I have also practiced with Mr. Whis before, so I want you to practice with Mr. Whis for a while. Cultivation with Whis. 55. Vegeta's eyes lit up when she heard it. How strong is Beerus? Vegeta has seen it with his own eyes. As Beerus's teacher, Whis is obviously stronger than Beerus. And also taught Trunks, so he nodded decisively. I promise. I believe that Dad will be able to surpass Son Goku by training with Whis. Trunks smiled and nodded. Chapter 229 Trunks vs Whis. After Vegeta agreed to go to Whis to practice, the next thing was very simple. After speaking to Bulma and the others, Trunks took Vegeta to Gods of Destruction. You mean to let Vegeta stay here to practice? Whis was a little surprised when he understood the purpose of the two. Yes, just ask Mr. Whis to give some pointers. These delicacies will be regarded as gifts. With that said, Trunks took out an omnipotent capsule and threw it out. Immediately afterwards, a table of fragrant delicacies appeared. Smelling the enticing fragrance, Whis' face was full of smiles. No problem, wrap it on me. With the temptation of food, Whis immediately agreed without hesitation. Next Vegeta will start a new practice. Thinking about it, after a year of 360, Vegeta will be able to completely surpass Son Goku. After all, Son Goku was still farming at this time. By the way, Mr. Whis, is Beerus asleep? Trunks asked suddenly. Whis nodded and said with a smile. Well, I'm already asleep. Master Beerus hasn't fought for a long time, and his body is almost rusted. The battle with you that day was really exhausting. Hearing this, Trunks couldn't help but pouted, obviously because he was too lazy. He just learned to perfect Ultra Instinct, and was planning to fight Beerus again. But the same goes for Whis. By the way, Mr. Whis, I have some small breakthroughs recently and would like to ask for advice. I also found that Trunks, you are really different today. Whis also saw his difference. Vegeta on the side was a little excited when he heard that the two were going to fight, just in time to see the strength of Whis. Swish. With a flash, the two came to the sky. Then Trunks attacked Whis without saying a word. What? As soon as they played against each other, Whis felt a difference. The speed of Trunks seemed to be faster. Immediately afterwards, Whis began to take the initiative to test, and as expected, he was easily avoided. Trunks haven't turned on Ultra Instinct yet. But after learning to perfect Ultra Instinct, even if it is not actively turned on, it will subtly influence the normality. Seeing Whis' somewhat surprised eyes, Trunks stopped pretending and turned on the Ultra Instinct form directly. Ho ho, sure enough, Trunks, you have learned Ultra Instinct, and you have been able to control it perfectly. Rao is that Whis is a little surprised. Obviously, I didn't understand Ultra Instinct when I was discussing before, but I didn't expect that I would not only understand it in a period of time. And it's perfectly in control of Ultra Instinct. You must know that this trick is a trick that even gods of destruction is difficult to grasp. Beerus's talent and strength are the top among the gods of destruction of the 12 universes, and Rao is only half-baked. None of the other gods of destruction have learned it. He never thought that Saiyan in front of him not only learned, but also achieved the perfect Ultra Instinct. No wonder Whis was so surprised. At the same time, Vegeta below also looked at Trunks in shock. It was the first time he had seen such a transformation of Trunks. It doesn't seem to be very powerful, but for some reason it gives him a very powerful feeling. Mr. Whis, please advise. Trunks looked at Whis indifferently. Swish. Before he could finish his sentence, he dodged a Whis and threw a punch like lightning. Oh, it seems that Trunks, you have indeed realized Ultra Instinct, which is really unexpected. Faced with this punch, Whis still turned his head lightly to avoid it. Trunks didn't answer, just countless fists blasted out. Bang 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 bang. Rao is that Whis has to be more serious about his offense. So strong. Vegeta, who was watching the battle below, found that she could not see the movements of the two, and was shocked. At the same time, the strength of Whis also surprised him. Trunks is obviously stronger in this form than when fighting Beerus. But I didn't expect Whis to still be able to block it lightly. How strong is he? Ah! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! At this time, the Trunks stopped the attack and exited the Ultra Instinct state. It's not that he doesn't want to fight, it's just that Ultra Instinct consumes too much Kai. Originally, I just learned Ultra Instinct and thought I could play 2 tricks with Whis, but it seems that I am too inflated. It seems that there is still a big gap between me and Mr. Whis. Trunks couldn't help but sigh. Whoa, I'm still amazed at the progress of Trunks. Whis said with a smile. Yes, Trunks shrugged, happy to have learned the perfect Ultra Instinct. However, when I thought that this trick was left to Angel to play, I immediately felt a little boring. Okay, I won't disturb Mr. Whis to enjoy the food, so I'll go back first. After saying hi to Whis and Vegeta, Trunks returned to Earth. Time flies. A few months passed in a blink of an eye. In the chat group, ding, welcome the head of the Yuansaka family to join the Wanjie Chat group. Ding, welcome to the insect column and join the Wanjie Chat group. There has been no chat group for new people to join for a long time, and today I joined 2 new people at once. The chat group immediately became lively. Sha Shizi, group owner, at 1.3 Yuansaka family owner, at insect column, welcome newcomers to bubbling. Little thief cat, Xiaofeng. I think it's better to let the group owner or Trunks introduce us. Worst elf. Sorry, Trunks are on my side. Little thief cat. It's been a long time since the newcomer came. I don't know who the newcomer is this time. Thor. One of them is the head of the family, and the other has a strange name. Haven't heard of such a name. Sha Shizi, group owner. Blood Red Chili. 35. Hakoba Noble. Are you saying Trunks isn't there? Blood Red Pepper. Wow, I didn't expect a newcomer. Chapter 230 Newcomers join the group, the devil's muscles are stiff. The chat group was directly swiped by a lot of question marks. Only then did Trunks enter the chat group, and after seeing Kwangsun's words, he was immediately speechless. Super Saiyan. Cough, I'm just taking care of the kitten with Kurumi, don't get me wrong. Kitten katakana middle.jpg. The group looked at the photo. Sure enough, Trunks and Kurumi were just feeding the kittens in the park. But this warm picture made everyone a little sour. Blood Red Pepper. It's really romantic to play cats together. Xiaohui. What a cute kitty, but I also have cats here. 35. Thor. If you like Trunks, I can be a cat too. Aristocrat Hakoba. You should take care of things, sir, and there are many cat ears in the community. Looking at the big 14, Trunks looked at Kwang-san helplessly, only to see Kwang-san blinking his eyes and sticking out his tongue mischievously. This cute appearance made him not angry at all. In the past few months, Trunks have been doing the necessary daily practice. Just busy with the girls in the chat group. For example, the tornado little Lolita finds him to play again, or adventures at sea with Nami, or deals with Arcadia. Still quite busy. Super Saiyan. Everyone, let's just talk about the newcomers. Seeing his words, everyone became quiet. Blood Red Chili Pepper. Then Trunks, let's introduce the newcomer to us. Little Thief Cat. That's right. Super Saiyan. Okay then. First of all, the first newcomer, the head of the Tasaka family, should be a person from the Moon World, but I don't know which generation of the head of the family. The worst spirit. Are there many heads of the Tasaka family? Seeing this question, Trunks glanced strangely at Kurumi beside him. It seems to be asking Mingming why they are so close to each other in the chat group. Kurumi blinked mischievously and didn't explain. Super Saiyan. Speaking of which, I don't know all the owners of the Tasaka family, but I only know that the first generation family owner is named Tasaka Nagato, who is the ancestor of the Tasaka family. The second is the 5th generation head of the Tasaka family, named Tokiomi Tasaka. How do you say this person? It should be a more contradictory person. Some people say that he is a good person, and some people hate him very much. One sentence is the fault of the hour, and it is enough to sum up this person's life. Noble Hakoba. Huh, why do you describe this person like that? Little thief cat. What a strange person. Teacher, do you really hate this person? 39. The group members were very curious about Trunks' explanation. Super Saiyan. Of course I hate this person. In short, he is a respectable and hateful person. And then there is the 6th generation head of the Tasaka family. This is also the last head of the Tasaka family that I know. His name is Tasaka Rin, the daughter of the previous head of the Tasaka Tokyomi. Shashizi, group leader, so, I really don't know which patriarch the other party is. Kasumigauka Shiyu also has novels about Xingyu, but she doesn't know much more than Trunks. Thor. So that's the case, then we can only wait for the other party to speak. It was at this time. The head of the Tasaka family. Who the hell are you? Why do you know so much about the Tasaka family? Xiaohui. Huh, the newcomer has spoken. Shashizi, group leader, hehe. This trick has been tried and tested. As long as the details of the newcomers are revealed, the newcomers will definitely come out and bubbling. Little thief cat. Please introduce yourself to the newcomer. The worst elf. That's right, we're all curious about which family you belong to. 39. The head of the Tasaka family. Hey, you should answer my question first. Super Saiyan. Well, I've guessed who she is. Shashizi, group owner. Blood Red Pepper. The head of the Tasaka family. Everyone was stunned, and the new talent just said a few words. Why does the Trunks know who the other party is? Super Saiyan. Cough, everyone, don't ask questions, I just guessed based on the way she spoke. 99. Trunks really guessed, and he didn't even know if his guess was correct. However, Kurumi beside him seemed a little disbelieving, and his eyes kept staring at him. Trunks had no choice but to touch her little head like a cat. I saw Kwang-san suddenly showed a cute expression like a kitten, which almost made him cute. Blood Red Chili Pepper. Then Trunks' brother, tell me, your guess. 360. Super Saiyan. According to the way she speaks, I guess she should be the 6th generation Tasaka family owner Tasaka Rin, at Yinja-Jazu, that's right. 99. The head of the Tasaka family. Damn, how did you know that? And what kind of chat group? Should you tell me what's going on? At this time, Tasaka Rin looked at the information in the chat group with a solemn expression. Shashizi, group owner, let me explain it. The head of the Yuansaka family. I still don't understand it. After all, this is too unreasonable for Wanjie. Tasaka Rin still doesn't believe in the so-called chat group, and in her opinion, it is too unscientific to let various dimensional worlds chat or something. Next, Shiyu of Kasumigauka began to explain the origin and function of the chat group. Shajircho Shiyu, group leader, with so many explanations, you should all understand it. At Dan Yunja-Jazu, at Yunzu, she didn't know what exactly this chat group that suddenly appeared was. She was so aware of the Tasaka family's affairs, and even her identity was guessed, which made her vigilant. Chapter 231 Insect Column, Butterfly Ninja, New Mission. Insect Pillar. It seems that this is not a ghost's blood ghost art. 35. At this time, Butterfly Ren looked at the chat group interface in his mind, his expression changed from solemn at first to doubt. According to the explanation of the group owner just now, she also signed in the chat group once. Then used the check-in points to buy things that enhance her power in the so-called group mall. After using it, her own strength really improved significantly. You must know that Butterfly Ninja couldn't cut off the ghost's head because of its small strength, so she couldn't use the breath of flowers left by her sister. Instead, use the insect breath created from the flower breath. Using the poison to attach to the sword, it is easy to kill the ghost by just slicing the skin of the ghost. But if he could easily cut off the ghost's head, why would he need such trouble? Therefore, Butterfly Ninja wanted to test whether this so-called chat group was a blood ghost technique. And now she has proved that this is indeed not a blood ghost technique. Shashizi, group owner, I didn't expect the newcomer to take the initiative to speak. Can you introduce yourself? If you need any help, you can also say it, everyone in the chat group will help you. Blood Red Chili Pepper. Yes, the newcomers should introduce themselves quickly. Little Thief Cat. It seems that I don't need a teacher's introduction. Insect Pillar. My name is Butterfly Ninja, it is the right insect pillar for killing ghosts, please advise. Shashizi, group owner, I am the group leader of this group, called Shazichi Shiyu, I am an ordinary person, everyone should introduce themselves. 35. Ordinary people. Trunks was a little speechless when he saw this introduction. Super Saiyan. My name is Trunks, a Saiyan, just let me know if you need any help. Blood Red Pepper. Brother Trunks is right, he is the strongest person in the group, and he can do anything. By the way, my name is Uzumaki Kushina, and I am a ninja. 9. Little Thief Cat. I'm a navigator named Nami. Xiaofeng. I'm also Saiyan, my name is Xiaofeng. Soon, everyone in the chat group introduced themselves and changed. After seeing these introductions in the chat group, Tasaka Rin became even more disbelieving. She has never heard of those who introduced themselves to ghosts, Saiyans, etc., and there are people who say they are dragons, how is this possible? Dragons are not ordinary races, and almost all of them have become legendary existences in her world. How could she trust the words in the chat group? On the other hand, Butterfly Forbearance was the opposite. Although the members of the chat group introduced themselves a bit exaggeratedly, she believed it a little. After all, she had personally experienced the strengthening of her own strength. Sha Shizi, group owner, Miss Butterfly Ren, can you introduce the situation on your side now? If you have any difficulties, we will all help you. 99. Ghost Slayer's Blade came out relatively late, so Shiyu of Kasumigaoka didn't have any related novels or comics. However, Trunks is generally aware of the world of Butterfly Ninja, but he doesn't know what timeline it is now. Seeing this, Butterfly Ren was also a little moved, and the people in the chat group didn't look like ordinary people. Maybe it can help her eliminate ghosts. Insect column. Then let me introduce it to you. My side is a world with man-eating evil spirits. All the ghosts in the world are from the ghost dance Suji no Miserable. Next, Butterfly Shinobi introduced the existence of ghosts and ghost-killing teams. Blood Red Pepper. It turns out that this is a man-eating demon, and it doesn't look very powerful. Little Thief Cat. It's really not that powerful, I feel like I can easily deal with that Ghost King. 99. Hakoba Noble. Sounds like a low-level ghost. Sha Shizi, group owner, if it's just such a Ghost King, everyone in the chat group can definitely solve it. Also at this time, ding, trigger group quests to destroy evil spirits. Task requirements. Destroy all the ghosts in the world where the group members are located. Task limit. Only 3 people can access the task. Task reward. 50,000 points. Description. The task reward is distributed according to the contribution degree. Sha Shizi, group leader, sure enough, the group quest was triggered. 99. Blood Red Chili Pepper. This task looks easy. 39. Little Thief Cat. Teacher, do you want to participate in this task? It looks very interesting. Super Saiyan. I won't go, I'll leave this task to you. Destroying a mere Ghost King, Ghost Dance Suji, is nothing but miserable. He doesn't need to take action at all, and the points are pitiful, so he has no interest. Sha Shizi, group owner, that's it. Then who wants to participate in this mission? Blood Red Pepper. I'm going to participate. Little Thief Cat. I happen to be free too. Xiaofeng. It's too weak, so I'm not interested. King Debbie Luke. This opportunity is left to you. Sha Shizi, group owner, since no one has signed up, then this task will let Kushina, Nami, and Akahito do the 3 of them. Does everyone have any opinion? Everyone has no opinion on this assignment. So just give up. Seeing that no one signed up again, Shiyu of Kasumigaoka immediately identified 3 people who would participate in the mission. Sha Shizi, group owner, there is still 1 person left, who wants to participate. Thor. No problem, let them go. Good King's Shiyu of the Hill of Sha is not good at fighting, although she has a strong telepathy and has eaten the fruit of the spirit tree, but she has no idea of participating in the mission. Night Attack Ace Killer. If there is no one, let me come. Kito and Saitama are also not interested in such points. As for Momonga, although they may want mission points, they are too embarrassed to compete with them. Chapter 232 Miss Shinobi is very cute, solar flare kills ghosts. Trunks is also very relieved if Akashi is around. Moreover, Akira's Tegu Muramura should also have an effect on ghosts. Of course, maybe I should give solar flare to them, this move is very lethal to ghosts. Super Saiyan. By the way, Miss Butterfly Ninja, I haven't asked you when the timeline is. Insect Pillar. Timeline. Butterfly Shinobi doesn't quite understand this word. Super Saiyan. That's how far it has progressed, or what happened to the Ghost Slayer recently. Insect Column. The Ghost Killing team has recently appeared some very good players. Super Saiyan. Is one of them named Tanjiro? Insect Column. Yes, one of the children is named Tanjiro Kamado, but they are now receiving treatment because of the beheading of Sha Shenwu, and they are all good children. Super Saiyan. It turned out to be here. Trunks didn't expect the plot to develop so fast, he thought it was the beginning of the 360th story. But since Sha Xian Wudu has been killed, I am afraid that the next chapter will be the Infinite Train in Yoshihara Flower Street. Blood Chili Pepper. Does Brother Trunks have anything to say? Super Saiyan. That's right, you come to my side first, I want to teach you a trick, and tell you about the situation on Butterfly Ninja's side. 39. Blood Red Pepper. You want to call us a move, that's great. When Kushina heard that she was going to teach her moves, she jumped up excitedly. It also happens that she has just finished the task and is resting, so she has enough time to complete this task. Akahito and Nami on the other side were also very happy. Xiaofeng. Damn, you can learn new moves, I knew I would fight for this task. Thor. That's right, I want to take part in this mission. Seeing the words of the girls, Trunks was dumbfounded. Super Saiyan. It's not a great move. The move to be given to them is called Solar Flare. It can release a dazzling light like the BEBD, sun. If you all want to learn it, you can come here. 5. The group members did not give up when they heard it, and decided to learn this trick one after another. Trunks looked at it, but he didn't expect that even Kwang-san was among them, which made him a little helpless. Then Kwang-san, let's go, it's time to go back. Well, then goodbye kittens, see you next time. Kwang 3 o'clock, and then said hello to the kittens. Immediately afterwards, the two returned to the Dragon Ball world. As soon as they came back, they saw that everyone was already waiting for them. The world of Trunks has been open to all women, so there is no need to invite one by one, they can come and go freely through the chat group. And right now, in the chat group, Insect Pillar. Mr. Trunks, I wonder if I can come and visit too. 35. When Trunks saw Butterfly Ninja's words, he was stunned for a moment, but she didn't expect that she wanted to come over and have a look. Maybe still a little worried. But it's not a big deal. Super Saiyan. Of course there is no problem. By the way, at Yuansaka family owner, haven't you always believed in chat groups? Would you like to come and have a look? 39. Trunks thought about calling Tasaka Rin over to let her see it, and then the other party would definitely be able to believe in the authenticity of the chat group. But after waiting for a while, Tasaka Rin did not reply. Maybe he was busy with other things. Seeing this, Trunks also gave up the idea of inviting Tasaka Rin. Insect Pillar. The head of the Tasaka family doesn't seem to be there. Super Saiyan. Don't worry about her, I'll invite you first. Ding. Group member Super Saiyan invites you, do you want to confirm? Suddenly, a clear and emotionless voice appeared in Butterfly Shinobi's mind, startling her. Immediately, he realized that he was invited. By now, Butterfly Shinobi has firmly believed in the chat group. So she accepted the invitation without hesitation. On the Trunks side, everyone was already waiting for the arrival of Butterfly Ninja in the garden at home. Coming. After Butterfly Ninja accepted the invitation, Trunks suddenly found a strange aura around him. Although he didn't know what Butterfly Ren's chi was like, the extra breath was obviously Butterfly Ren's chi. Use the spatial transformation directly. The next moment, Butterfly Forbearance was teleported in front of everyone. The one who just appeared didn't have time to look at the Butterfly Ninja around, and saw that he changed positions in an instant, and suddenly he pulled out the sun blade around his waist in surprise. However, after feeling the warm sunshine in the sky, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, Miss Butterfly Ninja, don't have to be so vigilant, don't you think we are all in the sun? Seeing her so nervous, Trunks laughed lightly. It is precisely because of this that he chose the meeting place in the garden. Blood Red Pepper. This is Miss Butterfly Ninja. Kawaii, little thief cat. It's really cute, especially Miss Butterfly Ninja's eyes are different from everyone else. Butterfly Ninja has purple pupils, and it looks really different. Are you the members of the chat group? Butterfly Ren looked at the buildings in the sky with completely different styles all around, and looked at the people in front of him, only to feel that the three views were about to be overturned. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Butterfly Nin looked curiously at the imposing black-haired girl in front of her. Hee, Butterfly Endure, don't be surprised, didn't I say it before, the group members are all from different worlds, so it's normal for the environment to be different. Are you the leader of the group? Yes, I am the group owner, please give me more advice. 39. Although they had already introduced each other in the chat group, they had never met, so Butterfly Shinobi couldn't tell who was who. Shazichiyu Shiyu smiled and nodded. Shajicho Shiyu also slipped over while taking advantage of the noon break. Then everyone got to know each other again. Chapter 233. The group mission begins, the naughty Kushina. After some acquaintances, Trunks began to tell everyone about the Demon Slayer. Since Miss Butterfly Ninja said that Shenwu has been killed. Brother Trunks, wait a minute. Kushina interrupted him with a raised hand. Trunks looked at her suspiciously. Brother Trunks, I want to start from the beginning. Kushina suggested. Hearing her proposal, everyone agreed very much, and obviously wanted to hear the story. The Trunks were a little helpless, but let them start from the beginning. Drinking the fragrant tea brought by Xiaohui, everyone sat around the garden and listened to Trunks telling stories. This beautiful scene made Butterfly Ren feel a little dazed. If the world she was in was so beautiful, how wonderful it would be. Okay, the story is over, I should call you Solar Flare next. After drinking a cup of tea, the story just ended. Okay, this time, I have to take out that ghost dance Sujiwumai to compete with the sun. Kushina clenched her small fist and shouted confidently. Kai Tong calmly analyzed. According to what Trunks said, we should first solve the next nightmare. 35. That's right, I don't know how long it will take to find the ghost dance Suji no miserable, so we must first eliminate the ghost who knows the location, so as to reduce the casualties. Nami on the side also nodded. Trunks nodded in satisfaction after hearing their analysis, and he actually thought so too. Although all the ghosts can be killed by killing Onimai Suji Mumai, no one knows the location of Onimai Suji Mumai. Even the Trunks don't know exactly where Infinity City is. Besides, Tanjiro's younger sister Nezuko still needs to find a way to save her. Otherwise, Nezuko will die with Onimai Suji's death. No one wants such a lovely Nezuko to die. After figuring out the mission, Trunks began to teach the girls Solar Flare. This trick only requires good control of the chi in the body, and it is not difficult to learn. Kushina, Nami, and Akatsuki all had no problem controlling the chi in their bodies, and it was easy to learn. As for Estes, Kuroko, and Thor, it's easier to learn. In the end, even Kasumigao Shiyu and Xiaohui learned this trick. It can be seen that this trick is really not difficult. Butterfly Endure was amazed when he saw that everyone could release a light that was even brighter than the sun, but immediately became excited. What ghosts are most afraid of is sunlight, and each of them brings their own sunlight. This is simply a big killer for ghosts. After getting everything ready, the four set off together. At the same time, Trunks did not forget to let Kushina open the live broadcast. So they just sat in the garden, eating snacks and watching the live broadcast, which was very pleasant. And in order to allow Mengmeng and Xiaoan to see, Trunks also specially used anamorphic light to project what they saw. Wow, is this the world of Miss Butterfly Ninja? Kushina, Nami, and Akatsuki were led by Butterfly Ninja to the Butterfly House. Hey, the three over there are the three protagonists. After seeing Tanjiro and the three of them, Kushina disappeared in place in an instant and then appeared behind Tanjiro. Hey, Kushina mischievously patted Tanjiro, which startled Tanjiro. Haha, it's so fun. Humph, sure enough, he's a little kid who hasn't grown up, and he likes mischief so much. 35. Nami on the side snorted lightly when she saw this. Watching the live broadcast of Trunks couldn't help but laugh a little. Kushina seemed very well behaved in front of him. But without his presence, he would immediately show his mischievous side. After getting to know the people in the Butterfly House, Butterfly Ninja decided to set off immediately. Now that she has known the plot, and that the infinite train will have humans disappearing, she has also heard of it. For flowers, so it's better to take the initiative and kill the next string directly. The three of Kushina also agreed with this proposal very much, and the sixth position of the winding string of Yoshihara Flower Street should not change. These two ghosts must be eliminated first. Before leaving, Butterfly Ninja also reported on the event of going to the infinite train. Soon the four of them set off. If Miss Butterfly Ninja hurries like this, how long will it take us to reach our destination? Among the four people walking through the forest, Kushina asked curiously. Butterfly Ninja thought for a while and said, it's probably a few days away from the location where the infinite train incident happened. 5.0. Ah, it takes so long. Kushina stopped when she heard that it would take several days. It's really slow to travel like this. Nami agreed with Kushina's words very much. But it's too soon. Butterfly endures a little helpless. They are much faster than a carriage when they run like this. Moreover, there are no roads in many places in the deep forest, and you cannot ride horses or the like. Let's do it. Butterfly endures the way you came. Sister Chitong, you take her and we fly over together. Kushina suddenly thought of an idea when she punched each other. Fly. 35. Hearing her words, Butterfly Ren was stunned for a moment. That's right, it's flying, look. In order to convince Butterfly Ninja, Kushina personally flew a few times in the sky. Well, then let's hurry up. Kai Tong nodded, then took Butterfly Ninja's hand. Then the three of them flew into the sky. In the sky, Butterfly Ninja finally accepted the fact that they could fly. Then, under her guidance, it took only a few minutes to arrive at the place where the infinite train incident happened. It just so happened that it got dark. This is the time for ghosts to haunt. Chapter 234 Kill Shenny, Resurrect Frieza. Under the arrangement of Butterfly Ninja, after Kushina and the others ate something, they were ready to set off. Waiting in situ for the appearance of the next string one is really unreliable. Only active attack is the best choice. So, when night fell, the lights in the town went out. The four of Kushina continued to fly in the sky looking for the trail of Sha Genichi. Finding a train in this area is pretty easy. Soon they found their target. There is a very disgusting smell. That should be the so-called next string one. 5. Kai Tong was the first to spot the target. She held Murasama in her hand and looked around vigilantly. This is the quality of being a killer. No matter whether the target is strong or weak, she will go all out. That's right, I noticed it too, it's disgusting. Kushina and Nami also discovered the ghosts. 360, breath. Only Butterfly Ren had a stunned expression, she really didn't feel anything. This is also normal. After all, the train is still a few kilometers away at this time. Come on, let's fight quickly. 35. Kai Tong gave an order, and then the four flew towards the target. That's right, Sha Xianyi is definitely in there. It wasn't until after getting close that Butterfly Shinobi discovered the ghost's breath. I saw a train running on the track. The stronger the ghost, the stronger the stench, but ordinary people can't feel it. Maybe you're dead when you feel it. Just do it, find out what the bottom string is, and kill it. Kushina clenched her fists, already eager to wait. Quick fight. Nami and Akatsuki also nodded. Then the four of them landed on top of the train. Then punched the window and entered the interior of the train. After entering the inside of the train, they were a little surprised by the scene in front of them, because everyone in the train was already asleep. That should be the one who did it. That's right, I think someone has already been killed, we must hurry to find the bottom string. 35. Over there, let's go. Kai Tong pointed to the side of the locomotive, relying on the sense of breath, she was very sure that the end of the string was there. It is good. Kushina and Nami nodded, and then they rushed towards the locomotive. Soon they found out that they were eating people. Seeing this cannibalizing scene, Nami subconsciously threw a Qigong bomb at it. Boom. The entire front of the car was directly blown up. Suddenly the train almost overturned due to inertial force, but fortunately, Kai Tong used Qi to stabilize the train carriage. Hey, what are you doing, little thief cat? The somewhat embarrassed Kushina looked at Nami angrily, not expecting her to be so impulsive at all. I'm sorry. 99. Nami was a little embarrassed, because she had never seen such a bloody scene before, and her anger directly drove her to her head. Watching the live broadcast, Trunks shook his head and sighed. It seems that Nami is still too simple. Even Kushina couldn't compare. Although Kushina was still young, she was also someone who had gone to the battlefield. He also learned some medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. There is a lot of time dealing with corpses. And Kai Tong not to mention, only Nami has experienced too few things, and her psychological quality is still a bit poor. It takes a lot of practice. At this time, Butterfly Ninja was also a little frightened. What happened to the scene where the front of the car was directly blown up? By the way, is that ghost dead? At this time, Kushina looked around. I didn't feel the ghost's breath, I should have been killed. 55. Kai Tong felt it carefully, but did not find the breath of a ghost. Although it is difficult to kill a ghost, even if it is divided into 5 horses, it can be recovered, but there is no slag left, how can it be recovered? Even if Onimai comes miserably, he won't be able to recover. What? It's easy to solve, you don't need solar flare at all. 39. Nami clapped her hands with a relaxed look. Cut. 35. Seeing her pretending, Kushina snorted disdainfully. Just who was so frightened that he shot directly? So easy to solve. Butterfly Forbearance looked stunned, although the bottom strings were mostly weak. However, according to Trunks' description, once this cord has been strengthened by Onimai, its strength is not at the same level as the other cords. It can even be up and down with the winding strings. Even if the ghost-killing team's pillar shoots, they will fall into a hard fight and even die. But he did not expect such a powerful ghost to be wiped out in a single encounter. It's just that the ghosts here are too weak. Nami looked disdainful. But what about the people in these trains? Kushina looked at the human being who was still asleep in the carriage. It doesn't matter, they will naturally leave when they wake up, let's go to the next place first. 359. Nami said don't worry, yes, our mission now is to eliminate ghosts, and these people will be fine. Kai Tong also nodded. Well then. 35. Kushina said helplessly. After making the decision, they headed directly towards Yoshihara Flower Street. The upper string 6 is divided into 2 symbiotic ghosts, the Pursuit Taro and the Fallen Princess. Even if one of the ghosts is beheaded, as long as the other ghost is still alive, the beheaded ghost cannot die. This feature can be said to have caused the protagonists to suffer in the original work. But in front of Kai Tong, it was simply not enough to see. Even the PR Stutes Taro and Takahime were beheaded before they had time to speak. Seeing that the task was so easy, Butterfly Ninja was immediately very excited. However, it will be more troublesome after that, because it is not easy to find the ghost dance Suji. While watching the live broadcast in his spare time, Trunks suddenly discovered a very interesting thing. That is, Pilaf and Xiao Wu have already collected 6 Dragon Balls, and 1.3 is rushing towards the Universal Capsule Company. In the last Trunks lottery, I won a Dragon Ball, which is actually a Dragon Ball distributed on the Earth. But after drawing it, it was sent to him. And Pilaf's group apparently knew that there was the last Dragon Ball here based on the Dragon Ball radar, and wanted to steal it. At the same time, he also found that Frieza's people were still behind Pilaf's group. Apparently the plot is back to square one again. Frieza's original subordinate wants to use Dragon Ball to resurrect Frieza and continue to rule the universe. So is he giving or not? Trunks thought about it and decided to give them Dragon Ball. After all, he also wanted to see the strength of Golden Frieza. And in the Power Conference, the Golden Frieza is also an important fighting force. Chapter 235, Butterfly Forbearance's Request. After deciding to see the strength of the Golden Frieza, Trunks used space transformation and threw the Dragon Ball directly to the 3 of Pilaf. The 3 of Pilaf, who were still trying to find a way to enter the Universal Capsule Company, suddenly found out that the last Dragon Ball appeared beside them, and immediately shouted excitedly. Immediately afterward, the 3 of them hurriedly left here, preparing to find a place to summon Shenron to make a wish. Unbeknownst to them, however, the commanders of the Frieza Corps, Solbi and Tagma, were following the trio. Sure enough, after Pilaf summoned Shenron, Solbi came out to grab the wish. Unsurprisingly, Frieza was resurrected. Seeing this, Trunks didn't pay attention to this matter. It's about 4 or 5 months before the Golden Frieza comes out, I hope Frieza doesn't let me down. Gold Frieza's strength can beat Super Blue Sun Goku, which is still very good. It's a pity that Frieza just learned to transform and can't wait to take revenge. Like Sun Goku Super 3, Frieza's golden form can't last long. This form consumes too much chi. Or maybe 14 will trigger a group mission. That's right, there's another benefit of resurrecting Golden Frieza, which is that it can trigger group quests. At that time, another wave of points will be credited, isn't it cool? Next, Trunks focused on the tasks of Kushina, Nami, and Akatsuki. After the trio tackled the bottom 1 and top 6 with ease. This matter was also reported by Butterfly Ninja to the ghost-killing squad head Yoya Sanyashiki. If you want to find the ghost dance Suji no Miserable in a short time, you still have to cooperate with the ghost-killing team. After learning about the powerful strength of Kushina and the 3 of them from Butterfly Shinobi, Yoya Sanyashiki decided to cooperate fully. During this period, Butterfly Ninja and the others were also instructed by Trunks to find Zushi and restore Nezuko to her human body. Next, under Kai Tong's perception of chi, he quickly found Guiwu Sujiwu Miserable. Then, under Kushina's solar flare, the Ghost King was easily eliminated. The task was successfully completed, and the 3 of Kushina also got a lot of points. But this doesn't seem to be over. Chat group private chat. Bug Pillar. Thank you, Mr. Trunks. Question mark question mark question mark. Seeing the private chat that Butterfly Shinobi suddenly sent, Trunks was a little puzzled. If Butterfly Ninja wanted to thank him, it should be Shienami and Juzinai. Why did they find him? Super Saiyan. Why does Miss Butterfly Ninja thank me? It seems that Kushina and the others helped you. Insect Pillar. Without Mr. Trunks' guidance, we would not have been able to complete the task so easily, so thanks to Mr. Trunks. 99. Super Saiyan. Haha, it's just a hands-on effort. Insect column. That, really. Seeing Butterfly Ninja, Trunks knew she must have something else in mind. Super Saiyan. Does Miss Butterfly Ninja need help with anything? At this time, Butterfly Shinobi suddenly thought of what Kai Tong said to her. After getting rid of the Ghost Queen, Kai Tong told her that there was a soul beside her who had been watching her. This world is very magical, and some people's souls can still appear in this world after death. And that soul didn't do any harm to Butterfly Ninja, so Kai Tong just reminded her. Butterfly became excited after hearing Kai Tong's words. She is sure that this soul is definitely her sister Butterfly Chanaway, because she can feel her sister's existence occasionally. When Butterfly Forbearance asked Kai Tong how to make her see her sister again, Kai Tong gave her an answer. Then go find Trunks. It is precisely because of this that Butterfly Ninja came to the door. Insect Pillar. That, I wonder, can Mr. Trunks let me see my sister again? Super Saiyan. So that's what happened. It's no surprise that Trunks had guessed it would be this. Bug Pillar. Can Mr. Trunks do it? Super Saiyan. Do you want to simply see your sister? Or do you want to bring her back to life? Insect Pillar. What? Seeing his words, Butterfly Wren was stunned. She thought it was just to allow her to see her sister again, but she didn't expect to be able to resurrect, which really made her a little unbelievable. Insect Pillar. Mr. Trunks, can I really resurrect my sister? Butterfly was a little excited. Super Saiyan. Of course. 39. Trunks have a move from the evil mind wave, control life and death, and can bring people back to life. Of course, if the soul is there, the deformed light can easily revive a person. After getting an affirmative answer, Butterfly Endure was very excited, and then she tried to calm down. Bugzoo. Please help me, Mr. Trunks, to bring my sister back to life. I know this request is very capricious, but I am willing to promise anything in order to see my sister again. Butterfly let out a sigh of relief. In order to see her sister again, she is willing to give everything, even herself. Super Saiyan. That's it. Then you invite me to 360. Seeing that Butterfly Ninja said so, how could Trunks refuse? It's not a big deal anyway. It was too easy for him to resurrect a human who still had this soul. Butterfly was very happy when he saw his promise. Ding. The group members are invited to go there. Do you want to confirm? Yes. Decisively accepted the invitation. The next moment, Trunks appeared in a small courtyard. This is the Butterfly House. Trunks looked around. Immediately after, he dodged and came to the front of Butterfly Ninja in the house. Suddenly a figure appeared, which startled Butterfly Ninja, but after seeing who was coming, he was suddenly a little excited. Mr. Trunks, you are here, great. 99. Trunks smiled and nodded, and then he didn't talk too much. He tapped his finger, and a pink light shot at Butterfly Ninja. Butterfly Ninja was unprepared and was shot directly. The next moment, I saw pink light wrapped in white light flying out of Butterfly Shinobi. Then a figure slowly emerged in the pink light. When the light dissipated, a familiar figure appeared in front of Butterfly Ninja. Chapter 236 Son Goku, who is unwilling to lag behind, also finds ways to practice. Elder sister. Butterfly Forbearance with tears in his eyes, jumped into Butterfly Chanahui's arms in surprise. At this time, Chanel Megumi was stunned. What was the situation? She was actually resurrected. Immediately after the two sisters had been dating for a long time, Butterfly Wren thought of Trunks. Turning around, he found that Trunks had already left. Forbearance, are you looking for that tall and handsome man just now? Chanel asked curiously. That's right. Does my sister know where he's gone? Butterfly nodded. Is it Shinobu's boyfriend? I just saw that he went out. Chanel Megumi pointed to the door. But Butterfly Forbearance immediately turned red when she heard her sister's words. It's not a boyfriend. After speaking, Butterfly Endure ran out, but after looking around, he didn't see Trunks. Insect Pillar. Mr. Trunks, have you left? Super Saiyan. Yes, I've left. Insect Column. I'm sorry, Super Saiyan. Hee. No need to apologize, you and your sister haven't seen each other for so long, so we should catch up. Seeing his words, Butterfly Wren was moved. Zongzu. Then, my promise is still valid. What do you need me to do for you? Butterfly Ninja is a kind-hearted person. Since Trunks has resurrected her sister Butterfly Ninja for her, the previous promise is naturally valid. Super Saiyan. Well, don't worry about it, it's just a little effort. For the Trunks, resurrecting Chanel Butterfly is so easy that it doesn't require any payment at all. However, Butterfly Wren saw his words and was reluctant. Insect Pillar. Maybe it is a simple thing for Mr. Trunks, but for me it is the most important thing in my life, so please tell Mr. Trunks your request. No matter it is any request, I will agree. As soon as he finished speaking, Butterfly Forbearance seemed to be aware of the ambiguity in his words, and suddenly felt a little shy. Seeing that she had to state the conditions herself no matter what, Trunks was a little speechless. Super Saiyan. Okay then. Then I want you. Seeing this sentence, Butterfly Wren's complexion immediately turned red, and smoke seemed to rise above his head. However, before Trunks finished speaking, he thought about it. Super Saiyan. Well, Ramram and the others seem to be a little busy recently, you can come and help if you're okay. After the family has grown, Ramram, who is a maid, is a little busy. Usually Xiaofang, Lala and Mengmeng also ask Ramram to do some things, such as preparing food for Xiaofang. After all, Xiaofang is Saiyan and often wants to eat snacks. Or, When Lala was studying things in the lab without eating or sleeping, Meng Meng would ask them to deliver food and so on. And Ramram has to clean up the room for Trunks, and even take Kona to school together. In short, the two little loli are still very busy. Quote question mark quote. But when Butterfly Wren saw this sentence, she blushed even more. It turned out that she was thinking crooked just now. Insect pillar. No problem. Super Saiyan. Hee, don't worry, your job will be easy. Trunks was also on a whim, so he asked the two to come to help. He was not prepared to ask for a reward or something. The next day, unexpectedly, Butterfly Ninja and Butterfly Chanaway came over early in the morning. With Ramram's help, they both changed into cute pink maid outfits. Not to mention, the two of them looked very good in maid outfits. Trunks. At this time, Bulma ran over. What's wrong? Trunks looked over curiously. It's Goku. As soon as I heard that Vegeta followed was to the Gods of Destruction Star to cultivate, he has been pestering me. 99. That's how it is. Trunks immediately knew what was going on. Apparently Son Goku couldn't hold back when he knew where Vegeta was practicing in Whis. This guy Goku is real, he just became a grandfather and wants to leave to practice. Bulma couldn't help but complain. Trunks shrugged helplessly. Leave this to me. Saying that, he dodged and disappeared in front of everyone. Yo, Uncle Goku. When the Trunks reappeared, it was already in front of Son Goku. It's Trunks. Son Goku was anxious to say something. However, Trunks waved his hand and said, I know what Uncle Goku wants to say. Dad has indeed gone to Gods of Destruction to practice. If you want to go, then go. Quote, that's great, but where the hell is the Gods of Destruction Star? Son Goku scratched his head for a while. Forget it, let me take you there. 99. Trunks sighed helplessly. Great, thank you Trunks. Son Goku put his hand on his shoulder excitedly. Trunks didn't say anything and used instant transmission directly. Swish. The next moment, the two had already appeared on the Gods of Destruction Star. At this time, Vegeta happened to be practicing against Whis. I saw that Vegeta just used normalcy and kept attacking Whis. And Whis always had his hands on his back, understated dodging all his attacks. At this time, Whis noticed the arrival of Trunks and immediately blocked Vegeta's fist. Good kings, ho-ho, Trunks, you're here. A dodging Whis quietly appeared in front of him with a smile on his face. Humph, Kakarot didn't expect you to come too. Vegeta snorted proudly with her arms crossed. Son Goku grumbled, so I brought out a table of delicious food. Don't worry, Mr. Whis, I also brought a lot of food clips this time. Vegeta, you are so cunning, you have been practicing here for a long time. Trunks saw Whis paused, not knowing what to do. Whis surveyed Son Goku and asked, Trunks are here this time. Trunks pointed to Son Goku next to him. Hee, Mr. Whis, I want you to teach him too. That's it. Chapter 237 Kushina's Summoning, Tsunade's Change. Ho-ho, no problem. At the moment of the food, Whis immediately nodded and agreed without hesitation. This made Trunks a little speechless, but fortunately Whis is a foodie, otherwise it's really hard to deal with. Okay, then Dad and Uncle Goku will practice here. By the way, there will be enemies coming to Earth soon, you have to work hard. Vegeta and Son Goku immediately became excited when they heard this, especially when they heard that there was an enemy. Trunks, how strong is the enemy? I wonder if I can win with my current strength. Vegeta asked. With Dad's current strength, I'm afraid he is not the enemy's opponent, so you have to work hard. 39. Trunks chuckled, the Golden Frieza is stronger than the Super Blue Son Goku. Even if Vegeta turns into a Super 4, I am afraid that it is not the opponent of Golden Frieza. After all, the strength of Super 4 and Super Blue is not much different. Still depends on the basic normal combat power. Okay, I'll do my best. Son Goku clenched his fists with excitement, looking forward to the arrival of the enemy. After dealing with this matter, Trunks went back 360 to Earth. But he didn't wait for him to rest. Kushina sent a private chat. Blood Red Chili Pepper. Brother Trunks, come over here. Super Saiyan. Kushina isn't trying to trick me over here, right? 35. No wonder Trunks said that, because Kushina has used this trick many times. Every time I thought it was something important, but nothing happened after that. Blood Red Pepper. No, this time it's really something important. 5. Super Saiyan. What are you talking about first? Trunks was dubious. Blood Red Pepper. It's like this, Tsunade-sensei's younger brother Senju Roshu died in battle. Seeing Kushina's words, Trunks was stunned for a moment. I reacted immediately, but I didn't expect things to develop to this stage. The thousand-hand rope tree still died on the battlefield. Super Saiyan. Let's talk when I come over. After speaking, Trunks has come to Konoha. Swish. The next moment, he appeared in front of Kushina. Brother Trunks, you are here. It's different from the way he usually pounces when he sees him. Perhaps because of the death of Senju Roshu, Kushina's mood has become a lot heavier. As Tsunade's disciple, she has also seen the Senju rope tree. She didn't pay much attention to this little brat, but after all, she was Tsunade-sensei's only younger brother. How's Tsunade doing now? Trunks nodded without question. I'd better take Brother Trunks to see it. Kushina didn't explain anything, and took Trunks towards Konoha Back Mountain. Light rain was pouring in the sky. Soon the two came to the place where Konoha buried the family members of the dead. I saw Tsunade wearing a black costume standing silently in front of a tombstone, letting the rain wet his body, but he didn't respond at all. Looking at Tsunade's lonely back, Trunks sighed inwardly. If things go on like this, maybe Tsunade will still leave the sad place of Konoha. Let Kushina stay here. He walked over with an umbrella in his hand. Tsunade, don't be too sad. Trunks patted Tsunade on the shoulder, not knowing how to comfort him. BEBD. Because the cemetery in front of him is actually all members of the Thousand Hands clan who died in battle. After experiencing the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain and the Kingdom of Wind, the Chisho clan is now only Chisho Tsunade alone. Originally, Trunks thought that giving Tsunade spirit tree fruit particles would allow her to change the outcome of the battle. But I didn't expect the final result to be the same. Tsunade trembled when he heard his voice, and his eyes seemed to regain some brilliance. Then she couldn't hold back any longer, and fell into Trunks' arms and cried. No matter how strong she is, the fact that the entire family is dead is really unacceptable to her. Woo, cry, just cry. Trunks patted Tsunade on the back lightly. To say the most miserable person in Hokage, Tsunade must be counted as one. After all, in the Second Ninja World War, the clan and the only younger brother all died. Only she was left alone. Who can know this kind of pain? Thinking of this, Trunks felt a little distressed for the girl in his arms, who was clearly just a girl but was burdened with such a painful experience. After a long time, it seemed that he was tired of crying, and Tsunade muttered in his arms, Trunks, I want to drink. Okay, let's have a drink then. Trunks nodded in agreement. Then the three came to a pub. Come on, Trunks, drink with me. Tsunade handed over a bottle of wine. It is good. Trunks readily took over. Tsunade picked up a bottle and poured it up. Soon after dozens of bottles of wine, Tsunade became a little drunk. While drinking, Tsunade confided in his heart. What do you say we got from this war with the Wind Country? Is it just a show of strength to the land of wind? We drink. All the clansmen died on the battlefield, even the rope tree. Trunks had no choice but to accompany her to drink. For him, drinking this kind of wine was like drinking water. Trunks, come, we continue to drink, haha, every. Chapter 238 The Resurrected Senju Clan. Since the last time Trunks had told her that this battle was a disaster for the Senju clan, Tsunade had always remembered these words. But now, she finally understood that what Trunks said was true. The Kyansho clan really became the victims of this war. The Kyansho clan of the original Konoha first family seemed to have been exterminated, and she was the only one left. Even if she is stupid, she knows that this is not normal. She had some guesses in her heart, but she didn't dare to believe this fact. Now, aside from Trunks and Kushina, she finds that she has no one to trust. Trunks, what the hell am I supposed to do? I really want to see them again. Trunks, I remember you said that you will help me no matter what. Hee, how can you do such a thing? Tsunade leaned against Trunks' shoulders, mumbling to himself as he drank. Of course it can be done. Hearing Tsunade's words, Trunks nodded. However, when he looked towards his arms, he found that Tsunade had fallen asleep. Ah, Trunks sighed in distress, then hugged Tsunade. Kushina, let's go back. Yeah, Kushina nodded, and then asked suspiciously, can Big Brother Trunks really allow Tsunade-sensei to see the clan again? Of course, but we'll talk about this later. Trunks nodded and didn't explain anything. Kushina didn't ask more after hearing the words. After bringing Tsunade back to the empty Senju clan station, Trunks ordered Kushina to take care of Tsunade, and then went back to the cemetery. The next morning, hey, my head hurts. 35. Tsunade woke up from the dream with only a splitting headache. This is the aftermath of a hangover. Give you water. At this time, a glass of water was handed to her, and Tsunade drank it without thinking about it. After drinking it, Tsunade wondered who handed over the water, the voice was so familiar. She turned her head to look, and was stunned. Rope tree. Tsunade looked at the younger brother in front of him, only feeling like he was in a dream. Hee, doesn't my sister know me? The thousand-hand rope tree showed a bright smile. Is it really you, rope tree? Tsunade rubbed his eyes, still in disbelief. Haha, my sister is really me. Woo, Tsunade couldn't hold back any longer and hugged his younger brother, crying. Although everything in front of her made her feel a little unreal, she didn't want to wake up so quickly. However, when Tsunade opened the door and walked out, she was stunned. I saw people coming and going in the entire Thousand Hand clan resident at this time, and everyone was full of bright smiles. Yo, Tsunade is up. 35. Haha, is Princess Tsunade still sleeping well? After seeing Tsunade, the people of the Kyansho clan who passed by greeted each other one after another. This familiar scene made Tsunade a little dazed, so he pinched himself with motivation, and found that it really hurt. Isn't all this a dream? Illusion solution. Tsunade didn't believe it, and even used the ninja technique of dispelling illusions. This made the Kyansho rope tree beside him dumbfounded. After some tossing, Tsunade finally believed that everything in front of him was real. But how is this possible? Suddenly Tsunade thought about what he seemed to have said to Trunks last night before he got drunk. Is it, rope tree, do you know where the trunks are? 35. Tsunade looked at his brother and asked. You said brother-in-law. He's in the living room. 35. Rope tree pointed to the living room of the Kyansho clan not far away. Rope tree, what are you talking about? When Tsunade heard the title of brother-in-law, he immediately became confused. Brother-in-law is brother-in-law, sister, let's go. Senju Roshu did not explain much, and pushed Tsunade to the living room. And this time in the living room, Trunks, Senju Hasuma and Senju Tobarama are discussing something. That's right, last night, Trunks, according to Tsunade's request, resurrected most of the people who died recently in the Senju clan. In addition, the two brothers Senju Hasuma and Senju Tobarama were also resurrected. It is very easy to do this kind of thing with the trick of controlling life and death with the evil thoughts wave. At this point Trunks is discussing with the two brothers what to do with Konoha. For flowers, so far, the resurrection of the Kiansho clan has not been discovered by the people of Konoha for the time being. But what to do next? Kiansho Hanma Sensho Tobarama is completely two directions. Kiansho Zuma's personality is relatively mild, and after knowing that the entire Kiansho clan was destroyed, he fell silent, apparently accepting this fate. However, Kiansho Tobarama didn't think so. At this point he was furious. Think about how long it took him to give Hokage's position to Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, the Senju family, the first family of Konoha village, just disappeared. Even a fool knows that this matter is absolutely inseparable from Sarutobi Hizen. If it wasn't for Senju Hasuma to stop him, he would now go to Sarutobi Hizen to ask for an explanation. At this time, Senju Hashima wanted to know what Trunks thought. The young man in front of him not only resurrected them, but also completely resurrected the dead clansmen, and his ability can be imagined. Senju Hashimoto could not see through the young man in front of him. Seeing that both of them were looking at him, Trunks chuckled lightly. I agree with Senju Tobarama's approach. 99. Hizuru Sarutobi made it clear that he wanted to destroy Konoha's strongest clan, the Senju clan, and then replace it. This kind of bullying and killing ancestors, you must be very angry. Kianshujuma Kiansho Tobarama couldn't help frowning when he heard the words. Then you want to do that? Kianshujuma asked with a frown. How do I do it? No, this matter has nothing to do with me, I just promised Tsunade to let you meet. Trunks waved his hand. Originally, after resurrecting the Senju clan, this matter has nothing to do with him, and what to do is also a matter of Senju Hasuma and Senju Tobarama. However, what I want to tell you is that now that you are resurrected, with the prestige of the two of you in Konoha, most of Konoha will definitely want you to continue to be Hokage. But Sarutobi Hizen will definitely not hand over Konoha just like that, so there is bound to be a battle between you two. It doesn't matter whether Senju Tobarama and Senju Hasuma care about being exterminated. In short, their resurrection will definitely be opposed to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Either this Konoha does not have the Kiansho clan, or there is no other possibility without him. Chapter 239 The Thousand Hands Tobarama came to the door. Senju Hashimoto Senju Tobarama also understands the current situation. The entire Kiansho clan was resurrected inexplicably, and Hiruzen Sarutobi would definitely be very vigilant. They will even attack on the grounds that they are pretending to be enemy ninjas. However, just as they were thinking, Tsunade finally came to the living room. Tsunade was stunned the moment he saw Senju Hasuma and Senju Tobarama. Grandpa, second grandpa, Tsunade looked at them in disbelief. Haha, I didn't expect Tsunade to have grown so big. After seeing Tsunade, Kiansho Hashima and Tobarama also showed smiles. The two still love this Tsunade who has grown up since childhood. Is it really you? Haha, of course it's us. 99 inches 377. That's great, Grandpa. Tsunade couldn't help falling into Chisho Hasuma's arms any longer and began to cry. After a while, Tsunade recovered. After recovering, she immediately looked at Trunks. Trunks, what the hell is going on here? Trunks knew she would ask this question and chuckled. Remember your request last night? 99. Of course I do, but how is this possible? The entire Kiansho clan was resurrected overnight, which made Tsunade a little unbelievable. Haha, Tsunade, don't ask any more, even I have studied the forbidden technique of resurrecting people. Kiansho Tobarama laughed loudly. Forget about your forbidden art, it's something that plays with the souls of the dead, and it's different from Trunks resurrecting us. On the side, Senju Hasuma preached to Senju Tobarama. The move that Senju Tobarama has developed to revive the dead is the reincarnation of the filth. This move is completely incomparable to Trunks' ability to control life and death. Really Trunks, you did it, thank you. Tsunade looked at him with gratitude. She didn't expect Trunks to actually do such an incredible thing. Hee, isn't this something I promised you a long time ago? Trunks smiled. As early as when he asked Tsunade to accept Kushina as his disciple, he said that he could promise Tsunade one thing. Now it's finally done. Seeing this scene, Kianshujuma Kiansho Tobarama glanced at each other immediately. Immediately, both of them were happy. After all, Tsunade was able to find such a mysterious and powerful man, and they were also very happy. Then Tsunade, what do you think the Kiansho clan should do now? After explaining the current situation of the Senju clan to Tsunade, Kiansho Hashirama threw this question to Tsunade. Tsunade was hesitant to hear that. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi is her teacher, and if you really want to get rid of Hiruzen Sarutobi, I am afraid that the clansmen will suffer heavy casualties again. Thinking of this, Tsunade had no choice but to look at Trunks. Trunks shrugged. I know what you're thinking, but if you want to clear the portal, you only need to do it by yourself, Senju Tobarama. The strength of Senju Tobarama is undeniably powerful, and the strength in the entire Konoha is second only to the existence of Senjujuma. Hiruzen Sarutobi is the strongest Hokage, I really don't know how he blew it out. Just too shameless. Okay, then let me clean up the portal. Senju Tobarama very much agrees with this. Kiansho Zuma on the side did not agree with this practice, but he did not oppose it, it was more Buddhist. He thought that since he was already dead, he should not interfere in these matters. But now the plan has been decided, and no one pays attention to him. Immediately after the two brothers Senju Tobarama and Senju Hasuma, plus Trunks, Tsunade and Kushina, a group of 5 went towards the Hokage office. Sarufi, come out for me. Sarutobi Hizen, who was processing documents in Hokage's office, suddenly heard a familiar voice that spread throughout Konoha. Sarutobi Hizen frowned, then summoned the Hokage guards outside the door. What happened outside the door? Fire. Hokage-sama. Yes, it's the first Hokage-sama and the second Hokage-sama. The Hokage guard's face was horrified, and he never imagined that he had seen the first Hokage and the second Hokage with his own eyes. However, this does not rule out the reason why some people use the transformation technique. Sarutobi Hizen frowned upon hearing this, and felt that someone was using the transformation technique to make trouble. But the familiar voice just now made him feel a little uneasy. At the same time, after Konoha heard the voice of Senju Tobarama, most of the people rushed towards Hokage Rock. It's the first Hokage-sama. It's really the first generation Hokage-sama, and there's also the second generation Hokage-sama. Just how is this possible? Didn't the first Hokage and the second Hokage die long ago? 35. It's possible that the enemy is pretending. 39. Unclear, but strange. At this time, Sarutobi Hizen observed several people on Hokage Rock through the telescope technique, and frowned when he saw Tsunade and the Trunks among them. He felt that things were not that simple. However, if you want to confirm whether the other party is an enemy who uses the transformation technique, you still need to identify it with your own eyes. So Sarutobi Hizen took off the Hokage robe, revealing the ninja costume inside, and the whole person exuded the momentum of a strong man. Today's Sarutobi Hibiki is in his prime, and his strength can be said to be at its peak, which should not be underestimated. With his eyesight, unless the transformation technique has reached its peak, or the opponent's strength is stronger than him. I saw 1.3 he left the office with a few Naruto guards in an instant. When he came outside, Sarutobi Hizen immediately saw the 4 people on the Hokage Rock. Who are you guys? How dare you pretend to be the first Hokage and the second Hokage? Otherwise, it is impossible to have no flaws at all. Humph. Sarubi, do you really not know us? Sarutobi Hizen frowned and didn't speak, because he didn't find the enemy's use of the transformation technique. Kiansho Tobarama snorted coldly. When he saw Senju Hakuma and Senju Tobarama, his pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 240, it was actually questioned. At this time, many ninjas also appeared on the surrounding roofs. There are major families, as well as Anbu, or roots. In short, about the first Hokage and the second Hokage appearing in Konoha, it has already spread throughout Konoha. At this time, Senju Tobarama saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer, and immediately became furious. Sarutobi, let me ask you, why did the Kiansho clan disappear in such a short period of time? Senju Tobarama's resounding voice spread throughout most of Konoha. After hearing this sentence, the Konoha people immediately started to discuss. After all, as the most powerful family in the wood, it is also the founder of Konoha. The decline of the Kiansho clan is seen in the eyes of everyone, and the people of Konoha are usually very puzzled. But it's not so strange to think that Konoha is at war with an enemy country. Now that this matter has been brought up by people who were suspected of Senju Tobarama, the people of Konoha feel that something is wrong. After all, no matter what, there is no way that there will be only one person left in such a big family. It is absolutely impossible to say that there is no conspiracy. The smarter people immediately understood something when they heard this sentence, but no one stood up to speak. Sarutobi Hizen saw the Konoha people talking about it, and knew that if he didn't speak again, it would definitely affect his Hokage's image. So he said solemnly. Anbu obeyed the order and took down the spies of these enemy countries. Yes, a dozen masked Anbu rushed up beside Sarutobi Hizen. Humph. Sarutobi, are you going to use these people against me? Kiansho Tobarama snorted coldly. Water escape heaven weeps. Without the seal, I saw Kiansho Tobarama suddenly opened his mouth and spat out countless ice needles, sweeping all the Anbu ninjas rushing up like a storm. Such a fast speed made Anbu ninja too late to use ninjutsu. In a burst of screams, all Anbu were injured. But Senju Tobarama didn't kill them. After all, the ninjas in Anbu were just following orders. However, this move of Muji ninjutsu immediately shocked the people of the major families. Because this trick is very familiar to them. This is a water escape that can only be used by the second generation Hokage Senju Tobarama, plus it can be cast without a seal. This time, all the people from the major families who had been on the battlefield with Senju Tobarama were all a little stunned. This one in front of me turned out to be the real second generation Hokage Senju Tobarama. Everyone couldn't believe it for a while. Sarutobi Hizen's expression changed at this time. Even if he didn't believe it, the person in front of him was indeed his teacher, the second generation Hokage Senju Tobarama. At this time, he was full of doubts, why the first Hokage and the second Hokage were resurrected. What is going on in this matter? But there was no time for him to think about it. Seeing that the major families and even the Anbu people have been shaken, he knew that if he didn't do anything, it would be over. Don't believe everyone. The first Hokage-sama and the second generation Hokage-sama have already died in battle, and it is impossible for them to appear here. This is nothing more than a conspiracy of the enemy. As soon as Hiruzen Sarutobi said these words, the major families suddenly became a little puzzled. The person in front of him clearly used the water escape of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobima, and he could use it without a seal. But as Sarutobi Hizen said, Kiansho Tobarama had already died in battle, so how could he appear here? Hey, Orochimaru, what do you think? In the distance, Jiraiya was confused by this scene, so he could only ask Orochimaru on the side. Orochimaru was silent for a while, then said, I don't know, but that person should be Tsunade. There is also that person called Trunks. 99. Orochimaru doesn't know whether Chisho Tobarama and Chisho Hasuma are the real first and second generation, but according to his observation, Tsunade should be the real one. Having said that, Zillai became even more puzzled. Humph, Sarutobi, are you still trying to confuse the people? It seems it's time to clear the door. Kiansho Tobarama snorted coldly, and he couldn't hold back his violent temper any longer. I saw him turned into a golden light and suddenly appeared behind Hiruzen Sarutobi. It's the technique of Flying Thunder God. Maybe others don't know this trick, but Namikaze Minato is impossible not to know. Of course, there is also the Sarutobi Hibiki. His reaction speed was very fast, and the moment Kiansho Tobarama came behind him, he had already retreated. Of course, he was able to back away calmly, it was just that Kiansho Tobarama didn't kill him. Otherwise, in the moment just now, Sarutobi Hizen will suffer heavy losses. At the same time, seeing Senju Tobarama coming to the roof, the surrounding Anbu also gathered around. These Anbu are relatively young, are die-hard Sarutobi Hizen, and have the absolute ability to execute his orders. Water escape water rush, 35. Without continuing to talk nonsense, Kiansho Tobarama slapped both hands, and the powerful water flow instantly impacted in all directions. This move once again shocked everyone. 377. To be able to release such a powerful water escape in a place where there is no water source, I am afraid only the second Hokage can do such a thing. 5. It's amazing that the terrain has been changed using water escape. Is this really the second Hokage? That's right, the second Hokage just now used the Flying Thunder God technique, which I've seen on the battlefield with my own eyes. Being able to use such a powerful water escape and Flying Thunder God technique, this is definitely the second generation Hokage. After the battle between Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hizen began, the major families did not act rashly. The suspicious person in front of him used the water escape and Flying Thunder God's techniques all in line with the second Hokage Senju Tobarama. This made them have to believe that this person was the second generation Hokage Senju Tobarama. Thinking of this, everyone turned their attention to the figure on the Hokage rock. Senju Hasuma, the founder of Konoha, is known as the god of ninjutsu. In Konoha, Kianshujuma's prestige is still very high, after all, that is the person who leads Konoha to the most brilliant. Chapter 241 An Ordinary Tsunade. Impossible. At this time, the battle between Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hizen was very fierce. The surrounding Anbu couldn't get involved in this shadow-level battle at all, and of course, there were more people who chose to wait and see. Trunks wondered what would happen if Senju Hashima shot. The Mu-Dun among the Thousand Hands Pillars is the only one in the ninja world. As long as Mu-Dun is used, no one will dare to doubt his identity. And no one dared to take the lead in resisting. After all, Senju Hakuma is a person who can fight Shikoku alone. But it doesn't matter, the Trunks are just here for the show anyway. At this time, the battle in the field was one-sided, and Sarutobi Hizen struggled to support him under the various ninjutsu techniques of Senju Tobarama. The strength of the two is not the same level at all. Second Grandpa is amazing, I have never seen Sarutobi Sensei so embarrassed before. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. That three-generation Hokage is simply too weak. Kushina looked at the embarrassed Sarutobi Hizen with some disdain. She was confident that she could defeat the opponent even against Sarutobi Hizen. Kushina's current strength has surpassed Tsunade, and if he really faces Sarutobi Hizen, the outcome is really hard to say. During this period of time, Kushina's strength increased very quickly, not only because of eating the fruit of the spirit tree. And the points she got from completing the group tasks in the past few times have been exchanged by her for kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. And also awakened a special pupil technique. It can be said that her current strength is already above Sarutobi Hizen, but she is slightly weaker in terms of combat experience. At this moment, Senju Hashima said, if you want me to talk about the strength of us people, I am afraid that it is nothing in front of you, Mr. Trunks. Hee. Trunks chuckled and didn't explain anything. Of course, the strength of Trunks' brother is not what you can imagine. 5. Kushina on the side said proudly, is it really that strong? Tsunade was a little surprised. Although she admitted that Trunks was really strong, she would not believe it if she was stronger than the first-generation grandfather. In her eyes, the first-generation grandfather was the strongest. Of course it's true. Kushina nodded earnestly. Okay, you don't care about this kind of thing. 39. Trunks held Kushina's head with a big hand, preventing her from showing off. Does the dragon need to show off something to the ants? Not at all. It was at this time. The battle on the field has changed. Wind escape vacuum jade. Suddenly, a gust of wind came towards Kiansho Tobarama, but was easily avoided. Tuanzong. Senju Tobarama narrowed his eyes and looked at the person coming, who was his former subordinate Shimura Danzo. This made Kiansho Tobarama even more angry, and he did not expect that all of his disciples and subordinates would rebel. At this time, there was no way for Danzo to come out, because he was one of the masterminds in destroying the Qianshu clan. If Sarutobi Hizen is killed, I am afraid he will not be far away from death. So he must come out and join forces with Sarutobi Hizen to defeat Senju Tobirama. Sarutobi, use all your strength, or we will all die here. Danzo looked blankly at Hiruzen Sarutobi. It is good, Sarutobi Hizen nodded, but he couldn't back down now. Immediately, the two launched an attack together, plus Anbu and Genbu on the side shot. Even Senju Tobirama must be taken seriously. Trunks, do you want me to help second grandpa? 35. Tsunade was a little worried when he saw Qianshu Tobirama being besieged. It shouldn't be necessary, your second grandfather can handle it. 35. Trunks are very similar in strength to Senju Tobirama. They have the technique of flying thunder gods, and they are not afraid at all in the face of siege. Moreover, the powerful water escape can't be stopped in general. So the most important thing in this battle is to see the battle between Sarutobi Hizen and Danzo against Senju Tobirama. As predicted, I saw Qianshu Tobirama's move, water escape, water dragon bite, instantly disintegrates all the trash. Even Sarutobi Hizen and Danzo suffered a big loss under this move. The fate of the two was already doomed. Seeing that Sarutobi Hizen and Danzo were about to lose, Konoha's big family also came forward to accuse Sarutobi Hizen and Danzo. In an instant, Sarutobi Hizen changed from the most respectable Hokage in the entire Konoha to a villain who deceived his teachers and destroyed his ancestors. This makes Trunks a little sigh, this change is too fast. Soon, Sarutobi Hizen and Shimura Danzo were beaten to death by Senju Tobirama. Immediately afterwards, Qianshu Tobirama showed his iron-blooded side, and in just half a day, he completely controlled the entire Konoha. And what Senju Tobirama will do next is none of the Trunks' business. What, are you leaving? When Trunks offered to leave, Tsunade was very saddened. That's right. Trunks smiled and nodded. Where is my brother-in-law's home? Why don't you stay in the wood industry? 35. At this time, Qianshu Roshu also persuaded him. Tsunade didn't refute when he heard his younger brother's name for Trunks, as if he acquiesced. You said my home is not here, but it's very convenient for me to go back. Trunks smiled, he didn't explain much. Seeing that he was unwilling to explain, Tsunade did not ask any further questions, and Zanji said seriously, I will wait for you to come back. Forehead. Good Zhao Zhao. Trunks couldn't help scratching his head when he saw this. He also saw Tsunade's heart for him. Just when he was hesitating whether to take Tsunade, Kushina beside him was unhappy. Tsunade-sensei, I won't give you brother Trunks. This is truly life-changing. Unexpectedly, in just 2 short years, it was already turbulent. The Xiaolongbao in front of him also began to take shape. Kushina looked at Tsunade menacingly with her hands on her hips. After nearly 2 years of growth, today's Kushina is no longer the little lowly, but a slim girl. But compared to Tsunade's, it's far from scary. This made Trunks a little sigh. The children of Naruto world are really precocious. I remember when I saw Tsunade for the first time, the other party was ordinary. Chapter 242 Group Tasks, Rin Tasaka's Help. Trunks ended up without Tsunade. After returning to the Dragon Ball world, unexpectedly, the chat group was very lively. The head of the Tasaka family, at Kaushiko, this comic you sent me as a joke. Sakura will be slapped by that scum. Little thief cat. What happened? Tokasaki Kuzan. It seems that the group owner has privately chatted with the head of the Tasaka family. Kwangson actually changed the name of the chat group. Trunks was a little surprised. But that's fine, she doesn't have to bear the title of the worst elf anymore. Speaking of which, Azak Mio Takamiya is worthy of this title. Blood Red Pepper. Did Sister Shiyu send her the comics of the new world? Thor. It should be. Noble Hakoba. Actually, knowing the future is not a good thing, because it will cause unpredictable changes in the future. Blood Red Pepper. That's right, I didn't ask Sister Shiyu for comics. 39. If the members of the group ask Shiyu of Kasumigaoka for comics or novels of their own world, she will generally give them. But the consequences are their own responsibility. Sha Shizi, group owner, at Yuanbanjia Patriarch, I'm not joking. 377, if you don't believe it, you can go and verify it. Seeing this, Tasaka Rin clenched her silver teeth, she really couldn't believe what was described in the comics. After Sakura adopted her to the Meidou family since she was a child, such a tragic thing happened. Not only was his body transformed by bugs, but he was insulted by Meidou Shinji every day. Thinking of this, Tasaka Rin's eyes were red with anger, and she wished she would kill the old bug and Meidou Shinji now. But the only reason she had told her was that she was no match for the old bug. The head of the Tasaka family. I will go to verify the facts, thank the group owner. 9. After saying this, Tasaka Rin left the chat group. Now, she needs to verify the truth of the facts. It was just after school. Most of the school's students will participate in club activities, and Meidou Shinji is the deputy general of the archery club, so he will not go home directly. Tasaka Rin sneaked into the archery club and saw Meidou Shinji as expected. After that, she followed him secretly until she finally saw Meidou Shinji meet Sakura in the dressing room. BEBD. Sakura looked very scared when she saw Meidou Shinji. Seeing this, Tasaka Rin already believed more than half of it. Until Meidou Shinji was about to do something with Sakura, Tasaka Rin couldn't bear it any longer, and rushed out to beat Meidou Shinji violently. It wasn't until he beat Meidu Shinji to the death that Sakura stopped him. Sakura, tell me, did the Meidu family remodel you? Also, did this scum bully you? Tasaka Rin grabbed Sakura and asked. Hearing these two questions, Sakura couldn't help trembling all over. Seeing this, Tasaka Rin didn't know that it was all true. Sakura, I'm sorry. The strong remorse made Tasaka Rin burst into tears. She was thinking that if it wasn't for her, maybe Sakura wouldn't be sent to Meidu's house. Sister, it's all right. Sakura, who was held in her arms, showed a faint smile, as if she had already accepted this fate. Seeing Sakura like this, Tasaka Rin felt even more sad in his heart. She secretly decided in her heart that she must save Sakura. But with the strength in front of her, she couldn't do it at all, and there was still half a year before the next Holy Grail War. Even if it was too late to summon the heroic spirit, Tasaka Rin didn't want to let Sakura go back to that place. Suddenly she thought of chat groups. Tasaka family. I'm sorry to everyone in the chat group, but I really need everyone's help right now. Ding. Trigger the group quest. The Tasaka family asks for help. Task requirements. Save the sister of the head of the Tasaka family. Mission limit. Unlimited number of people. Task reward. 5 to 1 million points and 2 lottery opportunities. The points will be settled according to the completion of the task and the contribution of the group members. The group task was suddenly triggered, but it was only a moment, and all the group members came in. Shashizi, group leader. Sure enough, the group quest was triggered. It seems that the head of the Tasaka family has confirmed the truth. Super Saiyan. Yes, but the truth hit her a bit hard. 9. Trunks sighed with emotion. It seems that Sakura's experience really hit Tasaka Rin deeply. Otherwise, with her arrogant personality, she would definitely not turn to the chat group for help. This also proves that the timeline on Tasaka Rin's side should be before the Holy Grail War. After all, if there is a heroic spirit, Tasaka Rin will definitely not ask for help. Blood red chili pepper. I think it's a little weird this time. I mean quest reward. 35. Little thief cat. That's right, I've wanted to say it for a long time. The reward points for this mission are actually between 50,000 and 1 million, which is something that has never happened before. Thor. What the hell is going on here? 35. The members of the group are a little confused about this task reward. Trunks, however, has some speculation. Super Saiyan. Tasaka Rin, tell me the goal of this mission first. The head of the Tasaka family. I have confirmed that Sakura did encounter those things in the comics, so I want to kill the old bug and rescue Sakura, but Sakura's body seems to be a little oops. 5. At this time, Tasaka Rin had forcibly brought Sakura back home, without giving Sakura any chance to resist. After some inspection by her, she found that Sakura's body has become very bad because of being transformed by the engraved insect. If not treated properly, I am afraid that they will suffer very painful torture and eventually die. This is definitely what Tasaka Rin doesn't want to see. Super Saiyan. I see, that is to say, if you need to kill the enemy, heal Sakura. Trunks touched his chin. Since it is within the range of 50,000 points to 1 million points, of course, you must do your best to get the most points. But if this is the case, this mission reward is not worth 1 million points at all. Chapter 243 Change the past and save Sakura. Suddenly Trunks had a bold idea. Since the mission is to save Sakura, it's not just Sakura's superficial injuries. The most important thing is Sakura's inner trauma. What is Sakura's inner trauma? Of course, it was a series of things that happened when he was abandoned by his father and adopted to the Meidu family. If it was an ordinary girl, if she experienced such a dark thing, she would have been like a corpse long ago, and she might even commit suicide because she couldn't hold on. However, Sakura persisted, and there was no sign of blackening at all. This really makes Trunks admire. But this also left an indelible wound in Sakura's heart. That's right, that's for sure. Trunks' eyes lit up, and if he were to perform ordinary treatment on Sakura, he would definitely not be able to get 1 million points. But if Sakura's inner wound can be healed, then it is possible to get that, 1 million points. Because it is very difficult to heal the wounds in Sakura's heart. The first is ordinary therapy, which makes her forget about the past. But this approach probably won't work. After so many years of torture, it's impossible for Sakura to forget those things. There is another way that ordinary people can't do it at all. That is to solve Sakura's inner wound from the root. If you want to do this, you first need to go back to the past, and then take action when Sakura adopts the Meidu family. Thereby changing history. In the chat group, only Kurumi and Trunks can do this. Thinking of this, Trunks said his guess in the chat group. Little thief cat. So that's the way it is, the teacher is too powerful, and he figured out this task so quickly. 35. Blood red pepper. Yeah, we haven't figured out what happened yet. Shashizi, group leader, if this mission is really like this, then only Kurumi and Trunks can be completed. Tokusaki Kurumi. That's it. At this time, Rin Tasaka finally recovered from her daze. It was really just what Trunks said that shocked her too much. I actually thought of going back to the past to save Sakura. At the same time, Tasaka Rin was also excited. It would be better if Sakura could not be allowed to experience all this. The head of the Tasaka family. At Tokusaki-kusen, at Super Saiyan, please help me, I am willing to pay any price for this. Tasaka Rin has decided that even if he pays any price for this, he must save Sakura. Super Saiyan. Hee, no need, as long as we complete the group quests, there will naturally be rewards. Blood red pepper. That's right, everyone in the chat group should help each other. Super Saiyan. Then this task will be completed by Kurumi and I, everyone has no opinion. Little thief cat. No problem at all, after all, none of us can help. Shashizi group owner, that's right, it's not too late, Trunks, you all go. Otherwise, the newcomers should be in a hurry. Super Saiyan. Okay then. Kurumi, let's take the quest. Trunks didn't talk too much, and after taking over the mission, he immediately went to the world of the moon where Tasaka Rin was. Kangson, you are here. 35. A dodging Trunks came to Kurumi not far away. Kurumi looked at him tenderly and said, Trunks, why did you bring me? This task should be easy for you. Hee, let's have some fun with the two of you. Trunks smiled and shrugged. In fact, he just wanted to help Kwangson earn some points. After all, she still wanted to beat Mio Sonomiya and Azak by herself. Relying on the daily check-in points, cannot do. Moreover, Kurumi also refused the points he gave him, which made him very helpless, so he had to take her to complete the task together. Kurumi is smart and of course she understands why he did this. She hugged Trunks' arm and chuckled. Well, let's go. 99. Good. 35. Trunks is also used to Kwangson's intimacy, but it's no surprise. Instant transmission. The next moment, the two appeared in an old-looking mansion. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers. As soon as it appeared, various magic devices in the courtyard were triggered. Every magician's home is a magic workshop with a lot of traps, and obviously the Tasaka family is no exception. After the magic device in the hospital was triggered, Tasaka Rin immediately learned the news. 35. Tasaka Rin came to the courtyard. The girl with double ponytails, wearing a red school uniform and black short skirt, and black silk on her slender thighs, this dress is indeed very powerful. Even if this black silk is comparable to Shiyu of Shajircho, she deserves to be the heroine of the year of playing legs. After Trunks looked at Tasaka Rin, he slowly said 3 words. Chat group. Tasaka Rin immediately reacted when he heard the words. So you are the Trunks for the next mission, and Kurumi Tokisaki. Please come with me. Tasaka Rin took the two in without saying a word. It's not that she didn't doubt the identities of the two of them, but it was definitely not a coincidence that she could appear at this point in time, and said the chat group again. The two followed Tasaka Rin into the house. I saw a girl with long purple hair sitting there quietly. Is this your sister? Our mission is to save her. In other words, she was sent to the Meidou family 10 years ago when she was 6 years old. Yes, Sakura has been tortured for so many years, she must be rescued. Kurumi nodded with a smile, and immediately leaned into Trunks' ear and said softly, Trunks, do you want me to return the time ring to you? Well, it's not too late, let's go now. Trunks nodded, then looked at Kwang-san and said, Ku-san, use the time ring to take us back to 10 years ago. Sakura is now 16 years old, and it has only been half a year since the beginning of the plot. At this time, Sakura also looked over and looked at the two of them curiously. Tasaka Rin clenched his fists and said. Kurumi looked at Sakura curiously. Chapter 244 Kwangson's Time Eating City. Since the last time he handed the time ring to Kwang-san, he has not returned it. Of course, Trunks is not easy to mention this matter, but after having the ability to control time, the time ring is dispensable to him. After all, time control also allows him to travel freely between the past and the future. No, let's go. Trunks chuckled and shook his head. Take me. At this time, Tasaka Rin on the side hurriedly said. Trunks frowned and thought for a while. It's okay to bring you, but you must not show up in front of people you know, because that would cause a major change in history. I understand. Tasaka Rin nodded quickly, then she came to Sakura and touched her head. Sakura, Sanchichi, we will go back when we go, and when we come back, all the pain you suffered will be gone, I swear. 35. Sakura was stunned when she heard the words, but did not speak. Let's go. Tasaka Rin turned around and walked towards Kurumi. You have to hold on to me. Kurumi nodded with a smile, then grabbed Trunks' hand. On the other side, Tasaka Rin also grabbed Kurumi's hand. Immediately afterwards, the three of them held hands and disappeared directly in front of Sakura. 10 years ago, near Meidou's house, Patriarch Meidou just said so, and Sakura will leave it to you. 35. A middle-aged man who was very calm and elegant in his gestures, pulled a little girl and handed it over to the bald old man who was rickety. The bald old man with a stooped waist is the Mato family, Mato Zacian. The middle-aged man and the little girl are Tokiomi Tosaka and Tasaka Sakura. When Trunks, Kurumi, and Rin Tasaka returned 10 years ago, the scene they saw was the scene where Sakura adopted the Meidou family. Father. Seeing Tokiomi Tosaka again, Tasaka Rin's heart was a little complicated. She didn't know if she should hate this father. After all, he was the one who pushed Sakura into the abyss. Seeing this, Trunks folded his arms and said, Don't worry about it so much, now our purpose is to save Sakura. But what should we do? Forcibly saving Sakura might cause a change in history. Tasaka Rin frowned, really not knowing what to do. Trunks and Kwang-san looked at each other and smiled. They were very familiar with this kind of thing. You can't change history. It doesn't mean you can't deceive history. Let's go, let's follow the old bugs in. Trunks chuckled and didn't explain much. At this time, Meidouzoic and Tosaka Tokiomi had already agreed, and then Meidouzoic returned home with Sakura. Without stopping, I saw Meidu Zuoyan took Sakura directly to the basement full of engraved insects. The three Trunks kept covering their breath and followed behind them. When are we going to start? Seeing Sakura being taken to the basement, Tasaka Rin was a little anxious. Come on Kwangsan. Trunks entrusted Kurumi with the task of killing Meidu Zion and saving Sakura, so that she could get more points. Kurumi nodded with a smile, not rejecting his kindness. King Kidi. Kwang Sanjiao shouted and summoned Angel directly. At this time, Tong Zhuangyan finally discovered the existence of Kuzan. Who? Meidu Zuoyan looked at Kurumi coldly. Kurumi didn't speak, only to see that she raised the flintlock gun in her hand and pulled the trigger without hesitation. 7 bullets. Boom. Meidu Zuoyan did not dodge. In his opinion, it was difficult for a pistol to cause damage to his body, and he could even pretend to be dead in attack. The idea is good, but he doesn't understand Kurumi's ability. The target hit by the 7 bullets will have their time stopped, and even their consciousness will stop. The world. It can be said that this move is an extremely powerful trump card among Kurumi's bullets. Really, after being hit by the bullet again, Meidu Zuoyan stopped in place. Seeing this, Kurumi smiled brightly, and immediately raised her flintlock pistol and fired. Bang bang bang. After several shots were fired, Meidu Zika's eyebrows, heart and other parts were shot through. Immediately after that, Meidu's time was restored. Meidu Zuoyan's expression still maintained a vicious look. However, the next moment his expression became unbelievable, and then his body went down. Tasaka Rin, who was hiding on the side, was a little shocked when he saw this scene. She did not expect the girl in front of her to have the ability to stop time. But it's not so surprising to think that the other party can take them back 10 years ago. Is that enough? After killing Meidu Zuoyan, Kurumi turned around and asked. Trunks shook his head. Of course not. Meidu Zuoyan didn't die. Kwangsan, you have to be careful. 99. When Kwangsan heard the words, he turned his head, and sure enough, he saw that the hole where the bullets had penetrated Meidu's inkstone had tiny bugs squirming constantly. But it was back to normal in a moment. Kurumi frowned and felt a little sick. Ku-san, you need an idea. The whole body of this family is made of insects, so ordinary injuries can't kill him, and his body is not in this body. Trunks reminded that Meidu Zoroki's strength may not be strong, but when it comes to life-saving skills, no one can match it. I understand 1.3. Mad 3 o'clock, and then I saw the shadow under her feet continue to expand. In just a moment, the entire Meidu family was already enveloped. It is the city of food time. Trunks' eyes lit up when he saw this move. The body of Meidu Zuoyan is composed of small insects, and these small insects are not strong individually. It's definitely a good way to use the city of food time to deal with it. Really, under the suppression of Kurumi's city of eating time, Meidu Zion's body recovery gradually stopped. Immediately afterwards, all the little bugs were sucked up time, but in a moment, all the little bugs including the basement were sucked up and died. Even Meidu Zoe's hidden body was absorbed time and died. Chapter 245 gave Sakura a perfect childhood, mission accomplished. Even Trunks was very surprised to be able to get rid of him so easily, even when Meidu Zikayan didn't have any resistance. But it is also normal. After all, the magicians in this world are really strong. And weak is really weak. For example, the old worm, Meidu Zuoyan, is disgusting with one hand. Once the engraved insects are all restrained, he can't resist at all. Telling Tasaka Rin not to come out, Trunks slowly walked towards Sakura. After the old bug was killed, Sakura was always in a state of daze, completely confused about the situation. All she knew was that it was very scary and full of disgusting bugs. Sakura is fine, let's get out of here first. Trunks came to Sakura with a smile. Perhaps it was his temperament that children liked. Sakura started to be a little scared, but then she threw herself into his arms. Generally speaking, 6-year-old children can't tell who is the bad guy, they can only tell by feeling. Let's go. Trunks smiled and said to Kurumi beside him. The three then left basement 14. As for Tasaka Rin, he still hid in the dark to avoid being discovered by Sakura. After coming outside, Trunks suddenly asked, what happened to the people from the Kurumi Meidu family? They all passed out in my city of time food, Kurumi replied. Ordinary people can't resist in the city of eating time at all, and they will faint directly. And weaker magicians will also become weak in their hands and feet, and have no fighting ability at all. That's it. Trunks is thinking about what to do with these Meidu family members. If they are the same as Meidu Dirty Inkstone, then just clean them up. However, the Meidu family seems to have only Meidu Zaoyan and Meidu Shinji who are sure to kill, and the others are not bad people. Just like Meidu Karya, forget it, leave them alone, just take out Meidu Shinji for the rest, and then the mission is complete. 99. Wanting to deceive history, Trunks originally planned to kill all these people, and then recreate the entire Meidu family. But now it seems that it only needs to create an old bug and a Meidu Shinji. In this way, history can continue to develop normally. At the same time, Sakura's fate has completely changed. Kwangsan nodded, and then shot directly to kill Meidu Shinji. Next, Trunks used anamorphic light to create brand new Meidu Zoe and Meidu Shinji. Of course, this was all done after Sakura fell asleep. After going through this series of things, Sakura fell asleep very tired. In the setting of Trunks, Meidu Zuoyan is a very kind grandpa, while Meidu Shinji is a very gentle brother. In this way, Sakura should have a good year. At the same time, Trunks is not worried about leaving the power of God in Sakura, which will be triggered once encountering danger. For the people of the Moon World, no one can survive under the power of God. After watching Trunks do all this, Tasaka Rin was very grateful. Trunks, thank you, hee. It's also right for group members to help each other, and this is also a group task. 35. Trunks chuckled and waved his hand. I know it's a group mission, but if it wasn't for you, Sakura would never forget those things. Tasaka Rin lowered her head and looked a little sad, and even her double ponytail seemed to have no energy hanging on either side. Hee, don't worry, this time we have completely changed Xiao Sakura's fate, she will have a wonderful childhood. Trunks smiled, and suddenly he sounded like something. By the way, after we return to the original time and space, Rin, you should have some more memories. Although history can still follow the original historical direction. But as Sakura's closest person, Tasaka Rin will definitely have some more memories, or even lack some memories. I'll use this for you. Kwang-san on the side took the initiative to hand over the time ring, and with this presence, he would not be afraid of the change of history. Thanks. Remember to return it to me when you use it up. This is the first gift Trunks gave me. 35. Kurumi smiled and reminded. Tasaka Rin looked at Trunks and nodded, thinking in her heart whether Tokisaki Kurumi had also encountered such a thing. Hearing the words, the corners of Trunks' mouth curled slightly and smiled. Are you ready? We are going back to the original time and space. Kurumi and Tasaka Rin looked at each other, they both nodded at the same time and took the initiative to grab his hand. Trunks looked left and right, then used time control. In the next instant, the three of them disappeared from the Meidou family. As soon as he returned to the original time and space, Tasaka Rin felt a splitting headache and subconsciously covered his head. What's up with her? Seeing this, Kwang-san was a little puzzled. It must be a change in history that led to the receipt of unfamiliar memories. Trunks stroked his chin. This time was different from Kurumi's. Kwang-san's historical changes were all secretly done, and there was no direct connection with Xiao Kwang-san. After all, even Shaw had died, they didn't make a move. And this time is different. This time, it was Sakura, who was directly related to Tasaka Rin. Without experiencing the dark things of 377, Sakura's character was originally very lively and lovely, and her hair was not purple, but normal black. The two sisters have had a very good relationship since childhood, so the change in memory is also normal. After a long time, Tasaka Rin breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that she finally recovered, Trunks asked curiously, Rin, how is it? Woo, Tasaka Rin let out a breath, and immediately raised his head with a happy smile. It can be said that this is also a time paradox, but Tasaka Rin has a time ring, so it did not affect her in any way. According to the extra memories in his mind, Tasaka Rin found that Sakura's childhood became very beautiful. Sakura has been talking about the names of these two people since she was a child, which made Tasaka Rin very puzzled when she was a child. It was not until Tasaka Rin discovered the chat group that he understood who the two of them were. Anyway, Sakura's growth is very beautiful. But for some reason, Sakura kept talking about a girl named Kurumi and a gentle big brother named Trunks. Seeing this, it goes without saying that the Trunks knew they had succeeded. There is a grandfather Meidou Zoe, who loves her, and Meidou Shinji, who is very gentle to her. Well, history has indeed changed. Sakura also had a wonderful childhood, which is really good.